Familiar scene when zombies appear. One man in neat suit walks while coughing hard. Suddenly he drops to knees and falls, gasping nonstop. Right after that, this man coughs up bright red blood. People around could only stare at him with puzzled eyes. A young man stepped up and asked Han, "Sorry, are you okay?" His girlfriend pulled him back. "Honey, let's go." Before they could finish speaking, they had already seen disgusting face of man turning into zombie. It lunged to attack, then bit wildly at anyone nearby. On communication device, emergency notice finally appeared. Central Safety and Disaster HQ warned. New outbreak was spreading fast around. Stay indoors and avoid contact with others. One foot stomped hard on phone, flashing warning messages. Whole street shook with screams while zombie horde charged in with terrifying speed. Their numbers were overwhelming. Anyone lucky enough not to be infected had to run too. They're coming, run fast. People fled in panic to fight for life, to build safe shelters. On top of container wall, gunfire rang out nonstop, aimed straight at zombies. Government had sealed off area around Busan, police first defense line. Then what is question when looking at current world? 30 million zombies from outside are rushing toward quarantine zone. High Andi refugee village, temporary settlement for refugees in Busan. Survivors gathered here then fought like mad over supplies. My aid goods, you dog, give it back. Adults use power to bully kids. Give it to me, you brat. Humans turn cold just to survive. Thief who had just snatched goods got hard blow to back of neck. Group of fully armed people advanced and subdued him. They called themselves rebels, then declared, "We will take this place." Captain gave order for subordinates to charge, and slaughter erupted at once. Below was scene of blood rain and stench, while up high skyscrapers still shimmered with lights. Inside, rich were throwing party, while helpless government treated people like burden. No, real problem was housing prices. Everything had been driven beyond reach of low-income people. Because wave after wave of refugees poured into city, they brought money, trying to buy themselves place to stay. That pushed current housing prices up by 100 times compared with before. Rent rose 47 times, turned into type of one-time payment for whole lease. Monthly rent rose 30 times, applied to private villas. As for people without homes, outside quarantine zone had already been seized by zombies. When people inside had to endure hunger and cold, everywhere turned into hell. Main character of this story had no home at all. His name was Chun-Soo, 23 years old, day laborer, looking poor but with bulging muscles. Seeing way Chun-Soo spoke to viewers, "What hell, never seen homeless person before. Just like you, dear reader, following this story." On house for sale sign, it clearly said Semyeon District, detached house with no yard, price 3.95 billion won. Chun-Soo stood beside fire barrel, fixing kettle while glancing over. He, main character of this story, was homeless. Chun-Soo could only stand and stare at house sale signs, powerless to extreme. He frowned, starting to calculate situation. From early morning to dawn, then blazing afternoon and late night, if each day he only rested 2 hours 30 minutes. Chun-Soo checked savings. Now he had 4.5 million won. He had saved 4.5 million won, but if he wanted to gather 39.5 billion won without spending one coin, it would take. Standing before that mountain of imaginary money, Chun-Soo would need 731 years to reach it. Just thinking about it was enough to make him dizzy. Impossible number, like 10 lifetimes of people. Chun-Soo fell silent, gaze turned toward fire in front of him. Looking at burning logs, he muttered, "Honestly, I do not think money alone can buy a house." Chun-Soo could only let out long breath to ease his mind. He lightly tugged down him of outer coat. Chun-Soo looked toward distant advertising poster, telling himself that now there was only one path left. It printed line full of invitation. Homeland needs you. This time was 17th campaign to retake territory at Pohang Steel Industrial Zone. On advertisement video, blonde host began presenting. "You, person watching this program, are you short on food? Sick of having no home? Zombies are reason for all this. Do you not hate them? I want to introduce something made just for you, territory retaking movement. People should no longer endure zombie oppression. Step out of quarantine zone, kill zombies, and you will receive 5 million won for each head." He winked and invited. "You should also come out of quarantine zone. You will get chance to change your life. Anyway, there is no special movement inside quarantine zone, right?" Scene shifted to train station. Female staff voice rang out. "Did you see territory retaking movement ad?" Chun-Soo did not answer, only gave slight nod. She held out hand, asking for train ticket and exemption paper. He quickly complied, placing documents neatly into ticket inspector's hand. Sound of counting money rang out. Then she finished. 1.2 million won has been confirmed. Ticket was handed over with notice. Train ticket to Pohang, site of campaign, departs from platform 3. Chun-Soo took it and thought at least 1.2 million won was still left for emergency use. From backpack behind him came clinking sound, like stolen item from workplace. Chun-Soo gripped train ticket so tightly that it crumpled. Blending into crowd, he told himself, "Looks like I have to go all out." One question popped in Chun-Soo's head, become zombie or have home and freedom to do anything. He told himself today he would make decision. Right then, someone came running in hurry. She brushed past Chun-Soo, but clothes on her body got caught on him. That snag sent girl sprawling onto ground, while things in backpack flew everywhere. Arrows rained down all over ground. Girl wearing gas mask turned back to look at Chun-Su, then asked, "Hey, are you truck? Why so painful?" Before he could recover, one man stepped up and startled her. He shouted, "Pick up arrows, there." Girl widened eyes and asked, "Wait, that is mine." He still said calmly, "Who dropped this pile anyway? I am hunting some zombies too. What's wrong with taking a few more weapons?" She lunged to snatch them back. "No matter how chaotic world gets, you should know how to hide your intent. Then what am I supposed to use to catch zombies?" Before she could get item back, girl was grabbed by huge hand on head, hurting like hell. Big man snarled, "For weak girl like you, holding weapon is hard enough already. How can you hunt zombies too? Give crossbow here and get lost." He suddenly froze for a moment, then thought it over. Then, he grabbed girl by head and dragged her off. "No, then you will become bait for us." Despite her nonstop crying, "Let go." Right then, hands suddenly clamped tightly around his wrist. Turns out it was Chun-Su. Two looked at each other, eyes blazing with killing intent. He was so furious veins bulged across face, and asked, "Who are you, messenger of justice, or what?" You also glared as he kept talking. "Why not just close eyes and ignore it?" Chun-Su suddenly let go of his hand. That guy recoiled. "What is wrong with this bastard?" You slapped him hard, until head and mind seemed to reel. He was sent flying sideways by Chun-Su, pain stabbing through him. With strong, sinewy hands, you reminded him, "I cannot focus on killing zombies if guys like you hunt our own kind instead of zombies. Then you are not even human anymore. Go clean up." Girl stared at you wide-eyed, look of confusion on face. She stood up and thanked him, while Chun-Su was holding crossbow in hand. You replied, "No need to thank me. I think having at least one more ranged weapon would be better. I could not afford it because it was too expensive, and luck like that is rare." Girl was stunned, only able to blurt out one word, "What?" Young man picked up arrow, startled by Chun-Su's gaze. Right then, soldier shouted, "Those rebels, what are you making noise for?" Other one told teammate to just ignore them, no need to waste breath. Anyway, those people went outside. Now they are poorest people in Busan, just trying to survive, give them some slack. They got so fired up because they did not know real purpose of this activity was to reduce population. What fools. Meanwhile, below, Chun-Su kept moving. Outside residential area came deathly howls of zombies. Scene shifts to 17th Territory Reclamation Campaign in Gapohang. Door slowly cracked open, revealing everyone's gaze. Inside container, group of people were ready and waiting for orders. Many people asked in confusion, "What is this? Poultry shipment. Where are zombies?" They looked at each other in confusion. Where did Ling Trang go? What should I do first? Chun-Su was still inside at this moment, hand gripping crossbow tightly while girl tried to wrest it away. Voice rang over speaker. "Please attention, participants in 17th Territory Reclamation Campaign." They were startled and wondered, "What is this? Why so quiet all of a sudden? Are they insane? Zombies are highly sensitive to sound. Are they not?" Announcement voice on speaker continued, thanking everyone for coming this far. As everyone knows, Busan has very high population density. Therefore, we came to conclusion that population must be reduced to ensure land area per person, so sound of handcuffs tightening immediately rang out over speaker. Sound was so loud that people here had to cover ears from pain. One of them frowned and shouted, "What is going?" Before he could finish sentence, he froze. Zombies lured by sound had gathered in dense swarm, while speaker still rang out, "Busan and government will remember your sacrifice." Next step of campaign is very simple. In chaos, they slapped glass, looked inside, then shouted, "Bastard, turn off speaker. Zombies are coming." At the same time, two train cars suddenly separated. Old man was thrown out, flailing as he cursed, "You bastard, stop." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell face first to ground. Old man struggled to lift head, crying and trembling in fear. He looked after train and asked, "Why are you doing this to us?" Right then, one zombie with blazing red eyes appeared. On other side, one man stuck fast in door screamed, "Save me, at least save me." Others were using all strength to shut door, while trying to kick him out. "Get out, bastard, door cannot close." Suddenly shadow appeared before their eyes. A zombie had squeezed through gap, causing whole group to panic and fall backward. This was truly seen from hell while Chun-Su still stood in safe spot, quietly watching. You handed crossbow to girl and said, "Mine, I will lend it to you, rental fee is 10 zombies." She blurted out, "What, you are gonna battle? You want me to go out there?" Chun-Su suddenly gave number 7,900 zombies. Girl froze, "What?" You quietly stepped out, hand reaching for weapon behind back. Chun-Su gripped it tightly in hand, solid and powerful, and came scene of blood and gore, along with screams. That drew nearby zombies charging over. You successfully used sickle to deal with one, then stomped it underfoot. Chun-Su frowned and continued, "That is number of zombies I must catch today." And protagonist has appeared. Zombies frenzied and rushed toward him. And sang flashed from brand new sickle stolen from old company, now already stained with blood. With one forceful swing, sickle sent monster's head flying. They charged in without hesitation. Chun-Su tightened grip on sickle and continued his work. Another vertical strike. Zombie was split into many pieces. As soon as monster before him fell, another one immediately appeared with blazing eyes. Chun-Su still held firm resolve with sickle in hand, one thrust straight through its neck. Then he swung his arm and sent zombie head flying into air. Monster's corpse crashed into Chun-Su with momentum, shoving him hard toward train car behind. Chun-Su screamed in pain, then coughed up blood. Above, Masked Girl looked down and saw him motionless. Rear train car was deeply dented and warped, as if swallowing Chun-Su's body. She hugged herself tightly, eyes wide, a hint of worry flashing across face. His eyes rolled back, empty and lifeless. Then, pupils slowly returned to normal. Sickle rolled on ground, then Chun-Su's blood-soaked arm reached over and grabbed it. He braced himself on Sickle and stood up, eyes blazing with fierce determination. Chun-Su prepared to face wave of zombies even fiercer than before. He kept swinging Sickle on instinct, full of strength. Chun-Su roared. At this point he was no different from upgraded version of zombies. Chun-Su struck down vertically, monster's head split in two. Slashed horizontally, zombie's mouth torn into two halves. Interlocking slashes tore bodies into many fragments. Chu kept attacking with relentless obsession. No one knew how many monsters he had taken down, only slashes, blood, and ragged breathing remained. After a while, everything gradually quieted down, and cries finally faded completely. Only then did girl jump down from above. Her eyes went wide as she looked aside in shock. Before her eyes stood whole mountain of piled zombie corpses, and sitting atop that mountain was Chun-Su. Planted shovel beside him, while he kept gasping for breath. After hesitating for a moment, girl asked Han, "Are you alright?" Chun-Su was covered in monster blood, and he said in low voice, "Be quiet and count zombies I just killed, I need to get money." She asked in surprise, "Why would you risk this much for money? Are you not afraid to die?" His lips moved slightly, giving answer that stunned her, "To buy house." Girl froze, frightened and unable to understand. Chun-Su waved hand and continued, "With yard if possible." Image of young man sitting atop pile of monster corpses appeared again. On screen he shone like sunset. Territorial Reclamation Movement Monitoring Team, Team 3 under Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, was watching through surveillance cameras. Manager slammed table and asked how many that bastard took down. Subordinate replied, "I counted about 8,000. Our main character has reached dream in single episode." Scene shifted to District 4 on Busan border, Daijiang District blockade zone. Beneath high wall built from stacked containers lay countless zombie corpses, scatterous barbed wire fence. Up above, two soldiers assigned to guard duty stood watch, one of them dozing off. Other looked through binoculars, then hurriedly called Corporal Kim. He jolted awake and asked, "What is it?" Observer reported. Zombies seemed to have appeared at 12 o'clock direction. Corporal Kim stood up, grabbed subordinate by shoulder and asked, "Only one?" He replied, "One. No, I think so." Corporal Kim knocked subordinate on head and scolded, "What is this? Have you never seen zombie before? Two people are walking and you suddenly panic and wake me up, idiot." He snatched binoculars and looked for himself. Corporal Kim looked at two figures below and wondered, "Look there, he is carrying pack with zombie inside. Why is that person covered in blood like that?" He immediately ordered, "Hey, call squadron commander and request permission to fire." Wait. Corporal Kim saw arm waving and wondered, "What is that?" Girl wearing gas mask shouted, "We are human. We are human, do not shoot," while Chun-Su remained unbelievably cold. Scenes on both sides of container wall stood in total contrast. One side held modern skyscrapers, other side lay ruined landscape filled with zombie corpses. Scene shifted to Ministry of Land, Transport and Maritime Affairs, reception area. Inside, Chun-Su sat across from man wearing glasses. Girl in gas mask stood beside him, huddled up, while he remained calm as ever. He held inventory sheet. Total of 890 541 zombies have been eliminated, 50,001 each, so total is... As soon as words ended, suitcase full of cash sprang open. Number Chun-Su received left people stunned, 44 billion won. For a huge sum, both could not help marveling in shock. He reached out and touched money he had earned after one cleanup. Team leader spoke, "But before you receive package payment we have request. Please keep territorial reclamation operation secret." Staff member handed over pledge and requested, "Please place fingerprint here." Subordinate leaned close and whispered to team leader, "This is not small sum. Do we truly have to pay him?" Team leader whispered back, "This madman is one who killed every zombie. Did you forget?" He added, "If we do not pay him, who knows what will happen. We could be next." Assistant listened in silence and nodded. "For now, pay that man first." Team leader frowned, full of calculation, and said, "After that he will have to return everything. Best not waste tax money." On this side, Chun-Su did not think much either, and immediately finished giving fingerprint. Smile spread across team leader's lips, cause that was citizens' duty to begin with. Scene shifted outside public office building. After business was done, two also began leaving there. At this moment Chun-Su was carrying 4 suitcases full of cash. Girl asked, "Hey, where are you going now?" He set suitcases down. Then Chun-Su opened one and took out stack of cash. He tossed it to girl and said, 30 million won, minus crossbow rental fee. Consider payment settled. Chun-Su pointed and warned, "From now on, do not follow me anymore." After saying that, he quietly left, leaving her standing there. Girl still watched Chun Su's back, hurt, full of confusion. She suddenly spoke. House, you're going to look for house, right? When you buy one, invite me over. I will give you housewarming gift. After that, with 39.5 billion spent, main character bought house with small yard near Seosin, Busan. Old man led him to house he had always longed for. He smiled and said, from now on, this place is your home. Chun Su still kept cold, calm expression and showed no emotion. He raised hand, ready to grasp doorknob. Then gate slowly opened. Chun Su stepped into yard and looked around. Opening door to house, he stood there and told himself, I will live happily. His face remained same, neither happy nor sad, only full of thought. Chun Su stepped inside and turned on lights. If it ended like that, what fun would story have? As soon as he stepped barefoot, sharp spike was revealed on floor. Sensing something wrong, he stepped on it and said, Chun Su's eyes were full of confusion. He lifted foot, blood already flowing, then bent down to look at spike on ground. Chun Su silently realized, blood on that object was black blood. Remembering when he received money, team leader had requested, that bag and that item, please leave them behind. He explained items stained with zombie blood can become security risk. At this moment, black veins bulged all over Chun Su's body. He immediately understood something was wrong and cursed inwardly, those bastards. Transformation made sweat bead across his body. Both hands curled almost out of control. Zombie blood spread throughout his body, making Chun Su feel awful. His eyes opened wide, glowing red, and he screamed in pain. In memory, older brother looked at young Chun Su as child and said, Chun Su, during evacuation, we got separated from our parents. I still think they are alive. Back then, boy only blankly chewed food in his mouth. His older brother decided, then I will buy house. Chun Su wondered then, house. Older brother nodded and replied, yes, I want to buy house with yard and put up sign with our family name, with wish that their parents could find them. Back in present, team leader stepped out of car, holding small loudspeaker. He had mobilized many police officers and stood waiting in front of house Chun Su had just bought. The team leader spoke through a loudspeaker. Can you hear me? Survivors from retaking territory Operation 17 here. He curled his lips in a sinister smile and went on. Chun Su is infected right now. Assistant asked hesitantly, does Captain really need to provoke him? If he escapes and does this on my moving day, what then? I think that is far from humane. He replied calmly, if word spreads that someone survived retaking territory operation, those people will likely try to recruit him first. Along with group of police armed with modern gear, Captain looked very confident. If he escaped, he still could not do anything. He continued casually, under Article 1, Section 3 of Zombie Prevention Law. Right now we must take Chun Su, infected with disease, away. Police team quietly entered house. Team leader continued, and under Article 3, Section 7, we must confiscate property of infected person. At that moment, Chun Su opened door and stepped into yard. He panted, black veins stood out all over body. Captain smiled and said, look, it has spread all over body already. In Chun Su's mind, zombie images kept wrestling nonstop. Then came scene of poverty, forcing him to hunch over and do heavy labor. Chun Su screamed, now even government too. Fifth brother grabbed own shirt, stammering out each word, take tear, take lose. Team leader burst out laughing. What is this zombie mumbling about? Chun Su yelled again, I only want one house. Is this dream so big that this world will not allow it? Pressure bearing down made crowds standing there extremely anxious. He rushed toward them, shouting, only one house for my family to live in. Chun Su hurt so much he burst into tears. Why treat people so cruelly? Cut to Hyundai Aqua City, towering skyscraper standing tall. Inside, sound of rushing water, and familiar-looking crossbow stood before door. Beautiful girl was soaking herself in warm water. While bathing, outside suddenly rang out call CEO, guest with 5:30 appointment has arrived. She spoke from inside, tell him wait a moment, I am coming out now. Secretary Park immediately replied yes. She returned to living room, where guest was sitting and waiting. He looked uneasy, face dazed, both hands clenched tightly. Bathroom door was open by now, and steam inside was drifting out. CEO feet glided past crossbow standing beside door. Guest startled, hurriedly looked over. She, soaked wet, walked slowly toward living room. This girl was masked with gas mask. She introduced herself, sorry to keep you waiting. I am Choi Jiang, CEO A Jong. And this is? Secretary Park immediately answered, yes, Mr. Myung Ho. A Jong sat down and asked, yes, Mr. Rong Myung Ho. Why did you come to our company? He replied, nothing major. Myung Ho continued, I only heard company can retrieve items from zombie zone. She laughed, I see you came to right place. Choi Jiang is company specializing in zombie handling. This company specializes in many different tasks, like clearing zombie zones and collecting goods or people from zombie areas. I am managing many skilled zombie hunters. Secretary Park handed over file. Myung Ho carefully flipped through each page. He unconsciously frowned, mind full of question marks. Huge numbers appeared before eyes: 512 billion won, 16.2 billion won, 78.2 billion won. In my whole mind, that is outrageously expensive. A Zhang voice rang out. Fixed fee can change depending on size or location of item you are looking for. Moving 200 kg iron box from huge zombie-filled city would cost even more. Those words made him turn in shock. This? Myung-ho continued, yes, I have not heard anything about commission yet. Zhang was about to drink tea. He spoke up, right now I only have around 1 billion won in cash. That made her unhappy. She set teacup down at once and called Secretary Park. Her voice showed clear displeasure. Are you going to make me waste more time by having this beggar sit here? Why do you not hurry up and throw him out? Mang-ho, wait a moment, it is worth more than 50 billion won. He continued, before zombie outbreak I bought few Su coins for fun. Just few years later, both dollar and won crashed, while Su money rose thousandfold. Let me bring hard drive with those Su coins. Then I will transfer you share of profit from selling it. After hearing that, a Zhang expression changed completely. She looked excited. So that is it. Mang-ho asked again, but hunter unit price here is bit high. Is there anyone cheaper? She replied, cheaper, little bit? Yes, I have very promising newcomer. I will ask him. That made him somewhat uneasy. Newcomer. Inside room in Handiaqua City building. In front of Myung-ho was file folder on table, along with his note, then please help me. After that he left, leaving behind beautiful young CEO and secretary. Secretary Park wondered, newcomer, I have not heard any news about them. Miss, recently are you hiring more people for retaking territory operation? A Zhang answered, not exactly recruiting, I have to go now. Please prepare things for me to go out while I change clothes. Sang Su. Lately bodyguard has no requests, right? Secretary Park replied, day before yesterday he hit customer, and now rumors are spreading in industry. Yes, I will arrange it right away. A Zhang hesitated, which also startled secretary. He shrugged mischievously, prepare tissue for reopening party. Even though Chun Su had signs of zombie, he still retained human sanity. He screamed through tears, I only want one house. Is this dream so big that this world will not allow it? At sight of that out-of-control appearance, group of troops in protective suits were so scared cold sweat broke out. Meanwhile Chun Su, gasping as he rushed toward them, shouted loudly, only one house for my family to live in. Why treat people so cruelly? In middle of helplessness, Chun Su tears still fell like rain. Do not push others into dead end. There is one rule handed down among soldiers and politicians after quarantine zone formed. Even mouse will turn back and bite when cornered. Nobody knows what will happen. In state of losing control, Chun Su, eyes blazing, charged straight ahead. In blink of eye he had thrown one soldier to roadway. Faced with that situation, several people from government naturally stood frozen, stunned, and panicked. Soldier restrained by Chun Su, face drenched in sweat, shouted, you damn zombie. Soon as words fell, he immediately swung weapon at Chun Su, but he easily blocked it with his own sturdy hands. They had crossed that line long ago. With ferocious expression, Chun Su thought to himself, I have been infected. As thought ended, eyes of his immediately turned icy. Then he charged straight toward man lying beneath him. Chun Su said nothing but hard into his neck. In mere moment, bright red blood from soldier neck gushed out. Along with that came miserable scream, leaving everyone shocked. At once, everyone rushed over to stop Chun Su, dragging him away, kicking him, hurry up. Let go, you bastard. He cursed at them while trying to drag Chun Su away. Even so, Chun Su still stood motionless. He was still doing exactly what zombie should do. Blood kept flowing nonstop, making Bitten Man scream in despair. After a while, new soldiers finally shoved Chun Su away. They could not help grinding their teeth in anger, cursing him as lunatic. At this point, Bitten Man had gradually twisted out of shape. In just a moment, eyes left only white. Seeing that scene, Fat Man cried out in panic, he is biting. That guy is trying to infect others on purpose. Just like I said. Moon Sick hurriedly said, if that bastard tries to bite again, shoot straight through his head. That zombie bastard is hard to deal with because he still has mind. But in 3 minutes, he will be fully infected within 3 minutes. Corner him until he loses all reason. As soon as words ended, all eyes fixed on Chun Su, no one dared step closer. That made Moon Sick furious, and he immediately roared, you bastards. There are over 10 of you, stop being afraid, move now, do not want to make money. Faced with fear of people before him, Chun Su's thoughts suddenly rang out money. At once he struggled to stand up, then spoke, no one. As soon as he spoke, those soldiers froze, standing motionless in place. Meanwhile, Chun Su still staggered to his feet, body wrecked yet tone full of steel. No one can take it. No one can force me to leave here. Faced with this, Moon Sick could not help going stiff. Chun Su continued, because this place is my home. As soon as words fell, he lifted his head, eyes sharp with terrifying hostility. One man about to become zombie. Battle about to break out between soldiers. One man burning to reach his dream, Chun Su. But problem was, that person was monster who had wiped out 8,000 zombies. In blink of eye, soldiers had been massacred by Chun Su. Scene was extremely miserable. Some not even kept whole body. Several had already turned into zombies and then killed their comrades. Horror scene appeared right before eyes. Seeing that, Moon Sick was so scared he seemed rooted to spot, unable to move at all. Fat Man being brutally killed by his own soldiers, he could only cry and beg in despair, "Cap, please, save me." Yet as soon as words fell, his eyes bulged wide open, and streams of bright red blood burst out violently. The more Moon Sick looked, the paler his face became, fear reaching extreme. Was it only him? How did it end up like this? Just then, from top of car came voice, "Wow, so lively." As soon as he saw that figure, Moon Sick felt somewhat dazed, confused. The person who appeared was none other than Sang-soo. He stood proudly on car roof, making Moon Sick ask curiously, "Who are you?" Sang-soo did not answer, only calmly opened up his tools. In a blink of eye, all locks were opened. Detailed information on Sang-soo belongs to Choi Jiang, rank 3 hunter. Sang-soo, lawn mower, has killed 77,890 zombies. Hearing that, Moon Sick panted in confusion. Lawn mower is hunter. Sang-soo, was he hired by Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport? After thinking, he hurriedly added, "Never mind, no problem. I am Moon Sick, Team 3 commander under Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. Please save me." Sang-soo did not even bother with that, only turned back and asked, "What should I do with this man, miss?" From behind, woman stepped out, weapon on back, and replied in delight, "Is that not great?" That person was none other than Ajong. She looked at Moon Sick with darkened face, eyes icy cold. At this moment, Moon Sick still did not understand what was happening, face drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Ajong continued, "Zombies can talk these days too." Hearing that, Moon Sick grew even more confused. What was she talking about? Hearing her words, Sang-soo naturally understood, then let out cold laugh. And he raised Lawn Mower, saying happily, "Got it." In blink of eye, Lawn Mower had closed in on Moon Sick, leaving him panicked. You know who I am?" Even so, Sang-soo still did not care at all, and with one strike took him down. That sound seemed to draw nearby zombies closer. At once they rushed over at high speed. Then they roared and charged straight toward 2 of them. Sang-soo was like true hero, easily dealing with all of them in a moment. He did not even leave them intact. One lost neck, another lost body. In just few seconds, Sang-soo had finished off them all. No matter how horrific scene was, sky remained blue and peaceful as ever. At this point, blade of Sang-soo's lawn mower was already stained with blood. He let out tired breath, then said, "I finished cleaning up." "What about homeowner?" His eyes are already clouded. "I think he is about to turn into zombie. How about treating it as failure and cutting his throat?" Hearing that, Ajong immediately stepped in to stop him. "Wait." As soon as words ended, she focused on person turning into demon before her. "Just now I temporarily set aside zombie transformation, because I wanted to deal with those first. Strong will. He becomes hunter, I can sell him for high price." After thinking it over, she said in delight, "He is mine. You touch him, your salary will be deducted." This left Sang-soo with no choice but to agree, though he still complained a few words. Getting salary docked is troublesome too. At this moment, Chun-Soo's face was empty, without slightest emotion. Seeing that, Ajong immediately waved, "Hello. Hey, can you hear me?" Hearing call, Chun-Soo directly lifted eyes to look. Her figure was vague in his eyes, but he still heard question clearly, "You there, do you want to live?" As soon as words fell, Chun-Soo suddenly caught up blood. Seeing that, Ajong quickly repeated, "If you want to, then answer me." At once, Chun-Soo answered right away, "Huh? What do you mean? I am about to turn into zombie, can you not see?" "Ah," Ajong calmly explained, "service that handles zombies we call hunters. Like you, who went through so much hardship to get here, and like me, who survived first campaign, this is work meant only for chosen ones, outstanding individuals who specialize in catching zombies among survivors in campaign to reclaim territory. This is high-paying work. If you take requests from company lord or politician to reclaim territory outside sealed zone, you will receive bonus." After hearing for a while, Chun-Soo immediately retorted, You are not listening to me, are you? I am about to turn into zombie." Ajong pulled something out from bag. It was small syringe. She made it clear, "If you say you want to live, I will give you antidote. In return, you must pay for medicine by becoming hunter. Let me ask again, no matter how terrible this world is, no matter if you must become someone else's loyal dog." Here, Ajong suddenly stopped for a few seconds, and she asked, "Do you want to live?" At once, Chun-Soo froze, then screamed in terror, "Live." Hearing those two bicker for a while, Sang-soo seemed to lose all patience, snatching the needle from Ajong's hand and saying irritably, "Who in this world ever wants to die?" Pierced straight in, he drove the needle into Chun-Soo's neck without the slightest hesitation. Then he injected medicine into his body. This made Chun-Soo's skin quickly change color. Then, right after, he fainted to the ground. Ajong said as soon as she saw it, "Well, I suppose I owe you one." Sang-soo answered carelessly, "Wow, so heartless, and still demanding a deposit in this kind of situation." Ajong said with a stern face, "The antidote you just used costs 500 billion won per dose. Life really is more precious than money. But no matter what, a deal is a deal. Full 500 billion, after all." Hearing that, Sang-soo could only nod helplessly, "Right? No wonder you went crazy over money. Anyway, he really was a pitiful guy. Still, better than dying." As he spoke, he stared intently at Chun-Soo lying on ground before him. Chunsu slowly opened his eyes. The moment he woke up, he screamed in shock. At this moment, he seemed to be sitting in small car. Driver, seeing him open his eyes, asked at once, "Oh, up already?" Chunsu replied hesitantly, "Who are you? Where is this?" Driver answered calmly, "What do you mean? Taxi, of course. Anyway, what do you remember?" The more he heard, the more Chunsu found everything utterly baffling. Right after that, he recounted everything. "I went to Pohang, catch zombies, buy house." The moment he mentioned that, frightening memories surged back into his mind. At that time, Chunsu's eyes were red hot while veins bulged fiercely. Remembering that, Chunsu's eyes were now wide open in disbelief. Right after that, he hurriedly checked his body, full of suspicion. Hadn't he been infected with virus? That thought made him stare even wider when he looked at mirror before him. Chunsu's appearance at this moment was completely normal, only making him more confused. Nothing wrong at all. Seeing him like that, Driver spoke up at once. "So your memories are still there. Remember silver-haired girl?" The moment Chunsu heard that, he froze for a moment. Immediately, Ajong's words and image surfaced in his memory. "Do you want to live?" The pale face, Chunsu rubbed his head and said, "That gas mask man, I know about that. When I was infected, it must have been when I was inside house." As soon as he finished, Driver reminded him at once, "Then try touching tablet, there is video clip. Remaining questions will be answered through that video. I can't explain in detail, I need to focus on driving." With zombies everywhere ahead, he naturally had to keep full concentration. One zombie stared wide-eyed and growled once. Driver twisted steering wheel. Then he weaved through zombie horde with extreme speed and skill. Inside car, Chunsu struggled to keep himself from swaying wildly. Meanwhile, Driver kept talking, "Anyway, we have stopped car already. Look outside window." By then, car had stopped at cemetery full of tombstones and wandering zombies. After tossing Chunsu several weapons, Driver said, "Your mission is to follow road there down to Daeonju Center and get hard drive. Even I will not go with you. I will wait here. Call me when you are done. Don't think about anything else. Just find house with yard full of zombies. If you want to return to Busan, just do what you are best at and that's enough." Hearing that, Chunsu clenched his teeth. Even so, Driver added, "I mean killing zombies." Following his words, Chunsu finally changed clothes and stepped out of car. After only a few steps, Chunsu ran into first obstacle. A group of zombies was blocking path right in front of him. That made him curse in frustration. Chunsu, protagonist, wandered into quarantine zone because he hated zombies. That made everyone a bit afraid, but he hated hunger even more, so he still stepped out of quarantine zone. Sum of money had been placed neatly on table, and now he was being sent out of quarantine zone to earn money to pay debt. In this situation, beneficiary by far was still Ajong. She flashed excited smile and thought to herself, "Then get to work, my slave." This was ridiculous situation, but what could he do? World always forced weak to make choices. At Ajong's house, while painting her nails, she spoke casually on phone, "Uncle, go on." Voice on other end quickly replied, "Delivery is done." Kid seems angry, but then quickly assessed situation. "That guy will handle this part." Hearing that, Ajong beamed, answering, "Ah, thanks. I will pay travel costs with books. Don't forget to take photos with drone too." Driver immediately agreed, "Got it." Hearing those two talk, park secretary standing nearby could not help being curious. Will that rookie do as well as we expect? He still has not gone through training, but she already gave him mission. Ajong replied coldly, "He will do fine. He has smell of true hound. Besides, he has no other choice either." Over Chunsu's side, zombies were charging at him fiercely. Chunsu immediately pulled out weapon. Then he roared in fury, "Damn crazy." Even so, other side was full of anticipation, even adding with a smile, "This is not money he could earn by pushing liquor cart in Heian, because it is 500 billion won." Chunsu's eyes suddenly blazed. He gripped weapon tightly in hand, then growled. Borrowing momentum from leap, he charged straight into vicious undead ahead. Chunsu kept stepping on one shoulder after another to push deep into middle of their formation. Suddenly one grabbed his leg, making Chunsu look down. With frighteningly fast reflexes, he instantly pulled back other leg, borrowed momentum, then kicked precisely into opponent's face. Using force from that strike, Chunsu sprang over heads of other zombies. When one zombie rushed in, Chunsu flashed a fierce kick into its body, smack. That zombie was instantly sent flying far away. It crashed into its companions, causing all of them to tumble to ground. One's hit roared in rage, trying to scramble back up. Not letting them react, Chunsu swung shovel and slashed hard into face of nearest one. Crack. While he was off guard, another zombie had already slipped behind him, preparing ambush. Chunsu whipped around, glaring at sneaky attacker. With one swing of shovel, he sent it away with ease, crushing it completely. That lifeless corpse immediately collapsed onto black ground. In blink of eye, Chunsu had cleared out all zombies around this area. One was still writhing. He stepped hard on its back without hesitation, sending last of them to grave. Chunsu set shovel down on ground, panting from exhaustion. Drone overhead had captured entire performance just now. Image of him single-handedly taking down entire pack of zombies here was being streamed live onto big screen. Ajong gently swirled wine glass in hand, smiling proudly. Nice show. I thought he would be trembling since he is rookie, but look at how he handled those zombies. Through phone, driver asked with a laugh, "Is this angle okay, boss?" Ajong looked extremely satisfied and replied, "Not bad. We still need to shoot promotional video, so don't forget to record it, driver." Then she lightly clinked wine glass against screen, celebrating successful debut of Hunter nicknamed CM John C. Cheers. Over here, after clearing out zombies, Chun-Su started cursing nonstop. Crazy woman. Crazy woman. How could she make someone who was unconscious owe her 500 billion won? At first glance, it looked like Chun-Su had accepted fate and started grinding to repay debt. But in truth, he was raging as he shoved shovel blade into back of still-breathing zombie. Rage erupted violently. He kept bringing down shovel after shovel, pinning straight into ugly zombie body and splitting it in two. Zombie, poverty, government, then on top of that, burden of being Deber. Chun-Su gritted his teeth, veins bulging across face, then roared that it was all scam. That unlucky zombie became punching bag for his resentment. Because I am weakest, I have to die first. Serious too. Why do you treat me this badly? He choked up inside but could only vent anger on hollow corpse. Sweat poured down like rain. He gritted his teeth, calculated, and knew he could never repay 50 billion won. In Chun-Su's mind, scene flashed of Ajong using chains to bind him tight. Then he would have to live like slave for rest of life to repay debt. Next, he imagined forcing Ajong to floor, pressing cold shovel blade against her throat. Instead of taking it lying down, he would find that bitch, make her tear up debt paper the moment he hauled over shovel, and threaten to smash her head. Sounds nice to think about, but he immediately saw key point, where to find her now, and how to get back to Busan. Mind turning fast, Chun-Su immediately formed plan. Maybe if I just act obedient, after mission ends, I can meet her again in Busan. Target address, 406 Jeongjushi, Jeongbukjo, 11th floor. Without another second of hesitation, Chun-Su crossed pile of bodies and moved deeper inside. I hate being ordered around, but best is to finish mission fast. Before his eyes appeared old high-rise buildings, walls covered in dents, crisscrossing cracks. Another unlucky zombie was kicked flying out by him. Chun-Su picked up a radio, shook it lightly, and muttered, Jeongjushi 406, 11th floor. He stopped before towering building, pausing for a moment to observe. On other side, Uncle Tai still controlled drone camera, tracking every movement of him. Now he has gone into building. Should we stop filming? Suddenly, Uncle Tai leaned back in chair, looked at group of 5, then said in thought that there were people born as if heaven had given them everything like him. For a moment, he thought of others. Intelligence, instinct, stamina, and physical strength were all things everyone wished for to become zombie hunter expert. As expected, boss has sharp eye. People she chose are all monsters. At this moment, Uncle took out phone to look at daughter photo, then smiled warmly. Hope I can earn lots of money too, so daughter can live happily. Right, daddy princess. Bang. Strange object suddenly flew over and slammed hard into car window. Uncle Tai immediately realized something was wrong. He quickly drew weapon, gripping it tightly in hand. He scanned around warily, tightening grip on weapon, ready to bring down anyone who dared approach. But on closer look, thing that hit window was not stone, but piece of meat. What is this? Meat. He hurried out of car to check and noticed cut was very clean, clear as if sliced by sharp blade. After observing for a while, Uncle Tai began to doubt. It could not have been zombie. Those things only knew how to bite and tear. In end, he reached certain conclusion. This was done by human. Uncle Tai face instantly tense to extreme. He looked up at rooftop, where strange sound had just come from. Uncle Tai in shock wondered who that madman was. Right then, phone in pocket suddenly lit up and rang loudly. Uncle Tai jumped, immediately realizing danger. His eyes were full of caution, nerves taut like string, while phone kept ringing without end. Hearing that sound, hungry zombies rushed like arrows toward him. He angrily spat out curse. Back to Chun-Su, he had gotten inside but immediately ran into trouble. With this pile of computer parts, who would know which one was hard drive? Chun-Su shouted in complaint. Zombie outbreak hit before I could learn computer class. I quit school in elementary. How would I know what hard drive looks like? Since he did not know which item he needed, he gathered everything in sight and carried it all out. 30 minutes later, his hands were loaded with all kinds of junk, even gas mask. No, I will not let that debt-ridden bitch get away. Holding pile of random junk, he grumbled. How dare she torment me like this? I will definitely deal with her properly. He took out radio and called. I grabbed every item or piece of junk I could find, since all looked about same. Hurry and come pick me up. If you dare tell me to walk to front of car, I will deal with you. Chun-Su curses echoed through radio, but he had no idea that on other side, Uncle Tai had already been taken down by zombie horde. You do not plan to answer, driver. Mysterious man in black quickly appeared near car, because he heard radio. He leaned through car window to listen more clearly. I already said I got item, so get your ass in here fast. After hearing message, this man immediately understood other side purpose. He did not come to Jiangjushi for sightseeing, just as he had guessed, he came to take item. He took out another piece of fresh meat, then let us go rob back item. That man was Sang Chun. Sang Chun took out phone and set countdown mode. He stuffed phone that was running time into piece of meat. His background was not ordinary either. Former hunter under Choi Jiang rank C, Sang Chun, alias Ghost, had once killed 2037 targets. Once hunter, but now he hunted people no different from hunting zombies. Rank C hunter Ghost Sang Chun specialized in surrounding and creating situations. Commission fee 2 billion won, absurdly cheap, and that was also why now he was called former hunter. Sang Chun held piece of meat with item hidden inside and quickly left. Every move of him revolved around one thing only: money. He had once worked under A Zhang. Thank you for your hard work this month, Ghost. Looking at stack of large bills in hand, Sang Chun showed clear shock. This is a Zhang held stack of cash, calmly explained that this month he had not done much. Even if he had, it was joint committee, including other hunters. You know, committees usually give customers discount, right? Not to mention company takes 30% commission, plus all kinds of taxes, so final amount you actually get is 5 billion won. Hearing those roundabout words, Sang Chun was so angry he clenched and crushed bill in hand. Zhang slammed stack of money onto table, mouth calling out his ghost title directly. She looked at him sternly and taunted that if making money was that hard, then he should work on ranking up, because this tiny bit of cash was only enough for rank C hunter to barely survive. Hearing those mocking words, Sang Chun fell silent and began calculating. Maybe I really need to take dangerous jobs. Just after saying that, A Zhang smiled again, winking meaningfully as if nothing had happened. I will wait for next month result. Though Sang Chun was furious inside, he still could do nothing more, because that was price of being stuck at C rank forever. Back in present, he was raising binoculars to inspect situation ahead. He silently tracked every move of Chun Su from behind. All of that was stolen goods from that woman. Chun Su knew nothing, still laboring while carrying bag of goods. You are dead for sure, I will deal with you properly. Without hesitation, Sang Chun immediately took out prepared piece of meat, thinking he would take down that crazy woman and make huge money by selling this pile of spoils. Two birds with one stone. As soon as thought ended, he gathered force and hurled strange object forward. That is why I cannot quit this job. Piece of meat shot through air and slapped right into Chun Su's face. Strange object slowly fell to ground, and he stared blankly at it. Meat. Phone hidden cleverly in piece of meat then rang out loudly at just right moment, tearing through quiet air. Zombies nearby, hearing sound, went mad and rushed toward him. Chun Su shouted in anger, "What sick trick is this, playing dirty like this?" It turned out earlier Sang Chun had searched through phone shops everywhere to gather countless devices. He stuffed them all into bag. Sang Chun collected those phones because he knew all too well that zombies were extremely sensitive to sound. He also carefully chopped meat into small pieces to use as bait. After that, he bathed thoroughly to erase some body scent. Then he put on airtight protective suit from head to toe. Even more carefully, Sang Chun used bleach to remove scent from himself completely. Thanks to that, he could walk openly before undead Horde. In other words, his plan was to hide body scent, then lure zombies to prey. On this side, zombie Horde kept charging at Chun Su position like moths to flame. He held piece of meat in hand, shaking it back and forth, while cursing loudly. This damn piece of meat too. How can meat make sound? Made in China or what? Doing this is no different from making me stand still and wait for zombies to swarm in. Undead were not only surging from front but also rushing in from behind, leaving him momentarily unable to cope. Sang Chun narrowed his eyes, looking smugly ahead. That was his usual way of working. Seeing whole pack of zombies surround prey and attack, he immediately said with confidence that guy was surely done for. Sang Chun observed situation through binoculars, thinking even rank A killer would find it hard to escape encirclement of thousands of zombies like this. While waiting for right moment, Sang Chun sat hidden tightly behind car. Now I will use scent lure to finish off remaining zombies, if that rookie really has thing I am looking for. Suddenly something whooshed past, making Sang Chun jump in shock. He instantly went on guard, whirling around to check behind him. Chun Su shattered the encirclement, sweeping whole pack of zombies into air. Only then did Sang Chun realize too late that someone he had looked down on as third rate had unleashed one insanely overpowering awakened spell. Chun Su's eyes blazed, he gritted his teeth and strained with rage, and Kim Chun Su was not average third-rate hunter Sang Chun had imagined. Sang Chun stared in disbelief and muttered, "That crazy bastard." Meanwhile, Chun Su kept fighting while grumbling, "Keep it down, at this rate blood will splatter all over my stuff." That man was truly monster, strong enough to climb straight to number 1. In rage, Chunsu charged in, chopping zombie after zombie to pieces as if mincing vegetables. Sang Chun stood watching that maddening sight, sweat pouring off him. Damn it, what is that damned monster? He was completely different from Taxi Driver earlier. Is he Blender or what? With this many zombies, he should be staying quiet. He tried to calm himself. He crouched behind car and took out another piece of meat and another phone to prepare. It is fine, it is fine. Sang Chun will be exhausted if he keeps drawing zombies' attention. Gyeonggi-do is big city. Zombies here are as many as ants. Sang Chun sprang up, built momentum, and was about to throw another stuffed piece of meat toward Chunsu's thigh. Suddenly Chunsu sensed something wrong again. Sang Chun instantly froze stiff. Two men stared at each other, four eyes meeting as if they had turned to statues amid horde of living dead. Chunsu spoke with murderous intent. You threw that meat. Caught red-handed, Sang Chun trembled a little in fear, but still chose to risk it. He immediately swung his arm and threw that thing straight at Chunsu. Whatever, eat this. Piece of meat once again struck Chunsu square in face, without missing at all. Zombies immediately had excuse to surround him. Chunsu roared in fury, I will deal with you, wait for it. Sang Chun threw another piece, and that gift from heaven slammed into him again. Chunsu went berserk, charging in with shovel, hacking and mincing zombies blocking his path in every direction. Sang Chun held another piece of meat, patiently waited for opening, then threw it. That trick repeated again and again, until he had drained all his strength, while Chunsu still had energy left to fight that horde of living dead. More he fought, fiercer he became, blood splattering everywhere. After throwing for so long, Sang Chun finally realized in panic that he had no meat or phones left. I am done, out of phones and meat, only big trap left for one use. He was so afraid he wanted to turn and flee. Run, that guy is not human. Suddenly, zombie head was thrown over, blocking escape route he meant to take. Even more horrifying, that zombie head was still moving, its mouth still growling with chilling sounds. He panicked and looked back. He shouted and rushed toward Sang Chun with terrifying speed. Where do you think you are going, brat? As soon as words fell, he grabbed zombie and hurled it hard at Sang Chun. We still have unfinished business. Sang Chun turned pale with fear and frantically ran. Zombies stand above humans in food chain. He leaped over fence and landed neatly, while hunters stand above zombies. I am one who killed those hunters. Scene outside was pitch black, with only few living dead scattered along road, shuffling sluggishly. Another zombie was thrown over, blocking road. Selfish ecosystem was complete. When he glanced back, he saw him gripping shovel fiercely and chasing close behind. Furious, Sang Chun cursed without thinking. Why did someone like you even appear? Chunsu immediately cursed back no less fiercely, lunatic, you provoked me first. Did you kill Taxi Driver? Hearing that question, he instantly fell silent, not daring to say another word. Chunsu gritted his teeth, face full of hatred. So you not only pissed me off, you killed my driver too. You will pay with your life. Sang Chun stammered back, his hand secretly slipping into pocket to take something out. You insulted me. Chunsu instantly raised his guard gun. To be safe, he hurled shovel in his hand hard toward Sang Chun. You really overdid it, kid. With throw so accurate it seemed aided by God, shovel sank deep into his shoulder. He fell backward, shoulder taking huge wound, yet corners of his mouth curved into eerie, chilling smile. Sang Chun slowly forced himself up, his gaze showing he would rather fight back than let anyone step over him. He pulled remote from pocket, pressed activation button with finger, and declared they would die together. Open up. Amusement park broadcast system instantly came to life. Familiar greeting for guests arriving at Gyeonggi-gu rang out. Giant Ferris wheel also lit up brightly at same time and began moving again. Carousel was also started immediately after. Clear speaker sound rang out. Welcome everyone, today make lots of beautiful memories. Main speakers kept playing welcome message, repeating invitation for everyone to come to Gyeonggi-gu and create beautiful memories. Seeing Chunsu in front of him nearly exhausted, he smiled triumphantly. Think about it, one phone alone can attract dozens, even hundreds of living dead. His eyes narrowed, looking at him with calculation. What will happen if whole amusement park is destroyed? Hearing that, Chunsu shouted in towering rage, hey, bastard, even at very last minute. Sang Chun's eyes turned crazed as he was driven into corner. Gyeonggi-gu has population of 260,000. Give up any thought of surviving. Living dead followed chaotic sound from speakers and madly surged toward place where two men stood. Right then, strange man appeared in area, asking who gravedigger Seem Jian was. Chunsu flinched and turned to look back. Seeing no one answer, man began to lose his temper. Are you all deaf? Middle-aged man carrying large bag on his back raised hand and pointed straight at both, then asked again through clenched teeth who gravedigger Seem Jian was. Seeing man able to charge into this place, Chunsu was utterly shocked. What in hell is this old man doing? How did he get in? No, more important, why is he here? Man kept asking who gravedigger Seem Jian was, but speaker rudely cut in with tourist welcome message. He patiently asked one more time, yet broadcast still interrupted with line wishing everyone to make many beautiful memories. His eyes blazed with fury, hand reaching behind his back to draw a weapon. As rage surged, how dare you interrupt while elder is speaking? Sword was drawn from sheath like lightning. Razor-sharp sword strikes flashed, slicing apart every blaring speaker, and ending beautiful memory refrain for good. Both Chun-Su and Sang-Chun witnessed it with their own eyes and could not help becoming wary and afraid. This time he truly flew into rage, roaring and pointing sword tip straight at two men. Which mad bastard who owes Choi a Jiang is not answering me? From Choi and Jiang, a rank hunter Seom, old man Kang Taegong who wiped out Hun and 700. Chun-Su panicked and quickly raised his hand to confess, I think that person is me. Scene shifted to another room, where steaming cup of hot tea had just been placed on table and tense negotiation was taking place. Seom held glass of water, eyes on person opposite him. You want me to rescue Rookie? A Jiang nodded in confirmation and explained situation. Yes, I lost contact with Hunter accompanying him. He encountered mutant. Seom lifted teacup and took sip, slowly guessing. He must have run into Hunter Stalker. As soon as A Jiang heard this, her expression instantly tightened. Secretary Park placed large box on table before Seom. A Jiang spoke. I sent helicopter to airport. It will arrive in half hour. Mission is to rescue new hunter with nickname Gravedigger Seom Jian. Suitcase opened, packed full of cash. If you accept this job you will earn 50 billion won. Chilo Seo immediately raised hand and slammed suitcase lid shut. No, this is not right. He changed to serious expression, looked at A Jiang, and said, Kid, have I ever taken mission for money? After saying that, he swept suitcase away and said only one thing, antidote. Hearing that demand, A Jiang showed clear anger. Wait, no matter how dire situation was, this demand was still far too unreasonable. She sprang up from chair, slamming hand hard on table. Something like antidote, even after price drop, still held value of 300 billion won. At this moment, Chilo Seom still stayed calm as before, lifting cup and taking another sip. Boss, I am one outside blockade. He knew exactly what she was really worried about, so he immediately used it as leverage. Wasn't new toy of yours outside blockade? Seom tossed something toward a dong, then said coldly that one in crisis had no right to set conditions. Game rules were decided by one less pressured. Never thought at this moment he would still dare bargain back. If you hand antidote to me, I will save that kid, and teach him lesson too. A Jiang held check in hand, face unable to hide shock. I will pay you extra 200 billion won in commission. Holding full upper hand in negotiation, Chilo Seom still answered leisurely. I am busy boss, so in end, will you do it or not? Scene returned to present outside blockade. He raised weapon and pointed straight at two people, then shouted, Who is crazy bastard who owes money to whom a due? Are you not going to answer me? Chun-Su awkwardly raised hand to take it. I think that person is me. As soon as he saw you, he broke into satisfied smile. So I found right place. Seom silently looked over opponent from head to toe. Kid's build is very good for someone who does manual labor. Is it natural? Chun-Su also quietly reassessed him, then realized there was faint trace of annoying malice in others' eyes. Seom looked fixedly at Chun-Su's wounded hands again. Those rough calloused hands seemed to record all hardship he had endured. Suddenly he gave his assessment. Just ordinary toy, yet it has enough required quality. Countless doubts immediately rose in Chun-Su's mind. What was this old man staring at him for? Even knowing creditor sent him, he still curled lip and asked Seom, Who are you, old man? Chilo Seom suddenly said loudly, Just take me as your master, kid. Hearing that, Chun-Su looked clearly stunned. What? You are not here to take me back to Busan. Why is everything so sudden? Outside, zombies still kept growling nonstop, trying to squeeze through barricade. More and more zombies surged over. They roared fiercely, then charged forward in a flood. Seeing monsters right behind him, Chun-Su had no choice but to turn and run. Damn it, old man, deal with that later. Handle those first. Seom suddenly stopped, then swung fishing rod and slammed painful blow onto his head. He held fishing rod and scolded him. Master had not finished speaking and you already want to run, brat. Speak properly, you rude little punk. Refusing to lose, he immediately argued back. Who allowed you to call yourself my master? And how am I supposed to get out of here? Chilo Seom answered at once in sharp, mocking tone. Boss hired me to teach you. Lesson not even over and you already want to go home. Have you never been to school? Chun-Su let out tired sigh and looked at man before him. This guy really is cut from same cloth as that creditor. He put on gas mask, and Seom also glanced at him with a praising look. Young people nowadays really are type who never listen to others. A moment later, he stood with fishing rod in front of him, facing zombies head-on, and said slowly, Kid, this is first introductory lesson, so start with simplest thing. In your opinion, what is similarity between catching zombies and fishing? Hearing that question, Chun-Su could only stare blankly and thought, Fish? What does that have to do with anything? Chilo Seom quickly took out fish and hooked it on a fishing hook. Right after that, he swung rod and sent bait flying straight ahead. Then he leisurely pulled fishing rod back with one hand, muttering, That means you are feeling happy. Once more, he slammed fishing rod down hard. Fishing line shot out like lightning, threading through middle of zombie horde. Looking at zombies still rushing forward madly without end, he remained calm, relaxed as if nothing mattered. What should I do to enjoy this feeling? Chilosium's eyes suddenly flashed. He poured strength into arm, then forced fishing rod down hard. Chunsu panicked and shouted in warning. "That is not important, old man. Zombies are right behind us." By then, Chilosium had already been surrounded on all sides by zombies, looking as if there was no escape. Yet old man still remained unhurried, both hands gripping fishing rod tightly, exuding steady masterly aura. There is one unchanging rule you must remember: pull line only at exact decisive moment. At once he shouted an order. "Duck down now, kid." Hearing that sudden warning, he froze in place, not even having time to understand what was happening. Chilosium's fishing hook was reeled back at terrifying speed, whistling sharply through wind. Chunsu did not dare hesitate and quickly threw himself flat on ground as instructed. Chilosium twisted his body to gain momentum, swinging fishing rod hard around himself in extremely practiced motion. Who knew when sharp fishing line had already wrapped tightly around necks of those zombies? Only then did Chunsu understand purpose behind Chilosium's strange chain of actions. He widened eyes in shock. One zombie was cleanly brushed by thread-thin line, and head was instantly flung off. Right after that, hundreds of others suffered same fate, heads separating from necks in blink of an eye. Hiding in corner, feeling fishing line hiss past above head, he broke out in cold sweat from terror. The entire zombie army was swept clean away by Siam, falling flat like rice field just harvested. Chunsu still had not recovered from that display. With just one swing of rod, he had taken down who knew how many. Chilosium slung fishing rod over shoulder and said casually, "Range is 30 meters, should be around several thousand." Hearing that, Chunsu could not believe ears. Several thousand? One sweep and whole nest? No, tens of billions would be more like it. Looking at Chilosium standing tall before him, he finally realized he had met Hidden Master. This old man spoke carelessly, but those hands were truly money-printing machine fueled by rice. Chunsu was stammering, about to ask what he meant, but had no idea behind his back. One giant zombie still had not been taken down completely, and was slowly crawling up. From middle of ruined wreckage, zombie let out eerie call. "Hey!" That person was Sang-chun after mutation. He shouted, "Hey, I am still standing right here." Looking at miserable state of Sang-chun, Chunsu once again widened eyes. "What the hell is this? Zombie?" Thought he turned into zombie because of that red liquid. But he stared wide-eyed at bizarre form. Siem calmly explained, "Ah, that is mutation. Rare case occurring with certain probability among zombies." He added in an even colder tone, "From first glance, only part mutated. That guy is at most C rank." Being looked down onto his face, Sang-chun ground teeth in fury. C rank? Memories of words Ajong had once said suddenly rushed into Sang-chun's head. "Want to rank up if you have trouble making money. Fine, getting paid that much is enough for cheap C rank." Fury erupted, and he lunged forward like he had lost control. That damn C rank. Chilosium's face remained ice cold without slightest tremor or fear. Sang-chun locked onto target, lowered head, and charged like runaway bulldozer. The moment he crashed in, Chilosium took that violent impact head on. "I hate most hot-headed rookies like you." Chilosium was buried under layer of hard cold concrete. Sang-chun kept screaming, "I hate top hunters like you bastards to death too." As he shouted, tears poured nonstop from his eyes. "So before I lose consciousness completely, I will finish all of you." A cold voice suddenly rang out. "What are you rambling about?" Chunsu tightened weapon in his hand, sharp gaze pinning Sang-chun down. "I do not understand anything. Because your voice is all distorted now." Sang-chun went berserk, raising massive arm, ready to unleash finishing blow on Chunsu. "Brat." Faced with Sang-chun's fierce attack, Chunsu frowned in worry. "He is big and much faster than ordinary zombies. Can I withstand this time?" Sang-chun roared, then smashed a heavy blow forward, but suddenly his arm froze halfway through. Whole body trembled violently, then crashed hard onto ground. Siam's fishing line swept past, causing Sang-chun's swinging arm to be cut off at once. Both Chunsu and Sang-chun were stunned by scene. Siam, not far away, finally spoke. "I remembered, even after getting beaten badly. Did we not meet back when we were hunters?" Hearing that, Sang-chun turned to look at him, growling in dissatisfaction. Siam sat on ground, looked at him, and continued, "Weren't you once called Phantom? That cowardly kid who always wore protective gear." Siam remembered seeing him once while passing by, wearing protective suit. He continued, "You did not dare face zombies. You were a rotten kid, always stealing stuff while other hunters were still wasting time." Looking at zombies around him, Chilosium said suspiciously, "That still was not enough, so you turned to hunting hunters too. Now, you became mutant, you ungrateful bastard." Hearing those words, Sang-chun instantly went mad, expression turning extremely ferocious. Right after that, he swung up remaining arm and roared in front of Chilosium. His fishing line once again swung up through air, Right after that, it swept across Sang-chun in a clean single cut. Just like that, he was done with him. He walked over, picked up bag from ground, then called Chun-Su. Hey kid, he had just slung bag onto shoulder when Siam asked what he had said earlier. Hearing that, Chun-Su still answered blankly, with something vague about zombies fishing and feeling relaxed. At this moment, Siam looked at Chun-Su and added one more thing. He stepped past Chun-Su, leaving behind Sang-chun, whose body was almost lifeless, then went on to say that even if others accused him of being Butcher, one who killed zombies once human just for money, he did not need to become true monster. After speaking, he turned back to Chun-Su and urged, "Let's go, Ajong is waiting." Scene shifted back into past. Siam sat calmly by lake fishing. He cherished huge fish he had just hauled up, face full of satisfaction, then said it was truly enormous trophy. Suddenly, phone in his pocket rang with cheesy tune. "I will be true man, holding wife and children in my arms. No one can stop me." Choi Jian frowned in annoyance, reluctantly picked up phone. Who dares ruin this? On screen appeared affectionate name, Little Princess. Seeing beloved daughter calling, his attitude changed at once to delight, asking eagerly, "Isn't this daddy's precious girl? It has been so long since you called dad. What is it, fighting with husband again? Or calling to say you won't come see this old man for holiday again?" Chaotic sounds came through from other end, leaving him stunned. Dad, Siam's face changed, eyes fixed on phone screen. What is it? What in hell is happening? His daughter's voice trembled in panic. "Husband, he got bitten by D-Sung. He is bleeding a lot, and foaming at mouth too." Hearing bad news from daughter, Choi Jian's heart felt squeezed with worry. "What are you saying? Calm down and speak slowly, daughter. What should I do? I kept calling emergency line, but it would not connect. I am hiding in bedroom, but D-Sung keeps banging on door, trying to force his way in." Bedroom door began shaking violently, along with sound of someone turning knob with clatter. Knowing daughter was in danger, Seam sprang up like a spring and rushed off to save her. He forced himself to stay calm. "Dad is coming right away. Stay there." His daughter kept crying for help in panic. "Dad, I am so scared." Right then, emergency alert appeared on Siam's phone. Choi Xian immediately roared, "Jia Yeong, can you still hear dad or not?" On screen was emergency bulletin from Prevention and Response Bureau, stating new strain zombie pandemic was spreading at terrifying speed across capital region, ordering all citizens to stay inside and avoid all contact. Back to present, Siam was already seated firmly on military helicopter. Aircraft landed on rooftop of high-rise. "Gentlemen slashers, we have arrived at top Aqua City Tower." Pilot spoke with great reverence. "I have heard of your glorious feats. It is true honor to accompany you on this flight." Siam yanked headset down hard, turning away with displeasure. "Honor my ass, utter nonsense." On rooftop of building, someone was already waiting. "Greetings, are you here for Miss Choi's office?" He only gave short nod to confirm. Siam and Chun-Su entered elevator, air around them silent to eerie degree. Chun-Su suddenly turned and asked with confusion, "Hey old man, who in end are you?" Siam said calmly that he was only slasher like him, earning living by clearing out living dead. Chun-Su was still curious, so he asked why old man had such terrifying power and why everyone respected him so much. He still hesitated, wanting to know how he could also reach that level. After seeing Siam's performance just now with his own eyes, Chun-Su understood that this old man was absolutely not simple. Hearing that, Siam burst out laughing, saying boy asked too many foolish things, but in truth all of it could be summed up in one answer. Then he mentioned zombie plague was erupting at frightening speed, disaster that spared neither rich nor homeless crouched in cardboard box. Everyone had once dropped something precious. After speaking, he turned to look directly at Chun-Su, stressing that only those who dared stand up and take back what was lost could become strong and earn others' respect. With that, Siam placed hand on his chest and lightly tapped once, then asked, "Now I ask you one question, boy, what have you lost?" Sudden question made Chun-Su freeze, unable to answer at once. "What have I lost?" In blink of eye, images of relatives and parents flooded into his mind. He remembered horrifying moment when they were swept away by crowd, while he could not catch up no matter what. Then he thought again about poor childhood, those years spent writhing through labor just to survive. He also remembered brothers and comrades who once stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Friends from back then had all become disgusting zombies. Most painfully, he thought of his blood relative, older brother. Scene of older brother collapsing from spear piercing through body was memory that haunted him beyond forgetting. Siam quietly watched Chun-Su, guessing this boy must have lost too much to hesitate for so long. Seeing he still remained silent, he guided him again. "Think about it like this, boy. What common thread runs through everything you lost? And what is first thing you want to take back?" Only then did Chun-Su softly open mouth and answer, "It is home." Image of happy family of four suddenly appeared vividly before his eyes. From dazed look, expression on his face gradually turned sad and gloomy. In past, happiest time of his life was when he still had home. Suddenly, a Yong held bunch of keys before him, wearing sly smile. "For that house, I will take it as collateral. It is no longer yours." Chun-Su froze, asking back in anger, "What?" He roared in fury, cursing A Yong as bastard. Who gave you right to do that? Do not casually snatch my house like that. As soon as A Yong heard herself called old hag, she immediately flared up, snapping back, sorry, what old hag? In fury, A Jong dragged out laptop, tapping nonstop to add up all Chun-Su's debts. Medicine costs alone had reached 500 billion, not counting extra fee for hiring O-rank slasher to save him. Next came insurance fee for dead taxi driver and additional amount for dispatching helicopter. She shoved computer screen right in front of Chun-Su. Total losses had already exceeded 800 billion won, nearly 147,000 billion Vietnamese dong, then scolded him as penniless wretch. Finally, she continued pressing him. Had you seen you still dare show face here after losing customer's cold wallet in battle? As soon as she said that, A Yong angrily slammed hand on table with bang. She harshly shouted, asking who he thought he was to speak to her like that, zombie without brain or wild beast. Chun-Su would not back down either. He snapped that he never begged for that medicine, never chose to go to Yen-Su alone, then called her mad dog. He also slammed hand on table hard to intimidate opponent. He leaned close to A Yong's face, grinding teeth while still keeping polite air, then demanded she return keys. That sharp-tongued girl immediately replied, "Oh, and if I do not return them, then what? You planning to hit me?" A Jong wore sinister smile, taunting that he thought he had chance against me. Chao Su went mad with rage, about to rush at that troublemaker. Right then, voice rang out, making him stop. Do not act rashly. Siam reached into pocket, pulled out fishing rod to warn him, watch it or you will lose that hand too. He said coldly, threatening her mistress's calculation was correct. What else do you have to complain about? Chun-Su turned to look at Siam, thinking this old man spoke with no sense at all. That was his house, and whether he would become zombie or not was his own choice. Unable to swallow that anger, he raged that that bitch was stealing everything that belonged to him. Siam answered calmly, then give her money. Thing is simple, take back what was lost. What you need to do is kill as many zombies as possible to earn money. Siam kept giving him guidance, do some chores for her, find missing head, seize territory or go flatter government. There are plenty of ways to pay off debt. At that, Siam even promised support, reminding him that he had already accepted role of his master. Hearing him say that, Chun-Su slowly loosened his fists. Choi Shan also let out quiet breath of relief, then put fishing rod back into bag. Chun-Su angrily turned away, glaring at A Yong. He swore that once debt was paid off and house taken back, he would give her proper beating with no restraint at all. She stuck out tongue in provocation, saying she was also waiting for day he could actually pay that amount. After speaking, A Jong took out dose of medicine and handed it to Chui Sam. She said promise is promise, giving this to old man only because she believed idiot already holding it would make up all losses for her. She tossed medicine toward Siam, warning him not to expect another loss-making trade like next time. He caught it and thanked mistress. Jong turned back to Siam, looking uneasy, and asked if he was sure he could teach that kid. He said he knew nothing about how this world worked, and could not even control his temper. Other than that, he was passable. Siam said firmly that he would be as good as Sang-Soo sooner or later, or at least he believed that. After saying that, he turned to leave since everything was done, but A Song immediately called him back, because there was one more thing. A Jong pointed at Chun-Su and told him to take that brat to Slasher event tomorrow night. She explained he needed to meet more people to know where he stood, just as he had said. Siam answered at once, alright. On way back, Siam comforted Cho-Su about losing house, saying staying with him was better than wandering street and sleeping outside. Cho-Su had no other choice either, so he stayed temporarily and vowed to take back house soon. Then he turned and asked more about events she had just mentioned. Chun Sam said sternly that killers in Busan made living hunting zombies, but among them there were still some who stood above rest, and were ranked B or higher. He went on to explain hunter ranking system to him. A rank meant 100,000 kills, B rank meant 30,000 kills, C rank meant 5,000 kills, while D rank meant 100 kills or more. In N, Siam concluded that meeting was really gathering of those bastards. Chun-Su burned with energy following Siam outside. Climbing long flight of stairs on foot made him even more irritated. Sweating buckets, Chun-Su pointed ahead and asked if that was his house. In front of them stood tiny, rundown house, lonely on steep slope. Siam nodded sharply, then urged him to hurry up. Once dark fell, he would not be able to see path or find stairs. House was so shabby it had not even trace of luxury. Door was crooked, as if it might fall off hinges. No one would believe that Rat Hole was home of rich man who could earn billions with one wave of hand. The moment he stepped in, Siam tossed fishing backpack into corner and said he had to take shower first. He reeked of rotting corpse. Two shirtless men bathing naked in yard. Scene was completely different from what Chun-Su had imagined. After shower, Chun-Su hurriedly put on white t-shirt and brushed dust off jacket. As night fell, two men sat eating simple meal under dim yellow light. There was not even separate room, so they could only squeeze together and sleep on narrow bed. Unable to fall asleep no matter how long he lay there, he asked, "Hey old man, can I ask one more thing?" After brief hesitation, he went on, you wiped out whole pile of zombies, right? Siem kept eyes closed and only gave soft hum. He immediately turned to look at old man. Then where did you spend all that prize money? He voiced what was on his mind. Do not tell me you burned money on this ruined house. Look at open-air bathroom and faucet over there. How much could that be worth? You do not even look like type who likes fine food and drinks lavishly. He added, your face does not even look like playboy who burns money on women. After hearing that, Siem knew at once what Chun-Su was thinking. He replied calmly, remember I said slashers are all crazily obsessed with something. Same as you risking your life outside wall just to buy house. Chun-Su showed clear curiosity. Then what are you after, sir? You put all money into that. Right then, old man suddenly opened eyes. He sprang up like spring. Fine. Let me show you with your own eyes, so you do not have to guess. Siem walked up to massive wooden cabinet, where huge iron lock hung, sealing all secrets inside. Old man took out precious key he always carried with him. After saying that, he inserted key into lock and turned it with a click. Chun-Su also shot upright at once from curiosity, leaning forward to see what on earth he intended to show him. Cabinet door opened, revealing carefully preserved family photos inside. This is my ambition, my daughter, and my son-in-law here. Siem began speaking about thing he had risked life to chase, thing that woman had handed him, divine medicine costing 500 billion won per shot. He lowered head in silence, voice dropping. Exactly, it is antidote. Chun-Su's gaze immediately slid to photos placed beside medicine. Then what about these pictures? Your daughter. Siem trembled as he reached out to touch photo of daughter, his gaze full of love. They are my whole family. Siem stared firmly at photo and spoke out his crazy-sounding plan. I plan to head to Seoul. I want to turn my family back into humans. At that, Chun-Su froze, countless questions rising in his heart. Apocalyptic zombie scene outside flashed vividly before his eyes. How could he get through tens of millions of zombies swarming in Seoul? Dense mass of walking corpses packed like ants blocked every path, not to mention countless others waiting to block road into Seoul. Chun-Su thought of worst case, if he already had antidote, but Siem still could not save family. Then what? Even if he really managed to crawl to Seoul, would medicine still work? But then he stopped himself since there was no reason to voice such cruel question. Chun-Su's eyes suddenly dimmed, sinking deep into his own thoughts. Memories of older brother came rushing back. He too had once desperately wanted to buy house and wait for parents, who had gone and never returned. Chun-Su had risked his life to fulfill that wish, stepping outside wall just to buy that house no matter what. Looking back, goals of both were truly equally crazy and detached from reality. After long silence, Chun-Su finally spoke. So this is what you meant when you said everyone has crazy ambition to cling to. Siem slammed cabinet door shut with bang, then turned to look at him. If you have anything to say, man, say it straight. Chun-Su seemed to lose all courage. He leaned back on mattress to avoid it, and said, nothing. Thanks for lecture, I am sleeping now. Siem did not even bother arguing. I thought you had something to leave behind in last words. Next morning, Chok-Su slept sprawled on rooftop to catch breeze. Hearing clattering sound behind him, he turned around. Showing up in full elegant suit, Chun-Su's eyes went wide. Wow, you dressed up hard, just going to gathering, no need to go this overboard. Old man adjusted tie and said casually, no problem, battlefield where crazies battle wits, is exactly social gatherings like this, and the more crazies gather, the more crazy they get for these meetings. Chun-Su replied indifferently, dressing like you will get you pushed to edge right away. He answered tearfully, we are professional zombie slayers, what the hell do clothes have to do with ability? He closed eyes and said with finality, just go there and you will see. As soon as he finished speaking, car rushed over. Vehicle braked hard right in front of two men. Well-dressed man in polished leather shoes got out of car. He immediately went around to other side and opened door with extremely respectful look. Chanji bowed politely and greeted, good morning, honored Mr. Kim Seem. He quickly got into car, thanks. Chanji smiled and replied, yes, no problem. Chun-Su was just about to clamber up and hurry when Chanji blocked him. That man slammed car door shut and said coldly, I am only here to help Mr. Kim Seem. Chun-Su angrily banged on window and shouted, what the hell, how much does one more life cost your house? Hey old man, say something. Chanji immediately grabbed his wrist. His face looked slightly displeased. Stop this at once, your manager is coming soon. Stand here and wait. This world has order, has ranks too. Car immediately sped away, leaving Chun-Su standing there dumbfounded alone. He stared after Car and yelled, is that bastard crazy? And what the hell is manager? Suddenly girl riding big motorcycle stopped beside him. She asked, are you Ghost Hall from Young Shirt or not? Chun-Su let out weary sigh. Does nobody leave that hall nickname alone? Girl got off bike, then handed over business card with solemn air. Pleased to meet you Ghostsy, I am Ari, your personal manager from today. Hope we work well together. Seeing that he still looked blank, she began to explain what manager and slasher were. Ari calmly explained how to exchange zombie heads for money, saying that for slasher company, it was a gold mine, precious profit source, as long as they still had strength to hunt and kill zombies. Management division would serve as solid rear support, handling every minor matter so slashers could focus on fighting. Miss Thou Thou listed long string of tasks from battle planning, weapon upgrades, vehicle preparation, to money management, accounting records, and even physical training. After hearing it, Chun-Su reluctantly reached out and took business card, so it turned out to be management position. After saying that, Ari took off bulky helmet. She stood straight and smiled brightly. I am person who will be in charge of you, Mr. Frizzy. Ari, C-rank manager under Kim CMT. Next scene shifted to room covered in white flowers. Secretary Park was carefully fixing a young collar. Suddenly, Secretary Park spoke up and asked, Miss, I have one question. Ajong looked surprised. What is it? Secretary Park could not hide curiosity. That Mr. Frizzy, were you not planning to manage him yourself? Why assign him another personal manager? Hearing that, Ajong calmly answered, I once entered this path as manager, but my current position is executive director. After saying that, she turned to Secretary and continued, my responsibility now does not stop at protecting one C-rank slasher. I also have to care for 44 other slashers in company, former A-rank manager, Ajong stated. Ajong reassured her, you can safely entrust him to Miss Min. Her nose is no less sharp than mine. Secretary Park was surprised. Sense of smell. Ajong turned back, smiling with deep meaning. Exactly. She can smell scent of success. At that moment, Ari was carrying Frizzy, speeding down road on motorcycle. After some distance, both finally arrived. It was H&D most dazzling 5-star hotel, Beijing Hotel. Inside, staff were busy rolling out red carpet, while others were still moving countless items. Security forces were also present in great numbers to ensure safety. Outside, 3 cars entered gate in line, led by Sion black car. Behind it came truck and another white car. Staff stood in 2 neat rows along red carpet to welcome A-rank slashers. Hyuk Chun had barely stepped out of car when he grumbled irritably, place I have to come to meet faces I do not want to see would be more accurate. GDC Group A-rank slasher, boss Hyuk Chun, kill record €100 59. Chun Sik, standing beside him, immediately spoke, if you are that sick of party, then get lost and go home. My darling will eat your share. Freelance A-rank slasher dog trainer Chun Sik, kill record 1 at 8 to 27. Park Win cut in with mocking laugh, oh my, why is everyone so tense? We are colleagues, not enemies, my good brothers. Ones we should hate are zombies, not our own kind. Holy Knight of God, A-rank slasher, Pope Park Win, kill record 0. Choi Young stood beside them and said coldly, your mouths stink no different from zombies. Please shut them. Choi and Jiang Company, A-rank slasher, young talent Lee Choi Young, kill record 110-19. Jiang Sik turned and glared at those 3. Girl is right. Shut your mouths. If zombie pandemic had not broken out, you would have rotted in prison for fraud. Ministry of National Defense Special Forces, A-rank slasher, Lieutenant Lim Jiang Sik, kill record 101-119. From Small Business Alliance Organization of Zaguchi Fish Market, A-rank slasher, Old Fishmonger Jang Ho, kill record 100-63. CM2 noisy ones have all gathered, party is about to begin. Choi and Jiang Company, A-rank slasher, Iron Fan Master Kim Seom, kill record 112-700. Large gate ahead was respectfully opened by 2 bodyguards. Inside, announcement immediately sounded about gathering of slashers at H&D Grandest 5-star Hotel, Beijing Hotel. To prepare fully for meeting, staff carefully checked guest files before reporting. But suddenly, appearance of unfamiliar face caught that staff member attention. It was Ari driving motorcycle with Chun-Su approaching. Staff hurried over and asked, Miss, do you need anything? Are you slasher or VIP guest? Ari smiled and introduced. This is Horn Demon of So Myeong District, a slasher. Then she got off bike and continued, my child is Ari, his manager. Hotel staff glanced at list and said your name is not on guest list. He asked further, can you tell me your rank? Chun-Su instantly got angry. Rank, do I look like cuts of meat at market? Ari hurriedly spoke for him, he is C rank, but Miss Choi has... As soon as he heard C rank, staff attitude instantly changed. He curled his lip in contempt. Cannot believe in this day and age there are still C rank guys wandering around here. He sighed and waved his hand as if driving away evil. Only B rank slashers and above may enter, and they must have invitation from VIP guests too. This is high class place. Know your shame and get lost. Suddenly, voice sounded from above, VIP guest you mentioned. Are you referring to me? Ajong stepped over and ordered, let them in, I invited them myself. Staff cried out in shock. Director Choi. Chun-Su glanced over with eyes full of disgust. It is her. That staff member immediately grimaced with forced smile. But he's only C-rank slasher. We should keep dignity. Ajong gently placed hand on staff member's shoulder and said, that super rookie is survivor from 17th Territorial Recapture Operation. Choksu clicked tongue in irritation. Jong continued, person who jumped from D rank to C rank in only one night, and also toy I am extremely pleased with. Hearing that staff member broke out in cold sweat. A Zhang kept speaking. I bet slashers and honored guests inside have heard his name and very much want to meet him. I already said I would bring him along. After saying that, she lowered voice in threat. Honored guests inside are waiting, and you want to ruin my mood. When entering Grand Hall, she turned back and told Chun-Su, next time anyone makes things hard for you, say you are mine, I allow it. Chun-Su clicked tongue carelessly. I was hoping to be kicked out so I could go home early. A Jiang burst into mocking laugh. Our puppy still seems not to understand master language. She used debt to threaten him. You must obey me until you repay 800 billion, darling. With no other choice, Chun-Su could only sign frustration fine. Banquet table was filled with all kinds of delicacies, looking extremely eye-catching. Even servers were dressed neatly in luxurious style. Slashers at party gathered to chat and get acquainted. Su looked around and exclaimed, this party is truly extravagant, exactly like World of Rich People. Ari smiled and replied, calling it party is not quite right. She explained that every slasher here was at least B rank and had killed no fewer than 30,000 zombies. Ari continued, managers of B rank and above come here to find ways to recruit those slashers. She also mentioned third group, VIP guests, and finally super rich VPs capable of recruiting both sides. Ari explained reason for gathering to Chun-Su. They all came here for work. These deals were not small. One job could be worth several billion, even tens of billions of won. At that point, Ari looked at Chun-Su with serious voice. Unlike many industries that collapsed after pandemic, this is only field still thriving in Korea. Chun-Su scratched his head in confusion. Why are you suddenly talking about that? Ari emphasized, I say this so you adapt to it. You should feel proud to become professional in this industry. Mr. C. She stepped closer, eyes full of expectation. And I want you professional enough to ignore dirty, ugly things you are about to witness. Chun-Su casually took glass of wine. Why make such big deal out of it? He took sip and said, I grew up in Haeun refugee camp. Little things like that cannot trouble me. Do not worry. Him Chun-Su past was extremely harsh. He had been refugee belonging to lowest class in post-pandemic world, so he believed he had endurance beyond others. He had witnessed all kinds of cruelty with his own eyes. He saw people trample one another just to fight over scraps of food. He had also seen upper class live in luxury amid apocalypse, spending wastefully while ignoring starving suffering outside world and dark, illegal commissions. Right then, man approached to strike up conversation. I heard about your recent achievement, handling 8,000 zombies alone. Right, I want to hire you to help recover a few items. Ari leaned close to his ear and whispered, this is chairman of VF Group. He has placed total of 24 commissions so far, VIP among VPs. She immediately smiled, we hope to receive this job. So what do you need recovered? He said slowly, my wife was bitten while sheltering in bomb shelter in Daegu. I am handling inheritance division, but I need her fingerprint to complete paperwork. Hearing that, both Chun-Su and Ari froze, unable to understand how he could speak about his wife in such cold voice. I think she is still in shelter, so you only need to go there and bring finger back. Without another word, Chun-Su immediately turned and left, leaving Ari's stunned gaze behind. Cold contempt showed clearly in his eyes, ignoring fake flattery, but as he turned away, he accidentally bumped into someone else. That man immediately flew into rage and shouted, so you are rookie everyone has been gossiping about. Without much talk, he immediately grabbed his collar and lifted him up. You walk without watching road, or should I teach you how to be human? In the midst of suffocating tension, hand suddenly rested lightly on that man's shoulder. Young man stepped out to stop them with teasing tone. Hey, calm down, nobody wants see big grown man bickering with child. This person was member of GDC group, B rank slasher, Lu Sejuang Hui, killer who had taken lives of 31,027 people. Seeing this, that man could only irritably let go and turn away, still muttering curses at damn GDC. Zhuang Hui casually walked over, draped arm over Chun-Su, then said with laugh, hey, long hair guy, newcomers here always get warm welcome like that. He kept talking while walking. Those people were very curious about you, but do not be too tense. Event about to begin will pull all their attention away from you soon. Words fell, stage lighting system suddenly blazed on. MC appeared, standing full of confidence right in middle of stage flooded with light. He smiled and lifted microphone, trying to stir up atmosphere. Esteemed guests, how does today's party feel? Does it seem a bit dull and flavorless? A Zhang standing below immediately showed displeasure. These arrogant thugs were truly annoying. We came here not to fool around, but to work. On stage, MC kept speaking excitedly. But please do not worry. Our GDC group has prepared a small auction especially for you. Chun-Su turned in confusion and asked Zhuang Hui, an auction? You guys plan to sell weapons to Slasher? Zhuang Hui immediately waved off and denied, no, our GDC group will bring something much more interesting. At that very moment, something appeared on stage that made Chun-Su freeze, eyes unable to leave it. One by one, 3 female zombies were brought onto stage. MC spread arms and introduced them, looking from left to right. This is famous actress, no, should say zombie who used to be famous actress, Miss Jin Hyun-ji. Beside her was idol who once made countless people intoxicated, and final face was So Hee. After speaking, he began announcing price. We worked very hard to capture them and bring them here. So starting bid is 5 billion won, equivalent to a 87.950 billion Vietnamese dong. The moment he saw those 3 female zombies, Zhuang Hui instantly became wildly excited. This shipment was truly top quality. This side would definitely make huge profit. Completely unlike Crowd's frenzy, Chun Su had no interest at all. He coldly turned around, preparing to leave there. Seeing this, Zhuang Hui loudly teased, "What's wrong, hit your type, young man? But do you have enough money to buy them?" Chun Su kept walking in silence, not bothering to answer, but inside him rage had risen to point where it could no longer be held back. Everyone had right to spend own money on what they wanted. He casually yanked out knife stuck in nearby table, but this sick pastime had already crossed limit of his tolerance. Chun Su grimly tightened grip on sharp knife, then strode straight toward stage. Hurry standing beside him watched with breath caught tight, hurriedly called out, "Brother Chun Su." Seeing stranger rushing up, MC panicked and warned, "Esteemed guest, please auction below stage." At the same time, Ari tried to squeeze through chaotic crowd and shouted, "Stop." But now Chun Su's eyes had rolled white, his face covered in terrifying killing intent. Without any hesitation, he raised knife in hand high, quickly ending state of those female zombies. Witnessing that fierce scene, Ajong below stands who was drinking water even spat it out, while Sang-Soo curled lips into meaningful smile. Siem alone still kept calm expression, silently watching each move of him. MC horrified and stumbled backward, trembling as he blurted out, "What in hell is this?" He was so panicked that he dropped microphone onto floor, making shrill sound. The entire huge hall instantly sank into silence, so quiet that no sound could be heard, all eyes gathering on stage where Chun Su stood. Chun Su slowly bent down, picked up microphone fallen on floor, brought it close to mouth and shouted, voice echoing everywhere, "You lot are truly disgusting." He kept hurling harsh insults. "You flatter VIP guests, butter them up to heaven. Fine, I can let that go. You ignored me, looked down on me because you thought I was only newcomer, a useless C-rank punk that I could also endure." Chun Su held knife still stained in hand, pointed straight at female zombie, and said through gritted teeth, "But this absolutely cannot be accepted." He continued yelling in fury, "I thought you bastards were supposed to hunt zombies. Wasn't that job of so-called experts like you?" Saying this, his eyes swept over crowd below with utter contempt. "Are you all really willing to trample your own dignity for money to this extent?" He kept unleashing sharp criticism, aimed straight at people present there. Finally, he raised knife in hand high and shouted one last time, "Remember this well, hunters are ones who hunt zombies, not ones who bring them out and turn them into sick entertainment to make money." In that instant, memories of older brother suddenly flooded Chun Su's mind. He despised this society, where people like his brother had to live entire lives in poverty, only to wait for death to slowly gnaw them away. He stood towering on stands, looking down at crowd below. Luxurious lives of rich made him see it as even more disgusting and rotten than wretched lives of common folk. Ari was trapped amid sea of people, trying to shout warning, "Get down quickly, hurry," before they could understand what had just happened. One assassin in crowd who had been cursed at nonstop finally could not bear it and shot back, "That's right, so what if we lower ourselves for money? What are you going to do, you arrogant brat?" Other assassins standing nearby also darkened faces, cold eyes all turned toward Chun Su. Deok Chun frowned in annoyance. "What can you do, you little brat?" This man was member of GDC Group, a rank slasher, boss Deok Chun. One who had killed countless zombies was none other than Deok Chun, chairman of famous GDC Group, and also one of top A rank slashers. Scene now shifted to headquarters of gigantic corporation. He had once been central figure in extremely grand opening ceremony, but that aura of fame still could not fully reveal man's true face. Media sarcastically reported on GDC Tower opening ceremony. They called it Feast of Decadent Extravagance, where uncultured nouveau rich were trying to learn how to play businessmen. An employee pushed door open and entered right as he was intently reading documents. Employee spoke up to report that all preparations had been completed. Deok Chun asked in cold voice about stock situation after that mocking article. Employee immediately reported, "Sir, we have lost 100 billion won." Hearing that amount of loss, his face instantly twisted with extreme fury, hand crushed newspaper to pieces, mouth spat curses, then gave order to lead way. Sent down to abandoned warehouse district. Row of supercars parked neatly before giant container line. Chang Nia stepped down from luxury car. Underlings immediately opened container box to clear path for him. Inside was man being held captive. His whole body was covered in blood, tied tight to chair with thick rope. All because he worked as reporter, he ended up in this miserable state. Deok-chun signaled for him to talk, and underlings yanked off tape sealing his mouth. Sang-do immediately screamed curses, calling him thug and asking if attacking reporter meant he could escape punishment. Deok-chun did not care. He calmly pulled chair closer. He sat down calmly across from Sang-do, then coldly said he would not kill him. After speaking, he pulled out syringe, stressing he only wanted him to keep living in another form. Sang-do saw that pitch-black liquid and felt no fear. Instead, he smiled. He realized it was zombie blood, then mocked Deok-chun as nothing but thug and said he had already foreseen this outcome when writing that article. Deok-chun immediately injected that strange liquid into Sang-do. He still smiled arrogantly, swore when he transformed he would be first one to bite him and serve country, while taunting that even if this made him pleased, Deok-chun would forever remain lowly punk. Deok-chun answered at once, saying reporter had seriously misunderstood. He was not angry at being called that. Virus from toxic blood began spreading through body, making blue veins bulge on Sang-do's neck. He was nearly driven insane. He was furious that that trash article had caused company to lose 200 billion won in stock value. Sang-do began trembling from shock and pain, blurting out what, while Deok-chun coldly added not to think revenge stopped at turning him into walking corpse. Deok-chun turned to underlings, coldly ordering them to bring person over. So he had taken Sang-do's entire family hostage to threaten him. Sang-do stared wide-eyed in horror when he saw family members screaming in despair. Deok-chun walked up to trembling prey, mockingly wishing him pleasant dinner with family, or more accurately, turning his own family into dinner. Poison sank deeper. Sang-do screamed and begged to be killed before he turned into mindless monster. Deok-chun ignored plea, coldly turned and walked away, then locked whole family in same cell. Sang-do's screams tore through night, part from physical pain, rest from overwhelming terror because he did not want to hurt family. Outside container, Deok-chun leisurely lit cigarette, muttering that he spared life and still got complaints. Truly ungrateful bastard. He ordered underlings to inspect scene tomorrow morning, take photos and send them to reporters to force them to write article restoring stock price. Deok-chun was not only good at calculations, he also made every calculation obey his will. Scene shifted to stage. Chun-Su was standing alone, facing Deok-chun head-on. Ari hurried over. Van Sin Ngai Gyang, please calm down. Before she could finish, she took full force of thunderous slap across cheek. Heavy blow sent Ari flying far away, crashing flat onto floor. Her head slammed hard into wall, leaving large red bruise. Seeing that, Chun-Su angrily roared. Deok-chun glared with murderous intent, coldly asking back if he had any objection to way he made money. Chun-Su clenched his teeth, anger surging violently in chest. He replied firmly that if that was his only way of doing business, then he was no different from rotten zombies outside, and he swore he would smash that twisted mindset. After speaking, Chun-Su waved hand and rushed forward, about to launch attack. Deok-chun dodged like lightning, leaving Chosu stunned. Even worse, he read sword line and caught it as easy as pie. With just 2 fingers, Deok-chun crushed sharp steel blade, then mocked that he talked big, but it was time to shut up. Right after that, Deok-chun sent powerful punch straight toward Chun-Su. Quickly raised both hands to block in front of face. Deok-chun suddenly changed move, driving punch down from above straight onto opponent's head. In his eyes flashed cold look, thick with killing intent. Chun-Su gritted his teeth, straining to resist that 1,000-pound force. Deok-chun kept increasing power, pressing down even harder. Crisp crack of shattering bones rang out. Chun-Su horrified to realize his arm had been crippled. Cold sweat burst out, soaking Chun-Su completely. His face twisted in pain, but he still forced himself to endure. At last, both hands no longer had any strength left, and had to droop down helplessly. Chun-Su clenched his teeth, terror clearly showing in eyes. Showing no mercy, Deok-chun added thunderous kicks straight into Chun-Su's jaw. That blow sent him flying yards away, fresh blood spraying everywhere. The gap in strength was too huge. Chun-Su was completely defeated. Deok-chun stood with hands on hips, looking at defeated foe lying motionless on floor. He turned and ordered employee to calculate total damage. Employee reported value of 3 auction items was around 12 billion won, equivalent to 12,000 billion Vietnamese dong. He kept tapping calculator, adding another 50 billion won for event image damage, or 884,000 billion dong, plus 50 million won for MC's psychological treatment. Final total hit 62.55 billion won, converted to 110 million billion dong. Duck Chu immediately said to add that to bill. He raised bloody foot, signaling employee to keep calculating. In his heart he cursed silently, was that bastard zombie or what to have such terrifying biting strength. Employee closed accounts, total bill rose another 1.2 million won, around 21 billion dong. Price slowly lowered himself beside Chun-Su, and declared he would make sponsor reimburse all damage and treatment costs. As soon as he finished speaking, he coldly reached out and tore Chun-Su's throat apart. Certain 50 billion won compensation for this mess would be covered if he killed this guy to set example for others. That very moment, a strand of pure white wire suddenly tore through air, wrapping tight around his neck. Siam finally showed up, making Deok-chun extremely annoyed. He barked, "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm recovering losses, old man?" Chualu Sam only smiled faintly. "Both you and that rude behavior too. I am only following orders." Right then, Ajong also walked out calmly. She smiled and said, "Deok-chun, do you have 800 billion yen to spare?" Converted to Vietnamese dong, that is about 14 million billion. Ajong knew very well Deok-chun was type of man who, alive or dead, clung tightly to his meticulous calculations. Hearing that, Deok-chun immediately turned around and stared at her. 800 billion, what the hell are you talking about? Ajong answered calmly, "That was only price to stop him. That man who was about to be torn apart by you." She added, "He owes me 800 billion dong." Man slowly walked closer, and while walking he spat bitterly. "Damn it, 800 billion, you must be joking." With massive body, Deok-chun stood towering before Ajong, asking if she was making up story to shield her employee. Even while facing heavy pressure from that frightening man, she remained calm. "No, I am telling truth. If you do not believe me, I can show you his debt note right now." Girl standing behind then handed Ajong piece of paper. Taking paper, she opened it before him. "Here." Deok-chun immediately snatched it to look. He silently read every line on debt note, unable to say word. Ajong coldly confirmed, "If debtor is lost, I must collect debt from whoever attacked him. Then GDC Group will write me check for 812 billion yen. Her voice grew firmer and firmer. "Go ahead and kill him if you have enough money to pay. That would be even better for me. You will help me avoid waiting decades for him to work off debt." Hearing Ajong's provocation, Deok-chun roared in rage like wild beast. "Do you think I would not dare?" He flew into a rage, swept away debt note and lunged forward with imposing build. "I am Deok-chun. Those few coins mean nothing? Damn it. If I have money, why would I care about this?" Deok-chun immediately acted brutally, tightening grip around Chun-Su's neck. Secretary Park saw that scene and cried out in alarm, "Wait!" But Ajong still stood there calmly with arms crossed, as if enjoying good play. He would not dare do anything. No matter how irritable he was, he still knew how to weigh gains and losses. Just as she expected, Deok-chun suddenly stopped his hand. He turned to look behind him, silently weighing that if he did not act now, both his face and company would lose everything. Curious crowds still surrounded him, waiting to see what came next, because he had not managed to do what he had just declared. Yet, thinking of that huge number, he grew furious again, grinding his teeth. 800 billion guan. That was 800 billion guan. Deok-chun shoved Chun-Su's limp body away hard, growling in irritation. "Damn it, this is why I hate showing up at events like this." Though feeling a trace of unease, Ajong still curled her lips into a triumphant smile. Catching that expression, he immediately rushed over and grabbed her head. "You just laughed at me, right, you bitch?" At that exact moment, another person suddenly stepped out to block in front of him. Situation officially reversed when Deok-chun realized he was surrounded by an elite team. Churong radiated murderous intent, warning in a cold voice, "If you dare touch her with one finger." Sang-soo added as well, "No matter who you are." In the end, Siam finished in frosty tone, "You will also have to die." Before guns and weapons of 3 experts, Deok-chun could only grind his teeth and endure. He still held Ajong's head tightly, and uttered a dark threat. "One day, when my company is big enough, I will crush you and all your subordinates." After finishing, Deok-chun turned around and left there in a huff. Ajong immediately ordered subordinates to take Miss Min and Chun-Su to nearest hospital. She also added, "Tell organizers we will cover all compensation for incident and damage in stands." Secretary Park asked, "Will we continue event? Miss Schedule still has VIP guest meeting and slasher recruitment." Ajong was silent for a moment. A moment later, she spoke and turned to leave. "No, I am not in mood anymore. No reason to stay at this ruined party." In her heart, she still felt stifled with anger, only cursing inwardly. "This is crazy." Among gangsters, Chun-Su's voice rang out in fury. "I thought you bastards were supposed to go hunt zombies. Isn't that what experts are for?" Veins bulged on his face from anger. "Are you really lowering yourselves this much for money?" Scene shifted to another place, in midst of ruined city. Voice rang out, "Ajong, why don't we create a new profession?" In blood-stained clothes, Su-ho continued excitedly, "We will create special profession for people who earn honest living by exterminating zombies." Founder Choi and Jiang, S-rank slasher, divine execution master, brought down by Su-ho. Remembering that scene along with Su-ho's passionate words, Ajong unconsciously stopped walking. He would definitely say something like that. At this time, Chun-Su had been sent to hospital for treatment. He glanced aside and saw Ari was also injured, body still wrapped in bandages yet still diligently peeling apple for him, so he stayed silent. After a while he held forehead and said softly, I am sorry for dragging you into this trouble. Ari still looked at Apple in her hand and replied, I also have some fault. I should have watched you more carefully. I am not one you need to apologize to. After what had just happened, he felt utterly powerless. I cannot stand seeing people like that standing in higher position than me. In Chun Su's mind appeared image of people who once held status being tied up on stands. From left to right, famous actress. Wait, I mean zombie who used to be famous actress. Miss Jin Hangji. Beside her was Idolman and Miss Sohee too. Not only that, just thinking of scene where so many common people were suffering while rich enjoyed themselves over that pain made him boil with rage. In the end, he spoke, so I need to ask you this. Chun Su slowly opened eyes. I mean this company, is it just like those rotten bastards? Or are you only forced to endure this? Ari raised one finger before him, said calmly, two things decide value of slasher. Deok Chun image surfaced first, zombie killing ability, in other words, combat skill. Ari continued, second is wealth they earned from that job. Recalling this failure, she concluded he lost to Deok Chun, because that man far surpassed him in both. That is why we were completely helpless before him. Both strength and finance were still not enough to defeat him. She went on about bitter truth, when day had not yet come. We could only stand and watch with powerless eyes. Hearing that, Chun Su curled lip in a sneer. Just looking you say it so lightly, anyway you are only outsider. Ari suddenly remembered something, eyes growing dark. Chun Su, you are not only one who thinks this society is rotting. Painful memories surged back into Ari's mind, image of zombies bound on stands when she was very young. She painfully raised head and looked up at familiar figure on stands. She tried to hold herself tight to calm down, voice trembling. That is my older sister. Back to present, Ari's heart still ached. He grew up in handy slum, and as his manager I also feel same. He stood up and walked to Chun Su bed, train skill, and become very rich. Then he can impose justice he spoke of at event on them, or smash this twisted world and drag it back onto right track. Hearing that encouragement, he braced himself on arms, slowly sat up. Chun Su ripped off bandage on hand, revealing prominent veins full of vitality. I want to start dealing with zombies right now. Give task to me. Ari smiled as if indulging him. Fine, I will indulge you. That is also manager duty. Her gaze suddenly stopped at apple nearby. Ari tossed it toward his hand and casually reminded him. I heard apple peel has lots of vitamin C, and your hand reflex is pretty sharp too. Just as she was about to open door and step out, she called back, next week I will find you some business. Chun Su bit down into apple while muttering with delight. She did not need to speak in that tone. Ajong flew into rage, shouted straight at her face, there is no more work left. Ari froze and asked back, what, how can that be? I just talked big whole speech, and even promised to find work for him. Ajong brought out statistics and order charts. Deok Chun name must have scared VIPs and potential customers away from Quill Crow already. Look at Choi and Jiang charts, and it is still not over. She stressed main reason company fell into sluggish sales. They are undercutting prices to sweep up all orders on market. Prices are 10 to 30% lower than ours. Zhang rubbed forehead in headache. Looks like we poked wrong hornet nest, Miss Min. Ari still tried to wring every nerve dry to find work for Chun Su. But miss, we must build brand for Quill Crow. Only then can he pay off company debt and stop Deok Chun harassment. To do that he absolutely must have work. In end, she bent deeply, willing to lower herself and ask for work. No matter how low commission is, we will accept assignment. Please give us work, miss. Hearing that, Ajong sank into thought. She was not wrong. Quill Crow needed real battle results and customer trust, so Deok Chun would no longer have excuse to stir trouble. After some consideration she spoke. Are you sure two of you dare take any job? Even heavy work, with pay only like a few coins. Hearing that, Ari's eyes lit up. She nodded hard. Yes, I will persuade him no matter what. Ajong bent down under desk and searched for a while. Then she threw out old file folder that seemed ready to fall apart. Here is job, go to Ding E immediately. At Din EC, memory of Din E flashed vividly. 12th and 13th territorial recapture campaigns once took place at Din E to help nearby Busan cities expand control range. But with that glory came smoke, fire, and ruin. This should have been fat assignment. Since it was close to big cities, supply from Busan was extremely convenient. Zong was burning everything to ashes. Member of Small Business Alliance Saguchi, B-rank slasher. Zong, also known as Fire Spitter, had eliminated 36x111 targets. Several people from afar hurried over, kept asking Han, hey Rong, have you cleared this area yet? How many have you taken down? Enough quota to get payment yet? He drew back flames and turned to answer, there are no mutated ones left around here, so making money from these zombies is as easy as pie. Suddenly, Wrong eyes caught something unusual. Right beneath his feet, a huge mass of flesh suddenly rose up. Group all looked up in horror. That mutated creature even spoke. Earthworms rolled red eyes through crowd, growling as if still wanted more prey. This was BZ-177 mutant earthworm. All were terrified by sudden appearance. Rise of B 1780 mutant earthworm instantly threw whole situation into chaos. Two men immediately turned and fled, shouting while running, "There is a mutant, run fast." Total 31 slasher and 700 civilians were wiped out without trace, while mutant still rolled eyes around, muttering for more food. Monster that suddenly appeared turned E-Manor into living hell. Right then Deok Chun and subordinates finally showed up, blankly asking what that freak really was, insect or some species. It was only after Deok Chun, standout super rookie of that era, and 50 elite GDC employees took action that mutant was taken down. After that, all lined up neatly in 2 rows for photo to record blazing feat. Everyone, big smiles, 2.3. Man ended memory and said that was very origin of present E-Manor barrier wall. Cho Su had run out of patience, waving hand, saying, yeah, I get it, put board and those photos away from me. Speak straight, what was I called here for? Man smiled warmly, I will explain right away. Please step outside and take a look. Beyond door was busy scene, countless workers were bent over, working nonstop. This was big construction site building Jinga wall. We are putting up 1 layer of wall around city, similar to model in Busan. Man pointed into distance and said once west section of wall is finished, project will count as complete. When this job is done, pressure from land shortage in Busan will ease somewhat. He continued in excited voice, meaning homeless people will have more places to enter and stay. Meanwhile, Cho Su still looked indifferent. Housing, huh? Yeah, sure, important part is having somewhere to live. Man face suddenly turned stern, but Chun Su narrowed eyes slightly, focusing on listening before asking, something wrong. He said noise from construction site had drawn 7 zombies here. Undead kept appearing thicker and thicker. We had no choice but to make construction site work overtime through night to keep schedule, but sometimes zombies still suddenly rushed in at midnight watch. Man let out heavy sigh. Security team and workers had done all they could to stop zombies, but if they kept coming nonstop like this, I fear we cannot hold out long. End. He concluded that was exactly why we need you to handle this slasher. Ari suddenly cut in. Wait, boss. She quickly connected clues and pressed if only west wall remains, that means north and east already finished. Then how did you defend before while building those 2 areas? Construction boss immediately explained Nakdong River surrounds north and east of E-Manor. Besides, Busan Wall, and E-Manor adjoins southeast of Busan, so building wall in those 2 directions did not face major obstacles. After speaking, he drooped head gloomily. Back then budget was still flush, so we could even hire professional slasher team, not like now, so broke. Chun Su heard this and instantly flared up, grinding teeth and growling, professional slasher, not like now, what do you mean? Ari hurried to soothe him, saying it plainly, you ran out of money, right? Construction boss nodded in admission, yes, that is right. So Choi and Jang companies proposed settling with land in E-Manor instead of cash after wall was finished. Ari immediately realized matter was far from simple. Only then did she understand why Miss Choi had reluctantly accepted this commission. Slasher had to fend for himself to protect such a huge project. Ari kept thinking, not to mention if project stalled or got cancelled because of zombies, all responsibility would surely be dumped on Slasher in charge of area. Seeing her suddenly fall silent, Chunsu spoke up, hey, you there? He asked next, what else are you hesitating about? Did you not say I needed to climb to position enough to turn world upside down? Remember. Then will this commission help me step toward that position? Ari answered firmly, yes, you must take this job. Hearing that, Chun-Su immediately tightened grip on weapon in hand. Right after that, he strode forward proudly, wearing arrogant smile. Then let us fight. What is there to fear? This mission content was quite clear. Slasher would guard front of construction site 24/7, dealing with any zombie that came close and threatened workers. Payment was 6.48 hectares of prime land in center of Jingyi City. Service provider, C-rank Slasher Chun-Su Kim, manager Ari. Both stared wide-eyed at scene before them. Man led them to front of small cramped room. This was mansion 2 of them would stay in for next 2 months. Ari widened eyes in shock, only 1 room. He gave awkward smile and replied, I am very sorry, but even our workers have no room left to squeeze into. 2 walked inside to inspect. They immediately went silent, not knowing what to say. Man said goodbye and closed door. Good night. If anything happens, I will call through radio right away. Chun-Su and Ari still stood frozen in room for quite a while. She softly turned and asked, it will be fine, right? If you feel uncomfortable, I can leave right away. Chun-Su immediately divided up sleeping space. I will lie in this corner. Rest of room is yours. He added, because me you had to shoulder debt, so I will not let you suffer loss. Hearing that, Ari lightly smiled in satisfaction. Her clear voice rang through cramped room. Then if you do not mind, I wish you a quiet and peaceful evening. However, that was often also moment when bad omen arrived. Chun-Su suddenly opened eyes wide. He sprang up like a spring. Ari was also jolted awake by Chonchu's violent movement, startled as she sat up, and he urgently shouted, "Zombies are here." From sliding door came series of rapid, continuous knocks. He immediately stood up, sweeping eyes around. "Looks like we are surrounded." Ari also froze at this sudden situation. "You mean they have already flooded in here, but construction site has not even sent warning yet?" Chunsu slowly moved toward door. "Once I open door, we will fight our way out. Stay close to me so I can protect you." Ari was also mentally prepared by now, ready to face it, yes. He counted down slowly 3. Ari clenched teeth in tension. A trace of worry flashed in Chosu's eyes. Moment number 1 ended, he kicked door open and charged straight outside. Chosu poured all strength into swinging weapon Toge. Dark figures in front were instantly swept aside by him in one decisive move. But then Chunsu's gaze suddenly froze as if he had just realized something. Weapon in hand stopped right by person's neck. Cake fell to ground, rolling and scattering apart. One worker lay flat on floor, pinned under table. Another was trembling violently, raising hand to block Chunsu's sharp weapon blade. Both sides were stunned by this ridiculous, completely unexpected situation. The man seemed so frightened by him that tears and snot smeared his face as he wailed. It was only welcome party. Ari and Chunsu turned to stone after hearing that, or maybe storyteller was only joking with everyone. Next question came, describe your work environment. Young man holding beer cup thought for a moment and answered, what word do young people use now? Ah, right, like hell on earth. In his mind appeared image of miserable people straining every day to survive, working themselves raw for 2K each day, no different from suffering torture. He also saw with his own eyes workers having to stay alert for monsters every night, but that still was not only issue. Working while constantly worried about zombies made us tens of times more tense. When group of workers was focused on work, one of them suddenly noticed something was wrong. A few strange sounds drifting from afar made 2 people briefly panic, then slowly move closer to check. At this point, young man let out tired sigh, raising beer can to complain. So next day our muscles always ached. Work was already hard enough, but extreme pressure was what exhausted me. Next question rang out again, then was pay good enough? Young man laughed in disbelief. Pay what pay? We do not get a single cent. That left questioner very confused. But they said they do pay you. Those pitiful people only shook heads, describing place they lived in, no different from slum trash piled into heaps. No, not at all. We are only given housing and food to work, that is all. Speaking of this, he bowed head helplessly, lifting beer can and continuing. If they would pay us something that would be great, but we can only accept it. I heard this month back home may lose power again. That made questioner even more confused. Then why do you still stay and work here? Young man awkwardly looked away and explained, well, because I chose it myself. Corner of his mouth lifted with pride. Then he handed over ultrasound result paper. I am going to be a father soon. Questioner could only answer, congratulations. He quickly looked outside and spoke hidden feelings. Truth is I am not even sure whether this is worth celebrating. Anyway, they promised construction workers would get first houses after wall is completed. It seemed he had always cherished dream of brighter future for small family. No one here gets paid. We all risk our lives working for hope that one day we will have roof over heads to block sun and rain. Not only him, people working here were also optimistic and cheerful as if no crisis had ever happened. People in this place, if not for family, then because they were already too tired of wandering homeless life, so we gathered here. After speaking, worker raised beer cup and laughed while chatting. So please protect us, slasher. Chunsu heard this and only fell silent, unable to speak, while Ari standing beside him glanced at him meaningfully. After going outside, both stayed silent for very long, neither saying anything. Only then did he slowly sigh and say, why did you ask them such foolish questions? Hearing answers only made his heart heavier. Contrary to what he thought, she remained calm and began analyzing, saying management always had one principle. Emotions could not interfere when Slasher had to eliminate zombies to reclaim lost territory. Some people were even willing to risk themselves to shield small children from hordes of the undead. Ari sighed, but when someone needed saving or protection, they had to touch Slasher's emotions and awaken compassion in them. As she moved forward, she smiled with bright optimism. Once they clearly understood what they needed to protect, their strength would surely multiply many times over. That was more or less it. Chunsu walked while glancing at her and praised her, saying it sounds nice, but it sounds more like you want to work me to exhaustion. Hearing that, she took it as a joke and burst out laughing. Right, you already caused a commotion at the exchange meeting, so you had better redeem yourself with merit. After thinking for a moment, Chunsu said in warning, do not let them drink too long. I still need rest to conserve strength for when zombies come. He quickly returned to his room, while Ari nodded behind him and replied, understood, Commander. Reaching a secluded corner with no one around, he sat with his back against a container, quietly lost in thought. Streetlights still cast weak light, no different from the flickering lives of workers in this place. Amid the shrouding night, he felt everything around him seemed to keep moving without cease. Recalling what Worker had said earlier, he thought softly, a home, huh? If they only wished for something that simple, then I must protect them all the more. Scene shifted to next morning, inside room. Chunsu was training intensely with repeated punches. Outside, giant undead had arrived, preparing to attack this area. As soon as Worker saw terrifying undead appear, he panicked so badly his whole body jolted. Before everyone could fall into chaos and flee, Chunsu boldly gripped shovel and charged straight outside. He delivered an extremely heavy kick to Undead's head, making it collapse at once before his eyes. Not stopping there, he turned and rushed toward other undead, striking again and again. Chunsu's attacks were all clean and decisive, taking down each undead smoothly. Even with only one basic stance, he swept them all away without difficulty. In less than 5 minutes, Chunsu had taken down this whole troublesome group of undead, then breathed out softly and turned back. But he had no idea that behind him, another new undead had appeared, silently waiting for chance. Seeing opportunity arrive, it immediately lunged at him, roaring fiercely as it charged. Red fluid sprayed into air, and it turned out that undead had been pierced through by Chunsu's weapon. His body was stained red, and fighting continuously for so long also began to wear him down. Just as he was about to go back inside to rest, he suddenly met everyone's admiring gazes. Workers there cheered nonstop in excitement. Great fight, Slasher, thank you so much, come drink with us later. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic it was almost excessive. He could only say, no need to thank me, I only did my job. Get me ladder first, I forgot to bring it down earlier. Story continued. He went back to rest until he was called up again. While recording Ledger, Ari reported that today he had dealt with 8 zombies and received another 40 million won. To make it easier to picture, that sum was about 743 million Vietnamese dong. At the same time, Siem also appeared, while Chunsu used every chance to train with fishing line whenever Old passed by. With only a few basic movements, Siem easily tied Chunsu tightly with strands of line, then sat there criticizing him. You are still far too slow, young man, and you should learn to use physics instead of only relying on strength. Uncle Siem continued instructing him. Imagine enemy as prey already caught in your trap. Then he used his own hands to control strands of fishing line with ease. Fishing line tightened around Chunsu, making him completely unable to move, and he was even gently lifted into air by Old Man. Chunsu could only mumble for help, let me down, Old Man. Old Man laughed with delight for a while before finally letting go, making Chunsu fall to ground with painful thud. During training, when he heard Siem ask, Chunsu replied, I never thought I would be satisfied with this slasher or slayer job. Above, workers were still working. One person raised hand and directed, yes, over there. No, not there. Chunsu sat resting, then continued speaking to Siem, having something to protect is not so bad. Hearing that, Old Man looked over. Chunsu continued, saying he did not want them to go through things like he had. Hearing those words, Siem only stayed silent, giving no answer. Suddenly, Old Man raised his hand and slapped Chunsu hard on back, startling him. Right after that, he turned and left, and before leaving he warned, then you should work harder. Chunsu sat on ground, clutching his back in pain, face full of confusion. At this moment, Siem tossed him a coil of rope and said, I will help you with one thing. Chunsu reached out and caught it, looked at coil of rope in his hand, then muttered in question, rope. Siem turned back, pointed at Chunsu, and continued, did I not tell you that you should learn to use long-range weapons? It is still too early for you to control fishing rod, so use this first. Scene shifted. On a ruined road, a car was currently driving past. It was Siem's car. He sat in back seat, while driver spoke, sir. I know I have no right to say this, but why do you care so much about him? You do not need to spend so much time on that guy. Hearing that, Siem replied, you will understand one day, Chanji. When I go to Seoul, he will replace me as Pillar of Busan. His speed of progress is very fast. Scene shifted outside a high-rise building. This place was headquarters of GDC Group. Inside building, a golf ball stand appeared. Man with both arms covered in tattoos swung club and sent ball flying. Just then, someone opened door and walked in, saying, Chairman, Mr. Nasangdiak, Chairman of Busan Real Estate Association, has arrived. Right after that, a man was led into room, his manner as he walked looking rather timid. In Chairman's office, Nasangdiak sat across from GDC Chairman, man with tattoos on his arms. GDC Chairman was first to speak in conversation. Busan Real Estate Association. You own projects, land, apartments in Busan. Rich people like you, what do you need from our zombie hunting company? Hearing question, Nasangdiak spoke. Chairman Jiang, please keep what I am about to say confidential. Hearing that, Chairman Jiang opposite him leaned back in chair and replied, of course. I also do not want others hearing about my money-making opportunities. After he agreed to keep it secret, Nasangdiak asked, you know there is a wall being built in Jinni, right? It is nearly finished. Only a small section remains. After hearing this, Chairman Jiang sighed and asked back. Right, they have been building it for 2-3 years now. But so what? Na Sang-deok broke out in sweat and said hesitantly, I am not sure if I should say this or not. You truly will keep it secret, right? Hearing that, Chairman Jiang immediately flew into rage and said loudly, Are you doubting my trust? Old man, say it already. Na Sang-deok then continued, Once wall in Jin-e is completed, real estate prices in Busan will fall by about 20% to 35%. That is just rule of market. When supply exceeds demand, prices naturally go down. So members of our association want to interfere. Hearing that, Chairman Jiang seemed surprised and asked, Interfere with what? Na Sang-deok finally stated his purpose clearly. I mean, we must force construction to stop. Think about it. If zombies appear and turn construction site into chaos. Hearing this, Chairman Jiang's expression changed slightly. Right after that, Chairman Jiang sprang up laughing loudly and said, You want me to release zombies to destroy construction? Are you insane? Do you know what happens if you get caught? You will be executed for treason. This is even more serious than other criminal offenses. Damn it, you really have lost your mind, old man. Hearing Chairman Jiang say that, Na Sang-deok immediately uttered a number, 10%. He raised a sheet of paper and continued, I will give you 10% of assets owned by members. You must have some method. Workers have hired a slasher, so we need a great many zombies. Faced with profit, a number Na Sang-deok offered Chairman Jiang immediately calculated in his mind. Total asset value of association and members was about 200 trillion won. 10% meant 20 trillion. If this went smoothly, he could even squeeze more out of them. Thinking this, Chairman Jiang immediately changed tone. Forget everything I said earlier, I will do it. But if anything goes wrong, association must bear all responsibility. Hearing that, Na Sang-deok immediately agreed, of course, but I want you to prepare enough zombies to make certain plan succeeds. As I said, they hired a slasher. They also said he once eliminated as many as 8,000 zombies alone in one night. Hearing that, Chairman Jiang immediately thought of Chun Su, and inwardly felt certain, 8,000 zombies, huh, it must be that guy. Thinking this, veins bulged on his forehead. Then he said firmly, all better then, I will release something to make sure this succeeds perfectly. Scene shifted. Inside a room filled with biopods, a flashlight beam suddenly swept across. Inside biopods were cocoons and shapes of human faces were clearly visible above. When light shone over, an earthworm immediately reacted, slowly opening its eyes and looking outside. Sang-deok was curious what trick that man intended to play. Deok-chun calmly mentioned name Jongwex, something rumored to be cure for plague. Both men were thinking of antidote regarded as miracle for undead. Rumors about it spread everywhere. People passed word around that this drug was extracted from mutated zombies themselves. Because of that, hunters always searched for living mutated zombies to sell to laboratories, while slashers also earned money by supplying stock to pharmaceutical companies. In exchange for monsters confined in laboratory glass cages came huge sums of money. Medical staff and research team corralled zombies into quarantine for control, with huge profits from cured drugs. Drug companies did shady deals right at headquarters without hesitation. A seemingly perfect plan flashed through Deok-chun's mind, making him wildly pleased. He proposed that they only needed to mix one mutated zombie and release it into E-Mansion. All trouble ahead would be solved. Before leaving, Sang-deok could not hide his worry and begged him. Deok-chun nodded, promising to arrange everything properly. As if remembering something important, he snapped at him to stop, making Sang-deok freeze in awkwardness. His face turned terrifying at once. He warned that even if matter was exposed, he had to keep mouth shut, live with secret, and take it to grave, understood or not. After threat, he hurried away, leaving him standing alone in huge room. Deok-chun immediately ordered subordinate to call Zhang Hui, mentioning pregnant earthworm they had once captured in E-Mansion. Right then, image of mutated creature slowly regenerating began to emerge. He coldly issued brutal order, demanding monster be taken out and all witnesses at scene be eliminated. Subordinate bowed and accepted order. Deok-chun added another vicious command, ordering him to find 10 miserable homeless people in slums. People no one would care about even if they vanished. All was within his calculations since government would surely suspect if natural mutation appeared for no reason. Subordinate praised plan as brilliant, then quickly went to prepare bait. In pitch-black basement, sight before him was so horrifying that witness panicked and dropped flashlight onto floor. Before him was a grotesque mutated zombie, one glance enough to chill blood. With only one glance at monster, bodyguard trembled violently from fear. But more terrifying was strange man holding weapon, one by one taking down several research staff in area. Zhang Hui looked up and sighed mockingly, wondering why these people were so devoted to work. Why not run off to play or nap in lobby to avoid trouble? After jumping around for another while, he turned to question victim, defending himself by saying he had never wanted to be bad, only meant to take stuff and leave. But since they were too stubborn, he had no choice but to strike. Those crazy words scared Guard pale, and he hurriedly begged that he saw nothing, promising he would go sleep upstairs at once if spared. Before he could finish, Zhang Hui forced him to apologize for working too hard. So terrified his limbs went numb, he stammered out that strange apology again, admitting he was wrong for being too dedicated to work. Hearing answer he liked, Zhang Hui seemed more at ease, and guilt in his heart eased a little too. He looked at Guard, then slowly walked closer, leaning in to whisper for him to step forward, promising to send him off quickly and not let him suffer pain. Facing that deathly cold face, man immediately knelt and begged in despair. But sadly, all pleas could not move cold-blooded person before him. After clearing away obstacles, Zhang Hui held phone and reported to Big Brother that goods were already in hand. At same time, group of poor homeless people had been gathered at empty lot. They looked up blankly at red supercar braking hard, right in front of them, eyes full of curiosity and shock. Deokchun's secretary and 2 bodyguards got out of car, walking while pinching noses in disdain, mocking that these people stank unbearably. He casually tossed contract onto ground before crowd, inside clearly written work and pay. He also said flatly that wages would be sent straight to family once they signed. Finished speaking, secretary threw pen to ground with arrogant attitude, telling them to sign. Homeless crowd shoved and jostled each other to get signature. From that moment, velvet curtain of tragedy officially rose, stage was ready. Mutated zombie had been successfully collected. Those miserable people also became expendable pawns from here on. Deokchun curled lip in satisfaction at plan he thought perfect. But life never moved according to calculation, because there was still one small variable he had not foreseen. At this moment Johnson still slept soundly, completely unaware violent upheaval was about to crash down. Before main character even realized play had begun, he was shaken awake by an anxious hand. He slowly sat up, took off blindfold, then frowned and asked what was wrong, zombie again. But when he turned his head, what he saw was bright smiles of factory workers. Johnson asked blankly back, "You guys planning to throw drinking party right here?" One worker laughed and replied that he had been here nearly a month and a half already. Brothers felt they should put on proper welcome feast. "Come out, we have prepared quite a spread." Feast began like that, tempting aroma spreading from fat pig roasting in oven. Ari also bustled happily in the kitchen, preparing all kinds of good food to treat everyone. Seeing Johnson still silent in thought, the worker stepped over, patted his shoulder, and said they at least had to nourish him. He spent all day doing missions, and if only those zombies knew how to choose a proper day to appear, that would be great, but life was never that easy. After saying that, they pulled him to sit at the table piled high with food and urged him to sit down quickly. Johnson's face briefly showed confusion, and he raised his head, looking around. Before him were simple, honest people. In that moment, they seemed to have set aside all burdens of daily life for a while. He suddenly wondered when the last time was that he had eaten amid such a warm, gathered atmosphere. Happy memories from years ago suddenly flooded back. Perhaps it had been his own birthday party. Seeing Johnson still dazed, someone beside him stuffed a large pork leg into his hand and asked why he still had not eaten. What he was brooding over now, our slasher boy. He excitedly said they had caught this pig in the forest, while the other things had been saved up by the brothers before. Relax, there was nothing shady to worry about. Hearing that, Johnson glanced at the glossy, fragrant pieces of meat on the table. Workers around him all looked at him with eager eyes, hoping he would accept their goodwill. Not wanting to spoil everyone's fun, he opened his mouth and took a big bite of meat. Ari, standing beside him, also smiled gently. Johnson's eyes suddenly stung, tears almost spilling out. Moved, he blurted out that it was too delicious, so delicious he wanted to cry. The person beside him burst into laughter, raised a glass of beer, and teased that he was already praising it before he had even swallowed. See, he kept trying to act tough, but this was so good even he had to admit it, and honestly, he was really strong. Everyone kept eating and drinking in high spirits, laughter and chatter ringing everywhere. In this place, there seemed to be no distance between them, and everyone treated one another like close friends. That made a trace of regret rise in Johnson's heart, wishing they had more time together. He looked toward Ari and saw she was still savoring that rare little joy. Everyone at the construction site laughed and chatted happily, as if the world outside were still peaceful. Perhaps this very moment helped him temporarily forget the cruel reality. Johnson looked up at the night sky, and tangled thoughts surged back again. He remembered his dead older brother, his parents who could never return, and the harsh reality that made his heart ache. While he was still lost in thought, music suddenly rang out. Someone exclaimed in surprise that there were even instruments. Would the contractor scold them over this? Was there any need to make it this grand? command. That made the commander freeze too, asking what music this was, since they had always tried to keep the construction site in absolute silence. In an instant, the space fell into heavy stillness, and no one could say another word. A drunken man tried to speak, saying that sound was not coming from inside the construction site. Outside, high-powered speakers were blasting strange sounds, echoing from the world beyond the wall. Behind the vehicle racing toward them, a chaotic horde of zombies kept chasing after it. Ferocious undead charged forward like a pack of starving beasts. At the same time, the vehicles also sped ahead at terrifying speed. The defensive wall had not even been finished before those armored vehicles smashed it down in devastation. The scene instantly plunged into chaos as poor homeless people rushed out of the vehicles in panic. They had no idea they were only sacrifices in the plan. The zombies seized the chance at once and lunged into a vicious attack. The scene before them was no different from hell on earth, with the number of fallen rising every second. One zombie in the horde was suddenly drawn by a strange light coming from the distant construction site. Like a raging wave, the entire zombie horde changed direction together and charged madly toward that place. From above, Trang Hui coldly watched the entire death-stained farce. He swept his gaze around and ordered that the alarm bell had rung. It was time to release the larvae. As soon as he finished speaking, the jar containing the experimental zombie specimen was dropped straight to the ground. In an instant, the final mutated zombie was finally released. A giant, slimy zombie loomed on the ground. It opened its eyes wide and let out a roar as if calling its own kind. Inside the container, the workers were deep asleep after a long day of exhaustion, thinking they would have a peaceful night. Sensing the abnormal tremor, a worker jolted awake in panic and blurted out what the hell was happening. Was it an earthquake? Unexpected tragedy struck. The whole room shook violently, then was hurled into air, leaving everyone panicked and stumbling. Turned out mutated zombie had opened huge mouth wide, swallowing whole container box into belly. Sharp fangs crushed it like chewing candy, creating scene of terror beyond words. Monster roared with satisfaction, as if heralding start of horrific slaughter. Everything immediately fell into chaos. What cruel joke of fate. Just when everyone was enjoying party, zombies came from nowhere, as if every time they found some meaning in living, disaster would strike again. Johnson stared blankly at scene before him, completely unable to understand what had just happened. What in world was going on? Could music have lured them here? Seeing panic on his face, Ari immediately soothed him. Calm down, shovel demon. If people see Slasher lose spirit before zombies, they will fall apart. She looked toward room far away, then said firmly she would go get shovel for him, while immediate task was to get everyone out of here. Meanwhile, Johnson was still swallowed by despair. Flicker of hope that had just appeared was trampled again, no different from tragedy from years ago repeating. Haunting memories suddenly surged up, ground was filled with chaos, while swarm of undead frantically chased innocent residents. Johnson's father turned back, realized situation was dangerous and grew extremely worried. He clenched teeth, preparing to make life or death choice. With no way back, he poured all strength into shoving his son hard into safety. While everyone was still trembling and gasping in fear, he chose sacrifice to protect children. Jun-min, Jun-sun, father will meet you in Busan. But when Johnson met father again, he was only cold corpse, and that pain kept repeating without end. Scene of mourning covered everywhere. Yet only after everything ended did army slowly arrive to clean up aftermath. Once again, Johnson bitterly realized harsh truth, and only thing he could do in this moment. He looked at Ari, then nodded with gaze firmer than ever. He gave slight nod as if understanding other side's intent clearly. I need shovel and rope. Ari immediately ran into neighboring room to look. While that happened, he still carefully told her, after you get weapon for me, run straight to office. Order emergency evacuation for all workers, and he had already thought of way to deal with this monster. There was no time to waste even 1 second. Johnson shouted to signal everyone, get out of here now. I will hold them off. On way, he grabbed bone on table as makeshift weapon. At that moment, violent 8-pack zombie charged in to attack like wild beast. Johnson did not flinch either. He gripped weapon tightly in hand, ready to meet battle. His speed was like tearing through wind, continuously slamming heavy blows onto giant zombies' head. Under that barrage of attacks, it crashed to ground, but other zombies still kept surging in. The more he thought about it, the more raging anger burst inside Johnson. He growled, "You bastards dare ruin my party, then prepare to pay." Just remembering what they had done made flames of fury in him burn fiercely again. He swung bone hard, striking left and blocking right, sending zombies that rushed in from every direction flying away. Right when battle was at its most intense, a sudden crack rang out. Bone in his hand could not withstand impact and shattered, making him pause briefly. But only after a brief moment, Johnson quickly regained calm, eyes immediately scanning elsewhere to find way to turn situation around. If Bone was ruined, unable to keep smashing, he would use remaining sharp end to pierce undead that surrounded him. In the end, he threw final remaining weapon to ground. This time he was truly empty-handed, with nothing left to face 7 Kashiro zombies. While he was still struggling to calculate his next move, familiar shovel suddenly stabbed down right beside him. Ari sat behind motorcycle and called out to him, "Hold out there, shovel demon." Her voice still stayed calm, but she could not hide hint of worry as she hurriedly explained she would go to office to announce evacuation and contact headquarters right away. As soon as she finished, Ari gunned accelerator and sped off, leaving Johnson alone in middle of boiling battlefield. The moment her silhouette vanished, he took deep breath, gaze growing even steadier to prepare for next reckless choices. Gripping familiar weapon tightly, he shouted challenge at rampaging monsters. "Come on, second round starts now, uninvited guests." In another direction, group of workers was sprinting forward as if their lives depended on it, while anxiously discussing how they still could not see any zombie chasing them. Hearing that, Rest also stopped and gasped for breath. "You are right, Slasher must be risking life behind us to hold them off." Suddenly realizing crucial point, one man said anxiously, "If wall collapses or construction stops, then what will happen to our homes?" That question was like lightning bolt, leaving everyone in panic as they cried out that maybe everything would be ruined, since agreement only took effect after this wall was finished. Atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, silence covered everyone, and no one could utter another word. Suddenly, one person in group turned back the other way, leaving crowd extremely confused. "What are you doing? Where are you going?" One man hurriedly put hand on his shoulder to stop him. "Don't you see zombies outside? Going back is no different from seeking death." But when he looked back, 2 lines of powerless tears had already run down his face. "Whether I die here or make it back inside wall, it's all same, either way it's dead end." As he spoke more, despair in his voice grew clearer as he remembered past. "This is last chance for us to live like human beings. If we give up now and return to that miserable life, death will come sooner or later." After speaking, he forced himself to calm down, wiping away weak tears. "I will go back to help Slasher and protect Wall. I know how to use work tools. I will turn them into weapons." Under everyone's stunned gaze, he seemed to have made unshakable decision. "I am not forcing anyone to follow, but I choose to go back. I will fight for my own roof." Hearing those words from deepest heart, whole group fell silent, throats choking so hard they could not say anything. One of them lowered head in thought, seeming to be fighting fiercely inside as well. Man's gaze suddenly turned unusually resolute. He stepped forward and stood beside young man. "You are right, we deserve better life. If we must die, at least die with worth." That sentence was like dose of mental strength, regnating will in rest of them. All of them turned at once and followed 2 people in front. When they returned to battlefield, situation was still extremely critical. Johnson was still struggling to charge into encirclement and deal with zombies around him. Enemies surged from all sides. He told himself he had to protect everyone. While throwing himself into full force battle, he suddenly saw one worker being chased by zombies. Without even 1 second hesitation, Johnson immediately tied rope to shovel handle. He swung arm and hurled shovel hard towards zombies surrounding that worker. That move made worker so moved his eyes turned red and he hurriedly thanked him. But Johnson immediately cut him off. "Don't waste time thanking me. Get out of here now." At this time, bigger worries were all that remained in his mind. He had to protect office area and dormitory area, because those were places most likely to become new infection nests. Number of zombies kept rising without stop, making him start to feel powerless before current situation. Seeing some workers gradually transform, his heart grew even more tangled. Some people had already been infected, meaning rate of undead growth was even faster than rate he could kill them. He turned back, cautiously looking for Ari, but still could not see her. An unease in his heart grew even stronger. Where did that manager go? Why is there still no evacuation notice? At that moment, he noticed worker zombies had appeared all over walls. Scene immediately descended into utter chaos as sections of wall crashed down with thunderous noise. Johnson stood rooted to spot, staring blankly at scene before him. Behind his back, heavy trucks slowly appeared. People sitting behind steering wheels controlled trucks with astonishing skill. They used large container boxes to form barricade, blocking wave of attacks from 7 zombies. Witnessing situation suddenly reverse, Johnson could not help but be stunned. Workers quickly jumped down from trucks, hands gripping homemade weapons tightly as they marched straight forward. Smelling scent of living humans, zombies grew even more agitated and frantic. But unlucky for them, before they could even reach prey, they were burned to ash by workers using fire. Everyone gathered together, smiled, and said in unison, "We came to support you, Slasher." Johnson stammered, completely unable to understand what was happening. "Everyone, but why are you doing this?" One nimble man tightened weapon in hand and replied, "This is place where we will live, so we also have responsibility to protect it." Each person held different weapon, keeping defensive stance while speaking up. "Hole in wall is getting bigger. We think you need more people, Slasher. Another one cut in, damn it, everyone wants to fight, so I can't leave them behind. Stop whining, old man, you already handled a whole pile of zombies alone before Sir Slasher even got here. Johnson understood he could not drive them away anymore, so he could only sigh and accept it. Damn it. Listen up, if you turn into zombies, I won't go easy on you. I will really deal with you. Hearing that, group of workers only looked at each other and smiled in silent understanding. Regaining momentum, Johnson immediately shot toward Undead Swarm. He loudly ordered them to hold that breach and block them off, while I will clear out zombies that dare come near wall. And he also realized one thing: they were no longer fighting for personal gain. All of them were absolutely obeying his orders, because these workers were defending wall for their own future home. Workers strained to hold back each wave of zombies, constantly shouting encouragement and reminding each other to keep resisting, absolutely not letting them break through. Johnson silently thanked them for bravely picking up weapons to fight, instead of fleeing in fear. Scene before him grew more and more chaotic. Everything was in disarray, but this battle was still far from over. In another place, Ari was panting from exhaustion as she watched scene before her. She was completely powerless, seeing office container box had been badly destroyed. All communication equipment was inside, but now that it was overturned like this, it was definitely not something ordinary zombies could have done. Intuition told her something was extremely unusual, definitely not human, but a high-level mutant species. But too worried about Johnson, Ari immediately changed direction. Demon Hall could not handle this alone. He was only C-rank Slasher. We need reinforcements from Busan fast. Her face instantly turned cold, seriousness carved deep into every feature. But the moment she turned her head, she caught sight of a terrifying scene she would never want to see in her life. A mutated zombie with mouth wide open, covered in syrup, eyes full of malice, rushed straight at Ari. Scene shifted to temporary government skyscraper, where headquarters of Ministry of National Defense Special Task Force was located. A hand lightly knocked on door of imposing office here. A short-haired girl with sharp style, that icy face, was none other than Ministry of National Defense rank manager, team leader Yoonji Yang. Seeing her enter, Supreme Commander was slightly surprised, then asked, coming to report situation. She gently nodded in confirmation. Yes, sir, there is currently nothing too special. However, there is one piece of news you may want to know. Wang Tech immediately ordered, do not make me ask. Report everything from A to Z. This man was Major Lim Wang Tech, core member of Ministry of National Defense rank Slasher Squad. Yoonji Yang nodded and began reporting. We have not received any afternoon report from construction site at Din E. Also, side opposite wall of Din E reported seeing smoke rising. As soon as he heard that, he casually loaded his gun with terrifyingly skilled movements. This time he pointed gun straight at her and said sternly, Din E wall project is key project of temporary government. We absolutely cannot allow any mistake. After speaking, Jang Sik took a drag on cigarette while leading mighty troops forward. I will handle this personally. A fierce battle between Zombie Horde and Johnson. Fight was still taut as bowstring. Continuous fighting for long time had left his body worn down and exhausted, but besides gritting teeth and enduring, he had no other choice. Luckily, their numbers had dropped significantly. Fierce slaughter between both sides still showed no sign of cooling down. Thanks to workers' efforts, Zombie Horde had been forced into a tight corner. News of zombie appearance had also been relayed in time. Johnson watched intently as workers gave everything to block disaster. Looks like our side is controlling situation. I have not seen anyone infected further either. Suddenly sensing something was wrong, he immediately looked back. Before his eyes were barricade walls collapsing, just in time to stop zombie wave assault. Only then did worker dare breathe out in relief, then signal that it was safe. Situation was gradually improving, which also let him feel somewhat more at ease. Even if there would still be damage, at least we can limit it and stop it from spreading, keep both wall and people inside. He quickly looked another way, hand clenched with determination. I can protect everything. But intuition again warned of bad news, and Johnson immediately turned to look another direction. What met his eyes now was giant mutated zombie frantically chasing Ari. Seeing that huge monster plowing through entire area, he could not help being horrified. What the hell is that? Girl slammed brakes and shouted the news loudly. It is a mutant. Demon Hall has a mutant appearing. She hurriedly explained situation. That monster already destroyed all communication equipment, but workers fleeing toward Busan Wall will soon inform lasers about this. The more she spoke, the faster her breathing became. We will have reinforcements within 1 hour. Only problem right now is, seeing her speaking more roundabout than usual, Johnson immediately urged, stop beating around bush, say point straight. She asked back helplessly. This monster has fully mutated, at least B-rank mutant. Do you have enough strength to deal with it? Image of giant zombie towering above everything flashed in his mind. That grotesque thing was called mutant. He even remembered what Killer Sam had once said. Only partial mutation signs, then it could be D-rank. Dire situation pushed Johnson into extreme dilemma. Damn it, if I do not act, then everyone here will be done for. I have no other choice. He panicked and sank into chaotic thoughts. Thing I faced last time was only C-rank. Knowing situation was hanging by a thread, he shouted warning. You and those workers get out of here now. I still do not know how to bring it down, nor how heavy damage will be. Ari heard that and immediately nodded in understanding, but still did not forget to remind him. Good luck, I will also do my best. Opponent before him was giant mutant, signaling bloody battle about to erupt. Johnson quickly examined its traits closely. Soil worms usually compress body to maximum for fastest speed, but its true size can reach. He took a deep breath, then looked more closely at every detail on its body. Around 35 meters, its body was many times larger than his, nearly as tall as a 10-story building. This monster was still crying for mother, sounding both baffling and irritating. Johnson laughed contemptuously at that cry. Mother my ass, just how big is this thing in the end? It slowly opened its murky eyes, then roared nonstop. Right after that, monster opened its mouth like a black hole in universe, and charged straight at Johnson. He had no time to think about what was happening, mind blank. What move should I use to deal with it? Then he forced himself to calm down. That was only the fear common when facing mutant species. Immediately, his eyes turned far colder and far more resolute. No time left to hesitate, and Kim Johnson did not need to think further. Johnson tightened familiar weapon in his hand. When soil worm monster rushed into attack, every movement here seemed fast enough to blur. It opened mouth wide and lifted head, but he had already vanished from its sight at some point. He had also laid out strategy for himself, letting body fall freely into giant pit inside soil worm. Instinct and bodily reflex led the way. Chun-Su hurled rope, spun in midair, preparing decisive counterattack. A historic moment was being reenacted. Just like Day, he went mad and slaughtered 8,000 zombies. Even this soil worm had not expected scene to repeat itself. Standing proudly on top of it, he raised weapon high and shouted tauntingly. Too easy to predict. Big brutes are always slow. Chun-Su poured out all his strength, continuously bringing down lightning-fast strikes onto giant monster head. It felt intense pain spread through entire body as one long slash tore through head. Soil worm kept screaming in extreme agony. Chun-Su's eyes flickered with hope when he saw effect of last strike. Method was very clear, just wait until its speed slowed down, then seize chance and hit hard. But regrettably, this soil worm was as stubborn as king, frantically thrashing as if trying to fling Chun-Su away. Both hands were already stained with red syrup splattering everywhere, yet he did not even think of letting go and instead gripped rope tighter. Let it thrash. I will cling to rope and dodge attacks. Absolutely will not let it run too far. At this moment his body was hanging in midair. Life depended on only one small but tough rope. Monster still had not realized what was happening. It did not know it had just provoked wrong opponent. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes, as if it had sensed something was off. Chun-Su rushed up right in front of it, laughed, then hurled challenge. Done yet, old hag? Now my turn to slash you. The moment he finished speaking, he immediately opened his mouth wide while raising legendary haul and pointing straight ahead. He poured out all strength to launch attack at this huge and stubborn monster. That whole breathless battle scene all fell into eyes of mysterious onlooker watching from afar. He pushed up glasses and gave an amused comment. Enjoy it. Stupid fool, he still had no idea real show had only just begun. Even boss had to struggle with it. Suddenly soil worm body began swelling larger and larger, its face hidden by dense muscle mass. Face faded away behind layer after layer of thick fat, causing Chun-Su's strike to lose all effect. He was shocked to extreme, because this was first time he had seen such grotesque defensive mechanism with his own eyes. Chun-Su was still at a loss over how to deal with it when from behind, it slowly rose up. He was truly alarmed. Before he could finish speaking, a horrifying punch slammed straight into his face. So Chun-Su took full force of that punch, knocked flying backward in pain. After tumbling several times in midair, soil worm body underwent another bizarre transformation. It took form of two giant hands gripping Chun-Su, sealing off all his movements. The moment it caught prey, it immediately smashed him hard into ground, leaving his whole body nearly paralyzed. Pain like bones being torn apart spread through his body. In his mind now remained only one thought. What the hell is going on here? Chun-Su forced himself through pain, struggled to stay calm, then slowly stood up, turned his head back, telling himself he would continue fighting. But just as he was about to counterattack, that monster seemed to have vanished without trace. At this moment he fell into extreme confusion. Where did it go? He had no idea that right behind him, silhouette of monster had quietly appeared. Soil worm stood towering behind his back, a situation he could never have foreseen. Its speed was beyond normal, leaving him stunned for several seconds, unable to react at all. Watching battle grow fiercer and fiercer, Zhang Hui grew even more excited. Right now was it too easy? Rain of punches from Monster kept slamming into Chun-Su, leaving his mind dizzy, almost stripping away all awareness. Even when he struggled up to resist, all effort still became useless before overwhelming power of this monster. It used absolute advantage to crush him, leaving him not even one chance to counterattack. Just like that, he was no different from living sandbag, letting Monster torture him at will. Chun-Su had completely fallen into helplessness, trying all methods yet still unable to answer back. I have lost initiative, something has to distract it, even one moment is enough. At that very moment, a crane suddenly came into his sight. Crane's mechanical arm swung hard, rushing straight toward Earthworm, madly attacking. Worker controlling machine shouted loudly, "Climb up, Mr. Slasher." Looks like Monster itself was also beginning to notice something abnormal was happening. Not just one, but many other earthworms also rushed toward this area together. Danger where threat of life hung by a strand, Chun-Su had no choice but to launch ropes forward. He seized chance, tightening around Earthworm as if to finish it right there. Using momentum of his charge, he unleashed powerful punch straight ahead. Take this. More he fought, more his killing aura flared, only wanting to pay back in full for what it had just done to him. Die, bastard. Chun-Su gritted his teeth, pouring out all strength, repeatedly hammering down thunder-heavy punches. Streams of fluid from it splattered through air, creating scene both ghastly and terrifying. He did not forget to land another finishing blow straight on Earthworm face. Realizing bare hands still were not enough to end it, he continued tightening grip on weapon in hand. He raised weapon high, face covered in killing intent and fierce rage. Just before final strike, he found someone from behind had moved to stop him. Turning around, he immediately saw Zhang Hui standing there like a tower. "You are that slasher." Zhang Hui nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yes, but today is different. Today I am just gangster buddy. After exhausting clash, Chun-Su was almost out of strength. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, why do you guys not show up together?" Yet in his eyes, flame of determination had not gone out as he looked ahead. Earthworm at this moment was covered in injuries, lying motionless on ground after his continuous barrage. To gain more room to maneuver, Chun-Su immediately jumped down below. Seeing that, Zhang Hui could only sigh in frustration. "Damn, I climbed all way up here and now I have to go back down." He also quickly jumped down after him. Each heavy step, full of killing intent, slowly approached. Sword dragged across ground, producing chilling scraping sound. Standing before Chun-Su, Zhang Hui pressed knife to his neck, then smiled and said, "Since you already scared that mutant, trouble you to destroy this wall for me too, rookie." While preparing to strike, Zhang Hui's gaze suddenly froze because he noticed something unusual. Unexpected attack from outside slammed in, forcing him to turn around and respond at once. Only when he looked closely did he see sword had been stabbed into ground at some unknown time. Looking at ruined scene before him, Zhang Sik shouted in alarm, "What in world happened here?" Scene here was terrifyingly chaotic, zombie corpses and human bodies lying all over. Even corpse of mutated earthworm was lying sprawled there. A group of workers fled in panic, scattering before fully deformed zombies. Zhang Hui still kept calm look, standing still and watching opponent. Zhang Sik was enraged when he saw everything smashed to ruin. "Was this your doing, bastard?" Information about Zhang Sik immediately appeared. Ministry of Defense Special Task Force. A rank slasher, Zhang Sik. On battlefield, he was an extremely formidable war machine, enough to wipe out thousands of zombies. Many other data also gradually came to light. Nickname Major Lim, real name Im Sorong. Before Epidemic, he had once been captain of Special Forces Unit and possessed countless distinguished medals. Back then, he had once commanded a very close-knit company, which was also recorded in commemorative photo from 2020, taken during deployment in Desert Campaign. In everyone's eyes, Wang Tek was always perfect model, always achieving outstanding results. His feats also spread widely on social media. Special operation was completed. Armed forces successfully rescued hostage missionary group. Zhang Sik truly was an upright soldier. That was life ideal and belief he always pursued. Since youth, his medal collection had already been astonishingly large. Scene suddenly returned to past in remote desert overseas, where strategic unit was stationed Davidson Barracks. It was vast barren land, with almost no green trees. Pushing open door and stepping inside room, Zhang Sik at that time had only one eye left after countless life and death battles. Seeing him appear, Commander stammered in explanation, "Captain Lim, I am truly sorry about your platoon. I truly did not know." Before he could finish, Zhang Sik's eyes were already filled with hatred. He pointed guns straight ahead. Bang, bullet shot straight into Commander's forehead, killing him instantly. From then on, Zhang Sik committed grave crime by personally killing his superior during overseas mission deployment. As soon as he left there, he was immediately surrounded by military and sentenced to 12 years in military re-education camp. In dark prison room, Zhang Sik sat silently pondering, as if those cold iron bars could not make him waste time in vain. He used every minute and second to throw himself into brutal training, honing himself into something stronger. His eyes blazed with will, diligently training without knowing fatigue. While he was focused on training, a strange man suddenly appeared outside and called out, "Captain Lim." From that moment on, everything began. Big Man spoke clearly, "Are you willing to fight for Motherland once more?" That question made him freeze, all thanks to his exceptional skill. After only a short time of being released, Jang Sik and his comrades continuously swept through and killed undead to protect humanity. His eyes at that time were no longer same as before, blazing with grand ideal for country. Remembering Jang Sik's file, Zhang Hui's face briefly showed awkwardness. "Major Lim, an A-rank slasher. I only want to confirm that mutant finished mission before slipping away." He glanced at Chun Su, still collapsed on ground, silently cursing that damned rookie who had held him back too long. Seeing him still silent, Jang Sik angrily bit down on cigarette and growled in questioning, "Am I asking if this was your doing, bastard? Do not think you can fool me. Answer now." Realizing direct confrontation was too unfavorable, he hurriedly raised his hand in explanation. "What are you talking about? I only rushed here because I heard zombies were reported, that is all." But how could that bit of cover fool him? Jang Sik fixed him with a hard stare, then questioned, "You planning to use sword covered in zombie fluid to stab people? How are you going to explain that?" Though feeling a little guilty, he still forced himself to stay calm, could not let him get a hold on him. He gave a cold laugh and immediately made up an excuse. "Just zombie fluid on sword. I was planning to teach this guy a lesson for trying to get ahead of himself." Wanting to change subject, Zhang Hui glanced at Jang Sik's military uniform, then said, "Just some friction between slashers. Soldier should understand that, right?" Too lazy to argue further, Chun Su suddenly shouted in annoyance, making him jump. He trembled, pointing straight at Zhang Hui's face and accusing, "This bastard and his gang deliberately released zombies." Though voice was weak, he still tried to point ahead. "After I dealt with that mutant, he launched a dirty sneak attack on me. Total scum." Exposed, Zhang Hui turned shame into anger, kicking hard at opponent. "How dare you hold fluid in your mouth and spit it on someone? Despicable thing, not manly at all." Watching Chun Su grit his teeth through pain, Jang Sik curled his lips in interested smile. Truly an interesting kid. He was this tough during exchange too. Suddenly, memory of first time Chun Su had appeared before crowd surged back into his mind. That very incident had sparked interest of Jang Sik and his comrades beside him. Back in present, Jang Sik laughed, then delivered verdict, "Tails out, bastard. So what do you plan to do next?" Knowing everything had been exposed and there was no retreat, Zhang Hui had no choice but to raise sword into guard. "What else can I do? Just swing a few sword moves for fun." Wang Tak lightly spun short knife in his hand, then declared in a loud voice, "Under Article 2, Section 13 of Zombie Prevention Law, for those who intentionally spread zombie virus to public." His eyes burned like fire, fixed straight on that thing not even equal to beast, "will be sentenced to death on the spot." Zhang Hui also showed no fear. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Fine. Thanks for warning, soldier. But if you cannot kill me, that head on your neck, I will take it." Both charged at each other at once, signaling fierce deathmatch about to erupt. Zhang Hui struck first with relentless sword blows, but Jang Sik still dodged with ease. Fiercer clash became stranger. Zhang Hui felt. This man ranked higher only because damned system scored by zombies killed. Wang Tak still kept same indifferent face, while he believed he was one who had killed more people. Memories pulled him back to time when Zhang Hui was still weak, oppressed and bullied all day by thugs. Unable to swallow that humiliation, he once took sword and stabbed bully straight through. His years with sword were far longer than that man's. Back in present, Zhang Hui gritted teeth, unleashing vicious moves in succession, reminding himself he absolutely could not lose in this one-on-one duel. Narrow blade flashed again and again, always poised to take Jang Sik's life. He had told himself he would not allow himself to fall under any circumstance. The crowd below fell utterly silent, watching every shift in suffocating battle with fixed attention. Thinking game was about to end, Zhang Hui suddenly lost all confidence when he saw Jang Sik, still calmly holding cigarette at corner of his lips, as if nothing mattered. No matter how much strength Zhang Hui poured in, everything was mere drop in sea before Jang Sik's masterful dodging. He kept swinging sword but could not touch even one strand of Major Lim's hair. Instead, he seemed to have calculated every move in advance. While dodging, he used knife to cut into opponent's flesh whenever that man showed gap. After struggle dragged on, Zhang Hui gradually exhausted, panting again and again, he wondered if this man was toying with him. He helplessly watched opponent twirl knife with delighted look. Shouldn't he finish quickly so he could deal with zombies outside wall? How could he remain so calm, not afraid everything would collapse? That indifference drove him mad, and he roared, "Why?" Hearing this, he only gave cold smile, treating it as not worth minding. Why ask if he was playing with you? He would say this first. Superiors ordered them to save bullets when killing zombies. Syrup still clung to knife as he continued. "So I'm using time to train knife hand a bit. Fighting you is fairly entertaining too." His gaze was icy, filled with killing intent. You don't need worry about zombies. My soldiers are all picked elites, with high skills. Elsewhere, John Gunn turned and praised soldiers. Comrades, your fighting spirit is admirable. He gave decisive smile and said, now I'm here. Everyone stop worrying, lower weapons and rest. As soon as words fell, he immediately opened heavy fire at zombie horde. With precise volleys alone, he quickly swept away these troublesome undead. Next came Shoji's show. She displayed sniper skills as she took down monsters harassing them. In another corner, Chogan stood high above, observing whole battlefield. In his hands was weapon prepared with extreme care. Taking deep breath, he hugged weapon and plunged from above straight into middle of zombie horde. Heavy blows like hammer strikes crashed straight onto heads of undead below. Back at duel, Jang Sik sneered and said, I bet my soldiers have already taken control of this area. Those words made opponent even more furious. Thinking of all efforts so far turning to nothing, he rushed forward like madman. You bastard, I'll kill you. Seizing that moment, corner of his lips curved into victorious smile. Here it was, this fatal opening would make that man pay with his life. Understood too clearly that man's greatest weakness right now was hot temper and loss of composure. Jang Sik leisurely took deep drag from cigarette. As Zhang Hui had just closed in, he gently blew cigarette butt from his mouth. Glowing red cigarette tip immediately pressed into that man's forehead, making him scream in agony. Dizzied by pain, he could only swing sword wildly through air. Not missing golden chance, Jang Sik tightened grip on knife, ready to deliver finishing blow. He charged straight into Zhang Hui's crumbling defense while that man was still flailing. His knife strikes were supple yet razor sharp, gliding lightly as if carrying death. Finally, he ended fight by driving knife deep into Zhang Hui's head. Yanking blade out, Jang Sik coldly gave farewell. Lucky you, it's over now. Witnessing that chain of supreme combat skills, Chun Su froze until his mouth hung open. Seen from above, Jang Sik had defeated Zhang Hui far too easily. When he saw enemy's lifeless corpse fall with thud right before him, Chun Su was utterly shocked. That was... After killing Zhang Hui, Jang Sik still calmly lit cigarette and smoked, as if no massacre had just happened. Only now did Chun Su truly understand vast gap between ranks. Seeing him keep staring, Jang Sik laughed. Why stare so hard, admiring me? Switching to construction zone at Wall E stronghold. This place was now buried in thick smoke and flames. Earthworm's corpse lay motionless on ground. Everything was gradually ending thanks to work of C-rank slasher, Semi-Ji Yong's Hall Demon. Chun Su still lay there, body drained from exhaustion. Not only him, other workers had also spent all their strength on that fateful night, all thanks to their swift response. At same time, timely arrival of a rank laser like Wan Ji was final piece. Situation had been controlled. Jin E Wall also successfully defended. Jang Sik glanced at Chun Su still sprawled on ground, thinking he looks tough enough, yet he collapsed after only this. While bandaging Chun Su's head, he commented, you have skill, but still need much more training. Suddenly, report rang out, Commander. He turned back. John Gunn stepped forward, smiling as he reported result, wall area has been cleared, mission complete. They were Ministry of National Defense Special Task Force, B-rank slasher, Elite Marine. John Gunn had eliminated total of 45.337 zombies. Hearing this, Jang Sik only criticized calmly. What do you want me to do? Pat your head and praise you as good boy. Completing assigned mission is only natural. Stop daydreaming. His gaze slid to Chun Su, still motionless on cold ground. What needed doing right now was first aid bandaging for him, then prepare to withdraw. Suddenly, Shoji keenly noticed something wrong. She carefully observed Earthworm corpse before her and praised without stint. This is battle achievement handled by that rookie. Looking at this mutated form, it has to be at least B-rank mutant worm. No joke. That astonishing power made her start finding Chun Su more interesting. C-rank slasher yet still pretty decent. Allow introduction, she is member of Ministry of National Defense Special Task Force. B-rank slasher rapid-fire sharpshooter Jiangxi. Record of 30.121 targets eliminated. After finishing analysis, Soji immediately turned to question Wang Tik. If he has enough strength to take down B-rank mutant species, doesn't that mean he already has more than enough to rise to B-rank? Wang Tik barked in irritation. If you want, go file application yourself for me to promote him. Did you hear anything I said? Call helicopter and bring him back to base, hurry. Us whole team lifted Chun Su together, preparing to leave this remote place. Quiet man wearing camouflage like walking bush was Chogan. He silently carried Su on his back and moved forward. Ministry of National Defense Special Task Force, B-rank slasher camouflage infiltrator Chogan. Record of 521 plus mutant eliminated. Jang Sik sighed in boredom, then scolded teammates in this squad. Only that rookie soldier is quiet and follows orders. Looks like I need straighten out discipline of those people. Jang Sik's group gradually disappeared, leaving behind ruined and blood-soaked battlefield. Time passed silently, until next morning at Central Hospital of Republic of Korea Armed Forces. Door of room hung sign reading VIP inpatient room Kim Chun Su. After long stupor, Chun-Su slowly opened heavy eyes and looked ahead. Panicked, he realized he was wearing patient clothes and lying in completely unfamiliar place. Looking up at unfamiliar ceiling, he wondered and sank into thought. This ceiling again, how many times has this damn thing repeated now? Suddenly, Chun-Su remembered first time he fought to brink of death, also first hospital admission. Then came second time, when he had to fight to death against that large, powerful man. Thinking of it, he sighed heavily, dejected. This is already third time. My life never needed hospital before. Why must I keep suffering this bed-bound fate? Chun-Su shifted eyes elsewhere. What hell is this? Who are those guys now? John Gunn was squatting there, mouth constantly counting Jang Sik's push-ups. 147 left, 146 left. Soji calmly sat peeling apple, while Chogon was busy trimming his thick camouflage outfit. Looking at those strange actions, he could only sigh in dismay, utterly unsure how to handle this situation. I'm probably going crazy soon. What on earth are they doing? Jang Sik was training with enthusiasm when he suddenly realized Chun-Su had awakened. He immediately strode towards sickbed, leaving John Gunn beside him stunned. Commander, why did you stop? You still haven't finished one set. Jang Sik quickly signaled, shut up, rookie is awake. As soon as he arrived, Jang Sik pointed straight at his forehead and criticized, hey buddy, I see your eyes are wide open now. Thinking of that, he sighed even more helplessly. I truly don't want to get involved with this group. Owing that crazy woman is already tiring enough. But clearly Jang Sik had no intention of letting it pass, and a flash of annoyance appeared on his face. The room suddenly so silent it felt eerie. Chun-Su was so furious he could not hold back any longer. He sat up straight and snapped, damn it, leave me alone, will you? Jang Sik looked visibly surprised. Why are you so irritable? I just saved your life. The moment Chun-Su woke up, he launched into a string of complaints. Whoever helps me only does it for money. You wanted to pry something from me too, right? Jang Sik still replied calmly. Do I look like some greedy bastard to you? Those words left John Gunn standing nearby stunned. How did you guess that? Can you read other people's minds? Those words made the air in the room turn heavy. Everyone fell silent and deep in thought. Thinking he had seen through their scheme, Chun-Su instantly rushed toward the window and shouted, I knew it, you bastards are in league with debt collectors too. Jang Sik panicked, rushed over, grabbed him tight, and explained, this has nothing to do with money, old man. Do you even know what floor we are on, and you want to jump? After being dragged back inside and sitting down to calm down for quite a while, the whole room sank into silence. No one said a word. To break that stifling mood, Chun-Su cautiously asked, so you will not make me repay the debt, right? Jang Sik stressed again. I said no. Have you lost all faith in life? Seeing the doubt still written all over Chun-Su's face, he patiently explained that the Jin-E Barricade project was a government-funded undertaking. Though most funding came from private sector, he also laid out the structure he had calculated, with national budget of Provisional Government of Korea accounting for 30%, private enterprise 70%. At this point, his expression turned stern. That is why we gathered together, and result was project was successfully defended. After a long-winded explanation, he quickly wrapped it up. In short, I am not some thug hired to collect debts. I absolutely have no intention of reaching into your pocket either. Hearing that, Chun-Su finally let out a relieved breath. However, Wang Tek pointed at Chun-Su and continued to explain, that is only matter between me and you. Relationship between private companies and government is another issue. Government granted many shares to private sector on condition that wall must be completed on time, absolutely no delay. Horror scene from yesterday was still deeply etched in both their memories. But look at current damage. Resuming construction right away is nearly impossible. Too many gaps still need fixing. Clearly those grand-scale explanations did not get through Chun-Su's head at all. Why are you talking so convoluted? Get straight to point. I quit school after elementary. Do not make this into riddle. Even though Chun-Su still looked blank and did not understand, Wang Tek kept explaining in detail. The moment I report this upward, provisional government will see it as perfect excuse to take back control of project. His face darkened, his voice extremely grave. Put simply, employer who hired you will go bankrupt, and you will not get a single cent. Those words hit like slap to face, leaving Chun-Su frozen in place. After thinking for a while, he asked, then what will happen to workers who used to work there? He suddenly remembered those pitiful workers who braved danger to cling to construction site just for chance at stable home. They had put in so much effort without asking for a single cent, only because they believed promise of getting housing. That humane question left Jang Sik unable to hide his own shock. Wang Tek asked back in fusion, you are not worried about what will happen to yourself. Those strangers losing their homes matter more than reputation of a slasher like you. Hearing that, he immediately clenched his fist and asked in bitterness, does reputation give me somewhere to return to? Does reputation help me find my family again? Chun Su's eyes burned with determination as he made his original purpose clear. I do not care about that empty reputation, so please do not let them lose their homes. Just report to your superiors that I fell asleep and did not know zombies attacked. I will take full responsibility. Those words made Jang Sik laugh in amusement, all kinds of thoughts flashing through his head. Should he call him stupid or noble? Was there still such a person in this world? Suddenly, he remembered photo taken with teammates years ago. He had once thought people as righteous as them had all disappeared after this world rotted away. On photo, text was clearly visible. 2020. Desert Campaign Deployment. After a few seconds of weighing it, he turned to Soji and signaled her to tell Lieutenant Song not to submit report for now. She immediately stood and obeyed order. After that, he looked at Chun Su again and made an irresistible offer. And you, Kui Seng, how about coming to work under me? The moment he finished speaking, ward door was shoved open rudely. The one who barged in this time was Yunji Yang, and she shouted furiously, "No way in hell, you soldier bastard." Chun Su instinctively took a step back. Lakota, what a narrow road for enemies to meet. Ari also hurried in to check on him. I am sorry. When I arrived, I heard you had already been taken to hospital. Are you injured anywhere? I did not know where they took you, so I came late. Yunji Yang strode up furiously and pointed straight at Jang Sik while cursing nonstop. 800 billion. Before 800 billion is fully paid, no one is allowed to take him anywhere. No, even if you pay off his debt for him, you still have no right to take him away. I found him first. Whether I want to keep him or stomp him into the ground is my business, you damn soldier. Hearing that act of keeping him, Wang Tek laughed mockingly. You still like to keep your slasher tightly leashed like that, this money addict. Or is that an after effect from what happened with Su Ho? The moment she heard that forbidden name, her anger exploded even more violently. Just as both sides were about to plunge into a fierce war of words, Sang-ho cut in. This is my lady's fault for still being somewhat childish and impulsive. Sang-ho's face turned cold, his eyes fixed on Jang Sik with clear reproach. But why was this older brother deliberately bringing up old matters she did not want to mention? Watching everything grow more tangled by the second, like a mess of knots, Jang Sik felt utterly exhausted. He looked up, voice full of irritation. These arrogant brats are about to make my blood boil. Right when argument reached peak, Chogon suddenly appeared, startling everyone. He quickly held up an information sheet in front of everyone. I think arguing 1-1 with employer brings no benefit, especially when other side is the major who is needed. He continued holding sheet towards Sang-ho and Yun-ji Yang, and both of them could not hide surprise. Content on paper was written very clearly. Then why not let us hire Slasher? Do you not see how this benefits both sides? Since we are on topic, let us also talk briefly about concept of hired slasher. This is contract between two companies to hire a slasher with traits and skills suited to needs. Chun Su's profile was also listed clearly. Kui Sang Mi, Ji Aong, real name Kim Chun Su, low intelligence, arrogant attitude, disrespectful to superiors, complete blockhead, attack rating 4 stars, defense high stars. Of course, things were not that simple. Contract would be carried out for a fixed term, for special missions. Everyone present understood this rule tacitly. To put it plainly, it was just a contract between companies. Wang Tek pointed at Chun Su and concluded, I will calculate his hiring cost and send quotation by fax to your company. It seemed after all these years, talking to her had made no progress at all, like teaching a child. That made Chun Su fly into a rage. He shot up and protested fiercely. Hiring what? I never agreed to that. I am not your slave. The moment he finished speaking, Yunji Yang spun around and cursed him out. If you are so capable, spit out 800 billion and pay debt now. Even Jang Sik did not spare him, adding another reproach. Do you want me to send that report out or not? Being pressed from both sides by two powerful people, he could only fall silent in helplessness, not knowing what to do to satisfy everyone. Unable to bear this unfair life any longer, Jang Sik roared and threw whole hospital into chaos. What the hell is this? Out in corridor, Wang Tek strode ahead, with John Gun and Chogon close behind. Seeing boss seemed ready to leave, John Gunn asked worriedly, Major, are you done here? Are you leaving now? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. He woke up. Recruitment is done too. Our mission here is over. The strange curl of his lips, he told team. Now I am going to find that bastard Jiang Diak-chun and settle score. Scene then shifted to GDC Group headquarters, a skyscraper fully equipped with all conveniences. Luxurious VIP room, Diak-chun's brazen hands were holding several beautiful women while talking. Feeling something was off, he lowered his head to look at watch on his wrist. By now that old man should have called in his report already. Suddenly, chairman's office door was violently shoved open from outside. One flustered subordinate rushed in to report chairman. news about Trang Hui. That bad news left Deok Chun stunned for a few seconds. What? Trang Hui is gone? The secretary quickly recounted what he knew. Not only had Trang Hui vanished without a trace, even zombies at Wall, including mutated ones, had been wiped clean. He frowned and calculated, plan is ruined. There is no way Trang Hui could stir everything up and then vanish like that. We are in big trouble. Seeing he still remained silent, the secretary was about to ask for instructions when phone suddenly rang with a piercing shrill. Deok Chun calmly glanced down at notebook filled with confidential information. He quickly said, we need to make several calls in this notebook, all VIP numbers. Army General Kim 2010, Opposition Lawmaker Jiang 2010, Army General Kdoi Kankan 300, Ruling Party Lawmaker Hua Yorwan 2020. Sensing bad omen rushing in, Deok Chun immediately ordered everyone to gather at building main gate. Forget those drunkards, military could sweep through here at any time. Subordinate nodded rapidly. Yes, sir. The more he thought, the more anxious he became, not knowing how to handle it. Damn it, it has been a long time since I felt this worried. Luxury supercar braked hard right in front of massive building. Jang Sik stepped out of car, his aura soaring as if he wanted to swallow the whole world. Before towering building, he also let out an admiring remark. Look at that, seems like his dirty business made a ton of money. How about we also wash our hands, hang up our swords, and start a business like that bastard? Do you not feel stifled by this pathetic government salary? Soji got out of car and hit nail on head. We know you do not mean that, sir. John Gunn also nodded in agreement. Soldier pay is indeed low, but it is clean money. I greatly value that, sir. As usual, Jang Sik held a cigarette in his hand while speaking. But I think low salary is indeed a problem, so I feel extremely satisfied getting rid of business of those damned rich bastards. Since team is already in position, move. The moment they stepped inside, 4 men immediately ran into a lineup of burly bodyguards with bulging muscles. Those men were standing there with grim faces, waiting. That scene made Jang Sik laugh, planning to open new gym on ground floor. Muscles look pretty good. He also did not forget to warn them, we are here to carry out sentence. Do not make this hard for each other. Do not let yourself end up in a ridiculous mess because of unnecessary loyalty. Clearly those men had no intention of listening to him. They only answered with cold, threatening stares. The 4 were instantly surrounded by bodyguards with weapons in hand. Noticing strange smell, John Gunn wrinkled his nose. You all stink. Suri observed situation and reported, it looks like they have no intention of letting us through, sir. At this time, Deok Chun's secretary stepped out, arrogantly raised middle finger and declared, Chairman is busy with 100 matters, no audience. And what do you think you are doing at private facility in middle of night? That made Jang Sik furious. What nonsense are you talking? He loudly questioned. What about you releasing zombies into construction site in middle of night? He still stubbornly denied it. I do not know what you are talking about. Zombies? What zombies? Understanding that slippery attitude clearly, he was angry but still remained calculating. Still planning to pretend in front of me. Then it is time to use force. Huang Tech immediately pulled out zombie prevention law and read every word clearly. According to Section 10, Clause 1 of Zombie Prevention Law, any individual who intentionally spreads zombie virus, along with those who directly or indirectly aid that act. He had only read this far when bodyguards turned pale, hesitating over which side to follow, because they feared being charged with treason. After finishing, Jang Sik closed book and lowered his voice in accusation. Do you want to spend rest of your lives rotting in prison as reactionaries? That hard statement made bodyguards begin to hesitate, unable to stop themselves from thinking again. Realizing situation was slipping out of control, Secretary hurriedly stressed again. Let me say this again, we know absolutely nothing. He kept quibbling that they had right to protect property and private area, so they could not let him go upstairs, hoping he would understand. That excuse only made his anger flare, almost enough to make him strike at once. Standing beside him, Suri even teased, Sir, you were rejected straight to your face. This kind of provocation is probably beyond even anger control medicine. He restrained himself before that strange group and said coldly, You are forcing me. I tried to keep some respect for dead. I originally did not want to open this bag right in main hall, but you have left me no choice. As soon as he finished speaking, John Gunn also bent down, preparing to open mysterious bag before everyone. The mouth of bag was pulled open. Trang Hui's corpse appeared before all eyes. Still planning to deny it. Was that man not from your company? Seeing Trang Hui's ice-cold face, bodyguards immediately fell into panic, because that was Big Brother Trang Hui himself. Secretary turned around angrily and shouted, Take him away. Seeing that abnormal reaction, Suri grew even more delighted. He also has anger control issues. This is starting to get interesting. After calculation, he made up another story. I do not know what is happening, but if he was involved, then it was certainly his own action, with no order from higher-ups. Trang Hui's corpse still lay coldly there, carrying heavy traces like evidence difficult to deny. Secretary gritted his teeth and declared that if he had no concrete proof and no search warrant, this matter had nothing to do with them. Clearly, that stubborn excuse only made Jang Sik angrier. Unable to keep arguing, he immediately declared before all those present, "Whole team, hear my order. I will go upstairs." This time, order rang out decisively. "Do not go easy on those reactionaries. Clear path for me." John Gunn clenched his fist excitedly. "Are we allowed to finish them off, sir?" Suri had loaded her gun, cold muzzle aimed straight at opponents. Chogun also quickly took position, ready to charge into a fight to end. Jang Sik held cigarette in his hand and reminded teammates, "No." As he said, "For now it is only suspicion. No one is allowed to kill before I find evidence on upper floors. However, they are committing crime of resisting and insulting officers on duty." His eyes flashed with icy coldness, lighter raised high as he ordered, "Beat them until they regret still breathing." Hearing that order, teammate nodded and answered, "That is a bit hard, but I will do my best, sir." This development made Secretary behind them so furious he lost control. There was no way back. In despair, he roared, "Stop them at all costs. Absolutely do not let them enter Chairman's office." As soon as he finished speaking, bodyguards immediately tightened grips on weapons and rushed at 4 people like moths diving into flame. Of course, that bit of ability was not enough to catch John Gunn's eye. He calmly knocked down each one who charged at him. His powerful hand easily grabbed each man's head, as lightly as carrying chicks. Then he casually pulled those very men over as shields for himself. Chogun kept swinging weapon, striking cleanly, and quickly knocking down petty bodyguards around him. Though using gun at long range, Suri still stayed calm, handling bodyguards who tried to close in one after another. Deok-chun's subordinates collapsed onto floor one after another. In the blink of an eye, 4 people had easily shattered bodyguards' will to fight completely. Heavy footsteps rang out, as if warning that another player had just entered game. Zombie blocked Jang's sick path and growled in challenge. "Where do you think you are going?" That man was from GDC Group, C-rank slasher, nicknamed North American Grizzly, Joe Zombie. That man angrily pointed straight at him and shouted for him to answer, "Bastard." But before his words ended, barrage of blows struck his face one after another. With only few simple punches, that Grizzly was knocked down, sprawled across ground. Battered situation made Secretary panic and turn to flee, frantically ordering his subordinates, "Stop them, I will report to Chairman. Surround them for me." He rushed into elevator, mind in chaos because he had thought he was strong enough to stop them. If B-rank slashers had not been out on missions, things would have been different. His hands trembled, but he kept pressing elevator close button. Just as doors were about to close, Jang's sturdy hand suddenly slipped in and held them open. Only then did Secretary dimly realize his fate was sealed, terrified enough to scream in agony. Jang Sik looked at him with icy eyes, killing intent clear as if ready to swallow him whole, then lowered his voice, "Say that again for me." He panicked until losing composure, stammering back as if pretending not to understand. What? Elevator doors slowly opened. He stepped inside in irritation and roared, "If you have guts, say again this has nothing to do with you people." Same time, elevator began moving, taking both of them straight up to 36th floor. A ding rang out, 36th floor had arrived. Doors opened, and Secretary Body lay motionless right before him. Ahead stood vast chairman office, and Jang Sik strode proudly toward that door full of authority. He pushed door open and stepped in, sighing in exasperation. "Honestly, thinking about how much effort it took me to meet you thugs already makes me tired." Walking up to Deok-chun, he said coldly, "I know you cause trouble everywhere, but this time trouble has gone beyond control. You must come with me to Ministry of National Defense for questioning now." Yet that man seemed unconcerned about his coming fate, even laughed and continued calm. "Yes, of course, thank you, sir. I will repay you later." "Yes, sir, have good day." Seeing other side ignore him, Jang Sik flew into rage, threw cigarette at that man, and roared, "Hey, thug, answer me." Deok-chun turned around, face dark with anger, shouting back, "Were you never taught to stay quiet when adults are talking?" Faced with that attitude, Jang Sik laughed even more delightfully while taking out shining handcuffs. "Do you still not understand how serious this is? I will arrest you for treason, damn gangster." That man kept his arrogant look and sneered, "Treason? What crap is that? What bland joke?" That strange reaction made him pause slightly. "You find this funny?" That man said calmly, "Call your superior and ask how they want to handle this." Those words made him begin to feel something was wrong. Jang Sik, flustered and confused, pressed, "Who were you talking to?" Deok-chun answered casually, "Only high-ranking official." That man even waved mockingly, saying state-salaried civil servant like him would never be qualified to know that person in his lifetime. Scene immediately shifted to construction site drowned in thick smoke and flames, where incident at Genge Wall had occurred. Also starting point of story concluded as Jang Hui, personal unauthorized action. Deok Chun men had dumped all blame onto Chun-soo, accusing him of acting under orders from Busan Real Estate Association. At the same time, Sang Deok was also arrested right after that upheaval, becoming only one forced to wear handcuffs for that shocking incident. Secretary Deok Chun, capable right-hand man, looked extremely pleased with this situation. In end, Sang Deok had no way out but to end himself. But truth was he had been forced into dead end before he could reach court, in order to seal every clue. Time quietly passed into evening. Setting shifted to Provisional Government Headquarters of South Korean Ministry of National Defense. Ji Yang stepped forward in confusion, bowed, and reported, Chairman of Busan Real Estate Association was found dead this morning after ending himself. That news did not surprise Jang Sik. He answered calmly, is this not interesting? He sighed, voice full of sarcasm, people so broken they do not know how to tie their own shoes, yet when caught in legal trouble can tie suicide knots with skill. Strange indeed. Helplessness showed clearly in her eyes. I am sorry, sir. I understand you had very much wanted to question him personally. More he thought about grievances he had endured, more fiercely anger burned inside him. He pressed cigarette hard onto desk. State civil servants only know to shut up and obey superiors. Truly damnable. Not long after, dawn broke over Central Hospital of Armed Forces of Republic of Korea. A luxurious, gleaming supercar quickly drove up and stopped before entrance hall. Bodyguards immediately stepped forward to open door, respectfully welcoming important figure out. Baekhyul leisurely got out of car, glanced around, then spoke in surprise, this is place. That man laughed, looking around with contempt. This is where new savior is staying. His information panel also appeared. Holy Knight of God Schlieser, A-rank, Pope Baekhyul. Baekhyul and large group of bodyguards behind him strode boldly into hospital main hall. As soon as he stepped inside, that man raised hand and removed transparent mask. Patients gathered in hall suddenly froze when they recognized one who had appeared. All stared at him in shock. It is Pope Baekhyul. Is it truly him? A patient suddenly rushed forward, crying out desperately, Your Holiness, just once, please let me hold your hand. Another person opposite also collapsed to knees, eyes brimming with tears. Your Holiness, I have terminal illness. Please save me. An accompanying bodyguard immediately stepped forward, blocking Baekhyul directly. Remaining bodyguards quickly formed protective ring around him, stopping patients losing control from rushing in. That man raised hand to chin, pensive as if considering something. Then that man smiled, looked around, face radiating benevolence, and declared that miracles, salvation, eternal life, and prosperity all within each person's heart. Patients listened intently to every word. That man advised them not to merely expect miracles from outside, but to live by firm faith in their hearts. Patient who had just knelt earlier grew teary as he heard that man continue saying he would always pray for everyone. After that, all chanted praises in unison with deep emotion, as if enlightened by profound sermon. Baekhyul curled his lips in satisfied smile at that scene. What humans fear most is always what they cannot explain. Also why devils are scarier than traffic accidents. Image of car with crushed front, person lying motionless on road, still was not considered as frightening as invisible ghost. Why do madmen terrify people more than organized criminals? Masked man pointing gun is still not as frightening as person out of control, holding knife while running wild. Humanity terror before zombie pandemic appeared through image of woman desperately covering her mouth so she would not make sound. She trembled violently, tears about to spill, hiding behind thin wall, while behind her stood living corpse with horrifying form. Before pandemic erupted on musical stage built with extreme care, from building to grass all lifelike, actors were still absorbed in performance. Back then, Baekhyul was only ordinary musical actor, short black hair, wearing stage costume and moving with music. An actress suddenly startled, retreating to stage edge as if she had discovered something abnormal. On stairs leading to stage, someone staggered forward, whole body stained with dark red liquid, making everyone on stage freeze for a moment when they noticed that bizarre appearance. Blood-soaked figure lowered head, grinding teeth with chilling sound. It was zombie, eyes blood red. It growled, then lunged straight at actress with terrifying speed. Baekhyul stood frozen before wardrobe, even his stage costume already splattered with red stains. That man breathed rapidly, wary eyes sweeping around. That man picked up note card attached to costume inside wardrobe. It clearly read, play Invincible Nun, male priest costume. But when pandemic erupted, he decided to give panicked crowd answers they needed. Baekhyul put priest vestments on. With gloomy face, he helped them explain things they could not yet understand. Baekhyul walked through crowded streets, stood in large square, and raised voice in propaganda. He preached that zombies were not frightening, but things that had to be destroyed. Not only on streets, that man also set up forums to spread awareness. By then his hair had grown slightly longer, and with only his teachings, he led 10,000 people to volunteer for battle. Baekhyul rode white horse, majestically leading vanguard army to open war with weapons, and result was 10,000 zombies wiped out. Zombie corpses lay everywhere, piled across roads, scene so chaotic it was hard to tell what was what. A zombie had sword blade decisively pierced straight through its mouth, red liquid spraying out, its eyes rolling back. Ezekiel had changed completely from his actor days, hair reaching halfway down his neck and dyed bright gold. His eyes lifted without fear, powerfully waving yellow symbol flag amid desolate scene after war with zombies. That majestic image quickly appeared prominently in newspapers. Holy Knight of God retakes part of Busan. Sacred battle under Pope Bekiel command. He is only messenger for God. A group of people in neat black suits sat upright in rows. Before them, Bekiel spoke. Throw away all old understanding of zombies. Whether zombie, devil, or human, it does not matter. That man waved hand emphasizing that core point was they had to be subdued and destroyed. Emblem on flag appeared. That man continued, merciful God has granted this final trial, cause he pities humanity divided into factions. That man concluded, world now has only two camps, living and dead. As soon as words ended, entire room immediately rang with applause, everyone smiling at him with worshipful eyes. He curled his lips into a calculating smile, returning to present, expression almost same as when he stood before patients. A polite bodyguard standing beside open elevator raised hand to guide way, then stepped aside to let Bekiel pass. Your Holiness, please take this way. In front of elevator, another group of bodyguards had already stood waiting around him, and even after he stepped inside they stayed close, not leaving half a step away. Stream of phantom patients crowded toward closing elevator door, calling out to him nonstop. Even knowing it was useless, they still tried to stick hands into narrow crack. Through that gap, Bekiel quickly wore kind smile and waved goodbye. At last, elevator door closed tightly. Inside, a bodyguard spoke politely. Your Holiness, may I ask you one question? Bekiel answered at once, of course. Ask freely, my job is to answer your questions. Bodyguard then asked why he had personally come to meet C-rank slasher. He was not even believer and had nothing noteworthy, just tiny C-rank slasher. Bekiel rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, you have point. He is not anything too outstanding. In raw power he is only equal to our B-rank slasher, for example. Then he began to speak of Lord Lion Hon Rieng, man hidden behind layer of metal mask. Under white cloth wrapped over head and neck, he wore armor marked with Rao sect emblem, hand gripping short sword tightly. He continued, Inquisitor Hersey is Pyongyang, man with hawk nose and dark purple furious face. His eyes gleamed purple, head hidden by loose cloak. Behind him stood out Dao sect emblem, one hand holding still burning 3-branch candelabrum, other hand braced sharp hooked staff. Then there was Shuo Rao Jin, man wearing glasses, face not clear either, and last was Sok Hu. Even Chief Nun was extraordinary figure, far more impressive. He suddenly thought of trio Jiang Sik, Diak Chun, and A Yang. Lately balance among slasher organizations was almost perfect because professional manpower on both sides was equal. Suddenly, his hand clenched into fist. Bodyguard noticed that motion, and he decisively said, but I think that balance will be broken by young man we are about to meet today. In his mind appeared image of Chun Su sitting calmly atop mountain full of zombies, eyes looking straight ahead yet still precisely taking down zombie rushing from behind. He added, he killed 8,000 zombies on very first day of debut. He went on, and then he even survived chaotic clash with Department of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. Even while still hating government for killing one leader, he still remembered clearly scene of chaos that day. Chun Su, surrounded tightly by mobile unit, still held onto one man, despite being punched and kicked without mercy. Manny attacked rolled eyes upward, screaming in utter agony. Bekiel had not even finished speaking yet. He is now member of Choi Jiang Company, but has grudge against GDC Group. He recalled, through Jange event, he reconnected with Ministry of Defense. He tilted head and asked bodyguard, have you ever seen anyone like that? Barely a few months into job and already shaking hands with so many major forces. His stern gaze swept to bodyguard. Aside from Su Ho, I have never seen anyone stir game so violently. Bekiel walked out of elevator at leisurely pace, hands in pockets, manner as carefree as could be. That is why I am trying to keep good relations with him. If he really is next Su Ho, making enemy only harms church. Standing before wardroom door, bodyguard immediately stepped forward to open door. Door just opened. Bekiel already spoke cheerfully. Hey brother, you worked hard. Chun Su in room jumped in shock from that sudden appearance. Ori was sitting by bed peeling apple for Chun Su. She blankly looked at person in front of her while he was still eating half-finished apple. He suddenly rushed straight toward him, so fast he knocked Ari aside and grabbed his hand, causing Apple to fall. You created defense miracle by blocking GINGE and killing B-rank mutant species. You deserve to be savior. He kept showering praise. You are ally of humanity side, natural enemy of zombies. Servant of God, I want to express my admiration for your contribution. Chun Su frowned in awkwardness at man talking nonstop, as if pain and lonely struggle he had endured at that ordinary company would end today. My friend. Ari instantly realized problem. Her face grew even more tense. ordinary company alone. They plan to seize a slasher. She blurted, wait. But right then, gentle hand landed on her shoulder, and she reflexly whipped around. That bodyguard had black face, gritting teeth as he reminded, please shut up until Pope finishes speaking. Beckiel smiled and held hand out as if inviting, rare slasher. Good brother, our Jehovah Hall wants to bring you into management team, to stand shoulder to shoulder together. His hand still gripped your hand without letting go. Ari stood rigid behind his back, while other bodyguards stood all around room, applauding enthusiastically in support. Chosu stammered, you are... He smiled until eyes narrowed. Standard script. You will find it very hard to believe. But I, Pope of Jehovah Church, am also only a rank slasher who has never once been tainted. His face immediately darkened, annoyed, and he pulled hand back. No, I do not know what you are. Are you trying to drag me into cult? He turned face away to avoid his gaze and muttered, truly end times, even screwballs can swagger around hospital. He waved frantically in confusion. No, brother, you misunderstood. He immediately cut in, I do not give a damn, I am not interested in joining religion, get lost out of my sight. Everyone in room was stunned to point of standing frozen. That bodyguard immediately jumped in, trying to explain he is Pope of Jehovah. He waved hand at once, face scowling like monkey eating chili, not interested in practice, get back now. Room once again sank into absolute silence, everyone as if nailed in place. Beckiel awkwardly raised hand to chin, thinking for a moment. He snapped fingers to signal bodyguard behind him, while continuing, it is fine if you do not know who I am. Anyway, today I came to thank you for your contribution and bring very good deal. At this point he had completely run out of patience, turned to him with irritated voice, speaking and nobody even wants to understand. You people keep pin all sorts of dark schemes on me. I already said. He stopped, eyes widening in shock as if he had just seen something extremely strange. That bodyguard opened black suitcase. Inside was packed full of cash gleaming like treasure. Beckiel smiled and said, we heard rumor that you are carrying 800 billion debt, so we will support you too. Ari panicked, brows tightly knit, expression extremely tense. He continued clearly, you are no longer slave of Choijiang Company, but senior leader and pastor of Jehovah Church. He spread arms again and offered, do you want to join us? Chun-Su stood still like statue, frowning with suspicion. Beckiel still kept that smug smile, eyes stuck to him like leech. Ari thought of Sarkly Sam, Deok Chun and Kwang Tek and silently thought that was truly huge bargain. They could completely hire a rank slasher with that money. Her eyes flicked to bright money suitcase. He even brought real cash, proving he had no intention of bargaining or deceiving. She was so tense sweat poured out, and she sighed, what is he planning? Why pay so much for such cheap devil? Current slasher at most is only B rank, that does not matter. I am manager of Choijiang Company. Brazenly stealing slasher from another company is unacceptable. She hesitated for a moment, then gathered all courage and shouted in, hands clenched tight in anger. Listen, even if you are from one of biggest slasher groups in country, this is still against law. Do business with some decency, and slasher must have proper official contract. Chun-Su darkened face, raised hand toward her as sign to stop. She stared down at him wide-eyed. Damn rascal, you. Bakyu wore professional fake smile. He may be knave about sect, but he cannot be idiot who does not know how to calculate. He pulled out contract. On it stood outline C rank Hell Hall slasher from Zemian exclusive contract. He added, right, now we close deal. Chun-Su calmly answered. I stopped her, because she does not need to waste words. He directly threw cold water on it. I have no intention of teaming up with you. He frowned, badly shocked by that answer, dejected look clearly showing, while she was overjoyed, relieved smile blooming on her lips. Pointed straight at his face, eyes firm and fixed ahead. You may call yourself savior or some priest, but nature is no different from those debt collectors. I know very well you are not so rich that you would bring 800 billion to gift me. You only want to squeeze my labor dry to make several times profit. Trace of pride that had just flashed across his face instantly vanished, replaced by visible pause. He is not sparing you, just saying it in more flowery way. No matter how uneducated or clueless I may be, I have already gone through too many such things in life. Slaves are called workers. Children still young, who should be protected in family arms, are forced to work their backs off. They carry heavy loads, hair and clothes filthy, and some even fall face first onto ground because brick bundle on back is too heavy, then get crushed without mercy. Homeless people are called refugees. A thin woman held a little girl curled up in her arms, and both only wrapped themselves in a flimsy paper blanket. In middle of snow-white winter, they crouched beside wall on roadside, warming themselves only by weak flame, souls rattled by fear. Half city was supplies seen. A line of filthy-looking people moved one by one toward table where neatly dressed man sat regally, forming two sharply opposed images. One ragged man with trembling hand pressed thumb onto paper, next to stamp, looking as if they were registering to sell their bodies for some contract. Sacrifices called called Kwai Sin. A man standing on stage amid surrounding bodyguards was inciting the crowd. In his hand he held paper, shouting through loudspeaker nonstop. Below was sea of packed people, while above stage hung grand banner, 6th Territorial Recapture Campaign. All of it was painted and powdered for private gain. His eyes still looked coldly at him, without a trace of wavering. That is pit I grew up in, but you probably will never understand. One look and I can tell you have never sold face to earth, sold back to sky. Bodyguard standing behind him had been boiling with rage all along, loudly shouted, "How dare you blaspheme," but was immediately stopped by Beckill. "Alright." Person beside leaned close and whispered to him, "But, Your Holiness." He waved it off. "I guess I expected too much since he still has no faith in us. Disband for today." Having said that, he walked straight out through door opened by bodyguards, not looking back as he tossed out one line. "Today offer still stands if one day you realize how bad your company is." Right then he suddenly turned to look at him, familiar arrogant look reappearing on face, then said, "Then call me." Sound of slamming door had already echoed for a while, but Chun-Su and Ari still looked toward direction where they had just left, faces still full of caution. Ari suddenly wore a strange smile. She turned and hugged him tightly, unable to hide excitement. "I knew you were absolutely loyal." "Damn rascal." Chun-Su was flustered, cheeks red as ripe persimmon, eyes wide in shock. "What is she doing?" He reached out and pushed both apart, wanting to stop this clingy hug scene, and said hesitantly, "Both he and your boss are creditors. Same rotten sort. I only choose side that is not evil cult." "You startled me." "Anyway, did you not say you had deal for me soon?" She seemed to remember something, face lighting up, "That slasher rental matter. In fact, I was about to tell you that it was just approved. Ministry of Defense finalized rental of you for 20 billion. She recalled fragment of memory. A Yang was sitting with arms crossed in thought by table, while Secretary Park paced back and forth before her like shuttle. She pointed at paper on table and softly said, "Money was just transferred from Ministry of Defense, Chairman." A Yang gently bit pen tip, mind tangled like skein, as if waiting something. "I do not want to rent him out to them, because old foxes there are probably plotting something." He picked up pen, eyes fixed on paper on desk, yet still could not let him keep living as debt slave forever. She set pen down on contract. "Fine, let's settle it." End of page held only 2 lines. First line read, "Ministry of National Defense of Republic of Korea." Major Jang Sik signed neatly. Then she decisively signed her name beside title Chief Executive Officer of Choi Jang Company, Choi A. Ha. Back in reality, Ari took out a neatly wrapped file. Chairman also nodded already. Chun-Su felt slightly surprised. "This is crazy too. I thought she would turn back and delay it instead." He began to wonder, then what is task content for me? Ari also did not hesitate, quickly pulled stack of papers from envelope and handed them to him. Scene shifted to meeting room. Jong-sun was standing before board presenting. Around table sat group with stern faces like criminal investigators. She spoke, "Operation Salamander." On screen, black bold letters stood out against white background. "Top secret mission, codename Operation Salamander." He began to explain, "As all of you know, top priority of Provisional Government and Ministry of National Defense is preserving status quo. Our task is to move fast and eliminate any unexpected incidents that may arise." She went on, "This operation is just like our usual work until now." One person sitting beside Jang Sik cut in. "I understand when you say eliminate incidents, but hurry up and tell us what exactly you mean." She flipped to next slide. There appeared image of power plant with 2 giant smokestacks stretching straight into sky. It was Yujin Nuclear Power Complex. She went on, "We have applied contingency measures since zombie plague erupted, so plant can operate stably." At same time, screen showed scene of metal parts inside plant already corroded in blotches. In her mind appeared image of reconnaissance team member using long-range binoculars to survey whole plant, while reports sent back by this team all showed severe deterioration had already begun to emerge. Those 2 smokestacks were spewing thick, toxic, black columns into sky. Inside plant area, cooling system could only struggle along to bring temperature down. She added, "Most dangerous thing we face is plant cooling system is at death door, causing core temperature to surge. Operation Salamander is operation to stabilize Ujin nuclear reactor again." Only then did Jang Sik speak, "How much gear and manpower do we need?" She projected another calculation sheet, listing 20 experienced nuclear engineers, 100 maintenance workers, plus large number of heavy machinery and high-tech equipment, even cranes. Jang Sik muttered an opinion, "This way it cannot be transported by air anymore." Jong-sun immediately shot back, "No sir, purpose of this plan is..." In her mind again appeared scene of 2 long convoys crawling over badly damaged road, weeds covering concrete surface. By roadside, below small slope separating traffic route and wasteland, countless wrecked vehicles lay scattered, some crushed beyond even recognizing original shape. Approaching Yujin with huge escort convoy, atmosphere in meeting room instantly turned heavy. 2 others began whispering. staggering. One spoke, "It will cause chaos on road and waste tons of time to get there." Other held plan sheet in hand and said, "That is why we need major limb and military slashers to protect us." Right behind Jiang Sik, a twisted mass of fur suddenly appeared, holding stack of blue papers in its hands. When it was about to set them on table, he suddenly spoke, "If we approach with escort convoy, I still think it is not safe enough." Those lush green masses immediately split into multiple forms standing behind everyone in meeting room. Their only task was to place stacks of blue paper on table. He announced, "From now on, blacklisted slashers I handed to all of you." Concluded, "I want all of them to join operation." On one sheet and file just handed out, every line appeared clearly. Internal circulation, proposed personnel list: Choi Kang, C-rank slasher, Kim Chun-soo, shovel demon, 23 years old, and beside it was Chun-soo ID photo. Chun-soo wore high collar coat, eyes wide open, mouth agape from shock, cold sweat running down cheek. Before his eyes was seen rather chaotic yet grand beyond measure. A vast open yard, where groups of soldiers were moving in neat formation in separate blocks. Around them were dozens of large trucks and cranes, while far away stood city wall built from towering containers. In front of massive row of cranes, group of soldiers wearing helmets covering half faces, backpacks on backs fitted with long metal rods like antennas, accompanied by mysterious rough green blocks. In another direction was squad of soldiers in black-brimmed hats, rifles slung over shoulders. Person in center had entire face covered. Opposite them stood red-haired man slicking hair back, arrogant in manner, wearing long cloak. On yet another side was group of soldiers in blue combat gear, their faces looking much less stern and cold than those two groups. Leader was gunline, entire body covered in distinctive blue color. Jiang Sik held cigarette at lips, laughing while draping arm over Chun-soo, who was still bewildered, asking, "Have you ever seen operation this massive and terrifying before?" He blurted out, eyes still not leaving movements in yard, "Not exactly that I have never seen. Territory recapture operation, case at Genj Wall." But recapture was counterattack, while Genj was more like defense battle. Jiang Sik suddenly clenched fist, shouting with excitement, "And this is breakthrough, kid, not only blocking zombies but also piercing straight through their formation." But then his smile vanished, voice dropping heavily, "Brace yourself, we are about to step into Tiger's Den, and maybe this is country's last chance." Chun-soo immediately asked back, "Last chance?" Jiang Sik said nothing more, only suddenly turned and left. "I will see you later, good luck with operation." Chun-soo followed his figure with distant gaze, hair whipped wildly by strong wind. Mission code: Operation Salamander. Each vehicle began moving in set formation. On truck beds, groups of soldiers sat cross-legged facing each other, dust swirling everywhere. Beside them was another group dressed according to personal taste, much more relaxed, because their vehicles had proper seats, no need to huddle in cramped space. Chun-soo scanned each person, familiar rifle resting on his thigh. While staring hard at people on vehicle, he silently realized none of them wore military uniform, and he shifted gaze to group beside them. All of them were privately hired slashers. He kept sinking deeper into his own thoughts. In truth, he had seen several faces appear in list Ari had once given for study. Memories from hospital suddenly came flooding back. Back then he remembered stack of books, thrown carelessly onto hospital bed. He blankly flipped through pages to take a look, asking, "What hell are these books?" After Ari violently threw towering stack of books down, she also tiredly grabbed towel to wipe sweat. "This is catalog containing information about slashers." She added, "It is mainly for customers who need to hire slashers." He flipped to page with picture of shaven-headed slasher, waist packed with weapon pouches, and immediately recognized this name, Ghost Slasher Sang Chun, specialized in handling zombies, commission fee starting from 2 billion won, special rate. She explained why she gave him that folder, "But I think you may need it." In her mind emerged perfect formation, where each person mastered different weapon and skill. Then she said, after reading it, "He will understand abilities of each slasher before joining escort operation. In other words, he can know which partner suits his own abilities." He still stared intently at book. "More than that, if any slasher name suddenly attacks me like last time, I can even know exact ability of him." He clapped hard, looking approving. Right on target. He is starting to think like real slasher now. Her sudden shout made him pause a little. He awkwardly raised hand to scratch cheek, turning eyes away. Nothing so amazing. Or maybe it really is like that. Back in reality, those thoughts still kept flooding his mind. He looked at middle-aged man tightly gripping rifle, silently gazing downward. That was Munyan, C-rank slasher. Main weapon was modified pneumatic gun that could fire bolts and nuts. Next one was young man with black-dyed blonde hair, X-shaped scar on jawbone, clutching backpack of same color as hair, from clothing to weapons all fully matched. That was Ho Jun, C-rank slasher, specialized in custom baton, and backpack that could transform into shield. Then he looked across to opposite side. Right in center was one person wearing helmet that covered whole head, hand-holding blazing red hammer. There were Sik-Hyu, Grapksu, and 7 others. He tilted head back slightly to observe another round. Everyone on vehicle was C-rank, except himself, who was temporarily rated B, and little girl over there. Short, pink-haired girl with bangs cut straight across to shoulders, expression completely opposite tense atmosphere around her, was happily humming some tune. Between her thighs were 2 weapons. Zaguchi Small Business Association, B-rank slasher Sarang the Cleaver. Rickard showed 12-141 regular zombies handled, plus 2 B-level mutant types. He nervously clicked tongue. I had read her information very carefully. Sarang still looked ahead with excitement. She stood out as youngest slasher, and also youngest B-rank slasher as of now. Suddenly she turned to look at him, smile on lips instantly vanished. The moment he met her gaze, he immediately looked away as if trying to avoid it. She sneered, "Hey buddy, you have been staring at slashers all this time, trying to make friends everywhere here." He showed clear embarrassment but still forced himself to look elsewhere. Her face suddenly darkened, gaze turning sharp and cold. "No need to do meaningless thing like that. At least half of them will die 3 hours after we leave Busan." She went on coldly, and only 1/4 can survive until end of day. He began to frown in annoyance. "What? Why do you keep saying such unlucky things?" She curled lips into faint smile, glancing at him from corner of eye. "You did not notice convoy formation, did you? I guess rookie like you would not bother with such things." He immediately cut in with confusion. "Vehicle formation?" In his mind appeared simulation map of convoy positions. Pink-marked bulldozers at front were heavy trucks, modified to shove wrecked cars off highway. Imaginary bulldozing trucks brutally hurled mangled car carcasses, no longer recognizable by parts, down low roadside slope. Formation diagram appeared again. This time 2 box trucks in very center were highlighted in pink. These were vehicles carrying heavy equipment, an engineering crew in protected central position. That box truck was escorted by multiple layers of other vehicles, while car wrecks lay piled all along roadside. Formation image continued to appear. This time, pink-marked part was ring of vehicles surrounding 2 central box trucks. Those vehicles were driven by slashers and warriors under Ministry of National Defense, with Humvees providing protection. On one of those Humvees were Jiang-sik and Ejong. Outer layer in diagram was marked, and in end it will be us. Trucks carrying hired slashers will guard rear of those Humvees. Sarang waved index finger with delight. "You understand now?" She closed eyes, showing no fear at all. "We are those meat shields." Donsu frowned hard, feeling blood heat up. He suddenly asked back, "Then what?" That question made her freeze slightly, as if she had not expected that reaction. He said, "If you are wrong and half of us are still alive after 3 hours, then what?" She frowned, voice briefly faltering. "You are off topic. What bullshit are you talking about?" He still had not cooled down, stressing each word. "I mean, what if more than half people here survive?" She shut eyes tight, answering helplessly. "No, I mean this operation is hopeless." His voice suddenly rose sharply enough to reach people nearby. "You are crushing morale here, when all we are trying to do is survive." He burst out laughing mockingly. "Or is it because you are overdoing it and do not dare bet, coward?" Her face darkened, making her even more annoyed. Her mouth twitched in fury. She pointed weapons straight at him and challenged. "Winner gets to punch loser square in face. How about it?" He also quickly snatched up his crowbar, answering without hesitation, "If you want to play, then play, kid." Two glared at each other, sparks flying, eyes crackling with electric tension, jaws clenched hard from rising irritation. At that moment, a long screech of hard braking suddenly tore through tense air. A soldier rushed to Chunsu's vehicle in panic, face pale as he reported zombies on left side, startling him into turning to look. That man shouted that they were about to flood our right flank. Right flank, current position, while left flank was still in battle. Soldier widened eyes in fear and yelled, "Everyone get ready and wait for orders." But before he could even finish, one zombie suddenly lunged and grabbed Soldier, sending him crashing down at once. Everyone on vehicle froze and stared that way, faces shocked, unable to say anything, as if still unable to understand what had just happened. Sarang murmured softly, "Already lost one person that fast." Slasher group all sprang up, gripping weapons tightly, while Sarang shot forward and took battle stance. He alone looked down at her in annoyance, unable to believe she was counting fallen people at moment like this. Ahead, bulldozers were still busy clearing wrecked vehicles blocking road. They kept their heads down and did only one task, shoving mangled wrecks to roadside to open path, while harsh metal crashes rang out painfully. Wang Tek raised binoculars in one hand to watch, while other held radio to order slow advance so slashers could join battle. Survivors kept moving forward and protecting convoy, because every mile had to be paid for with team blood. Suddenly through binoculars he saw a scene that made him pause slightly. Sarang charged straight into zombie horde like a storm, without any hesitation unleashing one finishing blow after another. Her cold, crisp slashes looked like they were dancing through air. On another side, Chun-Su was also striking nonstop. Unlike Sarang, his attack spun in circular arcs, cleaving zombies in half with precise rings of cuts. Jangsik curled lips in satisfied smile. Not bad. He knew Reaper was worth her price, but even Horned Demon exceeded expectations. Vision of Ujin Factory appeared in his mind. There would be casualties, but they would definitely reach Ujin, and that would be start of restoring this country. Lenin stood like a rock amid battlefield covered with walking corpses, hand still gripping gunstock without loosening. He yanked bolt back hard, sending several nails and screws flying forward. Suddenly from afar, one frenzied zombie rushed straight at him. Munhen flinched for split second but still managed to raise gun. He narrowed eyes and aimed straight at target, certain this was final one. His finger immediately tightened and pulled trigger, yet nothing came out of barrel. He stared in shock and fear. What hell, gas tank leaking empty, when only weak stream of air escaped before his eyes instead of fatal shot. That zombie immediately seized chance, darting forward like lightning, distance between both sides only inches apart. He was so terrified his eyes rolled white, throat locked so no sound came out. At dead end he could only shut eyes tight, reflexly lifting gun in futile defense. At exact life or death moment, a dark weapon suddenly blocked path, slamming down on monster with thunder-heavy blow. After several seconds of closing eyes and leaving fate to chance, still sensing no movement, he opened eyes in surprise and looked ahead, brows slightly furrowed in confusion. Chun-Su stood right there, breathing hard and uneven. Don't die before I allow it, cause I still need you to straighten out that arrogant girl. He fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly gave him a sincere smile. He handed crowbar back to Chun-Su and said, "Thanks, I owe you my life." He considered it quietly. This really seemed to be final one. He laughed and pointed toward truck. Alright, back to truck. Dragged his steps after him toward truck, then sighed and asked, "What time is it? How long have we been out of Busan?" He glanced at wristwatch, 3 hours 25 minutes, almost 3.5 hours. Munin gripped Chun-Su's hand tightly and used full strength to pull him up. He stretched as far as he could to gain momentum, while he followed that pull and climbed into truck bed. His whole body felt drained from exhaustion, each breath heavy as if he were pulling stone. He swept eyes around truck bed, and saw most people were not much better than him. Everyone was gasping to recover, even Munhen after pulling him up was utterly exhausted, having to brace hands on knees while panting. Jun also slowly sat down on seat, and he clearly looked completely spent. Only Sarang still kept same cold face, pouting as she glanced around truck with contemptuous attitude. Suddenly she realized there was a gaze fixed hard on her. Looking up, she caught sight of triumphant but breathless grin from person standing above, looking down at her in provocation. She frowned, voice unable to hide irritation. If you had not stepped in, half of them would have been dead already. Sweat dotted his face after overexertion, yet his expression was still easygoing, trying to act innocent. "What, I didn't help at all." Smile on his face vanished in an instant, and he softly asked with hidden meaning, "So saving people is wrong?" She had not expected him to throw out such a difficult question, and for a moment she was speechless, only able to glare at him. By then Munin had steadied his breathing, and he wore a faint smile, silently watching confrontation between two of them. The girl still stayed silent and inside seemed to be wrestling fiercely. Finally she lifted face and gave awkward forced smile. "You really going to hit little girl?" He showed no mercy at all, raising fist and flashing a sly grin. "Treat it like playful beating. Shut mouth, or I'll split your head open." How did sweat already soak both cheeks so fast? A crisp slap echoed through quiet space. About 4 hours had passed since operation officially began. A huge lump now bulged on Sarang's head, and she sat curled up on seat, face scrunched in grievance, lips puffed out sulkily. He sat down beside her, tilting head back and groaning from body feeling wrung out, truly slashers with no team fighting experience. After all commotion, slasher group on truck gradually fell silent, each seeming to be lost in own thoughts. Munin reached into inside of jacket. He took out thick cigarette and gently placed it at Chun-Su's feet. This was epidemic era, time when human selfishness was pushed to extreme. Yet others on truck also one by one reached into jackets and pants pockets, as if looking for something. Sarang curiously glanced sideways, and just like that, Chun-Su began receiving silent respect. Somehow he had fallen asleep, steady breathing sounding below feet. Somehow a few small gifts had also appeared there, candy, cigarettes, energy drink, cheese, and all kinds of useful odds and ends. Route from Bisan to Jin was clearly marked on map. Both start and destination were by sea, but distance between two places was vast. It was roughly 200 km of highway that had long gone without maintenance. Wild grass grew thick through cracked asphalt, black stains dotted white walls along road. while convoy still trudged forward nonstop. One soldier driver reported through radio, "Escort Vehicle 3 is safe, continue moving." Another driver quickly followed, "Escort Vehicle 7 is safe." In another vehicle, driver announced Escort Vehicle 12 is safe and continued moving. His words suddenly stopped when his eyes caught image in rearview mirror. Through mirror, one could see faraway horde of undead charging in with terrifying speed. Driver immediately slammed hard on partition wall of truck bed to send emergency signal. Zombies appearing near escort vehicle 12. Prepare for battle. Slashers on that vehicle instantly sprang up, hands gripping weapons tightly. Driver shouted loudly, "I repeat, zombies are closing in on escort vehicle 12." On that brutal journey, battles kept erupting nonstop. Not long after, 7 zombies had surrounded that vehicle, forcing slashers to turn back and meet them in battle. One of them immediately sped up, planting foot on side of vehicle to build momentum, preparing to leap down into battlefield. Borrowing force from jump, that person swung hand hard into head of one zombie, sending it crashing straight into steel truck bed. A moment later, zombies lay strewn across road, none moving anymore. This is escort vehicle 12. Enemies have been cleared, we continue rolling. And like that, not few slashers lost their lives in this operation. Jangsik looked thoughtfully at folder of maps in hand. He adjusted eye patch and asked, "We have lost slashers in escort vehicles 12s, 13, 14, and 15 already. Right. Means left flank is almost broken. Report losses quickly, so I can recalculate plan." Suri sat quietly behind him and answered, raising hand to illustrate, "Average of about 2 people lost per vehicle. Total casualties are 9 people, sir." She continued with proposal, "I recommend moving part of personnel from armored Humvee to slasher truck. We can send reserve slashers over to fill empty spots." Jangsik still leaned hand on eye patch, fresh cigarette in mouth, nodding, "Fine, not bad. Casualties lower than I thought." His gaze stayed locked on map, and in mind he built current position model of entire convoy. According to original plan, I thought ordinary slasher group would be wiped out. I even planned to drop outer slasher truck layer entirely. If so, I think we could still make use of Ujin nuclear power plant. Suri added, "Right now those slashers have already adapted to operation, and presence of captains in squad seems to have raised survival rate to an astonishing level, sir." In his mind appeared image of wolves howling, looking up at majestic Alpha standing alone on sheer cliff, a place wolves below could never reach, proud beneath silver moonlight. He glanced out through window and thought silently, "Captains, yes, exactly. Every time slashers begin to run out of strength, a few exceptional individuals stand out sharply." Those footsteps skimmed along like lightning, so fast only compressed air remained visible when heels swept past, while leg shape had nearly blurred away. Sarang still kept face cold, calm to unnatural degree. She pressed face close to zombie with horrifying mouth full of sharp teeth, with not a trace of fear in eyes. She sprang forward at full speed, the weapon in her hand spinning into graceful arcs through air, clearing out zombies' blocking path. She kept charging like arrow loosed from string, swinging weapon to tear open path ahead, brutally crushing horde of undead before her. Her eyes were cold and empty, both hands sowing death in steady rhythm, like a motionless war machine. She dropped to one knee upon landing, face still icy, then gathered strength and brought axe down from above in one clean, forceful strike. She smiled in satisfaction as she swung weapon, sweeping away layer after layer of zombies, while he remained lost in thought. Some people shone through overwhelming strength and ability to fight alone, from Yaguchi Small Business Association, B-rank slasher, Sarang executioner. One slasher sat by roadside catching breath, exhausted and panting hard. Right beside him, 2 baby zero zombie corpses lay still on ground. Person there was so exhausted eyes were tearing up when a gentle voice suddenly sounded. "Tired already?" He froze, then looked up. Jangsik's train of thought still had not ended. Some people won another's trust, then turned that advantage into strength of their own. In front of that slasher was Pedro. He wore a kind smile and held out hand as invitation. "Come with me. If you cannot keep up with group, you will be left behind." From Jehovah Cathedral, C-rank slasher, missionary Pedro. From hidden corner, Jingu's voice rang out with sarcasm. Beneath his feet lay scattered with empty plastic bottles. "Everyone, listen up. Zombies there are no different from stray dogs." He drained water bottle in hand, then went on, "They only lie in wait to attack those who split from pack. Understood? So you all must stay close and support one another." Slashers standing around stared at him blankly. Jingu also glared back. "Hard to understand that. You are really slow on uptake." One slasher in group grew more confused as he listened, not understanding why they had to sit here hearing lecture like this. "Who is that old uncle?" Man in gray sweater beside him immediately chimed in. I am not sure either, but I heard slashers who followed his advice all kept their lives. That man gaped and turned to ask back, "Really?" The young man in blue sweater suddenly trembled, brows tightly furrowed with fear. However, there were also others who possessed an overall view and an extremely sharp grasp of situation. Jingu was still drinking water, brows raised, hand pointing straight ahead. Tie around his neck had long since been loosened. From Small Business Association, C-rank slasher, Jingu the judge. Jiang Sik looked off into distance. Then at last, on Chun Su's side, you had already dealt with zombies that had just rushed in, one hand bracing shovel handle against ground for support, chest heaving from heavy breathing. So-Q appeared from nowhere, draping arm over his neck, while you supported his waist. Don't just stand there as if you can handle all zombies alone. Come here, I will help you back to truck. Chun-Su found it strange, not understanding why he had suddenly become so friendly, even handing over candy. Seoku asked with radiant smile, "Do you want another bar?" Without waiting for Chun-Su's reply, Sihu swiftly tossed over another candy bar, and he reflexively raised hand and caught it cleanly. Jiang Sik thought to himself, some people are born with enough qualities to make others naturally want to follow. He peeled open wrapper and put whole candy bar into mouth. I said I am fine already. Chun-Su, Shovel Demon, unofficial B-rank slasher from Choijiang Company. Jiang Sik still sat in truck, gaze fixed on him, corners of his lips curling in satisfaction. Among them, strongest was of course Shovel Demon. Perhaps thanks to bit of luck, his team was group that suffered least losses here. He silently admitted, zombie kills they had scored were also highest. Excellent display with lowest casualties, fully meeting standards he aimed for. In distance, Chun-Su stood beneath truck bed, seemingly talking with someone above. Then one person stepped to edge of truck and reached out to receive something. Jiang Sik's face and gaze remained as indifferent as ever. His ability to judge people had indeed not declined at all. Sarang stood from afar watching, taking an entire scene of Chun-Su and teammates laughing and chatting happily. Munin wrapped arm around him, leaned close and whispered, "Working zombies together will help us grow closer." She stood motionless like statue, eyes still fixed tightly on him. Her cheeks unconsciously turned red, in her eyes flickered hard to hide trace of longing. She lowered her head softly, yet her feet seemed nailed to spot, completely unmoving. Before them was terrifying scene of ruin, zombie corpses and unlucky slashers strewn across road. Soldiers also stepped down from vehicles one after another, making atmosphere immediately heavy and taut as bowstring. Wang Tek glanced toward door and carefully reminded, "All right, hand out walkie-talkies to those I named. By relaying detailed orders, we can increase number of survivors until we reach Eugene." Major Lian was indeed not wrong. Directly giving orders to team leaders had made entire operation run much smoother and far more efficient. Chun-Su, Sarang, Pedro, and Jingu, all four held walkie-talkies and received orders, each gaze burning with fighting spirit. End result was number of slashers who stayed alive until arriving in Eugene increased noticeably, while blue road sign loomed overhead on highway as sky slowly dimmed. Eugene City, Jiangsangbuk Province. Eugene Nuclear Power Plant Complex. One soldier driving vehicle cracked door open then stepped down, fist clenched tight, tension plainly visible on face. Other soldiers also followed one by one, all staring ahead with unease. Before them stood massive factory, largely made of metal, crisscrossed with iron pipes and two towering smokestacks silently releasing thin wispies of smoke. Eugene Nuclear Power Plant Complex. Eugene City, Jiangsangbuk Province. After long stretch behind wheel, Iongan looked sore all over. He frowned and did few stretching motions, chatting with Suri while doing so. Jiang Sik and furry blue lumps stood with hands on hips watching. "More survivors than I expected. How are slashers doing?" Suri answered, "Sir, more than 80% of slashers from Defense Ministry, and more than 40% of civilian slashers are still alive. That is far higher than initial prediction that nearly all of them would fall." Wang Tek put fresh cigarette to lips and lit it, thinking in silence. Issue is not only how many survivors remain. Now I need observe those slashers and make sure they grow more through this operation. Announcement speaker's voice echoed through entire plant grounds. By now convoy had parked neatly in rows. "Everyone attention, we have arrived. Start setting up base. Today we will not enter factory yet. First rest and recover." Everyone immediately started setting up temporary tents on open ground. Whoever finished tent quickly gathered around bonfires. Chatter rang out nonstop. Camp was protected by large ring of vehicles. Inside were small tents and living area with 3 crackling bonfires. Escort operation to Ujin could be considered complete. Chun-Su seemed utterly exhausted after full day of non-stop work. He stretched and yawned deeply, corners of eyes welling with a little reflex tears. While stretching, he suddenly saw Sarang sitting with knees drawn up, curled in on herself near bonfire. Her gaze drifted absent-mindedly into empty space, face showing no trace of emotion. He suddenly fell silent, looking at her with eyes filled with emotions hard to name. Suddenly he rushed over, without saying anything, pursed lips and hammered hard on top of her head, making her wince in pain and jolt with irritation. A big bump immediately swelled up. She clutched her head and rubbed it nonstop, glaring at him and shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" He grinned wickedly, hands still clenched. "You deserve another one, since most of us are still alive here." He flared up. "Are you a child? That is already over." All teasing on his face vanished at once, replaced by thoughtful gaze directed at her. She hurt so much tears welled up, but then froze when she saw a serious look on his face. He closed his eyes, shoved hand into pocket, voice carrying hint of sympathy. "Listen, I know why you are pessimistic and isolate yourself, but if kid-like you stay silent all time, even adults will have hard time starting conversation." He took chocolate bar from pocket and slowly held it out to her. "Learn to rely on others a little and try fitting in, nothing wrong with that." His gaze shifted to bonfire crackling away. "I am not familiar with slasher matters, but I know everyone has lost something precious in this zombie pandemic before choosing to become slasher." And he turned back to look at her, expression still unchanged, especially those who decided to step out from safe place behind walls. Hearing those sincere words, she also unconsciously got pulled into endless stream of thoughts. She peeled wrapper off chocolate bar. "If you want to lecture me, then wait until I survive and come back before saying it." She took a bite, expression seeming to ease up a little. "I do not listen to advice from people who died sooner than me." Quiet night settled over factory grounds, then after period of rest, morning sunlight once again spread everywhere. Everyone had gathered fully dressed and properly prepared, uniforms, protective gear and weapons, all equipped neatly from head to toe. They stood in orderly ranks, faces stern, utterly different from relaxed mood of previous night. Jang Sik turned toe of boot and stepped forward. He faced entire team with imposing air and asked, "Have everyone rested enough?" He began issuing orders. "Now raise your hands and listen carefully. Today, we will go into nuclear power plant." Sarang stood below listening intently, not missing a single word. Suri also listened in silence and seriousness to every word from Jang Sik. "We cannot know for sure what kind of monster is hiding inside there." Other slashers also listened closely, seeming unwilling to miss a single word, or perhaps wondering who in the end would survive to last. He raised his voice so all could hear clearly. "But this operation will erase hidden danger and rekindle hope for this country." Chun Su frowned, staring straight at Jang Sik speaking. In other words, Jang Sik looked down from higher ground, familiar cigarette still in mouth. "Today, battle for life and death officially begins." On map, Eugene Nuclear Power Plant Complex was marked with warning radiation symbol. This place had once been one of largest nuclear power plants before country collapsed. Splendid scene from earliest days of operation seemed to unfold before eyes. Equipment still brand new and shiny, workers fully clad in black protective gear standing watch from above. Another area, uniform alone was enough to tell maintenance and machinery operation crew were busy at work. In control room packed with equipment and surveillance screens. Security personnel took turns standing guard, while people in white lab coats, who looked like doctors, debated in heated excitement. But now, this place was no different from ticking bomb. Brutal face of factory was laid bare, old, ruined and shabby. Dust covered everything. Electric sparks crackled wildly, zombies staggered along corridor, and those who had once been on duty there had all met tragic end. Maintenance area was no better. Zombies twisted their bodies. Corpses lay strewn everywhere. Traces of chaos scattered in every corner. In control room, some people in white lab coats lay motionless. Others staggered about as if gradually transforming. An only common point was dark red color covering room and white coats. Returning to present, after saying that, Jang Sik stood still like stone, his thoughtful gaze fixed on two giant chimneys looming ahead. Then he turned, pulled cigarette from mouth of team leaders, or more precisely from those I had just handed walkie-talkies to. At that very moment, Sarang and Pedro, Jingo and Chun Su also froze at same time. Jang Sik spoke in firm voice, ordering everyone forward to gather. "This will be final tactical meeting before we officially enter factory." Slasher group holding walkie-talkies had gathered in one corner. Beside them were two other squads of soldiers. Facing them were Jang Sik, Suri Ongan, and group of bushy, green creatures. Jang Sik looked like he was giving instructions on extremely important matter. Sarang frowned in annoyance, muttering, "What meeting now anyway? Just wipe out everything and be done with it." Right then, that bushy green lump started flipping through pages of notebook. It stopped at one page, held it out before her, then spoke in mechanical voice. "This is allocation meeting." She asked back in suspicion, "Allocation of what?" It continued explaining that Eugen Nuclear Power Plant Complex was made up of many separate factories. An illustration appeared. This meeting was to finalize combat plan plan, including who would attack which factory and in what order deployment would proceed. Just as Sok-Hugh had reported, Major Lim had finished dividing attack teams. Wang Tek pointed toward board and began explaining full scope of Flame Dragon extermination campaign. Team leaders were 4 civilian slashers, Chunsu, Sarang Pedro, and Jingu, along with 8 slashers from Ministry of Defense like Ion Gan, Suri Jonggun, and several others. Last were 4 warriors from Ministry of Defense, ones wearing helmets with chin straps and bearing distinctive emblem. Each team leader would lead 5 to 6 members. Task was to clear out zombies in assigned factory area. From behind, Moonin suddenly called out, "Hey buddy." He laughed then asked, "You are our team leader, right? New place makes it hard to get used to, huh?" Graptsu also chimed in, "But if Chunsu leads team, then we definitely will not die. I heard our team has highest survival rate, right?" Sok-Hugh immediately grabbed Graptsu by collar, reminding him not to say such unlucky things. Nonsense. He was acting like he had already cleared stage. Rongsu spoke up to calm them. "Settle down, guys. I think they do not feel pressure, since this group already knew each other before." Looking at group of men in distance joking happily, her expression immediately turned cold. She reminded herself to keep calm and avoid drawing attention, because team skills were already too outstanding. Teams had also been assigned beforehand. Some man from nowhere walked over, patted her on head, and teased, "Turns out you are rising B-grade star. I am lucky. This time riding along means I probably will not die." Sarang's face immediately darkened. She twisted man's finger joint until he cried out in pain. She lowered her voice to warn him, "If you dare tease me again, I guarantee you will die of natural causes." That man hurriedly panicked. Yes, understand." By now, teams had split up to hold each factory gate, already in combat stance. Drone hummed across sky, recording entire scene below. Armored guards stood watch beside command tent that looked very important. Inside tent, dozens of large screens were broadcasting live footage from drone. Wang Tek still held cigarette at corner of mouth, declaring start of campaign to retake Yujin nuclear power plant complex, Flame Dragon extermination campaign. Campaign began. Every burst open at once, and on Slasher side Sarang took lead powerfully, charging straight ahead. Right after that, Angan's team also surged in with great momentum. On side of warriors from Ministry of Defense, they poured in with guns firmly in hand, ready to open fire. Sharp contrast, group led by Chunsu was quieter, moving slower and extremely cautiously. Chunsu's face was tense, his uneasy eyes constantly scanning surroundings. A slasher beside him asked, "Team leader, have you heard anything about number of zombies in here?" He replied, "At most about 12. I heard only those on duty got infected." Gapsu also joined in, saying low numbers were indeed good sign, but with factory's huge size, searching and dealing with each zombie was bound to be exhausting. Should we split up? He looked at Gapsu in disbelief and asked back, "What did you just say?" "This is campaign that is almost guaranteed to win. Unless a mutation appears, why take such risk?" Gapsu was a bit confused and explained that if they could strike fast and end early, would survival odds not be higher? Moonin placed hand on Chunsu's shoulder, showing agreement with Gapsu. "He is not wrong, team leader. We have to remember human stamina is not infinite." His gaze shifted elsewhere. The longer clearing process dragged on, the more our stamina and focus would drop. Then risk of ambush would rise. Most important thing is still finishing campaign safely, with no casualties. Toksu raised hand to chin, pondering for a moment. Then he slid his hand into hem of shirt as if searching for something. He took out neatly folded slip of paper. Largest room inside factory was open space, accessible from many directions. "Find that location for me." Moonin took paper, face full of confusion. "Open space, you mean place like Central Hall?" He nodded. "I do not know. Look at map." He pointed at symbol on map. According to map, this is widest and most open area, Central Hall. From inner work area to management office and outer support buildings, every area connects here. Not long after, whole group had reached Central Hall, very wide open space. Even though debris was strewn everywhere, place still did not smell of death. Choksu switched on flashlight, sweeping light around to observe. He smiled. "This place seems fine." Moonin did not understand meaning, so he asked why we had to come here. Chunsu turned back and looked. "You see that? Before idols mutated because of zombie virus, I heard they once released lots of songs, right?" Grapsu answered yes, but asking that in this tense situation feels a bit off. Smile on his lips grew brighter. Then he suddenly made strange suggestion. "Everyone sing along by rule, sing loud enough for sound to echo through this nuclear plant." A zombie wearing worker protective suit was shuffling through vast open space. It growled, eyes blank and milky white, black pupils gone. Suddenly it jerked at booming song ringing everywhere. "I think you have fallen for me, those eyes are hearts." At end of corridor, behind large door, singing thundered like lightning. Those eyes are hearts. Zombies, stirred by sudden sound, immediately went mad and charged toward singing voice. Back to time when Chunsu had just come up with that strange idea. Everyone sing along by rule, loud enough for sound to spread through this factory. Whole group cried out in panic at once. What? Explained his thinking clearly. If they wanted to clear zombies before exhaustion while still keeping formation, only way was to lure them here. He pointed to words on map, Central Hall. That was exactly why we chose this open space. His smile remained unchanged, with no hint of wavering. So, each person pick signature song, let us relive old memories. Back in present, Zombie's eyes turned blood red, mouth opened wide as if about to pounce on unlucky victim. Whole group had been tightly surrounded by countless zombies. They surged in from all four sides, blocking every retreat. They stood back to back in circle, weapons ready in hand, while Choksu held position at center. He loudly reminded everyone, do not blink, do not turn back. Those eyes are hearts. Keep singing. This song is good. Saku was so scared his mouth hung open. He kept voice loud so everyone could hear. Do not try to catch all of them. Kill whichever one rushes into circle. Trust teammates and hold position. Zombies were closing in more and more. He gripped weapon tightly in hand and said firmly, leave rest to me. Everyone immediately swung weapons and counterattacked undead Horde. They kept taking turns defending and striking back. Dokyu clenched teeth, used iron bar to block mouth of one zombie, while those farther away were also struck down one by one. Moonin kept aiming gun at them and pulling trigger. He was tense to extreme, sweat beading on face, because there was almost no time left to reload. From start until now, Chunsu had stayed still, axe in hand spinning with practiced skill. He felt like cowboy, carrying whole zombie map on his own, then wondered what he had to do to gain truly sharp intuition. Axe kept spinning in his hand, repeating again and again like instinctive reflex. Moonin shouted warning, team leader, we are surrounded. Someone gripped weapon shaft so tightly veins stood out on hand. That was patience, important principle, only pull when truly needed. He slowly ordered, right now crouch down quickly. He tightened rope connected to axe more than ever before. Moonin noticed something off and immediately hurried to crouch down. His round face flashed with ferocity, his eyes sparked like fire, then he charged straight ahead. A thunderous blast rang out as sharp slash tore through air. Moonin stood stunned as he saw zombies that had been lunging fiercely moments ago, now reduced to mangled bodies. Some had their throats sliced open, others were struck in back of neck. All howled in pain at once. Moments later, Chunsu's slasher team was still kneeling on ground, both hands clutching their heads as they dodged, exactly as ordered. He still stood motionless in place, not shifting even slightly. Only difference was that entire zombie horde had been wiped out with one strike. Moonin stared at him in shock. This young man was absurdly strong, he judged inwardly as he watched Chunsu wipe out zombies alone with calm face, his hand leisurely twirling rope. And swallowed dryly, eyes wide. Who dared call him C-rank slasher or unverified B-rank? Strength like this was impossible to find. He suddenly remembered old incident when he was sprawled on floor with Mrs. Yeong-ho before him holding sharp item covered in syrup. He had seen this move before from Small Business Association president who assisted Zaguchi, A-rank slasher, old fish seller Yeong-ho. After saving him, she turned back and asked Han in booming voice, "You are all right, no need to thank me. Merchants like us must help each other." In his heart, he immediately compared them. Every step that young man took was exactly like hers. Right then, Choksu spoke up and cut in. "Did you get bitten? Why keep staring at me like that?" He smiled faintly and swallowed. When he returned, he would surely tell old woman about this young man. With such skill and temperament, Faida would surely gain greatly if it recruited him. Mun no longer held any caution. He stepped forward and slapped him hard on shoulder. "Why didn't you use that move back in escort convoy? Such wasted talent." He smiled awkwardly. "This is first time I have used it in real combat. Besides, this is not game, so I was not sure whether it would work. On top of that, this time I had to shoulder both position and command responsibility too." He swept his eyes around. Air was strangely quiet. Thick stench of poison gas had vanished too, and only scattered sharp steel shards remained here now. Come on, country bumpkins like us could never understand reasons like that. Anyway, seems we have wiped out undead. Check surrounding area once, then leave this creepy place fast. Team A led by Kim Chunsu, made up entirely of civilian slashers, had cleared area. Chunsu and whole team quietly emerged from ruins. Operation to retake nuclear power plant had in truth not been hard at all. Truth was absolute secret. First facility was operated covertly with very limited manpower. Only few infected zombies were inside, so they were not major threat to slasher teams. Sarang exhaled, her hand still pinning axe into Zombie's face as she turned and asked, "What? It is over already. I have only warmed up." She sprang up, casting sidelong glare at male teammates that made them flinch slightly. They hurriedly flattered and soothed her with strained smiles. "Aren't you happy there were only a few? Good Good that everything went smoothly, right? Great job, you are amazing. One person even raised thumb. How are you? If work is done, lower your weapon. Team B, led by Sarang, made up of civilian slashers, had also swept area clean. Sarang was picky by nature, so those polite compliments did not reach her ears at all. Second, team leaders all already knew plant structure clearly. Each held separate map for easier planning and flexible movement without fear of getting lost. In middle of group, Jingu was dreamily sipping carton of milk. Jingu's group advanced quietly. He studied map intently while other hands still held milk carton. Person behind diligently shone light, while others tightened grips on weapons to guard against danger. Rustling sound came from emptied milk carton, its box crushed and wrinkled. He lightly squeezed milk carton, then casually tossed it down at his feet. He pointed ahead and announced, "Control room is about 30 steps away. Zombies may rush out from there. Be careful." He continued instructing, "Keep formation tight, move slowly." Everyone nodded seriously. Blonde man and team showed clear dissatisfaction. That man was useless, only knew how to stand behind and order people around. Did team leader like that deserve position? He suddenly sped up, leaving whole group behind. Why did they listen to that man? Was there no scout? What pathetic bunch, he thought inwardly. Jingu shouted, "Idiot, didn't I tell you to keep formation?" Blonde man had already separated far from group, and hearing shout, he jolted. He stopped short and asked, "What?" Right behind him, door quietly opened, revealing blazing red eyes inside. Zombies did not hesitate at all and instantly rushed toward him. Blonde man turned back in panic. Before he could regain senses, zombies grabbed him, slammed him to floor, and he only managed one scream of terror. Jingu calmly reassured them, "Do not panic. We are far enough away in narrow corridor. It will be fine. We only need to hold combat formation." Atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Other teammates rushed forward to handle zombies, while Jingu still stood calmly in place, continuing to sip another carton of milk, beside person who had shown light for him. He looked down at stupid blonde man with contempt. Just as expected, he had now turned into zombie. He reached for milk carton, only to find inside already empty. "I told you to listen." He placed empty carton in front of it, then said coldly, "Done." After that, he stepped aside, allowing person holding flashlight to step forward, sharp weapon already in hand. That person swung hard down at blonde zombie's head, and dry, chilling crack of bone rang out at once. Team C, led by Jingu, made up of civilian slashers, had cleared area. Now they were far more seasoned, and after facing variants, ordinary zombies could no longer trouble them much. On Pedro's side, his teammates were also risking their lives in battle. Teammate covered in syrup lay sprawled on ground, panting as he raised hand to block zombie rushing at him. Pedro suddenly appeared, grabbed monster, and flung it away from teammate. He punched it straight in face again and again with bare hands, syrup splashing everywhere and making his hands sticky. Blue veins bulged under Pedro's jaw, and he poured all his strength into fists. On his fingers were connected gold rings bearing symbol quite similar to Beckiel's cult. He madly rained heavy blows down on zombie, seeming to have lost reason entirely. His eyes rolled white, his teeth clenched tight, while syrup from zombie corpse below kept spraying out. Teammate from earlier struggled up, raising hand as if trying to stop him. Father, his hand was covered in thick yellow fluid, staining weapon he held. Pedro immediately returned with gentle smile. "Hey brother, were you bitten?" Other man answered awkwardly, "No, you saved me, thank you very much." He extended filthy hand to help other man stand. "Glad you are safe. Seems that was last one. Let us go outside." Other man clung to his elbow, limping out with whole group. He added, "Let us get some fresh air." Team E, led by Pedro, made up of civilian slashers, had cleared area. Sick watched screen, radio in hand, then asked Suri softly, "Seems scout team is done too. How many teams total have cleared areas?" Suri reported clearly that her team finished first, followed by Jong-un, Sarang, Jingu, and lastly Pedro. 6 teams total, sir. He raised hand and scratched his head. Everything was running according to plan. Finally, time for me to act personally. He asked whether isolation of higher-ups henchman list had been completed. At same time, Suri took out stack of papers. She replied and lowered her voice. "I have listed military academy graduates appointed through connections, along with privileged heirs now holding power in provisional government and National Assembly, sir. These were all people who had committed many crimes, and would certainly not submit to FATA." He took documents from Suri's hand and scanned them intently. She pictured warriors of Ministry of National Defense getting dizzy over maps. They had been given separate maps, deliberately leading them wrong way. By now they are probably running around like headless chickens, sir. On other side, warriors were shouting curses noisily. "Damned Major, what kind of map is this? We have been going in circles all this time, because all information is wrong. Is that man deliberately messing with us?" One man in group still stubbornly stared at map, muttering that zombies could rush out at any moment. They had to escape this place quickly. Suddenly, he flinched as his ears caught strange sound. That man immediately shouted loudly, reporting footsteps from ahead, making whole group raise guns and aim in that direction at once. But then everyone suddenly froze, rooted in place. The man who had shouted earlier carefully shone flashlight forward. In front of them, Jang Sik stood with head lowered, hand gripping gun tightly, unmoving. As soon as they recognized familiar face, they questioned him. Major, you gave us fake maps, so why come here now? He calmly answered, admitting it was true, then reassured them to stay calm, because he had cleared zombies wandering here already. Man holding flashlight kept grumbling, saying they must have gone through all kinds of trouble, and he would report to headquarters about his poor command. But before words ended, he stiffened, whole body as if frozen. No one knew when Jang Sik's gun barrel had aimed straight at all of them. That man widened eyes in disbelief and only uttered 2 words, Major. His eyes opened wide, looking straight at them without hesitation. Back in surveillance room after reading documents Suri had prepared, Jang Sik patted her shoulder lightly, then turned and left. He thanked her because everything had been arranged properly and promised to return soon. Suri also softly called after him. Marie spoke up and advised that tall man and she were enough to handle this dirty work. There was no need for you to get personally involved in that mess. It did not take Jang Sik long to reach armory, then he swiftly took out gun. After that, he left decisively, his voice ice cold. No, if one is leader, one must act with one's own hands. Only then is it worthy of leadership role. Suri kept watching until his back disappeared completely. He gave a faint smile, turned back to remind her to keep order among the slasher group when they arrived, while he would return shortly. Back in reality, he pulled the trigger with a cold face, pouring bullets nonstop into those blocking his path. Red fluid splattered as each bullet drove into their bodies one after another. Before long, the floor was smeared with red streaks. The gear they carried also flew everywhere, scattered across the ground. Jang Sik stood silent in the darkness. Only the weak flame from the lighter lighting his cigarette shone over his face. In another direction, a squad of National Defense soldiers was carefully probing each step through the narrow corridor, advancing while raising their guns and aiming with practiced ease. Suddenly from behind, a grenade with its pin pulled rolled right beneath their feet. The whole group went pale when they realized what was lying before them. Everything was already too late. Smoke and electric sparks began spraying out fiercely. A violent explosion rang out, shaking the whole area, making nearby soldiers panic and shout to each other about what had happened. Jang Sik charged in from behind like a gale, sprang onto the opponent's shoulder, pressing the ice-cold muzzle against one man's shoulder blade and neck, making him scream in pain, while those around him were utterly terrified. After the brutal struggle, bodies lay strewn everywhere. Long red streaks dragged miserably across the floor. Amid that scene, Jang Sik's red-soaked footprints formed a straight line. He cursed that this lot was unworthy of being soldiers, so they should not dream of receiving military funeral rites. He was covered in red from head to toe. He swept his hair back, his eyes cold and sharp without the slightest tremor, then spat viciously that they would rot together with this rotten country. Next scene shifted to another squad silently scouting through the thick night. The commander held a sheet of paper, his face sinking in calculation. He realized something was wrong. This damn map did not lead them to an emergency exit, but pointed straight toward the nuclear reactor area. He raised the radio, his expression gradually changing with worry, muttering that they could no longer catch signals from the other civilian slasher teams more precisely. That man suddenly recalled an earlier memory. An emergency meeting was taking place in the room of high-ranking officials. It turned out only hunters sent by the Ministry of National Defense to monitor Major Lim had been led astray. The soldiers present there were all heavy, their faces gloomy as if attending a funeral. A senior official loudly assigned them to watch and restrain Major Lim. Though he knew this was not easy, he still wanted them stationed beside him to guard against sudden changes. Each sentence he spoke was understood differently by each person. If anything happened, they were to handle it harshly first and report later. Understood? One comrade raised his hand and asked back, thinking the main mission was to eliminate substitute demons. He did not understand why they still had to watch Major Lim, or what so-called forceful measures meant in the end. The man standing beside him patted his shoulder and answered in frustration, "Why are you so slow?" That Major Lim once had a record of cleanly dealing with his former commander. He was someone once abandoned by the Ministry of National Defense for his insane plans and habit of recruiting Kashiro murderers, so no one could guess what scheme he was plotting in his head. After that, the other man turned and grumbled that if he still could not understand after hearing that much, they had to monitor Major Lim, to guard against him turning traitor if things did not go his way. Another member raised his hand to speak. The special operative said that Major Lim was not out of control like everyone thought. Those words made everyone around fall silent. The person standing in the shadows also sank into thought. He calmly explained that they had once been in the same unit when they were trainee officers. There was a very special connection between the two of them. They had served together in a combat battalion overseas, with the unforgettable memory of the 2020 desert operation. He lowered his head, avoiding looking straight at others, then admitted Lim might be somewhat hot-tempered and extremely hateful of injustice. But aside from those things, he was still a good soldier. Someone immediately objected, saying that he was only a tool and was not allowed to hold authority like them. The superior dismissed the special operative's remark, declaring he'd not want to hear anything more. Trust and obey orders was enough. He also forced his subordinates to accept the order, asking if they understood. As soldiers, they had no choice but to obey superiors. Did they understand? Back in the present, the special operative held the map in his hand and analyzed in silence. This was very likely a trap set by Major Lim himself, and that was the most reasonable explanation for this mess. He raised his head and looked toward the corner of the wall, telling himself there was no proof to believe he had deliberately harmed everyone. He kept his expression guarded, thought carefully, then considered another possibility. Perhaps he only wanted the Ministry of National Defense people to stop getting in the way. No matter how the situation changed, he had already prepared, always holding a response plan in his hand. They were the Zeon Elk twins, former slashers now serving the Ministry of National Defense as secret cleaners. Along with that appearance came a new figure, former B-rank slasher Inge Eon, his twin brother former B-rank slasher Single Eon. The special operative understood his squad's advantage very well, a formation ranked very high among military special forces units. He was certain that even in the worst situation, this team had enough power to take down Major Lim, and he guessed Major Lim probably knew that too. He shone his flashlight into the hidden dark corners. Then he suddenly realized the beam that had swept past had revealed part of the corridor. Jang Sik was aiming, ready to fire. That was exactly why he had returned to this team at the last minute. The special operative froze for a moment, blurting out Lim Jang Sik's name. Jang Sik curled his lips in smug satisfaction. Now he could unleash all his strength and fight them to the end. He immediately squeezed the trigger, pouring a dense rain of bullets toward the enemy squad. The special operative instantly shouted. Immediately after, Inge Eon raised a bulletproof shield in front of them. Bullets hammered into the center of the shield in succession, creating a string of piercing sounds. The special operative roared orders to the rest. The shield was covering them now. Everyone get into position, open fire. A cold gun barrel suddenly poked out from behind the shield. The two sides were instantly swept into a tense gunfight. Explosions rang out. Bullets from both sides flew thick as rain. Jang Sik reacted extremely fast, tilting his body aside to dodge the hail of bullets. He left behind an automatic gun that kept firing to pin the enemy down. Commander hurriedly ordered Inge Eon to advance, use the shield to protect the whole team, then slowly close in on the target. Receiving the order, Inge Eon fiercely carried the shield and charged straight ahead. Jang Sik hid in a corner, holding his breath as he watched the situation, silently judging that this commander had some nerve. It seemed he had experienced real combat, unlike those operators who only knew how to sit behind desks. He curled his lips in a confident smile, thinking fine, fighting them with full strength should be very interesting. He would let them taste power that belonged neither to the Ministry of National Defense nor to the Slayers. As soon as the thought flashed, Jang Sik threw several grenades toward the enemy. The soldiers stared blankly at the strange objects that had fallen to the ground. The special operative shouted in panic, Inge Eon, detonate them quickly, otherwise everyone will lose their lives. As soon as the timing was right, he immediately grabbed his staff and charged out. One decisive swing of the staff knocked the grenades back behind the enemy formation. Explosions erupted, shaking the surrounding space. The special operative thought Jang Sik had been driven into a dead end, and immediately ordered that he was trapped in the explosion. Rush in and deal with him fast. After the explosion, thick smoke and dust covered everything. The soldiers searched for their target amid the dense haze. The special operative covered his nose, suspecting smoke grenades had been mixed in. He had thought the blast smoke would disperse quickly, but unexpectedly it grew thicker and thicker. Suddenly, Jang Sik's icy voice rang out from behind them. Did you think one target meant easy prey? The special operative jolted, immediately tightened his grip on his gun, then snapped around warily. At the same time, he pulled the trigger, firing continuously toward the source of the sound. In the darkness, Jang Sik's voice still rang out hauntingly. But are you sure you have enough skill to face another slasher? The soldier was suddenly dragged straight into the thick fog. Seeing the situation turn critical, the special operative shouted that things were bad. Gather quickly. Put your backs together and fire in every direction. Everyone group up here now. He hurriedly pulled back and formed a defensive circle. Gunfire still rang out in rapid bursts, almost without pause. The soldiers trembled violently, their whole bodies shrinking in terror. The commando tried to calm everyone down. That man is only human too, we can use firepower to force him to show himself. After that, the whole team spread out again to search. But Jang Sik had already blended into the soldiers' ranks, silently waiting for his chance to strike. Suddenly, gunfire erupted right in the middle of the formation, no different from a counterattack from within. The burst of bullets drove straight into the commanding commando. He collapsed onto the floor, writhing from his wounds. Jiang Sik walked over calmly, making the commando blurt out in panic, "What the hell is this bastard doing?" He froze, unable to believe the scene before him, when he saw the other man wearing a different military uniform. Impossible, the commando's emotions seemed to burst apart. He shouted, "That is Jiang Sik." Jiang Sik answered calmly, "Correct, you are not wrong. Slasher is also only human, so I had to use this head." Looking around as the opposing side had almost been wiped out, he continued, "I know full well that you were sent by the Ministry of Defense to monitor me." The commando spoke in a trembling voice. "I once believed you, once thought you would never strike without a reason. I even assured my superiors of that, but it seems I was wrong." Jiang Sik set the gun down on the floor, a dry click rang out. Then he said coldly, "The death of your former commander was the warning for everything to come." In his fury, he lit a fire and thought to himself, "So you people are all cut from the same cloth after all." Jiang Sik angrily recalled that stale old philosophy, sacrifice the few for the common good. Throughout that time of being oppressed, used, and dragged into countless filthy political schemes, Jiang Sik held a cigar between his lips, his hand tightening around the razor-sharp knife, as he said, "Like this time, you are the minority who chose the wrong side." Commando shouted, "Inj Ian," and immediately the tall soldier behind him charged forward, intending to ambush him. But Jiang Sik was a beat faster and dealt with him decisively in an instant. Once it was done, he spoke through the radio, "It is cleared out. Now I will leave. Pass my words to Busan for me." His voice sounded, "Please tell me exactly what message you wish to send." He enunciated each word. "I, Major Jiang Sik, have seized control of Unjin nuclear power plant, where a nuclear disaster may occur at any moment." The base targeted by Wang Tech, together with Unjin, had now become the center of the smallest coup in the world. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Ministry of Defense of the Provisional Government of Korea. Report, a soldier shoved the door open and rushed in, his face panicked. "There is an emergency." Drenched in sweat, he stammered, "Sir, it is Major Lim. He has caused a major incident." Footsteps sounded slowly but heavily. An imposing figure slowly stepped out of the base. Jiang Sik's entire body was covered in syrup, but he still held his head high and moved forward. Everyone immediately stood at attention and raised their hands in salute together. The whole group shouted in unison, "You have worked hard, sir." Jiang Sik only let out a long, weary breath. Suri pointed to the chair in front of him and said, "Everything has been handled. Please sit there and rest, sir." He slowly sat down at the invitation. Out of habit, Jiang Sik took out a cigar and was about to light it. The recording equipment began operating and the staff member signaled, "Camera is ready. You may begin at any time, sir." The lens aimed straight at his face and Jiang Sik spoke clearly, "I am former Major Jiang Sik, from the Ministry of Defense of the Provisional Government of Korea." With a sharp gaze boring into the lens, he continued, "I launched this coup because I have grown sick of watching the country rot further by the day. We, including the government, all have the ability to rebuild a better country once the truth is exposed. It is time for everyone to gather for one common goal." Images appeared of thousands of armed soldiers charging onto the battlefield. They all aimed their muzzles at the targets, opened fire together, and worked as one to eliminate slashers from across the area. Screams and chaotic noise thundered through the space. Some lacked the courage to look reality in the face and could only squat down, clutching their heads as they trembled, not daring to look up. Immediately after came battles and waves of attacks, one after another without end. "If we unite to rebuild this land, we can divide our scarce resources evenly so no one has to starve to death. But look at the current state of things. Armed forces have been split apart only to protect the seats of those in power. Brutal reality struck. Resources are running out day by day, yet still flow only into the hands of a small group. The poor and starving appear everywhere, and day after day people wither away for lack of food. Swarms of flies buzzed and scattered everywhere. Even the luxurious places of the military politicians were stained with bleak, wretched desolation." Jiang Sik stayed silent for a very long time. He clenched his fist and spoke, "I stood up and took up arms because that is the duty of a soldier, to protect the fatherland and the people. Wang Tech is occupying the base. Right now, Unjin nuclear power plant is under my control. All engineers and technicians are hostages." An engineer asked, "How long do you plan to keep us here? We have to restart the reactor, or disaster will happen." That soldier replied, "Be patient and do as we ask. No one wants to turn themselves into fireworks." Jiang Sik's declaration continued, "Until my demands are met and this country stabilizes again, I will not leave the plant." His gaze grew increasingly fierce. "If you do not accept my demands, I will activate the nuclear reactor and drag myself and this rotten country into a sea of fire." Camera kept the same frame, aimed straight at Jiang Sik. Cold, close-up angles of his face were captured clearly. Jangsik acted for a noble great cause, for his beloved homeland, for the everlasting Republic of Korea. Everyone shouted in unison, for the everlasting Republic of Korea. They raised their hands in solemn salute. Everlasting Republic of Korea. The chant echoed throughout the base. Everlasting Republic of Korea. Chunsu gulped down a mouthful of water. He turned and asked curiously, what ritual are those soldiers doing? Why are they wasting energy shouting like that? Munin thought the same. Should we not celebrate victory for them too? I mean, since things here are finished, we should return to Busan now. Then he laughed brightly with excitement. We should celebrate still being alive too. Chunsu added jokingly, I helped keep you alive, so you owe me. When you get back, remember to stop by my tent and bring some spicy water if you have any. Elsewhere, General Hong crushed the paper in his hand. He went mad with rage after being played by Jangsik. Major Lim, that bastard, he finally showed his fangs. He has truly gone mad. He has always been like this. The subordinate mumbled an apology. I am sorry, sir. We sent some troops as a precaution, but before he could finish, General Hong shouted, shut your mouth before you shift blame onto the soldiers who sacrificed themselves. General Troy also angrily pointed straight at his face and cursed, I ordered you to control that mad dog. After this is over, you will pay early for your negligence. The other man could only lower his head deeply, not daring to look up. General Hong proposed a plan. Can Major Lim be eliminated? The bespectacled soldier reported seriously. Regarding that, sir, we no longer have any unit that can be deployed, because most of our forces have already been sent to the Yunjin operation. The remaining troops are already struggling just to secure Busan. He appeared cautious when mentioning a confrontation with Jangsik's forces. If we do not send a strong enough team, he may overwhelm us and push the situation further. The most worrying thing is, the bespectacled man continued, in addition, we do not know how many soldiers and officers will side with Major Lim. That is treasonous thinking, but some may still find it persuasive. General Hong shot up in fury and threw the bracelet straight into his face. Soldier wearing glasses instantly dropped to floor to dodge attack. He clenched his fist, determined to root out this danger, then purge entire opposition faction. Subordinate turned pale as he received order, voice stammering in fear. Sir, General Hong wants Jangsik erased from this world. Find every way to eliminate Major Lim at any cost. Maybe if you put heads together and think you can find better countermeasure. Another subordinate spoke. Then are we going to ignore Major Lim's request? We do not know who might leak information to him, so please consider temporarily meeting his demands and avoid provoking him further. Hearing that, General Hong could only stay put for now. Fine, I had planned to pretend to yield to him for a moment anyway. He could not guess what Jangsik was truly aiming for. Elsewhere, Zeok Chun roared, you small fry, what do you think you are doing? Even while being escorted away by two men, that man kept shouting, I do not know what this is about, but let me tell you first, I know your superiors. They dragged Zeok Chun toward rear of truck. Do you know who stands behind me? Can you bear consequences? Soldier threw handcuffs down in front of him and calmly replied, we know exactly who backs you, but now you still have to come with us. A man still acted fierce, showing no fear, and shoved away Soldier beside him. You dare treat me like this? You have quite guts. Right after that, Soldier raised gun and aimed straight at his chin. To stop resistance, he glared coldly and said, entire city of Busan is about to be dragged down by that connection of yours. If not for them, we would have dealt with you right here. So be smart and do as told. In end, Zeok Chun had to submit, holding out his hands so they could lock cuffs on him. That man froze and wondered, would Busan truly be blown away? Truck slowly rolled forward and continued leaving. In another vehicle, Sangjo watched whole situation, then picked up radio and reported, inform Major Lim that Jiang Zeok Chun has been arrested. Demands are being carried out one by one. Scene returned to base. Chunsu's group gathered in separate corner. From lush green bushes, Jong-un gradually sprang to his feet. Kim Chunsu. Muon-han startled and glanced over. Did bush come out of trees? Major Lim wants to see you. Chun-su immediately asked back, another captain's meeting. Weren't we only supposed to watch until we return? Then Jong-un handed him notebook. We have important matter to discuss. Please prepare yourself before coming. He felt both suspicious and puzzled. Discuss. Why would they suddenly want to discuss things with him? Was everyone overreacting? A moment later, whole group was under watch, with barracks soldiers behind them. Chunsu spoke. What is going on? Pedro could not believe his ears. Coop, did I hear wrong? Jangsik calmly replied, you did not hear wrong. Stop pretending you do not understand human speech. He issued warning, if you want to live, cooperate. Their faces grew grave, and they still had to persuade members of their own teams. This was no different from coercion. Stand with me, change this rotten country together. Suddenly Sarang lowered her hands, drawing Chun-su's attention. He broke out in nervous sweat. Are you frozen stiff? Did you forget they are pointing guns at our heads? Sarang remained indifferent, showing no fear. If they truly wanted to execute us, all of us would have been sent off long ago. She glanced at squad of soldiers aiming guns at her. Besides, man in uniform made it clear too. He needs us to persuade other civilian slayers, so they will not shoot even if we lower our guns and start resisting. Those soldiers had their faces covered, silent and making no sound at all. Hearing that, Jangsik found Sarang very interesting. Not bad, kid, you grasp situation fast. But do not foolishly rush in alone. We can let it slide now, but if you refuse to cooperate, matter changes. Two people, one standing and one sitting, faced each other in atmosphere tense enough to suffocate. Suddenly, Sarang swung her hand and slapped him hard, knocking his face to one side. All soldiers around were stunned, freezing for an instant. Chunsu's group also widened their eyes, all equally shocked. Sarang glared and shouted, "You mean you will ignite coup, then blow up nuclear power plant if it fails? Are you insane?" Wang Tek raised hand to rub his face, while she continued venting anger. "We came here to deal with zombies, not to be suicide troops dying together with your soldiers." A soldier behind her immediately aimed gun at Sarang's back and growled, "You people volunteered for mission where you could lose your lives. Outcome is not much different." She admitted that but still answered firmly, "Yes, we can be taken down by zombies, but we have never complained or acted afraid." Chunsu and Pedro silently watched everything. "No, why would you think that? Because we are slayers, we have to deal with zombies to make living, and we were hired to do that." Sarang stressed each word to expose Jangsik. "You had armored vehicles surround convoy, then turned us into living shields." She continued, laying everything bare. "You also forced us to carry out missions non-stop without rest, even though everyone was exhausted." Sarang felt this was too unfair to her teammates and herself. "But we never complained even half a word. We followed every order of yours, as long as it involved zombies." Sarang stepped closer to Jangsik, bent down, and pointed straight at his face. "But this is not our responsibility, absolutely not." She also emphasized one extremely important point, especially when everything could affect Busan, where my family lives. That also meant she would be forced to leave her loved ones and enter life in exile. Sarang immediately flatly rejected his insane plan, as well as opposing South Korean government currently running country. "I will never stand on your side." Wang Tek answered in gentler voice, not using harsh words. "Yes, it may be very difficult at first. They may arrest slayers who join coup and use your families to threaten you." He admitted losses and disadvantages of this action, though final goal was still for people. "But if you do not join, and this revolution fails, safety and future of all people in this country will be destroyed." Jang Sik's face darkened, voice filled with bitterness. "And world will sink into hopeless darkness. Only few rulers and their lackeys will remain, while slayers, tools being exploited, will struggle to survive." Sarang still had not stopped doubting. "How can you be so sure? Maybe you are only delusional." Jangsik raised hand and signaled Suri over. Suri stepped forward, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "I do not think you need to share information with them. I understand we are staging coup, but we cannot let civilians know military secrets." Jangsik held notebook in his hand, pondering for a moment. Without another word, he handed it to Sarang, making her freeze. "What is this? Is this your answer?" Jingu put glasses back on and quickly snatched notebook from Sarang's hand. "Fine, let me see. Making child speak for cowardly adults and still trying to look cool. Your role ends here." He casually opened random page to look. "Leave documents like this to adults." Pedro could not hide curiosity about contents inside either. "Aren't you going to read with us, brother? This must be important information. We should look together." Chunsu answered blankly, "Me. I cannot read. You all go ahead." All three gathered together to examine notebook. Jangsik quietly held cigar in his mouth, patiently standing and waiting for them. Outside, sky remained deep blue, clusters of clouds drifting lazily past. Jingu took off his glasses, while every person's expression was tense to extreme. Chunsu asked anxiously, "What is it? Why is everyone so tense? If you finished reading, tell me too." He even teased Sarang, "I bet you are only curious too, no way you ever went to school." She angrily threw him sharp, icy look. "Yeah, I did not go to school, but that does not mean I am illiterate like you." Then she turned to Pedro and said, "An illiterate guy is right. Stop beating around bush, tell him." He raised brow and began recounting. "Report shows this country is sliding deeper into decline. Only thing still holding society together is food and goods produced and stockpiled before apocalypse. Boxes of necessities are still piled high, but report also clearly states that reserves will soon run out." After hearing this, Chunsu asked calmly, "Is that serious?" "It is not much different from before." Sarang immediately chimed in, "Exactly." Jingo analyzed in low voice, "For those already used to living in poverty, perhaps they will not feel much change." Continued, "Dangerous point is not that resources have completely run dry, but that reserves circulating in market are only enough for people to scrape by day by day." Image of chaotic city appeared, people packed together in streets. So if this flow stops, riots will be almost impossible to avoid. Poor and vulnerable people are human too. They also have emotions. Wang Tek sat there and continued, if it were that simple, we soldiers could still endure, but there are many other reasons too. Jin Gu immediately added, more serious than anything is that ammunition is also gradually running out. Statistics show we are about to reach minimum threshold. Hearing this, Chun Su asked in surprise, what is threshold? Jin Gu turned and explained, once numbers fall below that level, restoring country to its former state will no longer be feasible. According to displayed analysis data, that number is also minimum amount of supplies needed to open path out of Busan. Pedro concluded grimly that, in other words, if number dropped below that threshold, Korea would surely fall. Based on figures in report, time left before he reached that threshold was. Chun Su and Sarang both startled at this point, expressions turning stern at once, about 1 month. Those two who had been slow to react earlier, now truly understood how terrifying problem was. Wang Tek said in a grave voice, to put it briefly, I am not doing this for selfish gain or impulse. So what do you all think? Everyone fell silent and listened closely. Now that you know truth, would you want to join us more? After a while, 4 people moved to another corner to discuss in private. Jingu was first to speak, join them. Refuse, and all of us will be shot dead. Major Jiang 6 actions can also be understood after reading report. Sarang immediately objected, I do not agree. I would never join this. Pedro glanced at her and said, would you rather get executed? Then he nodded as if decided, I also think we should join them. Living inside walls for too long, I had not realized how chaotic outside world was. Sarang angrily turned to Chun Su. Hey you, what about you? Caught off guard, Chun Su froze, scratched his cheek, then replied, maybe I still do not fully understand this, but we do not necessarily have to join or reject them, right? Other 3 all looked at him with puzzled eyes. Chun Su saw this and explained that soldiers were trying to persuade us to avoid worst case. Having another enemy here is right, is it not? Then we only need to reach an agreement, and we will not have to rebel or get shot dead anymore. Sarang snapped in annoyance. What nonsense are you talking? Yet Jingu excitedly patted him on shoulder. You really are genius. Secret interrogation room of Defense Ministry. Just as Deok Chun lifted his head, door suddenly flew open. A soldier walked in, holding 2 cups in his hands. He set one cup down right in front of him. Then soldier lit cigarette and reported that superior wanted to let him go. Deok Chun immediately replied happily, so you are only good to me for that. I will speak up for you so they do not execute you. Maybe you will only be sent to some useless unit. Soldier took off handcuffs for him, but there was one condition. What condition? His face darkened as he heard rest. You will have to go to Eugene factory and wipe out Major Jiang Sik. Deok Chun reflexively asked back to Eugene, Officer Major Lim. I do not know what is going on in Defense Ministry, but I cannot do something like that alone. Soldier answered at once without hesitation, then we cannot let you go. Yet he raised his hand and said, one person. He calmly stated demand, I just need one more life. Soldier asked in confusion, who are you referring to? Deok Chun made request, I need one more rank slazer. He went on, you all should know Major Lim has combat experience far beyond ordinary slazer. He is not only a seasoned soldier, but also a genuine slazer. Image of Jiang Sik standing tall amid countless undead strewn everywhere surfaced. Deok Chun pointed to his own temple, then continued, and he is armed to teeth with modern weapons. Someone like me has no chance in a one-on-one against him. You get it. Soldier narrowed his eyes and asked, so what do you plan to do? He answered casually, I will cover half cost of hiring an A-rank slazer. So can Defense Ministry handle paperwork for hiring slazer for me? As soon as he finished speaking, Deok Chun excitedly made a hand gesture. Good thing you saw that. Only thing Underworld can face soldiers is polymer. At Schleiser Company in that room, Secretary Park spoke, Miss. We just received call from Defense Ministry hotline. Jiang was shocked. Defense Ministry. Aren't they taking part in Ujin operation? We already sent entire team there. Secretary replied, yes, I told them that too, but they still insisted on hiring another slazer without explaining details. A Jiang frowned and asked in a stern voice, what rank of slazer do they want to hire? Secretary Park answered briefly, a rank, miss. We want to hire either Kim Cheon Sam or Chloe Chroma by name. Jiang Sik and all his teammates studied map carefully again. A sudden knock came from outside, making him turn his head in surprise. Chun Su opened door and looked around everyone in room. We need to talk. Back then, Chun Su asked in slight confusion, what? Why do you want me to stand up and negotiate with them? I already gave plan. You only need to do your part and carry it out. He pointed in confusion at Jin Gu standing there. Uncle is brain here. Feeling something was off, he turned to Pedro and said, that preacher is one with slick tongue. Pedro heard this and complained at once, please do not call me by that horn nickname. Contrary to his reaction, Jingu remained calm and said, I can help you lay out negotiation terms, but you must be one to talk to them directly. Chunsu still did not understand. Why me? Jingu's face became extremely calm, gaze fixed straight ahead, because Major Lim thinks you are different from rest of us. At this moment, Jingu was silently thinking about joining hands with Jiang Sik. Maybe he had seen something in you, or had known you from before. Enough time in contact made Wang Tek fully trust Chun Su, and most outstanding person in group was naturally Sparrow Ghost. After that, Jingu concluded, I still think my eye for people is sharp. After hearing plan, Chun Su still felt half doubtful inside really. But contrary to his suspicion, Jingu appeared extremely certain and took lead in his connection with teammates. The image of Chun Su bonding with everyone over long stretch also gradually emerged through Jingu's account. In some strange way, you always made them feel close and trustworthy whenever you were beside them. Hearing this, Sarang also flared up and turned back to scold him. That is right, stop whining and act like adult. When you were lecturing me, you were plenty sharp-tongued too. Back to present, Chun Su walked toward Jiang Sik and calmly explained his thoughts. His face clearly went cold as he spoke exactly according to prepared script. Chun Su's proposal was very simple, and at first glance, even seemed silly. Wang Tek hesitated for long after hearing it, but you had already revised entire idea with Jingu's advice and relayed it to Major Lim. First condition was Slazer would not be under Major Lim's command and would not be treated as soldiers. In short, army is army, Slazer is Slazer. Slazer must maintain neutral stance in every situation and obey no side, no matter how secretly both sides confronted each other. Everything was gradually moving in right direction, just as original plan. Slazer would escort soldiers safely out of zombie horde on way back to Busan until situation eased. After finishing plan, Chun Su calmly faced Jiang Sik standing opposite. We are civilians, we understand you are doing this for proper reason, so I hope you will agree with our view. They told me to say that. Corner of Jiang Sik's mouth also curved slightly into a relieved smile. Two of them shook hands as confirmation of cooperation. Both continued talking in more relaxed atmosphere. I still want you at my side to face things bigger than zombies, but I think I am being too selfish. I will try to make sure you do not get dragged into Busan War Swamp. After agreeing on plan, Wang Tek immediately changed direction and said, but Slazer will have to guard 3 wedges. He suddenly remembered Sarang's haughty face and added, just like that little girl said, your job is to deal with zombies. Seeing his reaction, Chun Su could only sense exhaustion at pile of tiring troubles. Honestly bad, I bet he only wants a good night's sleep, but anyway, I think I got what I needed. Story was also gradually being told. Slazer's side stated they would continue to stay neutral, while group of soldiers joining Coop was preparing for long road ahead. First thing they did was work together to restore their heart, meaning Eugene nuclear power plant. Workers cooperated with army to fix every flaw so plant would not overload during coup. While group of workers worked tirelessly, soldiers standing behind kept throwing threats non-stop. Work less. You only need to patch things up. Surely you do not want to get handcuffed while doing useless work, right? But things still did not stop there. Soldiers who went into reactor with engineers had also planted explosives at many spots in plant as backup plan. Many people had to infiltrate deeper inside to activate blast system prepared in advance. Everything was gradually moving along calculated track. After that, they began setting up bound key areas to distribute their large force efficiently. Army also reinforced guard around plant with ever denser density. Unlike familiar invasions or coups, Korea's first defensive coup had officially taken shape. After a long period of hard work, sky finally began turning toward evening at that base. Jiang Sik studied plan in his hands intently, while also not forgetting to remind him, write down what I said, and change a few parts in plan, if you do not want your troops to die for nothing. Suri nodded lightly in response, yes sir, I will follow your orders. He immediately turned and walked away. Good, deploy at once and report back. But right then, Suri called out to stop him, but sir, I have a question. Her face clearly showed deep thought and unease as she voiced what she was thinking. Do you think Busan government will attack? Will they ignore our warning about blowing up power plant and gamble on launching a full-scale offensive here? Contrary to her worry, Jiang Sik remained extremely calm. Are you afraid? That question left Suri stunned. What? Amid vast sky and earth, his face remained strangely calm. You have killed thousands of zombies, and now you are afraid of dealing with people. After hearing those words, Suri was speechless, unable to say anything, only looking at him in confusion. As for Jiang Sik, he seemed full of certainty. Maybe he had already gone all in on this hand. Do not be afraid, their brains have already rotted away. They are no different from zombies. You asked me whether they would attack us, despite warning about blowing up plant. When he turned his head back, Suri saw blazing resolve on his face and answer was yes. As I said, they cannot think clearly because their brains have rotted away. So go ahead and prepare yourself, they will surely come. Scene right after that quickly shifted to Busan runway. Army side was still making moves, following each step of plan already laid out. In distance, Deok-chun silently observed entire situation. Looking up at pouring rain sky, he could not help feeling irritated. What kind of crazy weather is this? Assistant hurriedly explained, "Is this an ill omen?" Headquarters said they deliberately chose rainy day to carry out operation. He even looked up at sky and said rain and wind would help us launch ambush, since enemy had no radar and would be caught off guard. After hearing that, Deok-chun still kept same indifferent look, and where was Slazer hand I had asked for? While two were still talking, luxury car slowly rolled over. From that gleaming supercar, another big shot stepped out. Deok-chun let out long sigh, saying he had bad feeling about this, especially when they kept hiding identities of those Slazer guys. That man was still feeling down when Cheon-sam also stepped up and spoke, "So it was you, thug." But Deok-chun seemed not care at all. He coldly moved forward and said, "I do not give a damn what you call me, because I am fired up now. I know damn well you can easily teach that soldier bastard lesson, old man." That crude tone made Cheon-sam show clear irritation. That troublesome bastard. Both sides were glaring at each other, ready to clash, when someone else spoke up from behind and cut in, "Hello everyone." Fat man with thick glasses immediately introduced himself. "I am Lieutenant Colonel Jiang Song-jo, commander of this operation." He was Lieutenant Colonel Jiang Song-jo, under Ministry of National Defense. Watching scene before him, Mr. Joe smiled, then looked cross-wide yard. "I am counting on both of you for this operation. We do not have much time to waste, so let me quickly explain plan. As both of you know, this is surprise raid." In his mind, he already had specific plan. After counting personnel, entire force would board shuttle plane and fly straight to Eugene. Under Seojo order, both sides escorted each other onto flight from Busan to Eugene. With that said, he turned a group of rigidly standing soldiers. "Special unit will parachute when plane approaches Eugene at 3 o'clock and eliminate all coup plotters who show any sign of using weapons." Fierce determination showed on his face. "Both of you only have one goal in this mission." Lieutenant Lim was identified as one controlling nuclear power plant, and at that very moment he was already imagining Jang Sik being taken down. Their ultimate mission was to defeat him. After speaking, Song-jo turned to look at two others with sharp eyes, as if reminding them not to hold back under any circumstances. Since those rebels were already doomed, Cheon-sam slowly voiced his thoughts. On way here, he had carefully read documents and understood coup faction situation, from plant layout to matter of hostages they were holding. Cheon-sam scanned current situation and suddenly wondered what would happen to Slazer, who did not belong to Ministry of National Defense. Seeing that, Mr. Joe calmly pushed up his glasses and explained those people would be safe if they cooperated. Anyone foolish enough to stand with Lieutenant Lim would be immediately charged with anti-government rebellion. In that instant, Mr. Joe's eyes suddenly flashed with sinister calculation. He knew he was worried about company's Slazer group and his own acquaintance. He promised to spare them if they did not follow Lieutenant Lim's orders, on condition that he quickly took down opponent cleanly. He had placed full hopes on him. After finalizing plan, Seojo immediately urged everyone on, seeing that all already steeled themselves. He ordered operation to begin and told entire team to move onto plane at once. A few hours passed, and transport plane carrying force gradually approached assembly area. Loudspeaker announcement rang in everyone's ears, signaling they had reached landing point. Not wasting even one moment, soldiers immediately took positions, raising rifles in ready-to-fight stance. Urging shouts rang out one after another, and each soldier jumped out of plane without the slightest hesitation. Everyone understood target for this mission clearly. Ministry of National Defense's task was to retake Eugene plant, and operation officially began. Ground. As he watched battle about to erupt, Jang Sik let out subtle sigh when hearing operation had started. He raised hand to sky and loudly ordered flare fire. Right after that, flare shot up into sky, lighting up entire heavens. Saying that letter carried everyone's hopes for next step. Repeated explosions also created no small pressure on soldiers hanging in air as they parachuted down. After regaining composure and looking down, they saw Jang Sik's side had already formed neat formation, weapons ready to fire. Knowing tonight battle would be extremely tense, Jang Sik showed smug smile, because tonight they would get to enjoy their bullet-riddled cheese, with holes all over it. The moment he finished speaking, firepower from ground immediately poured into sky, aiming straight at soldiers still hanging in midair. Flare after flare kept tearing through night, shooting high upward and dyeing vast space red. Soldiers descending from sky had to endure countless shrapnel fragments embedding into flesh. Bullets fired from ground even pierced through parachutes hanging in air, causing soldiers to fall freely in complete loss of control. One parachuting soldier was in total panic, only able to clutch rifle tightly in his hands. Even others were in great trouble when they hit ground. Jang Sik stood still watching with satisfied expression. Ridiculous. How could those guys fire back while still hanging in sky? Did they think spraying bullets randomly would let them escape? Drizzle still fell without pause and showed no sign of stopping. Enemy side seemed to be falling into chaos. Are we about to die here? How did they know we would be landing? T replied sternly to them, that is exactly what you are thinking in your heads. As expected, Ministry of National Defense is nothing but rotten corrupt bunch. They surely do not have enough guts to act. Even so, there were still those on sidelines who had secretly planned ahead. A few soldiers had patiently waited for someone to point guns at Ministry of National Defense, and that was top secret military intelligence. That man glanced around, then secretly carried book out of library. On cracked ruined bridge, not one person passed by. Sang took book and stuffed it into coat pocket. You are doing good thing for this country. I do not know how to thank you enough. That man also sent sincere words. Good luck to you. I am not only one in ministry who believes this country needs reform. Two shook hands, closing cooperation agreement. Let me know if you need support. Communicator machine let out beeping sound, then printed out slip of paper. Jang Sik raised sheet that had just been sent over and read it. Seeing that, Jang could curiously lean in to look, scanning from start to finish. He took puff of cigar, then showed delighted smile. I am very grateful to our informant. Gather snipers under my orders. Back in present, rain had begun to ease, no longer pouring as hard as before. Work was basically done. Jang Sik picked up radio and announced, we have wiped out almost all parachuting soldiers. From now on we must conserve ammunition and hold enemy at front line, because logistics is vital in any military operation. After that he handed remaining work over to subordinates to clean up. One more thing, count number of parachuting soldiers who died after landing and report back to me. Soldiers put hands together and answered in unison, yes sir. In silent night without a sound, there was one soldier hiding in distant bushes to observe entire situation. He immediately turned to report to superior, you guessed right, sir. They concentrated firepower to shoot down parachuting soldiers, and it seems they have not realized they are already surrounded. Lieutenant nodded slightly, preparing stance to advance and counterattack. Very good. Although we paid rather heavy price, plan went smoothly. That soldier kept praising, impressive, sir. How did you know this? Was it because Lieutenant Lim noticed parachuting soldiers, sir? He spoke, I just told you we had paid heavy price. He added, yes, I understand we had to sacrifice our men to draw attention, but I am wondering how you knew about that, sir. In Lieutenant's glasses suddenly flashed dangerous light. That is exactly what I just said. We sacrificed many soldiers just to learn about that. We used most brutal methods to interrogate them. We brainwashed them for great nation. Suddenly, Lieutenant frowned in confusion and asked back, but why are you asking that? You also work for that Lim guy. That soldier was startled and flustered. What? No, sir, I assure you He gave reassuring smile. Calm down, I was only joking. Being overly nervous while on mission can lead to mistakes. That soldier was still trembling. You are right, sir. I should go relax for a bit. Lieutenant immediately returned to stern look, revealing sinister face. Let us begin operation. Contact our lasers right away. In another development, parachutist fell apart in pieces, while backpack was sent flying somewhere unknown. Deok Chun kept grumbling in anger for a long while. Damn it, that idiot Lieutenant Lim dared drag me into this messy stuff. First I was detained by military, now I have to jump out of plane too. Everything is in total chaos, all because of that bastard Lim. He turned to Cheon Sam, who was now adjusting hat on his head. Does that not piss you off, old man? Cheon Sam only shook his head calmly. Not at all. Thug, I think you are the one who pissed off Lieutenant Lim. Deok Chun pondered in silence, so he knows about that. But how? He should not have been allowed to know internal matters. He looked at Deok Chun and said bluntly, I do not think you will contribute anything to help this country improve. Honestly, I do not care if Lieutenant Lim defeats government or sends you to hell. Slay's job is to kill zombies, and that is my only duty. He froze in disbelief. How the hell did you end up here? Damn it, are not all of us here for money? Cheon Sam did not hide it either, saying flatly that he did not come here for money. He agreed to join mission to make sure little guy he knew would not get dragged into this. After speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving behind words that made Deok Chun think. You can throw away coworkers, brothers, and parents for money, but I cannot. I had already taken into account people in my plan too. Deok Chun was furious to point of nearly losing control. He clenched fist hard in anger. That rigid soldier and this old man too, both of them were obstacles. Should I take down both of them too? Suddenly his phone vibrated nonstop. After reading message, Deok Chun stuffed phone into pants pocket and jerked chin as he said, "Let us go. They want us to carry out mission." Elsewhere, Chunsu woke up after deep sleep. He lazily sat up and walked outside. Chunsu scanned around for a moment. He realized everyone was gathering in one place, packed tightly. What is that? What the hell is happening? Sarang shot him sharp look. Are you blind? Flames rose thickly in mystical night. Game officially began. Time to fight. Paratrooper corpses lie scattered everywhere. Flames can be seen clearly from far away, dying sky red. Jingu said good news was Major Lim still held line against their attack. That helps us, since Feta is on same side as Major Lim. Pedro added that fighting was happening far from Laser's area, so I think we will not get dragged into their war. That Major seems friendly toward us, mostly thanks to Chun Su's bargaining skill. Chun Su looked up, eyes still fixed on Sea of Fire. So all we need do is sit still and watch tigers fight from mountain top. Sarang nodded in agreement. Right, do not step in, same as when you did it with me before. Then she turned away, looking toward that side with tearful face. This time it is not zombie fighting, so your shield is useless. This is total war, civilians cannot get involved. Chun-Su heard that and argued back at once. Hey, when have I ever meddled in other people's business? I am not getting involved in their battle anyway, so stop worrying for nothing. He ignored everything, turned back toward his tent, and called back to Lasers as he walked that as long as no one interferes with war, no one will get hit. I am going back to sleep. On opposite side, they still watched situation with utmost focus. One soldier standing behind asked, "Sir, I think we have seen Lasers. Should we treat them as Major Lim's allies, sir? We should avoid unnecessary fights, and they are only civilians, sir." Man with binoculars gave slight nod in agreement. You make sense, those Slayer people are all civilians. Most of them do not care about Major Lim's plan. They came here only to make a living. Soldier immediately raised objection. So we just ignore them, then. Man holding binoculars lightly raised hand to lips for silence, then said, "But what if Major Lim has already won them over? What if they suddenly launch a rear attack while we are fighting Major Lim's forces?" That man slowly explained to teammates. "Then we will be first unit defeated by bunch of civilians. That would be shame everyone would remember forever. Did we come all way to Anjin just to bring home such bad reputation?" He flipped weapon switch, ready for bloody slaughter, to eliminate hidden dangers. That is minimum for every mission. The man with binoculars shouldered gun and strode forward with swagger. "I trust Lieutenant Colonel will protect us if things go wrong." His finger lightly rested on trigger, then squeezed. A deafening blast roared through sky, and Sarang, with her keen hearing, immediately recognized that gun. She hurried over to ask nearest person, "Hey, did you hear gunfire?" As soon as she spoke, Sarang's hand touched person who had been shot. "You." She never expected he had been shot in stomach by those bastards. Sarang's face turned pale, drained of all color from terror. Fresh blood surged out of Chun-Su's mouth. "Damn it, I just told everyone minute ago that we would be safe as long as we did not meddle in other people's business." His mind suddenly spun into chaos. Truly unlucky to extreme. Right after that, Chun-Su fainted in an instant, causing people nearby to rush over in panic. "Hey, you there, wait." At that very moment, government army suddenly surged out, bullets flying wildly nonstop. Bullets stormed tore bodies apart, leaving Fate had no chance to counterattack. Severely wounded Lasers one by one collapsed to ground. One stray bullet lodged straight into Sarang's shoulder. She fell backward onto ground, screaming in pain. Sarang clutched arm covered in blood. Why did they suddenly open fire like that? If they are aiming at us, then that means... She gritted her teeth through pain and reasoned it out. They came from Ministry of National Defense. Hundreds of soldiers aimed weapons and charged forward together. Truly long night with no sleep, but how did it turn into this? Were they not busy fighting Major Lim's troops? Sarang gripped shoulder tightly to stop bleeding. They split off troops just to wipe us out. Others angrily grabbed weapons and rushed up. "You damn dogs, we never did anything to you. I swear I will send all of you to grave." Binocular-wearing commander coldly signaled to troops. At command, they immediately unleashed bullet rain at two men who had just charged in. In blink of an eye, they dropped right before Sarang. She swayed as she watched, grinding her teeth in fury. Tears gushed from that man's eyes. "Captain, save me, oh." Then his gaze gradually dulled, then went completely dead. Sarang's eyes turned bloodshot from sheer agitation. She bit down hard against pain and forced herself up. "I swear..." She braced herself, hatred surging to peak. "I will kill every last one of them." Chun-Su hurriedly stopped Sarang when she tried to crawl forward. "No, wait, now is not time." She struggled free, anger burning fiercely. "You want me to stay neutral after what they just did? Are you stupid? They have killed our teammate. What are we supposed to do?" Seeing that, he still firmly held onto Sarang's hand. Inertia, she fell backward. Chun-Su stressed each word. "I am not saying we should lie still and wait for death. At this moment, beneath soldiers' feet, unlucky teammates had already collapsed motionless. That soldier calmly fired final shot into Slayer, who still had breath left. Chunsu was drenched in sweat and said softly, "You are right, we have to fight to survive. We cannot save others if we do not rise ourselves, and we also cannot live if we do not take down enemy first." Ganjiang tried hard to persuade Sarang, "But we have to trust our teammates. It is not like only we are slayers here." Chunsu suddenly remembered fragments of countless times whole group crossed line between life and death together. They always stood shoulder to shoulder, supporting one another in every situation. Like when Pedro temporarily split off to provide support, they also fought bravely to survive, just like us. Even that surly Jingu was same. Every word Chunsu said was hard and decisive. "We will wait for right chance, then rely on teammates to draw them off. Lie down for a bit, do not get discovered." Meanwhile, Jingu was quietly hiding behind tent to observe. Beside him were several other members. Manhwa asked in a low voice, full of panic, "What do we do now? We just hide here and pray they pass by without noticing us." Jingu, still drinking milk, immediately rejected it. "No." He crushed milk carton in his hand. "We are facing seasoned soldiers, ones who were fully prepared to ambush us. They are extremely alert and will not leave unless they have searched every corner clean. Hiding like this will only get us killed." Another team member angrily tightened grip on weapon. "So what do we do now? Risk our lives against them? They are regular army, fully armed. We cannot use these zombie-killing tools against them." Jingu glanced at person who had just spoken. His gaze settled on weapon that guy was holding. A bold thought suddenly flashed through Jingu's mind. Right, slayers are only used to dealing with zombies. They cannot fight army head-on. While Guy still did not understand what was going on, he snatched weapon away. "Why are you saying something everyone already knows?" Jingu raised weapon, expression cold and determined. "Fight or die. This dried up stuff, is it not zombie syrup?" People around him were stunned. Manhwa asked boldly, "You plan to use that thing against those soldiers for real?" Hat-wearing boy blurted out, "Damn it, never thought we would end up doing this. Like hell they would stand still and wait for us to infect them. Not bad idea, but how do we do it?" Jingu nodded in approval. "Right, this plan is not easy. Soldiers will not let us get close, but there are still some among us who do not need to go near them." He turned to Manhwa. "For example, you Manhwa, you have gamma gun." Jingu gave order. "We only need one, you just have to hit one of them to cause infection. When one soldier starts mutating, whole situation will shift immediately, from weak to strong, then we will go all out and wipe them all out." Manhwa gripped gun in hand tightly, worried to death. "What if something goes wrong? What if I miss or bullet cannot even pierce its armor? If our position gets exposed, all of us will die. Do you really want to hand everyone's lives over to me?" Jingu wore calm smile on edge of life and death. "If you miss before dying, we will come back as ghosts to haunt you, though that probably will not scare you enough." By now, he had to admit Chunsu was right. Humans are inherently selfish, but slayers know how to protect their own lives even more, since they have tasted enough bitterness of this world. While Chunsu and Sarang still lay there, life or death uncertain, they had just lost two respected captains. Ministry of National Defense troops still patrolled with utmost strictness, ready to face anyone who showed slightest sign of taking up weapons. One hand silently picked item up from ground, then an end still chose battle plan. Man used knife to scrape dried zombie blood off it. They were not stupid enough to throw away own lives for nothing. Jingu decisively cut one slash across hand. Then he dripped fresh blood drop by drop into base. Two together mixed into deadly mixture. Jingu gently shook it in hand to check. Then he poured all of it into Moonan's gun barrel, instead of splitting up to act separately. At final step, he restarted gun, eyes still alert, searching for way back. One side appeared to lure as many enemies as possible. One side hid in shadows, patiently waiting for right moment. Jingu repeated, "Combat plan for everyone. Do not forget their armor is thicker than you think. Plan will fail completely if you shoot helmets or armor. He only has one bullet, only one chance, so be patient and wait until shot can pierce uniform for sure before pulling trigger." Man of Stealth signaled people intent. As long as plan succeeds and pathogen begins spreading, Rest will immediately launch full assault on confused soldiers. They are not last survivors. He is certain there are still teammates outside, so supply weapons to slashers hiding in ambush. Around lay countless corpses piled in messy heaps. There were still people quietly obeying orders, lying still in ambush without making sound. Chunsu and Sarang were same, both held silence and waited for right chance. Jingu raised voice and shouted, "Are you ready?" An tightened grip on gun in hand, holding breath to pounding heartbeat. Others had also prepared themselves, ready to fight. Two soldiers on other side showed clear caution, slowly moving closer. They were not stupid either, quickly sidestepping to prepare for response. Suddenly, whole group stared in shock, as if they had discovered something abnormal. Government army side was not much better. He began edging forward step by careful step. Syrup sprayed wildly across head, spilling into gaps between teeth and eye sockets. He let out a scream of bone-deep pain. That soldier immediately put all strength into a punch like falling sky, slamming into leader's face. Jingu seized that instant and shouted to urge everyone on. There it is. Chance has come. No time to stop. Our chance is here. Charge. Whole group immediately answered, all rushing in together to attack. Suddenly, one figure shot in front of Chun Su, then snapped shield upright across path. Turned out Jingu had stepped in to shield him. I saw you two from far away already. Good thing both of you are still alive. I brought your hot weapons here. Chun Su struggled upright, gasping for a while before turning to Sarang and saying, "See, I told you they would draw away those predators. Now let's go." She looked at him, eyes full of worry. "Wait, are you okay? Your face looks terrible. You need rest or lie down for a bit." Chun Su curled lips into cold smile, fury still surging in heart. "Are you kidding? Before I drop, I have to send all those bastards to meet their ancestors first." Binocular Man roared in fury, "You fucking traitorous bastards." Right after that, some strange object spewing thick smoke flew out. Chun Su and Sarang flashed past him, casually knocking off a few heads. Despite treasonous curses ringing out, Pedro, like a maddened beast, rushed in and slaughtered soldiers. One by one, they brought down opponents using most ruthless methods. Some even used own faces as weapons to attack. Suddenly, something shot out as fast as wind. One soldier was stabbed straight through belly by sharp spear. Chun Su let out a soft breath at sight of that horrific scene. Binocular Man Jun trembled as he stammered, You will be charged with treason." As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed and took last breath under stunned eyes of everyone. Seeing that, Chun Su only spoke coldly. "We wanted to stay neutral, but now it's too late for that." He immediately called everyone, "Go to Major Lim at once. We have to report situation to him. If possible, help him out." No one in group voiced any objection. Chun Su took lead and shouted loudly, "Let's go." After all, reason he came here was only to find a way to live among death. On battle map were countless red X marks crisscrossing densely. Yang Sik calculated extremely carefully. "We have achieved some results, such as timely locating parachute troops, thanks to leaked intelligence." That was also when he read several top-secret pieces of information on sheet. Jiang Sik continued thinking deeply. Even after wiping out all parachute troops without our side losing a drop of blood, he still felt uneasy. In heart, he was still stuck. Something felt wrong. Why did victory still leave him so unsettled? He could not relax even for a moment, feeling just like crushing a mosquito dead, then lying down to sleep only to hear another buzzing by ear. Just then, one soldier ran over to report, "Sir, we have finished tallying losses of parachute troops." He continued, listing yesterday's battle results. "We killed 82 of them, not counting troops on aircraft that were shot down, and those missing." Wang Tek was also very confident in own strength. "In combat, I can stand toe-to-toe with any enemy general. Anyway, I am an A-rank slasher, have sent more than thousand zombies to heaven." He glanced at Soldier and said in a rough voice, "You say they only sent 100 troops to take me down. Do you think that makes sense? I know that outfit is full of clowns, but they are not stupid enough for that." Soldier was a little nervous, but still answered, "Their numbers are indeed suspicious, but report to you says no remnants remain." They checked very carefully. "We identified identities, all belong to Air Force Special Operations. If these guys landed safely, they would definitely be major threat. Enemy side is also facing many difficulties right now, and Ministry of National Defense is severely short on troops. They may have already run out of resources to send reinforcements." Soldier holding stack of documents continued analysis. "So superiors sent strongest elite unit to eliminate target. This has been confirmed, sir, but it seems they still have another plan or some hidden force." Jiang Sik nodded lightly in agreement. "What you said makes sense. My intuition has never been wrong, and your view is also convincing, because it is based on reality." Even so, he still could not feel at ease. Why did victory leave such bad feeling in heart? When night completely covered base, several night vision soldiers with glasses-strained eyes, scanning every corner around them. Suddenly a flash of light burst from darkness. Right then, government and Ministry of National Defense went all in, pouring 5 times military budget into their side to carry out plan. Soldier suddenly realized they had deployed strongest remaining elite units for one decisive battle to the death. Soldiers' intent were still dazed, not yet understanding what was happening. What the hell? Before words finished, one soldier was hit by gunfire and collapsed, a panicked cry ringing out. "Sergeant!" Person in front turned back in surprise. "Hey, why did you call me?" He froze, then shouted loudly, "Enemy attack." Immediately, Sergeant was also sent to heaven by one bullet. Soldiers on roof fell one after another. From below, one sniper was firing with superb skill. Only Special Operations Sniper Unit of Ministry of National Defense, Eagle Eye, could possess such terrifying skill. Han Mi Yang observed situation through binoculars, coldly ordering subordinates to load and ready, waiting only for command to open fire. In such short time they built such a solid base. Looking at rigid arrangement of those guards, I feel like I am looking at a model army. Special Operations Sniper Commander, Lieutenant Colonel Hanmei Yeong thought. But that very discipline put you at disadvantage, because after all, we were all trained in same furnace. I do not even need to look to know which vital point to shoot down. While observing, she gave orders to subordinates. Left side at 32, top at 17, pay attention, ready. Soldiers shouted in unison, understood. True enough, every enemy at long range fell in instant. And Mi Yang immediately reported to another unit over radio, her voice clear. This is Eagle Eye. Enemy guards have been wiped out. We have broken through long-range defenses. Now it is your turn to take the field. Hun Seo nodded in satisfaction. Copy that, well done, now it is our turn on stage. His troops are preparing a surprise attack. We still hold the element of surprise. Save ammo, keep absolute silence, then infiltrate the entire unit. Attack Ministry of Defense anti-terror base. Report at once. He ordered in a low voice. Prepare. Anti-terror squad commander was Lieutenant Colonel Hun Seo. Strong men in Legion immediately surged forward like a gale. At same time, sniper team quickly changed position. Terror squad, with terrifying power, charged like arrows tearing through wind. All spearheads concentrated all force on one point. Meanwhile, Bayside was still busy clearing out bodies just shot down. At this moment, soldiers only curiously turned back to look. A Ministry of Defense force with fierce faces was surging into attack. Soldier at sight turned pale. What is this? Are they attacking from flank? Inside base, everyone shouted warnings to each other. All armed units, enemy is attacking. Seo curled lips into a cold smile, as if victory already lay in palm. They fired wildly without pause. A fierce battle officially erupted. Inside base, gunfire immediately returned fire. Take down every member on Ministry of Defense side. Both sides rushed into bare-handed close combat. Situation still had no winner. An injured soldier shouted, "This is North Checkpoint. Enemy has launched flank attack and is about to hit base. We are short on men, short on firepower, cannot hold any longer. Requesting emergency reinforcements." A huge black shadow loomed forward. Hun Seo tightened baton in hand and growled, "I hate snitches most." He could only howl in despair. No. Then came a blood-soaked scene full of terror. Jang Sik and base watched everything through screen, while agonized screams kept bursting over radio. Southeast checkpoint has been attacked. Enemy forces will flood into center of base in 7 minutes. Isn't central checkpoint monitoring enemy movements? West checkpoint is in danger. This is Northwest Defense Post. We have detected intruders. He gritted teeth in rage. Those bastards have brought every last elite force from Busan here. They want to surround and wipe us out from every direction. Wang Tek suddenly had a thought. What if those assassins attacked Busan all at once, while they were massing troops here? He worried over current situation. If so, then how could they handle security problems in Busan? Maybe Huang Shi made one move wrong. They poured everything here, which meant they no longer cared about his proposal. He had misjudged them. He slammed hand on table. Leaders of this country were far worse than he had thought. Just because they were threatened by people like him and abandoned rear areas, no wonder country's future was so dark. Jang Sik grabbed radio. He declared each word. All units listen. Government has sent nearly all forces here. He immediately gave orders to all subordinates. Outer ring units, retreat while trying to pin them down. Central base forces, prepare for a full counterattack. Jang Sik said sternly, "We will face directly those lackeys of corrupt government, those who are eyeing to destroy you and your families." Situation had already grown more serious, no need to say more. That is force sent by government to erase us. So if we can hold out successfully, this victory will spread momentum to many other places. Then this coup will no longer be limited to Anji, but will expand all the way to Busan, where your families are living. Jang Sik continued boosting morale of everyone. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for us to change country fate. So listen up, my warriors. When ammo runs out, use knives to slash, use them to stab. If hands are lost, tear them apart with your teeth. He tightened radio and pressed out each word. Do not let anyone survive out of here. Fight to end and live to return. One by one, cold knives were drawn from sheaths. I will not hide behind subordinates like those cowardly leaders in Busan. At same time, pistols were already loaded and ready. Jang Sik strode forward in grand manner, determined to rush into a life-and-death battle. Tonight, I will fight beside you, my brothers. He also said if things went beyond control, then they should try to hold out and wait for him. I am warrior of era, only a rank slasher in this Guangtek army. I will come rescue everyone. He turned to ask soldier outside, "Where is our weakest point?" "I will go there. South side, right." Soldier answered clearly, "Sir, they are launching a fierce assault on south side." He stamped foot hard on ground to gain momentum. Jang Sik shot forward at terrifying speed, cut through thousands of tree trunks in dense forest. His face blazed with fierce determination. Suddenly, a tiny fishing hook shot out. It hooked straight onto his collar. Jang Sik was dragged away in extreme panic. His entire body was dragged across rough ground. He widened eyes and looked up at Ambusher. Chung Sam spoke calmly, "Sorry." Right after that, Deok Chun spat. "Fuck, I never said sorry." A steel-wrapped punch immediately slammed straight into opponent's face. Force of blow was as fierce as a fireball, enough to burn everything away. In Deok Chun's eyes, a glacial light flashed. Jang Sik was hit so hard he spat blood out. Ministry of Defense quickly gained upper hand. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. They used air power as bait to distract Major Lim and his teammates. Night battle grew more and more brutal. All firepower poured onto weakest defense link. Jang Sik raced toward deep forest. A soldier hiding behind tree trunk observed and reported, "Just as predicted, sir. Target is moving south." Person on other end immediately received information. "Understood, sir. We are awaiting orders." Lieutenant curled lips into a crafty smile. Because they understood everything was still on track. They had seized Jang Sik's fatal weakness. Major Lim would never abandon his comrades. He said in a mocking, delighted tone, "What use is being smart when you cannot even control your own emotions? What a shameful disgrace, Major Lim." Moment Ministry of Defense shifted into counterattack was also moment snipers made their move, and Major Lim had made a fatal mistake. A punch heavy as 1,000 pounds came crashing down. Deok Chun kept pounding opponent face nonstop. He lifted Jang Sik off ground, making both legs hang in air, unable to touch down. Deok Chun nearly crushed his whole body in palm. He delivered Jang Sik a blow that hurt to bone. Silently watched him curl up on cold ground. Deok Chun wore a bragging smile. "I guess you never saw that coming. You thought I would rot in prison forever." Jang Sik struggled to rise. This coup was no different from a game of chess, and Major Lim had made wrong move by exposing King too early. That made him a laughingstock before Deok Chun. "Don't give up, stand up, I am not done yet." "Damn it, is that all you got? You made me a joke just because I am from the underworld." Radio kept blaring distress signals. "Sir, where are you? West and East posts have both fallen, we need orders." "Sir, it is our honor to serve you. Please change this country for the better." Those calls were full of faith that Jang Sik would come save them. "We are still holding at South Post. Brothers are still waiting for you." He dragged his mangled body across ground, still gripping pistol tightly. Looking at Jang Sik's face covered in blood, he began re-examining everything from start. "I made a mistake. I should have realized this was a coup, that everything would collapse if I fell. I should have stayed in command post instead of charging straight onto battlefield like this." He told himself no, stop thinking nonsense. He could not change past. Wang Tek forced himself up while Deok Chun and Chun Sam slowly closed in. Only one way save everyone. He had to bring down 2 men and survive. He had to find way to live in here. He had to win, overcome every obstacle to save brothers. Jang Sik raised gun, ready to pull trigger. Deok Chun only glanced once and guessed intent. Gun barrel instantly pointed at him, then roared. Unexpectedly, Deok Chun only needed to raise bare hand to block it. Big man cursed inwardly. Damn, he only blocked 1 bullet. Jang Sik narrowed eyes, staring at opponent. He answered him with equally fierce glare. Another bullet whistled through air and shot over. This time Jang Sik hit Deok Chun. He staggered and lost balance, whole body tilted hard, then fell to ground. Jang Sik went mad, kept squeezing trigger. Bullets from his gun poured out in a torrent like rain. Deok Chun stayed same as before, using hand after hand to block bullets. From behind, Chun Sam swung fishing rod up. That strike went straight at Jang Sik, leaving him no time to react and sending him flying several meters away. Deok Chun turned and grumbled, "Old man, what took you so long? We are about to get shot to death here." Old man replied calmly, "Not that bad." Chun Sam hands grew more and more nimble. "Major is better man than you think, even if he is trying to overthrow government. He only held fishing rod and still fought with ease. Shut up and look closely. In just few more moves he will go down." Just as expected, since then Jang Sik had been beaten to a pulp by him. Killing intent rose in Chun Sam's mind. Right, stay down there. Being captured alive is better than being killed. Wang Tek spat out another mouthful of blood. "Please, I came here to save Sarang, not to kill you." His gaze grew lost, dim and blank. Memory suddenly surged in Jang Sik's mind. Moment he was giving first aid to teammate. "Breathe, damn it." To his horror, that teammate spat out black poisonous blood. Jang Sik smiled lightly to encourage him. "Right, keep going, boy." That man trembled and said, "Sir, why did you come so late?" Eyes also gradually went as empty as now. At bottom of those eyes, only reflection left was Jang Sik's silhouette. He choked through pain. "This time I cannot be late again." Suddenly, a cold knife tore through wind and shot over. Chun Sam startled, sensing something was wrong. He had underestimated Jang Sik far more than true strength. He was a much bigger fish than he had imagined. Turns out fishing rod was broken, fishing line was cut, so he had to tie it again. "Stall for me a moment." Deok Chun glanced back and said to each other, "Damn, he is about to die. Why did this happen all of a sudden? I already sent him flying far away. If he comes near again, I will finish him off." Chun Sam always stayed highly alert toward Jang Sik. Do not underestimate him, that gangster. Opponent we are facing is Major Liam. He still has gun, and he cut fishing line even while badly wounded. He will throw everything into rushing here. Deok Chun was still far too careless. He is probably running out of bullets. Do not make such big deal out of it, old man. Jang Sik braced ruined body against tree trunk. Then he gathered last remaining strength to stand. He gritted teeth and endured pain. As he changed magazine, Jang Sik worried. He no longer had many bullets left. He had to survive at all costs, but how could he get through those men? From pocket, he took out syringe. This was final choice. He had to use it if there was no other hope. Jang Sik hugged his battered body and forced himself up. He loaded bullets, raised gun to aim. At that moment, Sarang and Chun Su appeared. Do not shoot, we are allies. What on earth happened to you? He sidestepped and lowered gun barrel. Jang Sik gave faint sarcastic smile, never give up. Chun Su teammates also appeared one by one. Looks like you also went through brutal fight. Jingu explained, government forces opened fire without even listening to us. Whether we wanted it or not, we had to fight to keep our lives. Wang Tek said to them confidently, see, I told you to follow my side. Chun Su had no choice but reply gloomily, come on. Are you going to sit there licking wounds and then jump around forever, or tell us how to survive? He leaned against tree trunk and muttered, we are about to lose, but it is not too late yet. Group immediately headed toward center of battlefield of Major Lim forces, which was Anzin nuclear plant. One soldier quietly lifted mirror to check situation outside. Enemy soldiers over there immediately flattened themselves to hide. Soldier in middle held up 2 fingers, there are 2. All 3 sprang up together and sprayed bullets nonstop. Opponent took full force of bullet rain with no way back. Those 2 lay down again, spirits taut like bowstring. Damn, we are surrounded. No matter how many more we take down, they still rush up like moths to flame. We will run out of bullets before we kill all of them. One soldier asked, Captain, has Major Lim given order yet? Captain replied, not yet. He must be somewhere far more dangerous than us. But right now we need him more than ever. Everything will end if they break through central area. His face was so grim it was frightening. Then he reminded him, keep your mouth shut carefully. Our mission is to hold this position to death. And keep faith that Major Lim will come save us, like he always does. Memory of earlier campaigns suddenly surged back. At that time, Jang Sik raised hand to wipe sweat from cheek, then asked, did I make it in time? Is anyone hurt? Teammate was choked with emotion and could only say 2 words, sir. Captain glanced back lightly to reassure him, do not panic, we still have... That moment, John Gunn appeared wearing heavy armor, shouting loudly, they are mine. He immediately charged straight ahead, and 2 enemy soldiers hurriedly opened fire at him. But that volley was useless. John Gunn had grabbed both soldiers by the heads. Then he smashed them together brutally with full force. Remaining soldiers saw that and went mad, firing wildly at John Gunn. Yet those bullets could not injure him even by 1 scratch. Until bullets ran dry, not even 1 left. That soldier backed away in panic, begging, Pell, please do not kill me. John Gunn roared like angry lion, I value your courage very much, but you shattered my shield. From now on, you will have to serve as replacement shield for me. From another direction, sniper rifle barrel was aimed dead on John Gunn. Sniper soldier curled lips in disdain. That one is not slasher and not soldier either. He is outright monster. Finger began to squeeze trigger. I will finish off that disgusting monster right here. At exact moment, bullet whistled through air and sent him to meet his ancestors. Not far away, spark had just burst from muzzle end. Suri made the move. He reported all enemy snipers in central area had been wiped out. You could walk around freely now. No need to worry about long-range ambush anymore. At this moment, Chogun stood proudly among Jang Sik's soldiers. Around him lay piles of spoils, mostly magazines. He was pressing the radio in his hand nonstop with full focus. One soldier snatched it away and shouted, "You do not even understand radio signals. Stop messing with it and do not stand there dazed." He told Side over there, "We have successfully broken into ammo depot supplying central area. In other words, they will be cut off from supplies." Side over there fell silent, then replied, "We can retreat slowly or use firepower to wipe them out. Either way, victory in this battle is already within reach. Good luck to you all." Soldier grinned with smug satisfaction. "What did I just say? We only need hold position and pin enemy down at base. But now no need to wait anymore. Slashers have sided with us. Now it is our turn to crush them." Far away, through binoculars, Defense Ministry Side was still silently watching every move. Those four were still waiting for orders to act. One Defense Ministry soldier worried, "We have lured out Major Lim, but it still takes too much effort to break defense. Sir should not be in danger, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, his face was already clamped by one hand. Lieutenant's face turned vicious, then he threatened, "Watch that filthy mouth of yours. All you spit out is bad luck." He vented his frustration outward, because everything in this operation had been carefully arranged. Every piece was playing its part. Then he let go of Soldier's face and continued, "But outcome will not change. This coup revolves around Major Lim's head." The man with binoculars lowered gaze to his own hand and muttered, "Their resistance is about to end." He even imagined himself grabbing Jang Sik's head once that head was hung up. Then he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Contact our slashers now. I want to know when they will bring his head back here." Meanwhile, at Major Lim's position with Slasher's group, someone asked what he had just fought against. Jingu had long been wondering, "I thought you were already one of strongest rank slashers. Who could push you to this point?" Wang Tek did not hide it and replied, "They sent 2A rank slashers to face me." Sarang was startled the moment she heard it. What 2A rank slashers? Pedro felt this mission growing harder and harder, almost impossible to complete. "Are you sure we can help at all? Even someone like you ran into trouble, Major Lin." He smiled faintly, and suddenly a clear premonition rose in his heart. Most other slashers would indeed die instantly if they fell into that situation, but I believe we can win. Jingu gave a slight nod, showing agreement with Wang Tek. "Of course, I trust you, but we have no experience fighting slashers at all, let alone a rank slashers of such high level. Are you sure plan will work?" Jang Sik's eyes stayed steady and resolute. He stated he already had plan ready. Everyone around him listened closely to every word he said. Other slashers, including captains, would follow Jingu's command orders. "Well done, Mr. Park." Then he began explaining plan. "You will move to central area and support our forces defending there." Even so, Jingu quickly noticed something was off. "I know they need support, but should we not prioritize taking down 2A rank slashers first? Since we have numbers advantage," Wang Tek answered directly. "Sorry for speaking bluntly, but weak slashers is even if they swarm like ants will not help me take down an A rank slasher." Wang Tek continued his analysis clearly. "In fact, if defense force around me weakens, situation will become much worse, forcing me to make a very difficult choice. Let me ask you, if they become burden, could you abandon your teammates?" "See, I knew you could not do it." Entire group fell silent. Not one person spoke. He stressed further, "Surviving against a rank slasher is not enough. We must defeat entire defense ministry unit to win this battle. I need you to support other units and reduce our side's casualties as much as possible." After hearing his explanation, Jingu gradually yielded to, "What you say makes sense, but I am not sure I have enough ability to lead so many people." Wang Tek placed a hand lightly on Jingu's shoulder with absolute confidence. "I know you can do it. Since leaving Busan, you have grown much more. Look, you were the one who led everyone to survive all way here." Jingu thought for a few minutes. Then everyone began following plan and moved forward. They divided tasks. "We will split into 2 groups to face each a rank slasher." Sarah praised him with her mouth, but face was full of annoyance. "Being recognized for your ability feels nice, but I do not even know if I can keep my life." Pedro immediately raised issue. "We cannot split Major Lim in half, so one group will have to face a rank slasher without his support." Chun-Su was thinking about something else. "I have been wondering, which slashers did they send? That gorilla must be there too." Jang Sik looked back and praised him. "Good instinct, that's right. That gangster came too." After hearing that, Chun-Su immediately took the part. "You want to deal with Du Chun? Then let me handle him. I have a debt to settle with that man." Jang Sik not only did not object, he accepted right away. "Alright, then plan is settled. You will have a lot of trouble facing other one." Chun-Su widened eyes in confusion. "What do you mean?" Jang Sik nodded to confirm. "Yes, that's what I mean." When he said second person's identity, Chun-Su's face instantly stiffened. "Other one is Mr. Kim Seum." Memories of Seum's words suddenly rang in his head. "I will help you, remember? I promise to be your master." "I heard rumor you two are very close." Chun-Su's face darkened with confusion. "So everyone and I will face Mr. Kim Seum together." Jang Sik smiled as if to reassure him, confirming they would not kill him. "You have always respected elders. You know that. Besides, government forcing him to do this was surely to trade for something. Wait until he falls. You just help us persuade him, and that will do." Chun-Su's hand unconsciously tightened from tension. He became far more resolute, declaring he would never let enemy off, especially that gorilla, then turned to ask Hong Tik if that was okay. Wang Tek looked very amused by Chun-Su's current state again, praising him for finally listening, and wishing him good luck. Night still stretched on endlessly. Time dragged heavily on without letting day come. Sarang and Chun-Su carefully watched surroundings, always guarding against any sudden situation. And just as Data said, what had to come finally appeared. They met again at the most unexpected moment. Du Chun wore a bright but mocking smile, tossing out sarcasm, and asking whether he was happy to see him. He kept mocking further, asking about recent situation and calling Chun-Su weak. Sarang glanced at him lightly to gauge his mood. However, she was even more spirited than Chun-Su, immediately taunting him, asking if he was scared. She thought he would rush in and rip him apart. Chun-Su curled lips in a sneer, stepping into fighting stance. answering that scared, "What a joke, let's fight." Right after that stinking bloodbath officially began. Over to Jiang Sik's side, he and Pedro were facing their opponent. Wang Tek immediately gave order, because previous attack had not hurt target at all, so now he needed Pedro to play role of human shield for him. From within darkness, a gentle voice rang out, criticizing that he was making a stupid choice. Another life and death battle began. Slashers pointed weapons at each other instead of destroying zombies. The team was especially wary of Jiang Sik, who was viewed as thorn in Defense Ministry's side. As for Jiang Sik and Pedro, they had also resolved to use this chance to eliminate Thieu Luat Zam as well. Back to Sarang's battle. Clash between Chunsu and Du Chun was also about to erupt. As they moved, they discussed how to fight. Chunsu suggested adapting on the fly like when they dealt with zombies. Sarang immediately snapped at him, asking if he was joking. Plan was not instant noodles. It could not be ready right away. On other side, Du Chun was convinced victory was already firmly in his grasp. Both rushed in like moths to flame, accepting a battle with only victory or death. Little girl quickly calculated in her head, her advantage was small but agile body, so she would focus on attacking opponent's lower body. Sarang's judgment was completely correct. Chunsu was aiming for his head. Just as planned, he used both strength and speed to strike upper body. Sarang immediately coordinated with an attack from below so strike would not be blocked. That was best option at this moment. However, Du Chun let out one sentence that made both of them freeze, looking down on them and asking if that was all. In his eyes, those two were no different from weak flies or mosquitoes. Du Chun almost roared, shouting, "Do you think a rank slasher is a joke?" His tone turned full of mockery, bringing up how he had beaten opponent to near death before, yet now they still wanted more punishment. Chunsu grabbed staff right in front of him. He asked confidently again if they had realized how huge power gap was yet. He gripped staff tightly, but his hand was still trembling violently, telling himself he had grown tougher and more resilient than during previous encounter, yet feeling of despair had not faded at all. Memories of days when he had been brutally tormented by him came flooding back into Chunsu's mind. The image of himself being beaten like a loser came into clear view, and in pain he thought that no matter how hard he tried, he would never grow stronger than him. He gritted his teeth in fury, feeling fate was far too unfair. In meantime, Sarang still kept head clear, reminding him that battle could not be decided by muscle alone. Was that all he had learned? She emphasized word by word, power, speed, and real combat experience. Chunsu had no choice but to recall and apply what he had learned before. Sarang also reminded him a few things since last time they clashed with that guy. In Chunsu's eyes, realization flashed. Right, she was not wrong. There were many ways to win. He could not keep charging in and wasting strength like this. He had to find another way to get close to him. He pulled himself together, ready for next strike, trying again and refusing to waste any more strength. Du Chun also began to realize opponent seemed to have changed. Sure enough, this time Chunsu had unexpectedly turned tables. That man secretly guessed. This punk was trying to wrench his arm off. His legs clamped tightly around Du Chun's arm. He gritted his teeth, poured out all strength, telling himself this was not as hard as he had thought. He only needed to cast aside worry and remember strikes he had seen before. Chunsu shouted for Sarang to help, telling her to hurry over and lend hand to bring him down. At that time, she was standing several meters away. At sound of command, Sarang instantly rushed in like arrow. At the same time, Du Chun in front threw out punch heavy as steel. Sarang immediately tilted aside to dodge, then landed safely. After that, both of them worked together to lock down his arm from two sides. Chun flew into rage, hurling curses at these bastards. Chunsu shouted at Sarang, explaining that he was using physical strength to resist. But as long as he showed even brief opening, that arm would snap at once. By account, Du Chun had always been extremely good at calculation. Unexpectedly, that man broke into a smile full of hidden meaning. Both of them were using all-out strength to pin him down, while thing they were best at was speed. At this moment, Du Chun still could not break free, because Sarang and Chunsu had his arm locked too tightly. He had originally planned to meet old man over there to kill Lim as fast as possible, but these two chose to drain stamina instead of using speed to harass him. The man showed sly look, thinking this situation was not so bad after all. Chunsu could barely keep hold of his arm. Du Chun deliberately slammed his own hand hard into tree trunk. He wanted to use that to injure Chunsu. Sarang was also straining with all strength not to let go. She endured wild shaking from that giant. Chunsu roared warning, "Let go and you are dead. Hold tight." Hearing that, Sarang tightened grip even more. Du Chun grew even more delighted, shouting provocatively, "Hold on tight and let me smash you to death, trash." In meantime, over by Jiang Sik, glowing object was racing toward them. He immediately warned Pedro, "It is coming, run fast." A hook-like foreign object tore through air, flying straight at opponent. Jiang Sik reacted extremely fast, telling everyone to dodge hook that had just brushed past him. Even Siam was slightly surprised by that reflex. Not letting opportunity slip, Jiang Sik immediately opened fire in counterattack. But move had already been dodged with terrifying ease. As for Pedro, he had quite hard time, struggling to dodge hook so badly that he collapsed straight to ground. He let out long exhausted breath. Pedro awkwardly crawled into cover behind big logs. At this moment his mind was full only of thoughts about how to deal with that damned fishing line. Can barely see it, how did he know where it was going, and how could Lim dodge that strike? Must admit, both of them were monsters, one tiny mistake and I am done for. Right then, Jang Six suddenly appeared right in front of him. Do not let it scare you, must try to catch fishing line once. Pedro immediately went blank. What? He slowly explained Siom's ability. That old man could see trajectory of my bullet and dodge right away. No doubt, he was called strongest a ranked super assassin, truly monstrous. Jang Sik was reminding Pedro while also seeming to remind himself, we have to be more flexible, must grab fishing line before it is reeled back in, then use it to pull him over here, after that we will take down old man. Pedro suddenly blew up, shouting in frustration, you think I can catch that line? That fishing line could slice through entire forest. Before I even touch it, it would split me in two. Jang Six still replied calmly, continuing detailed instructions, look closely, it only has cutting force against target it is aimed at. He started to understand. When fishing line slowed down, Jang Sik gave Pedro even more specific guidance, focus hard and watch direction, it is charging toward. Remember to rub cut on hand too, you will need massage strength. Pedro still thought this was impossible, was he joking? Jang Sik panted heavily, exhausted. Pedro wanted to ask again whether plan was really feasible. In end he only got answer you have to do it, or else that old man will send us to meet our ancestors. Saying that, Pedro scooped up handful of dirt. He really was crazy. He rubbed dirt onto his palm and told Jang Sik to signal, I cannot see fishing line, so you have to shout when I need to catch it. Cigarette still clamped in his mouth. One hand used gun butt to grind knife. Calm down, what are you afraid of? Your Pope said if you die, you will go to heaven. Hearing that, Pedro immediately regained spirit and fought to end. No, we only go to heaven when we fight zombies to death. If we are killed by humans, we get nothing. Jang Sik curled lip in faint smile. Then it is all ruined. Something was charging over. He shouted loudly, he is coming. Zombie corpses piled up like hills and mountains. As soon as epidemic broke out, authorities poured all strength into sweeping out zombies and building defensive walls. Citizens fled in panic to fight for chance to survive, and that chaos and loose security made Busan people plunge into all-out brawls to grab supplies. Because no one had guns or weapons in hand, it all turned into bloody hand-to-hand fights. They also gradually sought protection from members of big gangs and anarchist factions. No one was outside that vortex, even escaped prisoners. Everyone wanted to rise up and resist, and survivors were ready to kill each other. Just one night, city fell into unprecedented chaos. From pile of corpses, one arm suddenly rose up. It was one who had stood above all others in that bloody battle. Duchun tossed hair back, standing atop mountain of corpses as he sighed, damn it, I thought I would have to die here. Arrogance in that man began to show more clearly, and that person was none other than Jiang Duchun. That man spoke in a way that terrified people nearby. You want to kill me? Duchun's face was full of cruelty. You two become my underlings. That man possessed body far beyond anyone else. Taut muscles, terrifying power, and almost endless stamina. Even though Chun was extremely confident in his own hands and feet, that was also what made me boss of this city. And I will kill both of you tonight. Chun Su had almost reached limit. He could not hold on any longer. He glanced over at Sarang, who was still struggling. Unbelievable that girl was still holding on. If he did not try to wrench his arm free, he would not have to suffer like this either. Chansu spoke up to change plan. Sarang let go of his hand and run now, find Lieutenant Lim or any slicer from Ministry of Defense. Sarang firmly refused because she did not want to leave Chun-Su behind alone. No, we can take him down together. How can he handle this gorilla by himself? Hearing that, he immediately bolstered her spirit. Is that so? Then hold on tight. I can do something if you can lock down one of his arms. The moment he yanked line, Chun-Su immediately smashed thick base hard into that man's face. After that he let go and landed nearby. Seeing Du Chun in confusion, he quickly calculated. I have to think carefully about whether there is still any opening for counterattack. Chun-Su was now more anxious than ever. Otherwise that girl would die and he would go down with her. Or if he got killed, she would share same fate. This could be seen as clash between two people with huge power gap. The moment Chun-Su's attack chain broke for 1 second, he would lose immediately, because Du Chun would have time to turn situation around. Chun-Su had to bring down Giant before him. This was fight he had to win at all costs, even if he had to fight until last breath. Taking deep breath, Chun-Su decided to fight dirty, so he would no longer keep that innocent style of attack. Du Chun narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly at Chun-Su. Suddenly something flew straight into his eye. Du Chun covered one eye and roared. What in hell was that? Male or female? Chun-Su kicked out at once. Because every man had same fatal weakness, no matter how hard he trained, that was still spot he aimed for. He kicked straight at Du Chun's groin, full force, striking blind spot of opponent right in lower body. That vicious strike left him no chance to react, because Chun-Su had targeted only that spot from start. Grabbing chance, he meant to follow with flurry of strikes, enough to make horrific pain twist muscles in his abdomen. One kick to Du Chun's flank, then he would drive hook punch straight into liver. The man howled in pain. Chun-Su glared at Du Chun, madness plain on his face. Even Sarang was stunned beyond belief. How could he do that? B-rank sleazer should not be able to seize upper hand against a rank, even for instant. But in truth, everything had very clear reason. Answer was simple. Chun-Su had never forgotten humiliation from that day. He was beaten down by Du Chun and lay motionless like log. As for him, he was always arrogant, looking down on weak. As for Chun-Su, he only knew how to throw himself into training, hoping for day he could bring him down. Only target Chun-Su always aimed for was Du Chun, while Du Chun cared only about himself. Desire for revenge had smoldered in Chun-Su for a very long time. Since that fateful day, he had thought every day about how to counter enemy, all way until now, when Chun-Su was almost within reach of victory. He shouted to Sarang, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and break his arm. He has already lost strength in that arm." Hearing that, she immediately poured all strength into wrenching back giant arm of the man. At last, crisp crack rang out from arm bone. The man screamed in pain, "You dirty brats, fuck you." Du Chun flew into rage, about to launch fist at his face. Right then, Chun-Su grabbed handful of dirt. "You will not catch me." Then he threw it straight into his eyes, leaving him unable to see for a moment. Chun-Su kept shouting, refusing to give him even 1 second to recover. Hurry and cripple his other arm too. Sarang swiftly slipped to other side. She used all strength to pin his arm down, then cruelly twisted and broke joint. Horrific crackling of bones echoed out, dry and sharp like breaking puffed rice cake. Du Chun shrank in pain, mouth still spewing curses nonstop. "Damn it, you bastards." He used strength to fling Sarang onto cold ground. That violent impact made her spit out fresh blood. Chun-Su cried out in panic, "Kid!" The man painfully felt every bone in his arm shattering apart. He clenched his teeth, eyes as sharp as knives, staring fixedly at Du Chun. That girl had finally crippled his arm. He put all strength into next punch. Tonight he had to survive. How could one-armed gorilla ever beat human? With that thought, Chun-Su charged and smashed straight into his face without the slightest restraint. Chun could no longer endure it and immediately coughed up large mouthful of blood. He panted hard, trying to gather what little strength remained. Sao Lang had been knocked far away, and worry for him filled her heart. Chun-Su had been shot in stomach, then injured again while fighting that gorilla. Sooner or later, he would run out of strength and fall. She did her best to encourage Chun-Su. "This is battle of endurance between Chun-Su and Jiang Du Chun. You have iron will, keep going." Chun-Su resolved to throw one more punch heavy as 1,000 caddies. "I will pay him back in full, with interest too." All things Du Chun had done to him, every humiliating disgrace he had been forced to bear. Image of Ari slapping his face flashed vividly in his mind. He remembered every teammate who had stood shoulder to shoulder with him, remembered hopes of those who had passed away, things that could never come back again, along with regrets buried deep in heart, and also those he himself had been powerless to protect. Chun-Su had personally buried people he loved most. He would return all this pain to him. Next punch was even fiercer than before. It made Du Chun spit out nosebleed. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining ground red. He staggered, steps losing steadiness little by little before retreating backward. Chun-Su's legs had reached limit. He could no longer stand steady and had to drop to knees. He felt life force inside body slowly draining away before Du Chun. Sweat pouring down, Chun-Su knitted brow tightly and gasped, "I am about to run dry, hurry and fall down. Please collapse already." His eyes bulged wide, fierce red light showing through with terrifying malice. Du Chun panted and said in broken bursts, You son of bitch, I will definitely kill you." He tiredly answered in broken words, You monster, how can you still stand like that?" In silent night, flowing hair drifted lightly past. Sarang quietly sat down beside teammate who had fought alongside her. She turned to look at Chun-Su with gentle, encouraging eyes. Then she took his hand and said with hope, "Can you hit him one last time? If we join forces then." Chun-Su only curled lips in faint smile. Ari had once told him to sharpen skills and build his great foundation. His right hand clenched tightly into fist. Left hand also gathered same full strength. Chun-Su had once shouted straight at those people, "I thought us bastards were born to kill zombies. Is that not why you call yourselves professionals?" His face was full of fury. "But you lower your own worth for filthy money." Ari was one who had kindled fire in his heart. "So you can bring this rotten world back onto right track." Every word was carved into his bones. He remembered her exact words. Chun-Su put forth all his strength and unleashed lightning strike of a punch, making man's face seem about to fly off neck. Fragments burst everywhere. And then what had to happen happened. Du Chun finally collapsed collapsed onto ground and fell unconscious. Chun Su panted as he looked over at Sarang. Mortal battle with Jiang Du-chun had finally ended. Sarang also smiled back with an enigmatic look. The two of them raised hands and slapped them together in celebration. This was truly perfect ending. Everything closed with resounding victory of Chun Su and Sarang pair. Meanwhile, Pedro and Jiang Sik were still struggling to deal with old Siam. While skillfully controlling fishing rod, he silently calculated they had gone deeper into forest. Was this part of Major Lim's plan? What a reasonable move. He guessed they were trying to use blind spot to dodge fishing lines. This is bad. He had to capture Major Lim alive as fast as possible to end this pointless cat and mouse game. Not long after, Sam reeled in fishing line and changed tactics. Need to change bait. He would flatten every tree blocking path if they kept trying to hide behind those trees. Fishing line began to shift focus, and that was exactly what Major Lim had been waiting for. With many opponents moving deep into forest, old Kim Siam had to change bait type, which was fast and compact. From small bait to more circular knife, it became heavy bait. It was stronger, bigger enough to smash entire forest, thereby forcing Mr. Kim to reveal opening at very moment of bait change. That tense moment made Jiang Sik so restless. He could only wait for right moment when fishing line slowed. Siam knelt on one knee on ground, hurriedly changing fishing gear. He slid quickly aside, now seeing it much more clearly. Fishing line was far easier to watch now. Jiang Sik immediately signaled Pedro golden chance had come move. Pedro instantly tore off his shirt right before fishing line struck. Then he deftly wrapped shirt tightly around his arm. Face fierce, he lunged up and grabbed fishing line barehanded. I got it. Jiang Sik shouted in haste, pull hard. Show old man this fight belongs to us. Pedro poured out all strength, straining muscles to drag opponent toward him. His feet pressed hard into ground to keep balance. If Pedro could overpower old man with brute force and drag him here, that would be best. Jiang Sik also rushed off at mad speed. I could not just sit here and wait for fortune to fall into my lap. He cut through dense forest where Siam was hiding. I would end this fight with my own hands right when his weapon was disabled. On other side, Siam was straining with all his might to hold fishing rod. What in hell is this? Why is fishing line stretched so tight? He began to suspect everything. Could it have snagged on tree root or something, or... Then a crazed possibility flashed through his mind. Could Major Lim be using bare hand to grab my fishing line? On opposite side, Pedro was pouring all power coiled in muscles into holding fishing line down, refusing to let go. No matter cost, he would not let go. Old might be famous a grade slicer, but he was far older than him. At this point, fight was no longer about skill or courage. It had become pure test of strength, and he absolutely could not lose to some old man in muscle power. Pedro's whole body stiffened, each step heavy as lead, forcing himself forward. Every step was painfully hard, but he was still slowly dragging opponent toward him. Far away, Siam's body was being dragged bit by Pedro's violent pull. Old man struggled to adjust fishing rod, keeping balance and preventing line from snagging on trees or rocks nearby. Clearly, some force was pulling line taut. It turned out young man had boldly grabbed line directly and pulled back. Truly a fearless act. Forced into a corner, Siam had no choice but to strike dirty. Fine, if Brat wants to play rough, I will show him what this old man can do. Veins bulged all over his arm, blood vessels standing out. Then he pulled hard with all his strength. That sudden yank made Pedro's center of gravity shift at once, his whole body staggering violently. He was losing initiative little by little. What in hell was happening? How could some old man have such monstrous strength? Pedro clenched his teeth, whipped his head forward, pushed power to limit, telling himself to pull harder, even harder. But unexpectedly, all his movement froze for a moment. Then Pedro turned his head slightly to look behind him. An invisible pressure swept through Pedro's mind, making him feel opponent was no longer human, but stood motionless like towering Mount Tai. He could feel that terrifying power beyond imagination very clearly. Siam stood there proudly, calm and not shifting even 1 millimeter. That mountain remained utterly unmoved under all pressure. Even if he strained until coughing blood, he could not move it. Ending would still only be miserable defeat. Pedro had strained until shirt on his body was in tatters, dark red streaks starting to seep from flesh. Bitter truth was, the harder he tried to drag him over, the more badly his body was injured. Yet flame of resolve surged within him. Eyes gleamed with cold killing intent. If I cannot pull him over, I will find way to pin him in place. Because if Major Lim did not win this battle to the death, everyone would die. Memory drags us back to school and past. There, bloodthirsty zombies had flooded in and surrounded from all four sides. Students fled in panic and despair, trampling each other just to seize fragile path to survival. Small group of students luckily found safe hidden corner to take temporary shelter, escaping Reaper's blade. One male student spoke up, eyes glancing at friend beside him who was trembling. Yang-chan at that time was crying himself to exhaustion from fear. That friend sneered. Hey Yang-chan, if you are that scared, run first. I do not think we can hold out here much longer. He lifted his face and kept mocking other people's fear. You were always one who trained until end, stayed behind alone to clean up equipment, right? So if you want to go, then go. Try to survive as long as you can. Hearing that, Yang Chan slowly stopped crying and regained calm. It turned out that student had accepted sacrifice himself to block path, urging Yang Chan to run. You must live for all of us too. And brave friend from that year was Pedro. Back to present, clothes on his body were now only tattered scraps. He told himself he must survive. Sharp fishing line tightened, cutting deep into every bulging muscle fiber of Pedro. I will never run away like coward again. Pedro roared like an enraged beast, pouring out all life force to pin opponent down. He had already bet his life on this deadly tug of war. Distance between two sides had now widened to full radius of large lake. Siam thought to himself, strength this monstrous could only belong to top level a grade slicer, on par with Major Lim. Meanwhile, in another hidden corner, Jiang Six still quietly held onto part of that fateful fishing line. Suddenly, black shadow flashed past Siam's position. Old man had let guard down for a moment. It was too late. Enemy had seized opening to close in. Wang Tek, with panther-like speed, instantly rushed in to grab fire whip. He growled, wearing dangerous smile. Hello, famous combat master. Taking advantage of moment when he was distracted dealing with one pulling line on other side to launch ambush. But Siam was old fox in disguise. He was wise enough to predict this. He thought, you think I do not know there would be sneak attack from behind. In his hand, he somehow already held another weapon. Jiang Sik was still charging in, intent on snatching target in one move. Sim had already steeled himself for 2 against 1, facing Pedro and ambusher at same time. He immediately aimed dark gun barrel straight at enemy rushing in. Darkness enveloping all sides gradually became hazy and eerie. At base camp, gunfire rang out nonstop, echoing across wide stretch of sky. Soldiers from Ministry of National Defense faction still stood coldly at distance, watching situation unfold. Zhang Yai gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, why do you keep stubbornly resisting? Anyway, Major Lim will die here for sure. He narrowed his eyes in disdain, thinking tiny effort like grains of sand from rebels would still be crushed. No one would care. Then why still be so stubborn? At that moment, one subordinate rushed over in panic, clutching radio and reporting bad news. Kanghai Jiang Yuchen has been taken down. Zhang Yi muttered, face full of disbelief. Taken down. He grabbed subordinate by collar, roaring like madman. You think this is boxing ring, huh? What about Major Lim? Did Jiang manage to injure him at all before going down? Soldier broke out in sweat from fear, stammering on. I was told Jiang never fought Major Lim directly. Jiang was taken down by slicers who survived last attack, and Zhang Yi suddenly remembered another important figure. He immediately growled his questions. What about Lion Whip? Is he fighting Major Lim? Subordinate's eyes widened in fear, trembling as he answered, yes, but reports say he is also in great difficulty. Hearing that, he swung hand and flung other men away. He slapped subordinate so hard eyes flashed white, cursing nonstop. Useless trash, I told you only target that must be killed is Major Lim. Complete mission no matter cost. His shout echoed through dark forest. So hard, huh? Right after that, he tossed subordinate aside like useless junk. With no other choice, he had to play his cruelest trump card. Inform all troops, release that monster now. Subordinate stared blankly, not understanding. What, sir? Zhang Ye's eyes bulged red. He enunciated each word. I said release a grade mutated species now. Soldier asked hesitantly back. But where do you want to release it, sir? Our current position is far from Major Lim. He immediately waved it off. Do not release it near there. Lion Whip might switch sides and bite us back. As Slicer, killing zombies is old man's highest priority instinct. Soldier still trembled. Then where should we release it, sir? He lowered head slightly, eyes turned toward valley below, where those people were fighting wildly. Soldier was utterly panicked after hearing that. What but our troops? Before sentence finished, bullet had pierced his head. It was lieutenant himself who had shot him dead on spot. The cold lieutenant stuffed gun into pocket, face darkening like cast iron. He ordered monster release to lure enemy Schleizer troops. Once they were distracted, everyone below had to be shot down, not one spared. Subordinates at once cupped hands and obeyed. Yes, sir. Soldier who received order immediately rushed off to carry out that grim task. Lieutenant's face grew ever more vicious. He muttered that his mission was to wipe out Major Lim and crush this coup. He would absolutely not allow failure. You understand that. Suddenly, feet came to halt. Lieutenant's lackey froze in place. Before him appeared colossal mass that was almost overwhelming. Not something unfamiliar, but very container crate holding creature called monster. On thick heavy shell of that box, there was only one tiny hole. Soldier slowly pulled out key. Guards nearby began panicking, then kept asking whether he really planned to open that thing, and who had given order. Ignoring all pleas to stop, he kept going. Yes, sir had already decided this was only way. A guard hurried in and shouted, "Wait, did sir know what was inside?" He immediately rushed over, grabbed hand to stop him, saying it could only be restrained by cutting off oxygen, because it could not be killed at all. Guard's voice trembled uncontrollably from fear. Inside is A-grade mutant. More chilling stories kept emerging. Number of A-grade mutants was extremely rare, because ranking standards were brutally strict. Specifically, they included these types. First, mutant that had taken lives or infected more than 200,000 people. They possessed terrifying power. Second, type that could wipe out more than 2 regiments alone or possess power equal to full corpse, spreading death and ruin everywhere. Third, mutant that had occupied 1 or more cities. And even more horrifying, fourth, mutant that had killed 1 or more A-grade slicers. That was type of power extremely hard to resist. As long as one of conditions was met, even zombie could be classified as A-grade mutant and become scourge to humanity. Even so, there were exceptions, like ancient Roman soldier who met 3 of 4 standards and was considered one of most infamous mutants in history. To raise it even stronger, Ministry of Defense had kept creature imprisoned in exchange for lives of thousands of soldiers who collapsed, all for grabbing short-term gains. Now they intended to release it into world again, only because they'd not want own dog turning back to bite them. Even while guard gripped his hand tightly to stop him, soldier kept explaining, "Listen, I know it is A-grade mutant, understand, but if I do not open it, I will be treated as traitor." Finishing, he violently shoved guard's hand aside, grinding his teeth as he said they would hurt his family in Busan. He still firmly held to plan, muttering that maybe it would work. Soldier let out crazed smile. He believed thing would cause damage, just enough to turn tide. Maybe Ministry of Defense already had way to control it. That was surely why they put it here from start. 2 guards fearfully backed away, moving completely to side. At last, fated sealed door was open. All 3 by instinct retreated in extreme tension. Everyone stood with mouths agape, eyes wide with shock. Inside was only empty box, completely nothing. Suddenly, a cold blue flash burst from deep inside that pitch-black iron box. It shot out, directly taking all 3 lives an instant. Their heads were severed from necks and scattered everywhere. He bared sharp fangs full of bloodlust, revealing true form as terrifying monster, A-grade mutant named Ancient Roman Soldier. His gaze turned toward faint light in distance. Ancient Roman Soldier's eyes flashed with killing intent, mouth muttering 2 words, "War." On other side, gunfire still roared without pause. Ministry of Defense soldiers shouted in chaos, ordering reload, reporting enemy position confirmed, demanding sight be adjusted, and fire shifted, left 3 shots. One soldier suddenly felt something icy brush past his neck, panicking as he wondered what hell had just happened. In an instant, hundreds of lives were taken amid muttered word echoing war. That shadow moved at unimaginable speed, while repeating 2 words over and over, war. Another one was pierced through body by ancient Roman soldier, but his mouth still kept repeating 2 words, war. With sheer force alone, he swept away everything blocking path ahead. Mouth still uttered only those 2 words, war. One lucky surviving soldier fled in panic. He desperately screamed for help, reporting that mutant had appeared. That shrill cry immediately drew John Gunn's attention, and he realized mutant had truly revealed itself. He stared wide-eyed, stunned by horrifying scene right before him. That soldier's body had been pierced by a huge hole. Everyone there was stunned so hard they forgot to rescue him. Ancient Roman soldier with massive frame stood towering over battlefield, making them unable to believe own eyes. All fell into state of utter shock, because infamous A-grade mutant that existed only in books now stood right before their eyes. Space fell dead silent, no one daring make even single sound before terrifying uninvited guest. They immediately stopped fighting, every gaze locked onto grotesque creature. John Gunn muttered curses, unable to believe those bastards actually dared release this monster just to wipe out own side. Ancient Roman soldier began showing signs of preparing to strike. He roared out war cry that shook heaven, then charged into bloody slaughter. Every blow from ancient Roman soldier took countless lives. Those who could not react in time died at once. Chance of survival was nearly 0. Even those who reacted in time had arms and legs severed. Even John Gunn was not spared, he lost one hand. Just 1 second later, battlefield was left with little more than silhouette of ancient Roman soldier. John Gunn endured pain and forced himself up, then shouted loudly, telling everyone internal battle had ended. He tried to rouse fighting spirit again, shouting that if they wanted to live, they had to join forces and kill that mutant first. Suri was already in ready stance, gun barrel carefully loaded. John Gunn also tightened grip on sharp blade in his hand. John Gunn too, his stance becoming stronger than ever despite being wounded. Ancient Roman soldier radiated deadly killing intent that made skin crawl. Radio on lieutenant's side kept blaring, urgently reporting that mutant had appeared on battlefield, repeatedly confirming that threat. He looked extremely satisfied with current situation, curling lips as he said good, then ordered, because enemy firepower including snipers, was all focused on mutant. "And this is moment for you to shine." He cruelly ordered that while they were busy fighting monster and already wounded, snipe key units, then finish all of them. As soon as Sniper heard order, he immediately hesitated. His hand left rifle. Sniper hurriedly analyzed, "Sir, if we eliminate enemy slashers now, then our units below will become targets and be discovered by mutant." He shouted in protest, saying top priority now was protecting allied forces. Lieutenant's voice was mocking and contemptuous. "Who gives damn about that? Oh dear, another bastard who cannot take orders. You work for Major Lim, right?" Then a deafening gunshot rang out, ending conversation in an instant. Lieutenant's ice-cold voice rang out, ordering them to shoot down those bastards now before he blows your skulls apart. Rows of gun barrels began to rise. He wore a ghastly smile like monster. "Yes, our mission is to kill Major Lim and his followers. Then we will return to Busan Wall." Trung seemed intent on causing slaughter on a wide scale. He laughed madly as if he had lost all humanity, no longer caring about the mutant species and focusing his fire only on humans. From somewhere, a voice rang out, pulling everyone back to their senses. "If you still want to live, deal with that mutant species first." Suri immediately aimed her gun forward, while Jong-gun also tightened his grip on the knife in his hand, ready to defend himself. Jong-gun had also taken a fighting stance, while the ancient Roman soldier's face snarled viciously, as if he wanted to devour everything. He began lowering his center of gravity, assuming a stance to charge, making all the soldiers widen their eyes in shock. Ancient Roman soldier shot into the air. The soldiers immediately aimed their guns at him and shouted, "Die." He lunged forward at terrifying speed like a beast broken loose, making the soldiers cry out in panic. The ancient Roman soldier holding the spear aimed straight at Jong-gun's head and brought it down. Pieces of metal collided violently with each other, creating a piercing sound. He had to pour all his strength into holding it back. "This thing was too strong, I cannot push it away." Jong-gun frowned, deciding to risk everything on one desperate gamble. Then, he drove his strength into striking the opponent's legs. "I will make it lose its weapon." The Roman soldier roared then, a shriek filled with pain. He sprang high, trying to regain initiative. Large cracks gradually appeared on the shield. Jong-gun widened his eyes in shock. "I thought shields existed for defense." The ancient Roman soldier charged at Jong-gun again. He quickly swept his eyes around. His face flashed with panic when he realized the most terrifying thing about a humanoid mutant species was. He noticed something abnormal in the ancient Roman soldier's body. It possessed organs almost identical to a human's. Jong-gun unleashed a flurry of blows at his abdomen. The ancient Roman soldier had no time to fight back. Jong-gun followed with another punch as heavy as thunder. "You have to fall here." That blow slammed straight into his body with tremendous force. Its damaged organs made the ancient Roman soldier spit out a mouthful of dark red substance. Jong-gun realized the chance had come. It spat out red substance. The attacks truly worked. Suddenly, from his mouth stretched something long, slimy, and horrifying. That grotesque object shot straight toward Jong-gun's shoulder. Jong-gun watched in horror. It was trying to infect him. He immediately reached out and seized it tightly. That grotesque strip suddenly went taut, only a little short of touching Jong-gun. A B-rank slasher was indeed hard-pressed to face an A-rank mutant species head-on. That gap was no different from a starving wild bear, a law of nature drawn from countless statistical data. But the situation could still turn. That long thing was crushed right before Jong-gun's eyes. At that moment, Suri's voice came from a few meters away. "Hey boy, trust my firepower and keep doing what you're doing. We cannot fall here." She added in a firm voice, "We are the strongest support for Major Lim." Jong-gun narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning resolute. These slashers had gone through countless life and death battles together. Determination blazed in both Jong-gun's and Suri's eyes. They believed they could definitely do it. Jong-gun fought while shouting loudly to tell everyone, "Its strength lies in its legs and terrifying speed. I will try to pin its legs down." Suri stood at a distance, pouring all her focus into her line of sight. The target had been locked tight in her scope. Suri held her breath and pulled the trigger. All right. A gunshot rang out, and the surroundings immediately sank into a haze of dust. Dungan nearby suddenly dropped to his knees. He widened his eyes in stunned disbelief, the muscles on his face seeming frozen, unable to move. Suri and Jong-gun both froze at that utterly horrifying scene. Even the ancient Roman soldier stood dazed, as if unable to understand what had just happened. Jong-gun screamed in a broken voice, nearly going mad. "No, Suri, what did you just do?" He harshly questioned her. "How could you miss at a time like this?" Suri immediately insisted she had not missed. She had clearly heard another gunshot. Someone had aimed at him and taken him down. She shouted desperately to defend herself. "It was not me." Cold sweat poured from Suri as she tried to find the one behind everything. But who was it, and why strike at this exact moment? Then she suddenly remembered the earlier warning. Do you think the Busan government will attack? Will they ignore the warning about blowing up the nuclear plant and recklessly launch a full-scale battle here? Jang Sik had once told her in a firm voice, "They will definitely come." As I said, they can no longer think clearly because their minds have completely rotted away. Suri tried to deny the guess that had flashed through her mind. Impossible. Why would they strike a slasher right now, when an A-rank mutant species was still right here? The moment Suri froze in fear, a mysterious sniper aimed his gun straight at her. Another cruel gunshot rang out. Suri was hit and collapsed in disbelief beyond words. Had this world rotted to this point? Was this why we had to try to change this rotten world? Before she died, the last glimmer of hope still flickered within her. Major Lim, you must win. Suri's body lay motionless right before John Gunn's eyes. He fell into utter panic and screamed in pain. No, impossible. Ancient Roman soldier's huge shield swung hard, raining blow after blow toward John Gunn. A bullet buried itself straight into him, impact so powerful it sent his body flying several meters. Fortunately, his comrade rushed in and caught him in time. An allied soldier tried hard to calm him, telling him to keep breathing while they would do everything they could to buy time. Groups of soldiers charged forward one after another, blocking path behind that monster shaped like ancient Roman soldier. Right then, defense soldiers' radio suddenly blared with a shout, "Hold on, what do you bastards think you are doing? Everyone is aiming at wrong target." Lieutenant began forcing soldiers to act as he wanted, growling that mutant was not target, because they had come here to eliminate Major Jangsik. That rebel is one who lit fuse of this coup. Enemy is busy dealing with mutant, this is rare chance. Soldier stammered, but sir, he tried to explain situation, saying that if they turned to shoot rebels, mutant would wipe everyone out, no matter which side they were on. Should humans not fight it together? That man pointed his gun at sniper below, then loudly threatened him, ordering them to find man babbling over radio at once and shoot him down. Lieutenant pressed radio close to his mouth, warning, coldly, I repeat, mission is not killing mutant or keeping you bastards alive. Only target is eliminating rebels. He used every method to force soldiers to obey. If you bastards want your families to be given homes in Busan instead of suffering, then obediently listen to me, otherwise you bastards will be dealt with like those rebels. Hearing those words, soldier was so furious he clenched his teeth. He slowly aimed muzzle toward Jangsik's squad. Other man froze, unable to understand what was happening. What do you think you are doing? Hand-holding soldier's gun trembled. I cannot let my son live miserably in Busan. I still have family, you are soldier too. Surely you understand, right? Though deep down he did not want this at all, he still desperately hoped other side would say they understood his situation. In deep green forest, gunfire rang out again and again, roaring like thunder. That soldier still gathered last bit of strength to force himself upright. His face was covered in blood, but he still forced out trembling voice. Without slashers, we absolutely cannot defeat that monster, so please survive. After leaving those last words, that soldier quietly died. John Gunn looked at scene before him, only able to choke out, "This is too insane." Amid chaotic crowd, voice suddenly rang out, "It cannot be like that." Watching from afar through binoculars, Lieutenant curled his lips in smug smile, thinking everything here had been neatly cleaned up. He ordered remaining subordinates to handle scene, then declared rebel forces had been eliminated. Now check whether that old man has finished off Major Lim. If he cannot do it, we will do it ourselves. Lieutenant's heart was full of delight now, because all missions were basically complete, saving them much time when returning to Busan. That man kept running his mouth, calling more executioners and calculating that 4 or 5 would be enough to handle remaining squad. When voice suddenly sounded behind him, "Where do you think you are going?" Hearing it, Lieutenant jolted and turned around in panic. Jang-6 group silently stepped out from hiding place. Lunhin raised his gun, expression still icy. "You all heard everything he just spewed. Need to hear more, or send these bastards on their way now." Jingu immediately chimed in to raise everyone's morale, "Shoot them down. What we need is only radio." Only now did Lieutenant reveal clear cowardice. He trembled and stammered that it was all misunderstanding. Jingu immediately growled back, "What misunderstanding?" Began exposing each crime, saying that it was he who ruthlessly attacked civilian slashers, who had remained neutral. Not stopping there, he even wiped out Major Lim's squad by branding them rebels. That pushed whole area into melee, causing everyone to panic and flee, conflict dragging on without end. He continued listing many more crimes, including hiring A-rank slashers to incite them into slaughtering each other. Jingu named each of his horrific crimes one by one, including releasing A-rank mutant onto battlefield to destroy everything. His voice rang out like furious judge interrogating him. "And now you want to stroll back to Busan and take credit for completing mission. So where did I misunderstand?" Right after that, sharp gunshot rang out. Lieutenant Zheng Yi immediately collapsed to ground, his body stretched out on icy ground. Everyone cautiously moved closer to check situation. In that very moment, his eyes suddenly blazed terrifying red. Zheng Yi sprang up, lunging forward and biting hard into neck of nearest soldier. Jingu ordered in low voice, "Time has come for us to do our part." Remaining people immediately charged together to subdue threat. Amid that chaotic scene, Jingu suddenly noticed something. It was a pair of glasses Lieutenant Zheng Yi had just dropped. That made contempt flicker across his face. Unable to suppress his rage, Jingu crushed glasses underfoot and ground out. You must pay for lives you stole with your own worthless life. Meanwhile, Chun-Su dragged his battered body, strength nearly exhausted, while Sarang beside him worriedly supported him, helping him move forward step by heavy step. Her gaze toward him was full of unease. His wound was too severe. Even at full strength, facing just one rank slasher would be enough to push him to his limit. Worry in her heart rose higher by moment. After being hit by that bullet, he still had to use all his strength to fight, so his body running out of energy was inevitable. Especially before that, Chun-Su had also risked his life in decisive battle against Deok-chun. Finally unable to stay silent, she said softly, "Hey, why do we not stop and rest for a while?" Sarang slowly continued, "Perhaps Major Lim has already won by now." She tried to reassure him that he and other slashers were supporting squads against Ministry of National Defense Forces. Sarang also reminded him clearly that they had defeated Deok-chun. Mission for both of them was essentially complete. He still remembered, right? Syrup drops kept falling under Chun-Su's feet. "Look, your syrup is still flowing nonstop like this." Though his body was already exhausted, he firmly shook his head. "No, we must keep going." Unable to persuade him no matter what, Sarang snapped and shouted, "Did you not hear me? You can lose syrup until you die. Do you know that? Besides, if you keep being this stubborn, you will become burden to everyone." Chun-Su whispered softly, "Right when we risked our lives against Deok-chun." He continued, "And even before that, when we had to face Ministry of National Defense Forces too. Amid that chaotic and tangled situation, I vaguely realized something was wrong." Chun-Su quickly pointed out key point. Both sides had fallen into deadlock with no way out. Two sides kept pulling back and forth yet could not decide victory or defeat. Very hard to guess who would be one left standing after this battle. He continued, opening his heart, gaze fixed on distant void. "I do not know whether I still have any value left to be used, because our lives depend on that." Chun-Su still clearly remembered what Sarang had once said. Moreover, she had said, "Our mission is to eliminate zombies. We are professional slashers. We deal with undead for money, hired only to do that. That is sole reason for our existence." She fell silent, quietly listening to every word he said, and that was also reason. "We earnestly wish for peace. We still must end this civil war between humans as soon as possible." Back to few minutes earlier. On battlefield where Jangsik was fiercely locked in struggle with Siam. "You have already lost, damn old man." Hearing that, Siam showed suspicion. "Someone else is controlling you from behind." But he curled his lips into strange smile. "Do you think I did not account for possibility of sudden ambush?" Siam immediately tightened his muscles, ready to enter combat. From afar, Jangsik shot forward as fast as whirlwind. Old man skillfully controlled fishing line, preparing to launch counterattack. Hong Ji's eyes flashed coldly. He raised his gun in stance, ready to fire. Right then, thick cloud of smoke suddenly poured out from forest. Final drop of syrup finally fell to ground. Jangsik glared straight at him. Siam returned half contemptuous, half scornful look. Jangsik quickly seized initiative first. He tugged lightly on line and sneered, "You think you can take down two people at once?" Jangsik kept provoking him, pointing out opponent's weakness, forcing him to reel line back before he could cast again. He aimed muzzle straight at Siam's face and threatened, "In other words, this is self-loading pistol, far superior." Siam took slight step back to keep distance. He slowly lowered fishing rod to ground and said, "Why are you doing things like this?" Siam stayed calm, took out cigarette, then asked, "Are you trying to become reformer to change this country, or do you simply want revenge?" He continued, analyzing current situation. "Look at how government acts. They will surely eliminate you and entire corps to cover up loose ends, making sure no one hears any news about coup in Anji again." Turned out Siam had wanted to help Jangsik long before being deployed here. "I once asked superiors to find way to keep you and your troops from having to stand trial. Mr. Tranthan advised him to abandon this madness. If you stop battle right now, you can still keep your life and wait for chance to take revenge. Tactical retreat has nothing shameful about it." After hearing that, Jangsik remained cold, saying nothing more. After a long while, he finally spoke sadly. "Because of overly hasty decisions, I personally lost too many precious things." Image of commemorative photo taken with comrades suddenly rose in his mind. Jangsik had suffered too great loss. "I have forever lost my brothers, my loyal subordinate soldiers." He had also tasted every kind of deepest pain. Yet what came in return for British forces' honesty and devotion was only callous treatment and brutal torture from government. Countless times Jangsik had swallowed bitterness, slowly wearing away what little humanity remained inside me. In end, all he received was prison with 4 cold walls. Jangsik pointed straight at Siam's face and declared, "I must cut out tumor, rotting this country, to save remaining units and never repeat painful mistake from before." He stepped closer and lit cigarette in Siam's mouth. Jangsik continued in firm voice, "That is why I have to do this. So step aside, my mind is made up, no one can shake it. Do not force me to act against you." He snapped Zippo lighter shut, click ringing with finality. Jangsik coldly said, "Farewell, I am leaving Mr. Kim." Siam stood still, lost in thought for a moment. Then he uttered line that was no different from threat. You will soon see hell appear right before your eyes. Siam seemed to still want him to turn back before ideal he believed was right. But if you yearn to see hell to understand what you are rushing into, then keep walking. Jangsik answered briefly, good luck, Mr. Kim. From afar, gunfire still thundered without pause. Jangsik kept walking, inwardly only praying situation would not become too bad to salvage. Siam stayed behind, able only to sigh helplessly. Suddenly he felt something strangely familiar. It turned out Sarang was supporting Chun Su as they approached. She called out, old man. He was so stunned that he stammered, you, is it you? Siam shouted back, hey, you troublesome brat. Then he lost his temper, rushed over, kicked Chun Su several times, scolding as he spoke, get over here right now, you troublesome brat. We were sent here to make money, not to stage coup and occupy nuclear plant, got it. He hurriedly raised hand to block, loudly defending himself. How was I supposed to know I would get trapped in middle of this godforsaken battle? Besides, I never meant to fight government forces. They were ones who pushed me into corner and gave me no choice. I only wanted to save other slasher colleagues. Durang hurriedly grabbed Siam's hand to stop him, then quickly spoke up for Chun Su. That is right. Demon Sang saved many slashers from death. You are also veteran slasher, so I think you understand our duties always change flexibly according to client's situation. Hearing this, he could only be speechless, unable to do anything more. Siam was burning with impatience and had to ask them both, are you two done fighting? What did you do with that gangster? Chun Su answered that I beat him in self-defense and tied him up so he could not cause more trouble. Siam clicked his tongue, so you did not handle it cleanly, but at least you can go back now. He wanted them to leave this place at once. Go back, this place is about to become sea of syrup. We must withdraw before incident strikes. Sarang and Chun Su still stood there blankly, not understanding what he meant. He picked up radio, intending to make contact. I will tell Eon to send an executioner, or dispatch someone to pick us up. Chun Su immediately reached out and blocked radio. Both sides looked at each other tensely in awkward air. Siam lowered voice and advised, stop acting reckless, kid, this is beyond you. Kept saying, I have to go, old man, it is too late to withdraw. Siam shouted in irritation, stop being stubborn. There is still time. I am a rank slasher, remember. I can testify for you and clean everything up smoothly. Hearing that, Chun Su suddenly remembered his comrades. He said firmly, they are still waiting for me. Siam looked at him with eyes full of sorrow. Chun Su slowly laid bare what was hidden deep in his heart. Do you still remember how much I longed for a home of my own? How desperately I longed for it? Do you remember? Then he blamed himself. I am an idiot. I could not even graduate middle school, so my mind is slow. In that cornered situation, I left Busan and became slasher specializing in killing zombies. He had once been beaten black and blue by Deok Chun, utterly miserable. Then someone else smashed Sang straight into his face. Chun Su had been through countless upheavals. After countless life and death situations, he finally understood why he longed for home. He remembered warm days beside small family. That was why my mother always waited for us two brothers to come home from school. That was also where I waited for Dad to come home from work. Home is where family waits for one another. Chun Su reminded Siam to understand, old man, you said your goal was to go to Seoul to make your family human, which means you also have loved ones waiting for you. In his mind, promise from years ago suddenly rang out, Dad will come right away, stay right there. Chun Su's voice rang with both regret and fury. We did not lose home, we lost people we loved. This damned zombie disaster took them away. He could not keep letting them go anymore. Now I have comrades waiting for me again. Chun Su told Siam firmly that he had come to see them as family, and this time I definitely will not lose them again. Hearing this, he only silently lowered his head. Siam returned to original spot and answered decisively, I cannot go with you. If I become accomplice to coup, no one will be left to stand up and protect slashers. In end, he finally gave in to Chun Su. Fine. You have 1 hour to handle everything and come back here. I cannot help you protect your new family, but I can bring you home safely. Siam also discreetly mentioned Pedro as test. If you find someone tied up with fishing line, free him. And he looked at Sarang and asked, what about you, little girl? Girl immediately glanced back in confusion. Little girl? Siam then entrusted Chun Su to her. Please take very careful care of him. By cliff, Jangsik swept his eyes around. Corpses lay strewn everywhere. His whole body stiffened as if turned to stone. John Gun was dead. Suri was gone too. His eyes widened, utterly unable to believe cruel reality before him. Chi Lo Sam's words suddenly echoed in Jangsik's mind, you will see hell. Now that hell was appearing plainly right before his eyes. Pain surged to its peak, making him scream in despair amid the thick darkness of night. Looking down at the people lying below, his heart felt torn apart, his eyes wide with horror. unable to believe everything had ended so tragically today. They were all people who had believed in him and followed him. Suddenly, memories flooded back, showing scenes of him once leading them, when everyone obeyed his orders without question. Each of them burned with spirit, solemnly accepting orders. They were people willing to trade their lives for ideals, not choose a peaceful life. But returning to reality, before his eyes now were only soulless corpses scattered everywhere. Gone were the lively voices and laughter of the past, and he thought in agony of those heroic people. Now they had fallen, lying there like piles of senseless refuse. Among them were fathers, mothers, pillars of entire families. Yet now they lay cold on the ground, dying with eyes unclosed. There were also close brothers among them. Now their bodies had been torn apart by countless bullets. They were someone's children, once living warmly and happily with their families. Yet now they had died miserably, their bodies deformed beyond recognition as human. They were also his loyal subordinates. He swept his eyes over each face, from John Gunn, Suri to the others, all of them treated with utmost cruelty. Wang Tek was in extreme pain and screamed in despair. Were they dying and lying there like a pile of discarded trash? Nearby, John Gunn, hiding in the bushes, suddenly heard a familiar voice, and hope immediately rose in his heart. Major, the Major. He hurriedly crawled out of hiding. John Gunn did not delay even a beat, immediately rushing toward the ruins, stammering loudly. Major. Tears streamed from him without stopping from self-blame, and he sobbed while choking, unable to speak clearly. So shameful. The three of us tried to stop it, but Jiang Sik seemed to have calmed down, and he spoke in a cold, firm voice. Stop crying. If you cry like this, you will have no tears left for your comrade's funeral. Few survivors were overjoyed to see him and stepped out from their hiding places, one after another. Major, the Major is here. Maybe he is still alive. He always finds ways to save us, surely this time too. Jiang Sik stood upright, looked at them, then gave an order. Report the situation. A wounded person tried to drag himself over and answer. Yes, report. People from the Ministry of Defense released an A-rank mutant to throw the battlefield into chaos and destroy our main force. They lost focus while trying to stop it. At this point, that person gnashed his teeth in resentment. Most of our fighters, including commanders, have been sacrificed. We may be the last survivors. With what little strength we have left, we can no longer stop either side. We are truly sorry. After hearing this, Jiang Sik only felt his heart grow heavy with self-blame. Everything was his fault, because he had been too arrogant in believing he could wipe out this filthy government. Then he issued instructions. Everyone, listen carefully. As soon as they heard this, everyone froze and stared at him with wide eyes. Find somewhere to hide. If I die, take my body back to Busan. That is an order. Jiang Sik spoke through clenched teeth. Both that mutant and the Ministry of Defense bastards who started this insane war. I will deal with them all before leaving this place. With that, he turned and strode away quickly, then lowered his head and called back. Thank you all for always following someone as flawed as me. John Gunn immediately panicked, ran over, and gripped his hand tightly. Major? He was utterly distraught. Tears and snot smeared across his face, sobbing as he looked at Jiang Sik. What are you saying? Right after that, John Gunn seemed to realize something and froze in shock. It turned out Jiang Sik could no longer endure it at this moment. He painfully swallowed his tears, but they still flowed down. Jiang Sik clenched his teeth, his body trembling violently. Countless memories surged back, his heart tightening as he remembered the photos they had taken together, preserving the smiles of his comrades, the closest friends who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Back then, because they followed him, they had suffered such a painful end. Jiang Sik gradually writhed in despair. Did everyone who trusted him and followed him have to die? Suddenly, his gaze stopped on John Gunn, and he called his name in a solemn voice. Come closer. He looked straight at him and spoke sincerely. You have always silently stayed by my side and protected me. Now I have a very important thing to ask of you. Thinking of the coming life or death battle, Jiang Sik spoke in a deep voice filled with pleading. While I hold that thing back, go pick up the remaining staff and rescue the engineers being imprisoned in the nuclear power plant. He emphasized again, and you must survive. I am counting on you. Hearing that entrustment, no different from last words, John Gunn was utterly bewildered. He pressed his lips together and looked at his commander, his heart filled with fear. In the end, John Gunn had to let go and accept that order. Jiang Sik's voice was hoarse with emotion. I am truly grateful to you all. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Sik gathered his strength and stomped hard on the ground, shooting forward with eyes blazing with resolve. Just then, the ancient Roman soldier appeared towering over them, each step from that man making the ground tremble, and he growled each word with murderous intent. War, war. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Sik had closed in on him. The Roman soldier immediately raised his hand high, his eyes burning red with rage, then struck. Razor-sharp spear thrust straight forward. Fortunately, the ruin raised the blade in time to block it. The monster poured terrifying strength into pressing the spearhead down, sparks flying as it scraped against his short blade. Jang Sik clenched his teeth, pouring all his strength into resisting, while drawing his handgun with his other hand. Without hesitation, he fired straight at him. The bullet lodged in the ancient Roman soldier's armored mask, making that man show clear discomfort as his teeth ground together. Immediately, that man swung his huge shield. Jang Sik lunged hard forward, forcing him to tilt his body and dodge by a hair. Jang Sik quickly braced one hand on the ground as support. His body leaned almost parallel to the ground to slip through the vicious strike. Seizing the chance, Jang Sik unleashed a thunderous kick that made the giant lose balance, then used the momentum to somersault with extreme skill. The Roman soldier of the Great Army was briefly surprised by the Pre's agility. Landing safely, Jang Sik bent his legs to keep balance, his cold, sharp eyes assessing the situation. Because of that, the monster charged even more madly like a wild beast. He frowned, focusing intensely as he tracked every movement of his opponent. Jang Sik swung his blade to counterattack, but that man's speed was too terrifying. The spear flashed past and sliced his short blade into pieces. Having lost his close combat weapon, Jang Sik still tried to maintain a calm expression and raised his gun to shoot back. But the ancient Roman soldier did not give him even 1 second. That man swung the spear and cut the gun in his hand in half. Falling into a life-or-death crisis, Jang Sik could not help feeling horrified, gritting his teeth as he told himself he had once believed war was necessary to protect the people, but before that train of thought could finish, the spear suddenly swept hard toward him. The strike hit him squarely in the stomach, making Jang Sik suffer searing pain. In that helpless moment, he thought bitterly that he could not protect anything in this life. Jang Sik was sent flying far away, crashing hard into the ground with a violent boom, dust and smoke immediately rolling up and obscuring vision. When the smoke gradually dispersed, his figure appeared, lying still and unmoving. Raising eyes filled with despair to the sky, he thought in pain that he knew how to start this war, but not how to end it. From above, the ancient Roman soldier's huge body cast a shadow over him, the spear in that man's hand already raised high, aimed straight at Jang Sik's heart. Witnessing this scene, he could only close his eyes and give up, waiting for the scythe of death to fall. Damn it, it is over. But strangely, after waiting for a long while, he still felt no pain, and Jang Sik doubtfully opened his eyes slightly to look. Before his eyes was a strange weapon blocking the monster's destructive attack. A low voice rang out, full of mockery. Major Sir is an interesting person. After beating only Jiang Deju, you already want to try something else. It turned out Tiansu had appeared in time to save him, that man gritting his teeth as he strained to hold back that terrifying weight. Tiansu glanced at Jang Sik and shouted loudly, "Is this the ideal you always talk about? Are you planning to surrender to this mutant?" Suddenly, a radiant purple light shot over from somewhere at extreme speed. Sarang, with her small body, poured all her strength into delivering a lethal slash at the enemy. The little girl frowned, her voice full of reproach. "Honestly, civilians are risking their lives to fight, while you soldiers calmly lie there." Hit by the surprise attack, the Roman soldier of Dalao Island nearly toppled over. Just then, a long-bodied monster with razor-sharp teeth lunged in for a sneak attack. Bang, a gunshot rang out sharply, and the monster immediately exploded into pieces. Slimy chunks of flesh scattered across the ground. From the forest, a group of people stepped out. Jingu praised them as he walked. "You two handled that fast and clean." Jang Sik turned back to look at them with a stunned expression. Jingu was empty-handed, wiped sweat from his forehead, then said in a stern voice that he no longer needed to worry about zombies near Ministry of National Defense. "We have cleared them all out, including man who released that mutant species and anyone who stood in our way." Jang Sik froze at sight before him, unable to believe it as he asked again, "Impossible. Did you not all die already?" Tiansu frowned in displeasure and snapped back, "What death? It is true we nearly lost our lives, but no way would we die in place like this. Contract is not done, money is not received, so death can wait. We must return to Busan." He asked in surprise, "Contract?" Glancing at Jang Sik, Tiansu confirmed, "I still have to bring you and surviving soldiers home. Is that not clause in contract between us?" Memories rushed back at once, and he suddenly remembered what Tiansu had said when everything ended. Slashers were responsible for escorting all civilians safely back to Busan. Tiansu held out his hand before him. "Let us clean up this mess and go." He bent low, his steady gaze fixed straight on Jang Sik, then said with certainty, "You and your troops too. Let us go home together." Moved by that loyalty, Jang Sik stood stunned for a moment. Then corners of his mouth curved into a relieved smile. He quickly grasped Tiansu's hand, borrowed his strength to rise, then answered loudly, "Good, let us go home." Scene shifted to sealed secret room where crowd was hiding. Sound of door opening rang out, making everyone look that way in panic. John Gunn helped injured soldier inside, speaking to reassure them. Engineers, we will begin restoring nuclear plant as quickly and safely as possible. Hearing that, everyone sighed in relief and filed outside one after another. One engineer, still anxious, approached soldier and asked softly, I heard gunfire. Which side won? Soldier hesitated for several seconds, then answered, neither side. Both our side and government side suffered heavy losses. Right now, Major Lim is risking his life to stop A-rank mutant species released by government. Hearing that, engineer instantly froze in terror. Could revolution truly have failed? Did you not say that if it failed, nuclear power plant would overload and explode? Was bomb planted in nuclear power plant only fake bait to deceive spies from Ministry of National Defense? John Gunn calmly explained, from start, we never intended to harm survivors in Busan. He looked at engineers with guilt. We apologize for keeping everyone frightened all this time. But when this war ends, we promise to find safest route to bring everyone back to Busan. As soon as they heard this, crowd stood stunned and moved. But another important matter still remained. John Gunn raised his head and spoke in iron voice. Our revolution has not failed. Today, most soldiers who willingly became government lackeys paid with their lives here. Seeing everyone still hesitate, he continued, when you return to Busan, you will immediately feel change. People once threatened with guns and clubs will be fully freed from chains of oppression. We lit fuse of revolution to change this cruel world. Even in worst-case scenario, soldiers standing around also nodded together in confirmation to reassure people. Finally, John Gunn said loudly, our final mission is to prove we are not terrorists, but protectors and rebuilders of nuclear plant for future generations. After hearing this, engineers could not hide their astonishment, and they looked at one another with eyes full of hope. Soldiers also kept their solemn expressions and raised their heads to watch. Before their eyes now was dawn of early morning. From this moment, over this country, new sun would rise. Scene shifted back to this side, where ray of hope had once been kindled. All of them stood firm as bedrock, ready and fully alert to face ancient Roman soldier. As A-rank slasher and top protector, Jang Sik reached out and picked up gun lying beside corpse of soldier who had just fallen heroically. Fully equipped now, his eyes revealed resolve unlike ever before. Though only rookies, two B-rank slashers who had just brought down A-rank slasher Cheonsu and Sarang were also gripping their weapons tightly, glaring at enemy. Jang Sik shifted his eyes to Jingu, C-rank slasher with situational judgment ability. Then he looked at Pedro, C-rank slasher known for tough endurance. Together with slashers who had grown through countless hardships, everyone was here, fighting shoulder to shoulder. Jang Sik breathing gradually grew ragged, his gaze turned toward distance, mind calculating in silence. If there is no plan to capture A-rank mutant species, outcome will surely be terrible. More worrying thing is whether survivors can still hold out. Even A-rank slasher has drained all energy after string of continuous battles. Cheonsu looked painfully at gunshot wound, while another B-rank slasher had been hit directly in abdomen. Sarang had already carried injuries from previous battle, and now as B-rank slasher, her whole body was covered only in bruises. Group panted without pause, and rest also fell into exhaustion from suffocating pressure after series of battles, their energy almost completely drained. In total contrast to them, A-rank mutant species glared fiercely, growling threats at opponents. He kept glaring at prey before him. In past, ancient Roman soldier had been imprisoned inside huge square block of iron, with guards always stationed outside, under strict watch. Now, tasting freedom for first time after 10 bitter years, so he was in peak condition to savor freedom he had never tasted before. With mad eyes, he roared fiercely two words, war, fight. As soon as words fell, ancient Roman soldier stomped hard on ground. He shot forward like arrow from string, swinging spear to thrust straight at Jang Sik. He immediately raised his weapon to block, but that man's strength was too terrifying, making him lose balance and get forced back. Right beside him, Cheonsu began spinning rope in his hand at high speed. Then he whipped it hard, making rope lash straight into enemy body, giving him not even one moment to rest. Sarang on this side also quickly tightened grip on twin axes and swung them up. She locked her brows onto target, then launched a lightning-fast strike toward him. But ancient Roman soldier reacted in time and raised shield to block cleanly. In blink of an eye, Pedro used grappling move, rushing over to clamp tight around opponent waist. He gritted his teeth and held force back, pouring all his strength into locking him down. Jingu seized this golden chance and shouted signal. Everyone charged wildly from all sides, surrounding ancient Roman soldier and unleashing group assault with all their strength. Unexpectedly, right then, he lifted his leg high. Pedro panicked and put all his strength into tightening his arms, trying to hold him down. Suddenly, fierce light like fire burst forth. Next came a blinding beam of light that exploded, shooting in every direction. Light pierced bodies, blood sprayed everywhere. Chiosu Jingu. Sarang then Pedro too. along with Jiang Sik. All who witnessed it were horrified out of their wits. After knocking down opponents, ancient Roman soldier immediately shot forward. He drove his knee up and unleashed a terrifying kick straight into Pedro's face. It sent him flying backward before he collapsed. Sarang tried to rush in and stop him. Ancient Roman soldier instantly shifted target to her. He swept shield in his hand hard, smashing it across her body and making Sarang drop to her knees on spot. Seeing situation turn critical, Qiansu gritted his teeth and hurled his chain weapon hard. He launched it straight toward ancient Roman soldier, letting rope slip through and tighten around his upper arm. Ancient Roman soldier did not panic at all, instead using trick against him, borrowing momentum to pull rope taut toward himself. Qiansu jolted and shot. His arm strength was so monstrous that he was flung straight into air. Munin saw that scene and panicked, hands and feet flustered for a moment. He hurriedly loaded gun in his hand. Though collapsed, Munin still forced himself to aim muzzle at him, ready to pull trigger. Suddenly his movement froze. He glanced sideways and only then realized his neck had been bitten by small monster at some point. Jiang Sik grimaced and clenched his teeth. He shot forward, cutting small monster and connecting rope in two to save Qiansu. Swing was too powerful, making him lose momentum and tumble to ground. On this side, Munin also rolled onto ground, clutching wound as he writhed in extreme agony. Suddenly, strange blood vessels bulged across his body. Munin completely lost control of consciousness, tears streaming, foam constantly pouring from his mouth. Witnessing that miserable scene, Qiansu was utterly horrified. From where he had fallen, he watched helplessly as his body exploded, making blood spray everywhere. Jingu showed utter fear, his hand tightening even harder around weapon. In distance, Jiang Sik was fighting ancient Roman soldiers alone. Qiansu clenched his teeth, flames of hatred blazing fiercely in his eyes. Ding also charged at enemy at once. Jiang Sik gritted his teeth and endured. Right then, Qiansu's eyes suddenly went white. He roared madly like wild beast and raised his weapon high. He also moved fast in coordination, aiming gun barrels straight at him. Strike after strike landed on his body, but they felt no different from scratches. Suddenly, ancient Roman soldier bowed his head. He poured all his strength into circulating internal power. Then countless sharp spikes tore through skin and flesh from beneath, bristling all over his body. Ancient Roman soldier snapped his head up, roaring word war. Storm instantly churned and thundered around him. Qiansu struggled to raise his hand in guard to block. Seeing this, Jiang Sik instantly grew alert, quickly retreating and raising his hand to defend. This situation had gone far beyond limits. Before that, he had realized his blade was badly chipped, almost about to break completely. Both fell silent for a moment, eyes locked on ancient Roman soldier standing towering before them. At that very instant, he glanced sideways at his comrade. Over there, Qiansu seemed to have exhausted all strength, breathing hard without pause. Jiang Sik turned his head back again to observe situation. Behind him was Sarang with body covered in wounds, while Pedro lay motionless on ground. Comrades who had fought shoulder to shoulder with them all this time also lay cold on ground. His face darkened, extreme unease rising in his heart as he realized everything had gone beyond limit. Jiang Sik stared at him and observed carefully. Its outer armor was like wax, growing harder and harder, as if gradually adapting to battle, so wounds on its body also healed over time. He calculated silently, to bring down this mutant monster, they needed overwhelming firepower, or else they had to restrain ancient Roman soldier, knock him far away with rapid assault before he could heal himself. But now no human or weapon had power to do it. Jiang Sik frowned, mind stretched taut as he searched for way out. If this state dragged on, more people would fall and more deaths would come. He suddenly remembered his duty. No matter how filthy work was, someone had to step forward and shoulder it, and that person was commander. Thinking that, he slowly let out long breath. Person who will test my will. He placed hand on Qiansu's shoulder. Suddenly, Jiang Sik gathered strength and shoved hard, sending Qiansu flying backward. I hope that person will still be you. Survive. That action made other party freeze in confusion. Jiang Sik glanced back slightly and spoke in stern voice, you must survive. As soon as words fell, he shot forward, slashing madly at him. Heavy blade crashed down on ancient Roman soldier's shield, hard as steel. Right after that, he immediately stomped and rushed away. Jiang Sik sprang high, then kicked straight into his body. He immediately stepped back and bent his knees to keep balance. He landed lightly on both feet. Suddenly, Jiang Sik reached out and removed belt. Then, for some reason, he tied it tightly around his own neck. He reached into pocket, voice stained with killing intent. This monster. Jiang Sik pulled out syringe, without hesitation stabbed it straight into his body, then looked coldly at him. I must repay it properly. As soon as he saw needle inject, his heart seemed to stop for an instant. Jiang Sik suddenly widened his eyes, fierce pain rushing in and making tears spill out at once. That fluid flowed slowly, seeping into every blood vessel in his body. Before long, it had spread through Jiang Sik's entire body. He roared in pain, sound echoing across sky. Witnessing that scene, Qiansu's eyes went wide, whole body drenched in cold sweat. Both stood there waiting. At this moment his gaze began to change, flashing with strange light. Old fragments of memory suddenly flooded back. On notice board was list of candidates accepted in second round. Image of young man and youth staring intently at that board appeared. Jang Sik's eyes shone bright with immense joy. I once studied at Officer Academy. In years that followed, he enlisted, and reason was nothing special. Jang Sik had buried himself in books day and night to pass Officer Academy exam. It was only that simple. For 3 days, he persisted in running to build more stamina. By day, he studied hard beneath lamp. Every day repeated steadily like that. He silently looked at application form on computer screen. So when I was student, I planned to serve country for a while before stepping into society. Time quietly flew by, and in blink it was now graduation and commissioning ceremony of Officer University. Love country, love compatriots. Jang Sik stood at attention and saluted. To me, duty to defend country or militia spirit once meant nothing, until he met Jong Sun, gentle girl who smiled softly at him, along with comrades like Corporal Kim, Mr. Rong, other comrades John Gun, Soji, John Gun, Chiosu. Meeting everyone again, he seemed to return to reality. Right then, countless streams of mucus kept appearing, winding around his body. I feel deep regret. Kyonsu stared at him in terror without blinking. I accept everything, except never seeing everyone again. Jingu also broke out in cold sweat, only able to stand there watching. Even so, I think this day would come sooner or later. At this moment, Jang Sik's entire body seemed to have transformed, body structure shifting into state exactly like ancient Roman soldiers' physique. He said in low voice, "Don't concern yourself with anything else. This is path you must continue to walk." Chionsu's eyes went wide, shocked gaze seeming to ask what exactly had happened to turn him into that state. Right now, Jang Sik spoke coldly. "Turn your face away, I'm begging you." Dropped to one knee, alert as he waited for attack from him. Ancient Roman soldier roared madly. "I fix my neck with belt. Must do everything to stop mutation from spreading to brain." So that was why Jang Sik had acted so strangely. Maximum time I can hold out is probably only about 10 minutes. He stomped hard and shot into air. In this brutal span of time, only thing I must do is fight. Jang Sik clenched his teeth and charged straight toward opponent. Ancient Roman soldier still looked calm, standing motionless in place like stone statue. Right after that, both unleashed their strongest blows at once. Explosions roared through the deep forest, and wild winds surged violently. He ground his teeth in frustration, glaring straight at him. Jang Sik widened his eyes to their limit, trying to find his opponent's fatal weakness. Evenly matched, both sides charged into brutal slaughter, neither willing to yield. Pedro's group nearly held their breath, nervously watching every moment. Drove the spearhead hard at the enemy, but the ancient Roman soldier raised his shield in time to block it. Sarang frowned with worry, not daring to take her eyes off the life and death battle for even a second. Right then, his Roman soldier swung his spear straight in, but luckily he reacted extremely fast and tilted aside in the nick of time. Both sides charged madly at each other like fierce beasts, launching deadly moves in succession as thick dust mixed with surging cyclones. Chionsu raised his hand to block the dust, narrowing his eyes as he observed the situation. He had to deal with this mutant species and bring everyone safely back to Busan Wall. This is my final responsibility. Jang Sik ground his teeth, his eyes blazing with resolve. Until now, had he ever truly shouldered responsibility for someone else even once? He suddenly remembered the comrades who had died horribly because of him. Jang Sik froze for a moment, then made up his mind. Yes, consider this the first and last responsibility of my life. Suddenly, the human before him vanished, leaving behind pale white eyes. Jang Sik clenched his jaw and charged forward with all his remaining strength. Extreme shock flashed across the ancient Roman soldier's face, giving the enemy no chance to react. He raised his weapon high and slashed a fatal blow straight into his neck. The icy blade sank deep into his neck, and fresh blood immediately sprayed out. Suddenly the blade stopped, unable to cut any further through his neck, and at that moment the ancient Roman soldier moved, making Jang Sik jolt in shock. In a flash, he stood firm as a rock, swung his spear, and severed his arm. Jang Sik froze in absolute shock. He instantly spun the sharp spear in his hand, then thrust it through his body. Jang Sik was gravely wounded, in so much pain that almost no blood seemed left in him. He brutally chopped through the weapon, leaving him so exhausted he could only lower his head. The ancient Roman soldier looked at his prey with excited eyes, roaring one word madly: war. Suddenly, he seemed restrained by an invisible force, his arm frozen stiff in midair, stunned and unable to understand what the hell was happening. At this moment, Jang Sik's eyes seemed to have lost every trace of reason. He ground his teeth loudly and lunged forward, hideous mucus quickly gushing from his body. They instantly wrapped tightly around the ancient Roman soldier's spear like tentacles. Realizing something was wrong, he wanted to pull the spear back, but unfortunately the weapon was locked tight. On the ancient Roman soldier's face, extreme shock was clear. At this moment, Jiang Sik's severed arm had transformed into the shape of a cannon, its barrel aimed straight at his face. Then it fired, shooting out a massive energy bullet. The ancient Roman soldier took the full blow and was immediately blasted backward. He raised his head in disbelief, but the moment he raised his head, he saw Jiang Sik's fist rushing close before his face. He poured in another massive force and smashed it straight into his face. The ancient Roman soldier went mad with rage, grinding his teeth. He instantly sprang up, raising his shield to counterattack. But suddenly, the ancient Roman soldier froze, his face full of shock. It turned out that below, Chiansu was burning with fighting spirit, swinging his weapon to pin his feet in place. He frowned, pouring all his strength into holding the opponent back. The monster refused to submit, struggling and resisting violently again and again. Jiang Sik witnessed that scene and could not help but panic. But right after that, he regained his calm, seized that precious chance, and poured power into his hand. Jiang Sik roared enough to shake the sky, his pale white eyes terrifying. Strange white fragments were instantly drawn together. He quickly shot forward, crushing one side of the enemy's head. Jiansu also seized the chance, poured in his strength, and stabbed his weapon hard into the target. Seizing the opening, Jiang Sik added another huge surge of energy into him. Suddenly, Chiansu placed a hand on his shoulder and stopped him in a low voice. "Stop." He seriously reassured his comrade. "Everything is over." Both fell dead silent. Before their eyes, the ancient Roman soldier had been completely burned away. He had been burned by blue flames until even his head was no longer intact. Jiang Sik panted, silently looking at the scene before him. Chiansu silently watched him, his face full of worry. Suddenly, he laughed coldly, his voice becoming terrifying enough to send chills down one's spine. "Over, what is over?" Hearing that, Pedro and Jingu grew extremely uneasy, staring at him and warning that the zombie was right in front of you. Sarang also furrowed her brows, her expression utterly confused. At this moment, Jiang Sik lowered his head and spoke seriously. "You have to finish me for everything to end." Chiansu heard this and could not help crying out in horror. "What?" he repeated in a low voice. "You." Jiang Sik's gaze fixed on the weapon in Chiansu's hand. "You are the last one." He jolted in shock, his face becoming extremely conflicted. Jiang Sik turned, looking up at Chiansu with endlessly sincere eyes. To him, you were the last person he would meet in this life. "So end me with your own hands." Hearing those last words, he could not help falling silent, his brows tightly furrowed in confusion. Though Kim Chiansu was only someone who had never properly finished his studies, he still clearly understood the meaning behind them. His lips trembled, and he could not speak, only seeing Lim begging for a cruel mercy. The blade gleamed with an icy light. Why was he forcing you to do something so cruel? Chiansu panicked completely and hurriedly sought help from his comrades. Jingu's face darkened, and he immediately shook his head fiercely to stop that insane act. Mucus now surged over, wrapping tightly around the shovel handle. He lifted it, etched it deeply into memory, then quickly walked toward Chiansu. Jiang Sik desperately suppressed the transformation, using the last trace of reason he had left to look at him with pleading eyes. Chiansu was terrified to the extreme, his face pale. He was asking me to release him before he fully turned into a monster. He stared at Jiang Sik, his mind spinning in chaos. From the government's standpoint, Lim was the leader of the coup. If he dealt with that man now, the rest would be absolved. He remembered the peaceful days of the past, and the vision of returning to ordinary life within Buzan Wall appeared before him, deeply tempting. Chiansu frowned, his face pensive, cold sweat pouring down like rain. In other words, trampling over everything and ignoring this coup was the only path to survival. Memories suddenly flooded back with the figure of his older brother, who had also once made that choice. Back then, he had still been too immature, only able to stare blankly at his older brother. Because he was too young, he understood nothing, could do nothing, and merely enjoyed the peace of that small house without a care. Meanwhile, his older brother had to bend under heavy burdens, earning every small coin, working himself to death until he was exhausted and died. His gaze grew distant, both literally and figuratively. Chiansu could not believe person lying on stretcher being wheeled away was his own brother, one who had become true living corpse. Relic Chiansu brother left behind was only this shovel. He himself had once survived through someone else's death, and yet, right now, before Chiansu, Jiang Sik once again held shovel out toward him, repeating that tragedy again. Chiansu was utterly terrified and desperately refused. I cannot do it. I do not want to do this cruel thing." Jiang Sik firmly pushed shovel handle forward. He looked at Chiansu with gaze firm as iron. "You have to do it, so everyone has chance to survive, and also so you can help me leave something behind in this world." He waved his hands in confusion and refused. "I understand what you are saying, but I will not do it. I do not care who it is or any other slasher, no matter how heartless I am, even though we only fought side by side for a few short days." In his memory, Jiang Sik, when they first met, was extremely arrogant. He often nitpicked and scrutinized his subordinates' mistakes. How could I raise my hand against someone I know, only to trade for survival? You two once walked shoulder to shoulder, laughing and talking so happily. You once passed through life and death together through countless dangers. Chi-Onsu squeezed his eyes shut, shaking his head again and again. I cannot, no, I absolutely will not. Damn it. Jang-sik lowered his voice. You still do not understand. That is exactly why I am telling you to do it, demon expert. Since first time we met, you have never disappointed me. Chi-Onsu heard those heartfelt words and was thrown into utter confusion. He recalled fierce look from first day he encountered Chi-Onsu at Zai. First time I met you, you were protecting city wall all alone. His face was smeared with blood as he looked up at Jang-sik with proud defiance. You stopped both B-rank mutant species and B-rank laser by yourself. He continued, remembering. On road to Anzin, you also did everything you could to protect every member of team. After everything was dealt with, Chi-Onsu leaned back in chair and let out heavy sigh. I mean, you did your best. Jang-sik still gripped shovel tightly, stepping close to him, declaring that only he remained. He remembered treacherous Zhang Yi. Even soldiers responsible for protecting people only cared about their own interests. Sinister gaze of that officer reflected cruel world, where they were ready to trample every moral line. He remembered Chi-Onsu knave righteousness. You said it was no big deal. Help those people so they would not lose their place to live, rather than have him lie that he overslept and did not hear zombies attack. Jang-sik looked at him gently and smiled in relief, making him wonder whether to call him fool. But even now that fool was still stubbornly surviving. I mean, you absolutely must not cross limit of being human. Chi-Onsu heard this and looked terribly troubled, brows tightly furrowed, sweat streaming nonstop. Suddenly Jang-sik's body jerked hard. Chi-Onsu saw it and was startled too. Jing-hai saw his body suddenly convulse, then reflexively recoil so hard he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Jang-sik knew he could not hold on much longer, so he immediately strode forward, held out shovel handle, face filled with urgency, forcing Chi-Onsu to act at once. His voice sank, grave over this operation, army might suffer heavy losses. Jang-sik had already foreseen army being slaughtered horribly, corpses lying scattered like trash across streets. Government would be powerless, unable to stop wave of extreme panic among people. This entire system and unjust regime would likely collapse once coercive power no longer existed. Jang-sik suddenly thought of scene when government collapsed and decayed. Many slashers would flood into that void. By then, air-rank slashers holding power would seize influence, even rising above politicians. He shifted his gaze toward people before him and recruits gradually advancing, firmly stating that you all will rise as new hope of this era. Saying this, Jang-sik watched Chi-Onsu for a long time as if entrusting responsibility to him. Among them, Captain A, you must step forward and take it on. Become powerful leader who can control both air-rank mutant species. He stared at Jang-sik in shock as if hearing final words. Save everyone, do what I was powerless to accomplish. If it is you, I truly believe you can do that extraordinary thing. Chi-Onsu grimaced, lowered his head, then replied through clenched voice. But you tell me to survive and then order me to handle you with my own hands. I do not want that, but if this is a transaction, Jingu stood close beside him, looking at him with anxious, uneasy eyes. If this is only path to save remaining people, burden you want to cast behind you. Pedro and Sarang also fell silent in confusion, quietly watching with lingering eyes. Chi-Onsu reached out with trembling hands and gripped cold shovel handle tightly. Jang-sik immediately dropped to his knees, calmly offering his head and waiting for him to end his life. Suddenly, Chi-Onsu loudly asked final question. What did you come here to achieve and end? He froze, gaze sinking, thinking for very long time. Memory suddenly brought back image of him solemnly saluting flag with dignified bearing. He lifted his eyes high, as if answer was already ready. Of course it was. Before his eyes was vast blue sky and Korean flag fluttering in wind, all for world where strong spread their arms to protect weak. Jang-sik smiled with satisfaction, full of pride. I lived proudly according to sacred oath I swore that day. Scene shifted to ending of Salamander operation. Massive factories appeared. Repairs to Anzin nuclear power plant had been fully completed. John Gunn lay motionless on cold ground, along with slashers from Ministry of National Defense who had fallen. A total of 17 people died, among them Soji died without being able to close his eyes. Amid countless people lying scattered across fierce battlefield, 83 civilian slashers were dead or missing without trace. Person bound tightly to tree trunk A-rank slasher Jiang Deku had mysteriously disappeared. Ancient Roman soldier had been defeated, A-rank mutant species officially destroyed. Jang-sik body lay motionless there. Major Lion Jang-sik A-rank slasher A-rank mutant species had officially fallen into eternal rest. Sky gradually became stained with brilliant rosy light after this battle. No more military operations under command of Busan Provisional Government were carried out. Chi-Onsu group of 4 leisurely walked toward helicopter. At this moment, Sin was standing before door, watching each of their steps. Air covered everything in heavy silence. Everyone walked with heads bowed. Was carrying things to make space for them when he suddenly saw Ki-on-soo clutching white cloth bundle tightly in his arms. He glanced over in confusion and spoke. "What is that? Why are you carrying it so carefully?" Cheonsu heard this and stayed silent for a moment. He gently tightened his grip on cloth bag, then answered in low voice, "It is luggage." Seeing this, old man only looked at him silently. Cheonsu continued solemnly, "From now on, I will always carry it with me." Helicopter quickly took off and left that place. Pedro and Zingu flopped into their seats, leaning their heads against seat backs in utter dejection. Sarang sat silently, face pensive, while Cheonsu still held that cloth bag tightly in his arms. At this moment, she suddenly turned sharply to look at him, eyes full of scrutiny and hesitation. Sarang gently placed her hand over his, sending a bit of warmth into Cheonsu's hand. He slightly raised his head to look at her, then lowered it again, gaze distant. He glanced sideways, her eyes tinged with sadness, hands still resting there as if trying to soothe him. She cast worried look toward Chun-Su. He bowed his head slightly, brows tightly furrowed. Too many people had left. Gukjeon Suri, comrades who once fought shoulder to shoulder, now lay cold there. And I also handled many people, soldiers slaughtered and scattered everywhere. More painful than anything was that this war ended with departure of Commander Jang Sik. Chun-Su sat atop pile of corpses stacked high as mountain, but what he gained was hardly worth anything. For first time, Kim Chun-Su felt disgusted with his own work. Chun-Su hunched over counting each bill, but he only felt even more ashamed that he was poor and kept obsessively worrying over every meal and piece of clothing. Would it not be over if he let everything go? He could not let this situation continue any longer, but now he had sunk too deep into this mire, and burden on his shoulders kept growing heavier. Chun-Su covered his face in pain and burst into sobs. A while later, helicopter had landed in yard. 4 of them stepped down in line. 3 behind immediately moved aside to wait for him to come out. Chun-Su had only just landed when he instinctively raised his head and looked ahead, surprise flickering in his eyes. In front of him, soldiers with moved expressions were silently watching. Chun-Su quickly walked closer and asked, "You still have not gone home yet?" Jingu glanced around, then said seriously, "If it is about commission fees, we will go to Ministry of National Defense to negotiate, so everyone, do not worry too much. Even if we may not get full amount, we will fight for highest rate possible." In that instant, all of them bowed deeply at once. One person spoke in low voice, "Though we took zombie extermination jobs until money blinded us, we still have conscience." Others also spoke one after another, "Right, thanks to you, we managed to survive. At least we must offer you sincere thanks. Handle things with Ministry of National Defense and tell us afterward. Compared with our lives, that money is not worth much." All of them bowed deeply together and shouted in unison, "Thank you very much." Chun-Su looked at them, his voice softening, "Go back and rest for now. Over past few days, you have all suffered too much." He hurriedly urged him, "Contact us whenever you need us. Though we are sick to death of this work, we still want to stand with you once more. Me too, when you have time, let us have proper drink together." Jingu lifted milk carton and took sip, his expression thoughtful as he answered, "We will probably meet again soon. After all, in few days Ministry of National Defense will summon you as witnesses." At this moment, Pedro looked at Chun-Su, voice stern, "Person who suffered most was you. When your body recovers, let us contact each other again." Sarang timidly lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, then softly called, "Hey you." She was worried, yet still tried to encourage him, "Do not look so sad. I have always thought you fought with most endurance and passion." Major Lim said so too. Suddenly she froze and pressed her lips tight. Sarang rushed over and hugged him hard. She choked out in whisper, "You must stay strong. And also, I am sorry." After saying that, Sarang immediately blushed, turned, and ran off, leaving Chun-Su bewildered before he could understand what happened. At that moment, Munhin walked in from outside. He glanced at him and said, "That little girl seems to have grown up quite bit. Now she even knows how to think of teammates." Chun-Su frowned, his face heavy with thought as he answered in serious voice, "I do not want too many more teammates. Dealing with humans in this mad world is already enough to keep me busy." He immediately narrowed his eyes, voice lowering, "Now you may not understand, but later you will soon realize. Not everyone you like will follow you, and people you hate will not leave you on their own either." Munin half turned and gestured, "First, let us go downstairs. Your wounds need treatment, and we also have to take Major Lim back to Ministry of National Defense." Vast Korean city appeared before his eyes. If you want to enjoy this fresh air, you still have many things to do. Next day, Chun-Su and survivors from battle at Anjin sat before high-ranking officers, undergoing interrogation related to slashers. But calling it interrogation about incident was not quite right, because those men had fierce faces and kept pointing as they questioned him. Scene felt more like inquiry to determine whether he agreed with Major Lim's views. Harsh words from mouths of those two kept pelting his face. Chun-Su listened and had to use all his strength to hold back anger boiling up. Chun-Su followed advice voice of a Zhang company's advisory lawyer. When lawyer placed hand on his shoulder, he testified that he had cooperated with government army and personally dealt with Major Lim. Lawyer took his hand and placed it on his chest, solemnly swearing he had fulfilled his duty, making Chun Su briefly flustered. Ministry of National Defense was now in state where maintaining security in Busan with only soldiers was difficult. Unbalanced troop chart clearly showed current manpower shortage. Anjin nuclear power plant occupation incident caused losses to military, meaning they announced Major Lim's coup as soon as dawn broke. To calm panic among Busan citizens and ensure safety there, helicopters continuously scattered news below. Through newspapers, they publicly revealed existence of slashers for first time, something never before disclosed to civilians. Provisional Government and Ministry of National Defense officially acknowledged slashers, professional zombie hunters, and proceeded with agreement to protect Busan's safety. In that news report, Major Lim Jiang-sik was named as instigator of coup, while one who brought down A-rank mutant was Chun Su. When he stepped onto platform before ranks of soldiers, young slasher instantly became focus as promising rookie. Everyone quickly applauded to congratulate him, while Chun Su kept an icy face, his frozen gaze sweeping over crowd. Even so, everything was nothing but fake play, unpleasant to point of disgust. At moment Ghost Master Kim Chun-su, man who extinguished coup appeared was recorded and printed all over newspapers. After being guaranteed by government and recognized as A-rank slasher, Chun-su gained many advantages from this agreement. First was power called A-rank slasher, position at top of bright tower. News poured in nonstop, helping him gather huge amount of information while accessing commissions that brought enormous profits. Second was overwhelming wave of investment. Money was poured in without restraint, while countries stood behind him and turned him into hero, rising slasher. That status alone was enough to awaken greed of investors. Investors, men or women, recognize rare bargain as soon as they read news. Therefore, quite few were willing to pour money like waterfall just to gain his goodwill. Investor flung open chest full of cash, smiling in triumph. Third was strongly activated source of talent. Black and white chess pieces lay scattered everywhere. Situation had completely reversed, bringing along slashers who once fought shoulder to shoulder with Chun Su in Anjin operation. Even higher-ranking slashers who gained no achievements because others outshone them also surged in. Group of people aggressively pushed files before him. Please accept our resumes. Ari stood guard to protect Chun Su, while buried talents came one after another, hoping to join under him. Three key factors were status, money, and manpower. If 3 points of this triangle were connected, what would finally appear? Scene shifted to skyscraper headquarters of Slasher Company. Bang, door was kicked open by powerful blow. A Zhang and Secretary Park inside immediately jumped in fright. Chun Su now strode in with blazing momentum, making her stammer, "What is this? What happened?" He threw blue card hard onto desk. Two of them glanced at it and realized what he had thrown down was trading account. Account holder Kim Chun-su. Zhang picked it up to check, face full of doubt. Account, what is going on? Did you come all way here just to show off your savings? Right after that, her face slackened with absolute shock. Mother of God. Zhang glued her eyes to row of numbers clearly displayed above. Horror crashed over her, making her cry out, 800 billion. What did you do to earn that much money? Chun Su then curled his lips into smug smile. I have wanted to do this for a long time, but I held back because I feared affecting our business relationship. He lowered his voice coldly and continued, besides, I injected another billion into it. She still seemed petrified, face blank, because she could not believe what was before her eyes. Chun Su turned to leave, then glanced back slightly. I will take Ari with me. After saying that, he walked straight outside and slammed door, leaving those two standing frozen as they watched him go. Secretary Park looked at Zhang in confusion, speaking carefully. Is it fine for even Ari to be taken by him like that, chairwoman? Right now, value and recognition of slashers have skyrocketed, so even tearing up contracts is not big problem, but Zhang lowered her face, brows tightly furrowed, complexion darkening in stream of calculations. This world was changing, while Chun Su strode with forceful momentum down hallway. Her gaze sharpened, face filled with anguish. World that I and that person once dreamed of. How could he? Scene shifted to blade chopping hard onto cutting board, making fish head immediately separate from body. Jang Ho looked at two people before her while cooking, so then, she smiled meaningfully, blade flashing coldly. You two both want to leave Small Business Federation. Chairwoman of Small Business Federation, A-rank slasher, old matriarch Jang Ho. Witnessing that scene, Sarang and Jin Gu immediately shrank back, throats swallowing lightly. Jang Ho filleted fish while speaking leisurely. I am also quite curious about company that has more appeal than this federation and me. Anyway, I will not ask too closely, but it truly is pity. Before long, plate of fresh sashimi had been arranged perfectly. She smiled and gestured invitation. Time will come when you spread your own wings. In any case, let us eat this farewell meal first. Next scene was Sanctuary of Temple of Jehovah, where crowd had gathered before pulpit. Pedro bowed respectfully before Bekiel, while that man raised hand to signal him to stop. Once he had handed over what needed handing over, he turned and left that place. Someone spoke in puzzlement. Cult leader, is it really fine to let Pedro go like that? After all, he is Slasher who made great contributions to church. Another preacher clicked tongue and commented, after army weakened, church's influence has expanded more and more, yet at this exact time he leaves, truly hard to understand. Another immediately chimed in, I also heard some rumors about that. They say slashers who just rose to a rank are rushing to transfer to new company. Bekiel raised hand before mouth, signaling silence. Whole group immediately startled and shut mouths. That man smiled strangely, believer for day, believer for life. If considering possibility of him becoming someone on inside, that is not bad either. But discussion ends here. Bekiel glanced aside, face full of anticipation as if he had already guessed something. Anyway, there will be many interesting things to watch soon, worth looking forward to. Amid such seething country, Pedro Sarang and Jin Gu went together to port area stacked with containers, where figure was faintly visible above. Chun Su now turned around, looking down at them from high above. Not only those three, Aru was also walking leisurely toward him. This reform, what will come of it? Chun Su stood there with absolutely imposing dignity. A-rank slasher, demon singer, Kim Chun Su. Scene shifted to full moon hanging right overhead. One tattooed man growled in irritation, damn it, damn it. Chun had just removed restraints while cursing in rage, you bastard, how dare you play despicable tricks. That man staggered forward. First he had to crawl back to Busan, gather companies together first. Then he would launch all-out war. Not far away someone silently watched every move of him. That person coldly called out to Du Chun, making them jump in shock. Du Chun froze, then snapped his head around. One man stood proudly on cliff, eyes icy as he looked down, founder chairman of Choi Jiang Company, S-rank slasher, origin slasher Su-ho. At sight of him, that man cried out in panic, it is Su-ho, why are you here? I clearly heard you were dead. Su-ho replied in frost-cold voice. Then I nearly really died too. All thanks to you lot, daring leave me alone in that hell on earth. You have no conscience at all, do you? Du Chun trembled all over, face pale from fear. He spoke with Blade's sharp voice, so those bastards calling themselves survivors like you are all same, always despicable and selfish to live on, truly trash existence. But I am not bringing personal feelings here. Hearing that man immediately asked back, then why are you suddenly appearing here now? His face was full of grievance, cold sweat poured down like rain. Du Chun screamed in panic, if you came back as ghost now, what the hell can you solve? Su-ho slowly reached into pocket of his coat, that matter, pulled out syringe, stared at it closely, then said, sooner or later you will know. Scene changed again. On Korean streets, crowds still rushed back and forth with daily work. That day had been nothing but ordinary day. Chonmin frowned while staring at phone. But two events had happened, turning my life upside down completely. On phone screen appeared admission confirmation line, congratulations, Chonmin, you have been accepted to Korea University. He was ecstatic, I got in. Chonmin showed clear delight. With news this good, he had to tell parents right away. Yet suddenly black shadow fell before him. Chonmin looked up in surprise. Second event that followed made first one meaningless, as if it had never existed. Before his eyes was hell on earth, houses burning fiercely, planes and vehicles shattered, civilians fleeing in panic everywhere. Chonmin struggled to open door, then rushed straight inside house. At that moment, entire family had weapons in hand, faces taut as bowstrings. When they realized person who had just stepped in was him, everyone burst out in joy and excitement. After some time, Chonmin familyed all belongings, still gripping weapons tightly, then quietly left. He hid inside abandoned convenience store, scavenging essential food to get by. Only deep into night did Chonmin family meet other survivors, each one only silently guarding against others. Chonmin sat watch by campfire so others could doze and rest. At this time, he again silently looked down at phone. Chunmin eyes drifted far away, following admission notice line for Kim Chunmin at Korea University, but now it no longer meant anything. Just then, sound rang out, making him immediately turn his eyes over. Chunmin walked closer, then carefully pulled sleeping bag tight for younger brother. From far away, some strange sound suddenly came. He instantly went alert, scanning surroundings. From distance, horde of undead was frantically charging toward them. Others hearing chaotic noise from undead also hurriedly woke up. Chonmin screamed in panic, urging everyone to get up at once. Everyone poured out all strength to flee from mad pursuit of undead horde. Suddenly his father turned back to look behind, face as pale as paper. Chonmin mother unfortunately slipped and fell, so she was left behind. He clenched teeth hard and roared out loudly, Chonmin. He stopped to hold rear. As for Chonmin, while protecting younger brother, he kept running. You must protect Chunsu to end. He turned back in shock. Right after that, his father suddenly shoved hard into Sun back. He He stood there silently, watching children merge into chaotic crowd. Hoarse voice rang out, "See you again in Busan." Chanmin, Chunsu. Chanmin and younger brother looked back in panic, tears brimming from fear. He was dumbstruck for a moment. Then he suddenly clenched teeth, shut eyes tight, and decided to leave. Road sign appeared, showing still 350 km left to Busan. I had waited for parents for full 3 long months before that wall, surviving on relief supplies and whatever I begged for food. Chanmin stood straight, holding signboard, eyes tired yet still waiting hopefully. During all that time, parents still had not set foot in Busan. He gripped family photo tightly in hand. Chunsu curled up from cold inside cardboard box. Aside from waiting for parents, I was forced to work hard to survive. Seeing that scene, he could not help feeling heartache and pity. Chanmin kept working tirelessly. I had thrown myself into finding work construction sites. Because buildings had to be raised to make up for labor that had been bitten, I had to work without stopping. But he gritted teeth and endured to limit, face growing darker and darker. One hard problem arose. Chanmin sat before desk while Chunsu was sleeping soundly on mat. Suddenly, he crumpled paper in hand. I had to cover expenses for 2 mouths with money that could only support one person. He looked at Chunsu with gaze cold enough to prickle skin. What drove me most insane was Chanmin seeming to have lost all reason, just staring fixedly at Chunsu. I would not be able to save up single coin until boy grew up, while my own future would be frighteningly dim. Chunsu still slept innocently on mat. He recalled admission notice line appearing on phone, resentment rising in heart. This should have been congratulations for applicant Chanmin, who passed Korea University. Chanmin's gaze sank into darkness. I should be out picnicking, dating, enjoying beautiful college life. But clearly if this kept going, I would not even be able to buy a single modest room. Suddenly words slipped out unconsciously from his mouth. "I want to run away." Chanmin jolted, quickly covered mouth tightly. This was world where humans would do anything to keep themselves safe, where burly men robbed from weaker ones. Old man sat hunched by roadside, abandoned by own children. And even parents could abandon their own child, like boy curled up on pile of scraps over there. Chanmin kept thinking endlessly, gaze empty, inner self tearing apart violently. Maybe I should run away from here too. Next day, somewhere hidden within city. Chanmin handed younger brother plastic bag and softly instructed, "Chunsu, eat this and wait here for a bit. Okay, I have urgent matter to handle nearby only." Chunsu, with innocent face, happily took it and obediently nodded. Chunsu sat cheerfully on chair waiting, eating bag of snacks while enjoying it. These snacks are so tasty. He lightly looked back one last time, then turned away and walked on, pulling hood low. Silently thinking this was enough. From now on, I only need to live for myself. He looked toward train station. Before him, this was farthest point possible already. Go to newly developed residential district and find work. Johnny looked up at dim dawn sky and fell into thought. I have to go there to earn money, live normal life, live with head held high, rest sometimes, and enjoy life no longer besieged by hunger. He slowly opened eyes. Chanmin woke in shock from deep sleep. Inside empty carriage, only lone figure of him remained. Chanmin sat there silently, eyes growing dark. At that moment, security guard walked in and said in surprise, "Oh, student there, this is last station." He looked up at security guard. "If you fell asleep, hurry and get off, catch return train, since if you wait a bit longer, train will depart, get off or stay on." Suddenly he froze, unable to say anything. At that very moment, familiar voice rang in his head. Chanmin. Image of his father surfaced. "You must protect Chunsu to end." Changmin was stunned to realize he had almost forgotten that promise. The whole family would gather in Busan, and he would protect Chunsu until his last breath. He poured out all his strength and ran back the way he had come, his face full of worry. As he ran, Changmin kept telling himself that whether his parents came back or not, he had to keep that promise at least. Then he froze in shock, because right before his eyes, Chunsu was still obediently sitting where he had been before. Even with cold that cut into skin and flesh, the boy still refused to leave, only curling up inside his collar to wait for his older brother. Seeing that, Changmin panicked completely and immediately rushed to Chunsu. Changmin looked at him with eyes full of regret. Chunsu lifted his head and softly called brother. Changmin burst into tears and hugged his younger brother tight. "Fool, where are you supposed to go? Why are you still waiting here?" Chunsu smiled foolishly. "You told me to sit here and wait. You already promised you would come pick me up." Suddenly, the boy held out bag of pastries. "I only ate half. I saved rest for you." He held him tight, stunned as he stared at bag of pastries. His round face twisted, showing clear conflict and self-reproach. He pulled his younger brother tight into his arms. Scene shifted to house area late at night. Changmin carried his younger brother on his back and whispered softly, "Chunsu, if I save enough money, I will buy a small house." He wore a bright smile. "How about it? Is that okay?" Little brother had already fallen asleep on his back at some point, Chunsu breathing steady and calm. Changmin gently tilted his head and smiled with love. Then he looked up, in his eyes blazing fierce resolve. Changmin told himself house could shelter him and wait for parents to return. Scene shifted to front of rustic little house. Chun-Su stood quietly by window, face filled with thought. His gaze turned cold and sharp in an instant. Right after that, Chun-Su gently turned his head back. He looked at photo on table and softly called, "Big brother." It was photo recording moment when whole family was once happy together. In end, I also bought house exactly as you wished. Chokshu's mood suddenly sank. Memory of that fateful day suddenly surged back. It seemed Chun-Su had already guessed everything. He quietly watched older brother's back. That was day he planned to leave him behind. Even if you do not come back, I absolutely will not resent you even once. So that night, when Chongmin lost control, he had accidentally heard everything. This world was too cruel for one person to live an ordinary life. So, from now on I will. Chun-Su lifted his face, eyes looking toward faraway distance. He remembered days before, about older brother, about family, needles and name tags one by one appeared in his mind, and this country too. Jiangxik's figure lay there, silent and tragic. Someone excitedly showed off ultrasound result, along with everything humanity had once lost and forgotten. Scene of everyone gathered together, sounds of laughter and chatter. Then Ari's sorrowful gaze from that year. I want to find all of that again. Image of Jiangxik kneeling at his feet. Moment he clutched white cloth bag tightly. Inside was Jiangxik's corpse. Chun-Su slammed photo hard onto tabletop. Next scene, someone reached out and opened luxury car door. A steady foot landed on ground, so I decided to establish company. At this time, group of people in polite black suits stood in 2 rows, bowing respectfully. Below, crowd had also gathered tightly to attend. Sarang glanced at him and smiled. Formerly belonged to Small Business Federation, B rank slasher, Butcher Sarang. Pedro had also changed to new hairstyle. Formerly belonged to Jehovah Road Wind, C rank slasher, Missionary Choi Pedro. Ari looked at him with bright smile. Manager formerly belonged to Choi Jiang Company Ari. Jingu laughed with excitement. Even if it is only puppet chairman, you still have to show some class so other companies do not dare look down on us, right? He formerly belonged to Small Business Federation, C rank slasher, Judge Jingu. He raised his voice loudly. Everyone, bow to chairman. Everyone immediately bent low in respectful bow. Greetings to chairman. His eyes radiated absolute determination. I hope everyone supports me so everything goes smoothly. Founder of Slashofen Company, Kim Chun-Su. On map, company headquarters of Chun-Su was set in Jina. They chose this place for many reasons, including incident of Jina Wall that had once happened. Group of fierce-faced men were glaring at him. He once charged in with his life online. Because of that, Kim Chun-Su's reputation here far surpassed other slashers. Chun-Su once single-handedly faced giant monster. In addition, after Wall was completed, workers and construction company took this place back. Looking at structure before them, everyone was happy that it had finally been completed. Those people agreed to let Kim Chun-Su rent land and buildings they owned for free. Both sides stood facing each other to negotiate. Chun-Su looked at row of buildings with surprise. There are more new buildings than I thought. Ari looked at him, seeing his embarrassment. Moreover, location is extremely prime. They really are letting us rent buildings like this for free. Owner of project smiled and replied, before Wall was built, place had no value anyway. Guardian of Wall was you Chun-Su, so you deserve this treatment. We are not giving it for free either, only renting it out, nothing much. Two looked at each other for a moment, then Chun-Su lightly nodded, feeling heavy pressure pressing down on his shoulders. Another person pointed and laughed happily. If you feel awkward, we can add another condition. From now on, if zombies pour into Jina District, we will hand everything over to company of your Chun-Su to handle. Recently army numbers have dropped, so there are rumors Wall security is under threat. After hearing that, both looked at each other then smiled with relief, so that is how it is. All three stood tall before temporary headquarters of company Slasofan. Sliding door opened. Chun-Su walked slowly along corridor, while Ari excitedly pointed, as of today 32 slashers have joined our company. Of them, 19 agreed to sign 2-year long-term contracts. Anyone who sees him will happily greet him. Oh, chairman is here, she continued, remaining ones signed half-year contracts in bilateral cooperation form. Ari looked at Chun-Su and commented, seeing number of affiliated slashers rising, I think with a bit more time company will grow to level of general enterprise. He looked at her and replied, I like staff growth, but there has to be enough workload to match that scale. How is situation over there? Jingu reported seriously, Sarang and Pedro are handling it. Right now there are 7 small commissions and 3 medium commissions that require more than 3 slashers to join. Finally, there is 1 large commission requiring 7 slashers, including Chairman Yu. Heart was rising. Though workload was not much yet, steady growth like this was a huge source of motivation. He laughed in delight. Above all, in this line of work, most important thing is good reputation spreading far. As long as we complete assigned commissions well, rumor that our company works efficiently and at affordable price will spread, then more new customers will naturally come. All three walked upstairs at calm pace, talking as they went. We still have enough capital to last until then. You do not need to worry, money is great, but you also have to stay alert because unexpected incidents will happen. Chun-Su thought for a moment, then turned back with solemn face. When investors make demands, we must be prepared to repay, not refuse. Investor, debt, demand, complaint, refund, refuse. Only by doing this will they not use money to bind us. Thinking of Secretary Park's triumphant smile, he could not help shivering with cold fear. That will absolutely not happen again. Jingu pondered, then spoke, meaning you do not plan to lose in any battle of wits. Right, fine, I will review again and find every way to increase number of commissions. Behind him, Ari followed him with eyes full of worry. He spoke in serious tone about position free from ties to any company and abundant capital, waiting until enough manpower is gathered before carrying out our plan. All three moved up to front of Chairman's office door. Chun-Su reached out and pushed door open, eyes carrying a probing look. Unexpectedly, two people were already sitting inside waiting. Seeing that, he said in surprise, "Oh." Jiha saw him and closed book, raising hand in friendly greeting. "Oh, Chairman, pleased to meet you." Chun-Su suspiciously glanced at Jingu. "New commission." He also lowered voice and whispered, "There is no new commission, right?" Hearing that, Chun-Su turned to look at Ari. "Then who is he, a new slasher? Why do I have no impression at all?" She avoided his gaze. "He is indeed a slasher, but to explain in detail." Ari looked at Chun-Su. "Just now Chairman mentioned it, about unreasonable demands from investors. You can think of him as factor that comes with those unreasonable demands." That young man still sat still in place, face full of confidence as he looked toward Chun-Su. Elite circles were the kind of class that would use any means to preserve wealth. In that scene, a little girl was locked in an iron cage, face filled with utter terror. That meant they were willing to put even their children's lives in danger. While outside, father still smoked with calm indifference. Before, during dictatorship era, they had sent their children to military schools. Image of father linking arms with son as they walked through strict school gate was vivid. Once elite circles gained control of special schools, they immediately sent children there. Another rich father happily led his child to class. By time wave of studying abroad grew hot, they also did not hesitate to push children overseas, changing decision in blink of eye. In present, when zombie pandemic was spreading, nothing was much different. Father turned his child into sharp weapon. In a world where military status was gradually weakening, while slasher influence kept swelling, Chairman Chun Sang of Egon Group sat with majesty and fiddled with phone. Chairman Chun Sang of Egon Group, rich hair before pandemic broke out, also held same thought. He stated clearly that a age when each family need at least one slasher to keep wealth secure had arrived. Hearing that, Chun-Su immediately frowned in disgust. "So he forced us to take this kid into company for that reason alone." Ari looked at he timidly. Jiha now wore a friendly smile and raised hand cheerfully in greeting. "Chairman can just call me Jiha, E-rank slasher Jiha, reporting in." Chun-Su ignored it, irritably pointing straight at him. "And then what? E-rank, huh? Aside from few zombie slashes during internship, had he ever gone out for real combat? This is daycare or what?" Jinsu glanced over and said coldly, he did not need to play guardian, because they had already hired someone for that job, namely me. C-rank slasher, Doberman Jinsu, has eliminated 5772 targets. Chun-Su heard that and immediately frowned, clutching head as he shouted in annoyance. "Guardian my ass, I am not taking responsibility for this. You lot get out, and next time do not accept requests like this again, understand?" Jiha still smiled warmly. "Heard you are about to get extra funding and new assignment, so? If I do not work, then hurry and return investment money to my family. I do not know how much capital your company still has inside, but that should be pretty hard for you, Chairman A." He looked at him and answered calmly, "Just money my father, chairman of Egon Group, poured in here already reached 20 billion won. Thanks to Egon Group reputation, you got another investment of around 20 billion won too." Ari glanced at Chun-Su, then explained apologetically, "In fact, we already used that money when we split from Choi Jiang Company, so I think besides taking he into company there is no other way, Chairman." He rubbed his temples, annoyed expression, sinking into thought. He founded own company because he did not want to keep bowing and apologizing to those who liked to act superior. Yet in end there was nothing free, and nothing went as he wanted. "Damn it, letting him into company will do. No need to give him any work, right?" Ari answered awkwardly. "About that, well, Egon Group said we must give assignment to Jiha, and also requested chairman to give him special training." Chun-Su jolted, glaring in annoyance. A moment later at company, 3 people entered room packed with mannequins, training area located in company basement of Slasofan. Every mannequin had red X marks on head and torso. Chunsu pointed at them and ordered sternly. First, start attacking mannequins over there. In basic drills for grasping attack range and getting used to body, this is most fundamental step. He turned away in boredom and waved hand lightly. Come on, keep hitting mannequins until you are exhausted. Jia suddenly called out, Chairman. Chunsu turned back in surprise. At this time he said, before meeting Chairman, I had done this many times already. Jiha smiled with excitement, eyes full of expectation fixed on he. I wonder if Chairman can fight me directly. Chunsu stared at him wide-eyed, speaking in irritated growl. Fight directly. Though annoyed, he still forced himself to restrain it and explained. Seems you misunderstood something. What I am doing is helping you train, not fighting you. To put it plainly, I am doing it for money, not because you have any talent or stand out in any way. Jiha smiled calmly, then laid out deal. If I lose badly, I will pack my bags and leave company together with Jinsu. I also promise I will persuade my father not to withdraw funds from Fence Company. Hearing that, he immediately fell silent, face faintly showing thoughtful calculation. Suddenly he slightly moved lips, voice coming out low and deep. Since you are putting forward condition like that, you must want to gain something too, right? Jiha froze a little, then asked probingly. If I win, next assignment Chairman must let me and Jinsu do it together. Chunsu used sharp gaze to inspect him, thinking to himself, he is setting such favorable condition, meaning he has already prepared for next fight. Either he has some scheme, or he really has skill. And suddenly he smiled with excitement. That suits my even more. If I see through scheme during fight, I will crush it to end. And if he truly has ability, I will keep him and teach him properly. Chunsu said eagerly, all right, prepare all weapons and come back here within 30 minutes. Jiha watched him closely. As for Guardian, he too. Jinsu heard that and turned over in shock. Chunsu turned around, expression becoming stern. Hurry and get ready. A moment later in some room. By now Jiha was fully equipped, both hands gripping chainsaw tightly, gaze fixed straight ahead. On other side, Jinsu was also ready with his weapon, stern face watching situation. Chunsu stood before both of them, slowly explained. Rules are very simple, you two just rush in together. He looked at them with serious eyes and warned. If I get hurt, do not mind it, just keep going. Chainsaw roared with piercing shriek like thunder tearing through space. Jinsu lowered himself into attack stance, eyes emotionless as he stared straight at Chunsu. He stared at both of them and asked sternly, you two charge in, or should I move first? Chunsu glanced at Jiha, thought flashing through head. Looking at how naively he points chainsaw at me, he must be looking down on me too. But training request was already part of my plan from the start. At this moment he frowned tightly, trying to observe situation and thought to himself, we already prepared plan to deal with you, Demon Hall. Jiha curved lips, revealing eager smile. You go ahead anyway. But before a sentence could finish, a sound rang out. Chunsu had already made move at Jinsu. That terrifying force sent Jinsu flying in blink of eye, slamming hard into wall behind him until it cracked apart, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Jiha had not even managed to understand what had just happened, blurting out in confusion. At this time, Jinsu was already pinned tightly to wall. Blade flashed, Chunsu said coldly. What now? He looked at him and curled lips in faint smile. Things are not going according to your plan. It turned out that before fight began, Jia had predicted Chun Su's free and easy personality combined with pride of an A-rank slasher. Chance he would let both rush in was 200%, so he had put forward that condition just now. And just as he had calculated, Chun Su had said, rules are very simple, both attack at once. He still kept stern look. Do not worry about hurting me, swing weapons freely. Chun Su silently analyzed that Jinsu, with swift speed, would rush straight at him. As for Jiha with chainsaw, as long as it landed a hit, it could deal fatal damage instantly. The two coordinated with each other. Jiha wore a smug smile. Then, seizing moment when opponent revealed opening, Jinsu would unleash a control move on Chunsu. He used weapon to twist Chunsu's blade offline, locking blade handle in one strike. Two weapons rubbed against each other, stuck fast. Once his weapon was controlled, finishing blow would be unleashed. Chunsu would be unable to react for an instant, watching that coordination in shock as first tactic closed out with impressive flourish. Jiha smiled triumphantly in imagination. Next request is to let us accompany you, Chairman. He will quickly become Slasher A-Rank's right hand, then rise into outstanding newcomer among slashers. Media rapidly reported, second son of Aegon Group became standout slasher figure, showing extraordinary talent right upon public debut, creating launchpad for Aegon Group to show off its power in slasher world. That was plan Jaya had drawn up. He believed he would be honored, because everyone once had perfect plan until they were defeated. Back to reality, Chunsu had already rushed into attack before Jiha could finish second sentence. He froze. Then hurriedly looked toward Jinsu, person who had been blasted away and pinned straight into wall. Chunsu said in cold voice, "What now?" He gave faint smile. Things are not going according to your plan. Jia clenched teeth hard, facing confusion and panic. He frowned, gripped chainsaw tightly, and rushed toward him. Saw blade came crashing down at once. Chun-Su only tilted body slightly and avoided that strike while glancing over. In head he silently assessed, slash too slow, lacking basic technique. His level is only enough to take down a few ordinary zombies, then he will get bitten and infected. Jiha missed strike and lost balance until he staggered. He was immediately shocked, while Chun-Su thought in secret that because he was panicking he swung weapon too hard. Centrifugal force dragged him away, making him unable to control himself. Suddenly right then Chun-Su raised his weapon high. Jiha instinctively shut eyes in panic, waiting for blow to fall, but after quite some time nothing happened. He slowly opened eyes in shock to look. He saw Chun-Su standing frozen in place, and thought secretly, "Stopped already. Is he holding back because I am a newcomer?" Suddenly Chun-Su curled lips, smiling with interest. Jiha saw that and froze. He thought in confusion, "Is he mocking me?" Suddenly Chun-Su threw shovel to ground. He loomed before Jiha, coldly saying he was far worse than man who had been sent flying by that blow. Not even worth making him use shovel. He frowned hard, glaring at him in irritation. "How much do you look down on slasher profession?" Chun-Su kept throwing out mockery. "You are child of Chaebol family, right? Because you lived comfortably inside safe walls, eating hot meals and warm soup. You look down on resolve of those forced to struggle out there." Those words stunned Jiha so badly that he froze on spot. Chun-Su's voice grew colder and sharper. "Because slashers are getting public attention, you want to ride fame bought with desperate effort of those miserable people." He made decision at once. "I will teach you lesson before throwing you out." As soon as words left his mouth, he slammed fist as heavy as lightning into Jia's face. He instantly toppled backward, blood spraying violently from his nose. Before he could regain senses, Chun-Su clenched fist and charged again, face dark with murderous intent. He hammered blow into him, making Jiha grimace in pain. He was hurled into air, pain piercing deep inside. Not only was body tormented, Jiha also crashed onto ice-cold floor. He hurt so much he caught blood, face twisted, while every word from that man was like salt scattered over heart, making pain sting even more. Jiha's gaze went blank. Question echoed in his head. Was he ultimately only this kind of person? Suddenly, image of his father standing with dignity before him surfaced in his mind. "Jiha, this is last chance for you, lowly illegitimate child, to shine. Because your mother is lowly, you could not fully inherit my intelligence, but you should at least learn my toughness." He could only look up at him in confusion. Back in present, Chun-Su still showed no mercy, kicking him hard and shattering chainsaw completely. Chain came loose and G2 was sent flying. His head slammed hard into cold, solid wall. His face filled with unwillingness. "In end, I disappointed father again. Is this all I can do?" Jiha collapsed beside Jinsu, while Chun-Su strode leisurely closer. He roared in anger, "Do not look down on us and mock us here." At that moment, Chun-Su suddenly remembered fallen comrades. He shouted in frustration, "Slasher profession is place for those driven to final dead end by despair." He lowered his eyes to Jiha and concluded coldly, "Go home now, brat." After saying that, he picked up his things, turned, and walked away fast. Jiha still hung his head toward floor. Right then, chain suddenly shot forward and wrapped tight around Chun-Su's neck, leaving him utterly stunned. By reflex, he immediately ducked low to dodge. Chun-Su looked back in shock. Jiha staggered to his feet, struggled to steady body, then bowed his head and said, like chairman said, "I do not know despair of having to go hungry day after day." He tightened chain in his hand. "I do not know despair of starving or freezing to death if thrown outside that wall." Jiha's face darkened but eyes blazed with resolve. "Because I was born with silver spoon in my mouth." He clenched fist. "I have my own despair too." At this moment, Jiha remembered scene from that day, his mother quietly walking away in heavy rain, leaving him abandoned behind. Chun-Sang stood upstairs, hand on Jiha's shoulder, gaze following that woman back. He watched coldly, hand gripping his head while tears streamed down his face. "Ironic, is it not, my son? Scene of your mother being driven out is because of your useless incompetence." Servants in house all smiled mockingly, and Chun-Sang continued in cold voice, "But truth is not that. You remain here because you carry my blood, while your mother was driven out because she is only outsider, and because she gave birth to useless child like you." When his mother figure disappeared completely from villa, engraved today's scene into your heart, he coldly planted cruel words in his head. "If you keep being useless, you will have to watch this scene until you are sick of it." In corridor of Jiha family luxurious villa. Walls were covered with family portraits, one person famous doctor, one was prominent reporter, another was major contractor, someone bore dignified bearing of police officer. Suddenly, with crack, Chun-Sang punched photo apart, glass shards scattering everywhere. He spoke in irritation. "I hear fourth child sacrificed himself in Anjin. This is your chance," he said in ice-cold voice. "Perhaps you inherited luck from me. If you become famous slasher, I will let your mother return here." Jiha looked at him with eyes wide in shock. Back in reality, Jiha spoke in frustration. "I also..." He burst into tears and shouted in choked voice, "I am desperate too, but now there is nowhere left to run." Jiha swung chain at Chunsu with all his strength, but he instantly slipped aside, neatly avoiding that vicious strike. Chunsu turned around, gaze sweeping quickly over him. Then he stomped foot and shot forward like wind. In blink, he stood right before Jiha, terrifying him to core. He looked at him in panic. Even after remembering reason I have to fight seriously, is my ability still only this much? Is it still not enough to make up for this gap in level? At this moment, Chunsu had clenched hand and thrown extremely powerful punch straight at him. Jiha squeezed eyes shut and gritted teeth to endure. I am sorry, mother. But force of blow suddenly became weightless, and Chunsu only flicked his forehead lightly. Jiha was stunned, not understanding what was happening, and stared blankly at Chunsu. He commented calmly, "That was pretty good just now." He put hands on hips and pouted, "You use chains. Without it, you are terrible." Chunsu looked straight at Jiha and said seriously, "It is your expression, your will, and what you have suppressed until it is almost bursting, that rebellious nature of yours." Circumstances, age, image of Chun Sang standing before Jiha, and senses were all different, image of Chen Ming standing firm, waiting for parents to appear again. Kim Chun-soo realized this brat ultimately was exactly same kind of person as himself in past. He had lost something precious, memory of Chun-soo screaming in pain, as if tearing sky flooded back, and he was struggling to find it again. Image of Jia screaming in agony earlier was exactly like him back then. In other words, Chun-soo glanced lightly at Brat and judged that this kid would go even further. He reached out hand and said softly, "I will not throw you out." Jia stared blankly at that hand. Chun-soo gave serious advice, but instead, "You should study hard and properly." G8 was momentarily stunned. Right after that, he immediately took his hand and answered quickly, "Thank you, Chairman." At this moment, he still did not forget to add reminder. And do not act rich. Slashers hate young masters born with silver spoons. Yes. Scene changed, and now Jiha was training with all his might. His face tightened with effort, sweat pouring down like rain. Jinsu quickly flicked eyes over and swung shield with terrifying strength toward opponent. Jiha instantly stepped back, nimbly avoiding that strike. Before he could regain composure, sudden kick rushed in, making him pause slightly. He coldly kicked hard into Jiha's body. Suddenly, Jinsu's face showed extreme shock, because in that very instant, Jiha had managed to raise staff and block attack, smug smile spreading across lips. He narrowed eyes at Jiha, quietly realizing after sparring with Chairman Kim, young master's movements had changed completely, not only from stronger power but from improved endurance. He recalled earlier motions, far from past style of only gripping weapon in a simple way. Now it was as if young master was pouring full strength into each movement of body. At that moment, he rushed straight at Jinsu with fierce momentum. Jiha swung staff down, and he also instantly sidestepped to avoid it. Jinsu stared at him in shock. These were movements with both understanding and fighting will. Less than 1 week, young master's movements. No, could young master himself really transform to that extent? At this moment, Jia's gaze clearly turned cold. From start until now, he had only tried to defend, continuously retreating until back hit wall. Jinsu panicked. Since when? Suddenly he was startled, hurriedly shifting eyes to assess situation. Bad. Jiha leaped high, then swung staff down with great force from above. He gritted teeth, raising shield to block. Staff in hand landed with overwhelming force, letting out a resounding crash. Both immediately fell into tense deadlock. However, at that exact moment, Jiha suddenly slipped. He lost balance, face blank, Jiha fell face first on the ground. He whirled around in fury to find who struck. Damn, it almost worked. Which bastard dared ambush him? Chun-soo stepped forward, said calmly, "It is me, kid." Jiha immediately blurted in shock, "The chairman." He planted his hands on his hips, angry tone full of rebuke. "I told you to train to kill zombies, not to practice dueling with people." Jiha awkwardly explained, "I am bad too, so I just wanted to try it. I heard chairman also has quite a bit of real combat experience with slashers outside wall, right?" Hearing that, Chun-soo flushed red with anger and smacked his head hard. That was only few special cases. Still not even able to kill zombie yet. And you want a dual slasher, same as kid who cannot even walk wanting to ride bicycle, idiot. Jiha winced in pain, while he quietly observed and thought even so movements of this guy were clearly improving at shocking speed, enough to make him far more confident. Soon he could be belong like strong right arm. Said, "Change clothes and go out, we have place to go." Jiha asked in surprise, "Where to?" Suddenly Chun-soo just stared at him in silence, not answering. That made Jiha freeze, not understanding what was going on. Then he tapped his head and shouted, "You dress so sloppily like this. I already told you to train seriously like real thing." Jiha cried out, "Ow." Scene shifts to Yagochi City, Yagochi Small Traders Association headquarters, Yagochi International Market. At this moment, crowd was packed tight, voices and laughter rang out everywhere. Jing peeked toward food and drink stall. Chunsu group now covered from head to toe, weaving through crowd with guilty look no different from thieves. Looked around, then wondered where Sarang meeting point was. Why had to go so deep into market like this? Why was this place so hot and stifling? Ari glanced around and reminded, almost there, all of you remember to hold hood tight, no matter how hot, endure it. Remember well, this is other slasher territory. If face gets exposed, we will have hard time leaving here intact. Right then, she seemed to have spotted something in distance. Ari happily raised her hand high and signaled, there. Sarang turned and smiled. From everyone's faces, you must be thinking calling engineer to company would be more convenient. But this old man cannot leave Yagochi market. There are people watching him all time, so his identity as engineer will not be exposed outside. Managed to meet such big shot. Everyone better be grateful. Choksu immediately thought face blank legendary engineer. She kept talking nonstop. If not for this old lecturing man, and me having been in Yagochi Small Traders Association, how could this happen? Then she glanced at Jiha and asked, wait, who is this kid, new employee? He irritably rolled his eyes at her. She dared call him kid. Chunsu answered softly, he is rookie I am training. Sarah cried in surprise, already started training disciple. Oh my god, where did your brain short out? He immediately argued back, what weird thing are you saying? Company is short on people, so we have to train. Chunsu explained, heard there are quite few slashers applying to our company, number is high, but most are only C or D rank. Sarang showed doubtful look, are you sure? Other companies also offer good benefits, not easy to miss B rank slashers or above. Chunsu said solemnly, so we are forced to cultivate existing cards to strengthen power. That is my conclusion. He loudly reminded, so do not hide away to train, and only show face when mission comes. Bring along rookie and train him. She turned back in annoyance, damn, as you saw in Anjin, I am extremely annoyed when leading others. I would rather be told to charge alone straight into middle of zombie pack, that would be more comfortable. He answered calmly, when I founded company I already put you above director, at least do that much. Sarang muttered in complaint, damn, give people tiny bean-sized power and order them around so much, so annoying. Jiha had been walking beside them all along, quietly observing. Suddenly Ari walked over and smiled, explaining softly to him so he would not misunderstand. Let me introduce. Ari looked toward Sarang. Pink-haired girl is Director Sarang, one of company co-founders. Then she looked at Pedro, and big guy walking behind us is Director Pedro, also co-founder. Ari pointed at Jingu, and finally, one leading way in front is Director Park Jingu. Hearing that, Jiha nodded and gave awkward smile. All are high-rank slashers who made merit in Anjin battle. I feel like I am not good enough to fit in here. Ari softly smiled to encourage him. You only need to work hard and reach that level. She added, Chairman carries many wounds in heart, so he is not easy to open up to others. But being acknowledged by him and joining team is already huge achievement. Do not sell yourself short. Jiha listened intently. Wait for Chunsu to speak, we are here. He stopped before facility, equipment manufacturing workshop under Yagochi Small Traders Association, Swan Steel Gauntlet. Group quickly pushed open door and slowly walked inside. Jiha lightly glanced around and observed surroundings. Chunsu seemed to have seen something, gaze fixed tightly ahead. Before him was a thin man leaning back on bed. It turned out to be equipment crafting engineer of Swan Steel Gauntlet, old Sogaru. Chunsu looked at person before him, then compared him with his imagination, face full of doubt. This person is engineer. So far from image I had in mind. Sarang ran over happily and shouted, Grandpa, I am Sarang. I came to pick up weapons Aunt Jonghua asked you to make. Hearing that, he immediately shouted back, Sarang is here. He got down from bed and walked over to other side. Wait a moment. Chunsu looked at her in confusion. If it were Zhang Hua, did you borrow Yagochi Small Traders Association chairman name to place order for weapons? What if it gets exposed? Sarang laughed loudly and teased, Brother Kim, as long as it is not discovered. That is fine. If you are so scared, then just hide in Ji and Lev. What else? At this moment Sogaru pulled out item covered with cloth. He raised hand, lifted cloth, then started rummaging. First is Sarang item. Mr. Sogaru pulled out pair of black kites and loudly analyzed. Twin kites are very good in close combat. Right after that, he suddenly joined two kite joints together. In blink of eye it became completely different weapon. However, because kite handle is too short, it is very hard to generate strong force. But if they are linked like this. Guru excitedly spun weapon around to demonstrate. Kite handle section can extend, and when needed can spin like chainsaw blade. Sarang happily took it, excitedly performed few basic moves. Right then, Guru reached into box again to look for another item. As for this kid, since he was not typed to rush the front line often, most suitable thing is this. He pulled out shiny silver gun. This is flare gun, used specifically to hinder enemies. Guru excitedly pulled out long magazine and chattered on, unlike green, red, blue or black rounds. These are not flare rounds but shotgun shells. Treat it as minimum defensive tool, and remember to use them alternately. Jingu quickly took it and studied it carefully. As soon as he finished with Jingu, he immediately pulled out set of armor that looked extremely imposing and loudly called to that burly guy. This armor is made from alloy exactly like one we once made for Jang Deok-chun. Even if body is smashed to pieces, armor and gloves will still be completely fine. Just use them with peace of mind. Then Garou loudly called Chun-Su and handed item to young man Gao Qiao there. Hey, Gao Qiao, take this and try swinging it. He immediately raised hand and took weapon. Chun-Su swung it a few times, face unable to hide surprise. Compared with this sturdiness, feel in hand is much lighter. Could it be made with new material? He asked suspiciously. Design looks exactly same as old one, only slightly bigger. Could it be only material changed? Garou immediately shouted in irritation. What nonsense are you talking about? Try turning shovel handle half around. Hearing that, he immediately followed instructions. Now try swinging hard. Chun-Su, though still half skeptical, followed along by instinct. Suddenly then, two joints of shovel abruptly snapped apart. Chun-Su's face clearly showed extreme shock. Shovel tip immediately shot forward at terrifying speed. That made Sarang and Jingu panic and hurry to dodge aside to avoid being caught in crossfire. He pointed and loudly explained, heard your fighting style is as wild as primitive man. All bound chains to shovel handle, right? Now just treat it as one unified mass and use it however you like. And final item, Garou pulled out chainsaw and pushed it in front of Jiha. Young man immediately stared wide-eyed at item. Seeing teammate still standing there dazed, Chun-Su calmly urged, what are you standing there for? Why not hurry and take it? Jiha exclaimed in shock, even I get one. He smiled faintly and replied, your old chainsaw was smashed by me by accident. Count it as compensation. Take this new one. Jiha gripped weapon tightly, face full of surprise. Garou again loudly analyzed. It is much lighter than old chainsaw, structure is simpler so durability is much tougher too. In fact, this was most troublesome thing to design. Kid immediately jumped up in delight. Only then did Chun-Su walk over to old man and say softly, thank you for your hard work. So what is price of all these weapons? He asked back in surprise, price. Suddenly Garou muttered under his breath, price is, right then. A cold voice suddenly cut in, if you want to pay, come this way. Behind it, a group of burly men surged in, along with icy laughter. Dong-ho slowly stepped forward now, his deep voice full of threat. You are bold, daring to come into my territory and strip every weapon clean. She curled her lips in a cold smile, staring at group before her as she warned them. You must have eaten bear hearts and tiger gallbladders, young fools. Heavy pressure poured from her body, so dense it was hard to breathe. She was seen as ghost of Zaguchi Market, place that had once been bustling with endless flow of people. Han Donghua had once taken commemorative photos with everyone in market, like historical witness tied to rise of Zaguchi, something almost everyone knew. People even said she had held on here since before zombie plague broke out, when everyone in market died miserably, collapsing across ground. Only she still stood tall. Even when undead disaster swept in, she would not leave market by even half a step. Back in present, Jong-ho showed cold smile and walked in. Behind him was group of sturdy youths assigned to guard. She said sternly, you are bold, daring to storm into my territory. Gather all weapons filled with engineer technique heartblood, and even borrow my name to buy goods. In end, what do you want? Yu-ho's eyes flashed coldly. His tone was full of threat. You must have eaten tiger hearts and bear gallbladders before daring to do this, you immature brats. When Ari saw her, he cried out in shock, it is her. Jingu was also stunned to core, yes, exactly her. Chun-Su looked at her closely, and in his mind he suddenly recalled what Uji had once said. This was oldest rank A slasher, and also president of Zagochi Small Merchant Association, Madame Jang Ho. She stood there with dignified air, her gaze slowly sweeping over group before her. Hearing waves of murmurs around her, she spoke calmly. From way you talk, seems you know me too, and even someone who once sat at same table and ate with me. Sarang now looked visibly flustered, eyes darting away, cold sweat pouring nonstop, mouth stammering as she said softly, I did not mean to use Madame's name. When her voice lowered, pressure grew even heavier. Jiha, answer me. Jong-ho asked sternly, you came to my territory, bought weapons filled with engineer technique heartblood, and even borrowed my name to buy goods. In end, what motive do you have? He was furious to extreme, grinding his teeth as he shot Sarang a glance, while she awkwardly rolled her eyes, pretending to whistle as if she knew nothing to avoid his gaze. Chun-Su wondered whether he should brazenly say they were only following him, but at this point he no longer acted in personal capacity. Chun-Su stayed silent, because at least now, Madame Han Donghua was treating him, and everyone else as one unified group. This was first time he had formally started company, and then set foot in another slasher's territory. Thinking of that, he let out faint sigh. I can't let myself be looked down on either, yes. Choksu looked at her solemnly, then raised hand to explain. There are two reasons I had to rely on old contacts here to set foot in this place. else. First, I heard weapon crafting technique here is best in country. Garu only scratched his head in embarrassment after hearing that, saying that doesn't make me any happier, you know. At this moment, he cautiously glanced toward her and went on. Second, I thought doing so would force you to show yourself in person. Head of Yagochi Small Merchants Association. Jongho listened in silence, because until now she had always kept completely neutral stance toward every change outside Zagochi Market. Chun-Su hesitated slightly. Of course, this was only excuse for Kim Chun-Su to handle current situation. Truth was he had come here mainly to buy weapons, but if he said outright that he only came to shop, situation would be beyond saving. Since it has come to this, I have to approach this from business side. Chun-Su's face tightened slightly, and he carefully gauged Jiang Hua's reaction. Since spear has already been thrown, let it follow spear. Turn this into valuable chance to build ties. People standing behind her immediately flew into rage at that, loudly cursing. You dare say you violated rules between slasher companies? For such forced reason alone, lowly brat, want to die. You think she is some kind old lady? Is that it? Suddenly, Zhang Ho cleared her throat to stop them. Everyone quiet down, stop making noise, you look pathetic. Those words startled entire group. She looked at him and burst into hearty laughter. You still putting on tough act? Then what reason made you travel all way here to see me, little brat? Chun-Su wore thoughtful expression. Soon after, he answered, because you are head of only slasher group we can keep on good terms with. That answer made her show faint look of surprise. In workshop at Zaguchi Market, when Madame Jiang Ho asked why they had come, Chun-Su thought for a moment before speaking. As you know, in slasher world I am both threat and loner. Compared with unknown newcomer, I had quickly climbed to rank A at astonishing speed. Chun-Su recalled there had once been article written about him, then continued, during that process, there were rumors that I had bowed and scraped before Busan Provisional Government. That article even said Kim Chun-Su was recognized as near A slasher under sponsorship of Busan Provisional Government. At that time, there was woman carrying large suitcase of money who came looking for you. Thinking of that, Chun-Su continued, I also received huge investment from people opposing current slasher system. Moreover, rumors spread that I eliminated Major Lim and Deok Chun, two people who had once been a rank slashers, created vacancy in that position, and took it over. Ming Ari, standing behind, heard Chun-Su's words and turned to look at him, thinking in his mind that it was only lie response he had made up on spot. But he not only grasped current situation with startling speed, he was also saying things that were enough to persuade Handong Hua in this situation. Ari looked away from Chun-Su and stared somewhere else. In her mind, she still thought that if he was doing this for greater good, it was not only not rude, but could even be seen as brave. Madame Jiang Ho only stood there saying nothing. Ari thought again, based on everyone's assessment of Madame Jiang Ho then, Chun-Su saw she was still waiting for him and spoke. Therefore I want to meet you in person to ask for one thing. Please keep good relations with us. Chun-Su furrowed brow tightly, his expression extremely serious. As you already know in broad strokes, I am currently in difficult position with Choijiang Company, my former workplace. Choijiang Company, Jehovah Cathedral, Deok Chun Company. Evil cult that had swallowed Deok Chun Company was on verge of collapse because Jiang Deok Chun was absent. All of that forced me into position where I had to confront them in name. Group did not rush at all, only stood quietly listening to his analysis of place where rank A slasher held sway and maintained form of influential group. But if we can still keep peaceful relations with us, then only people here, Zagochi Small Merchants Association, can do it. Zhang Ho's tense expression gradually softened. He looked on anxiously, silently thinking that whether it made sense or not, peace had already been placed. Now he only had to drive nail in tight. Suddenly Chun-Su bowed deeply before her, making Zhang Ho freeze as well. Ari and Jin Gu looked at each other in confusion, their faces full of shock. Right after that, whole group followed Chun-Su, bowing together before her to show respect. Her subordinates, seeing that scene, all looked awkward, their expressions baffled, staring hard at them. One person immediately stepped forward, bowed low, and whispered into her ear, there is no need to act before his words, madam. We do not know whether he truly came here with good intentions. If we accept that offer, we will also be isolated by other slasher companies like him. Jiang Ho did not answer, silently sinking into thought for a long time. Suddenly she asked whether Dongsuk restaurant still had room for group of guests. Her subordinates were stunned by that. Of course, madam. She showed warm smile, full of hospitality. In any case, we still have to eat dinner first. Don't we? Food first, then duty. Scene shifted to Dongsuk restaurant. Everyone was seated at table, and fragrant dishes were brought out one after another. Her subordinates remained highly alert, each shooting fierce glances that made Pedro and Jia shrink back a little, sweat pouring out from fear. Chunsu's group had also sat down properly, but everyone was so awkward they looked like chickens caught in glue, not daring to move too much. Suddenly Jang Ho burst into hearty laughter, then smiled and invited them, "Eat up, don't be polite." She happily added, "Everything here is delicious, hurry and eat. Look at you, you are so well built, seems you are being treated well." Sarang wore awkward face and hesitantly asked, "Madam, you are not angry with me?" Jang Ho gave slight smile and calmly replied, "Of course I am angry. I am angry because you slipped into this market without properly asking around, but that is all." And she turned her eyes to Chunsu. "Young man, I never thought you had taken down Major Lim and Dak Chun to climb up into rank A slasher. No matter what rumors spread in outside world, I did not raise Jingu and Sarang to be fools, who would then follow some fame-hungry profiteer." At that moment she laughed loudly, full of ease. "Kid, you asked me whether I could be your backer, right? Before answering that, I only want to ask one thing. How did Manhwa's final moment unfold?" Hearing that, he was immediately shocked and looked at her with stern face. Memories instantly surged back, and he recalled fierce battle from before. Image of Manhwa being clamped by neck by small monster surfaced. His voice sank, full of pain and regret. "He died while trying to protect me. As for me," at this moment memories of time when they used to laugh happily together flashed through his mind. Chunsu spoke in low voice as he pondered. He was better teammate than anyone. Better than anyone. Uho heard those words and showed gentle smile. "He was under old man S. El Garu, man who made weapons for you." At this moment she remembered time when Manhwa was still here and slowly recalled it. "Though it took a lot of time, he handed it over to me very carefully. He once said that if he ever ran out of capital as slasher, he would go back to forging swords to make a living." Suddenly Jang Ho spoke. "Just consider weapons you received today as made by Manhwa." Chunsu looked up at her in surprise. Her voice turned sharp now. Du Ho looked straight at him and affirmed, "I will be your backer, because you were once solid support for my family." Hearing that declaration, everyone could not help but be shocked, staring wide-eyed at her as if they had just heard things strange. Aziz was secretly delighted. Not only had weapons been upgraded, he had also pulled Zagochi Small Traders Association chairman over to his side. Huge bargain, real windfall beyond expectations. She continued, "However, you still need to help me with one thing first, kid." Chunsu looked over, full of confusion. "Ask what in world is so important, sir?" Zhanghua immediately lowered her voice and slowly explained that, in near future, they would launch large-scale campaign to retake Yiyangsan City, and group bidding there is our Jagoshi Small Traders Association. Her voice suddenly turned grave, full of solemnity. "Jehovah Cathedral has officially taken over Diok Chung Company." Zhanghua tilted her head to look at him, her eyes carrying deep meaning. In this retaking campaign, clashes between Yagochi Small Traders Association and them are inevitable. "Sode, I want you to become my sharp blade at that time." Scene shifted to another church, where atmosphere was taut as drawn bowstring. At this moment one missionary with panicked face ran like wind while shouting, "Holy Father, Holy Father." His face was utterly flustered. He immediately reported latest intelligence. Madame Han Zhanghua had met rising rank A slasher. Meanwhile, Baiqian still had eyes closed in prayer. Hearing this, he immediately opened eyes, gaze icy enough to chill bone. His voice came out heavy with thought. "Oh, what pity." In blink of eye, that man's face had already turned terrifying. He coldly said that if he could not recruit him to his side, then he would have to eliminate him. Back here, Azzy awkwardly hurriedly raised hand to stop them. "Wait, everyone, slow down." She awkwardly said that for letting us off for sneaking to Zaguchi Market to buy weapons, as well as your goodwill in wanting to build good relations, we are all very grateful. But, Izzy blankly glanced at Chunsu. "What does strong right arm mean? Exactly what work do you want to hand to us?" He still kept calm as he explained that those cult scum had taken over a bunch of thugs and risen to become biggest force. Sarang suddenly spoke up seriously. "If there comes time when Zagachi Small Traders Association must use force, I sincerely hope for support from everyone." Jingu also excitedly cut in, "As expected, your schemes have always made others stare in amazement. You mean if partner makes excessive demands, we should also be ready to strike back, right?" Zhanghua heard this and immediately laughed with delight. "Since company was founded, your mind has become much sharper. Aside from Jingu, I never thought you could be so quick-witted. Looks like you are very sharp too." Suddenly her face darkened, voice ice cold. "Jehovah Cathedral, those cult scum have grown beyond what can be allowed. Even other slasher companies, political forces, and even provisional government can hardly restrain them." Zhanghua quietly calculated that after military force was nearly wiped out in Yuzan, and existence of slashers was made public, fastest rising force to fill that power vacuum was Jehovah Cathedral. On rankings, why was it not Choi Company, Jagoshi Small Traders Association, or free slashers but Jehovah Cathedral. Reason turned out surprisingly simple, because they were religion. Image of person clasping hands in devout prayer appeared. A crowd knelt down together, clasping hands in extremely devout prayer, because only thing that could fill void of nation that had lost faith and trust was not any individual, but religion alone. Leading them was Baekhyun. Behind him was formidable slasher force with mysterious air, and further back were countless believers. Jehovah Cathedral had become new force, formed from fusion of slasher power and religious faith. Here, with explanation of zombie disaster after Yuzan incident, it had drawn in at least 1 million believers. More than 2,000 slashers gathered here, letting organization rise to influence no different from nation, not counting hundreds of big names in political and business circles. It had also absorbed. Chun-Su analyzed seriously, "Madam, though they're taking over Deok Chun, remnants and belief that money and power are everything make me very uncomfortable, but considering they are only expanding with ability to attack other slasher forces, are we worrying too much?" Hearing this, Jonghua burst out laughing, then replied cheerfully, "Little one, I also hope things do not get that bad." Right after that, her voice lowered, finger pointing to temple as she said that after living long, people gain intuition from experience. Horse without reins will surely trample others to death. In her mind appeared scene of Baekhyun frantically kicking and punching another person. And that was young Baekhyun, who once had rushed in to beat opponents in madness. He was originally someone who could not even deal properly with single zombie, yet through boundless ambition he climbed all way to rank A. After hearing this, Chun-Su fell silent in thought, while Jingu quietly watched his expression. Suddenly, Run-Su frowned, expression very serious. Indeed, senior experience cannot be underestimated. Fine, our company is set on joining campaign to retake Yi Yangsan City. A car continued rolling steadily along road. Inside, Chun-Su sat awkwardly, sneaking a glance beside him. What is it? He was so flustered that sweat poured out, and asked in confusion, "Why have you been staring at me for 20 minutes straight?" Chun-Su stared at AZ in shock, then explained, "We escaped Zaguchi Market safely, and even got weapons, and though not official, we have already formed alliance." That was completely smart move, right? Azi was clearly annoyed now. He should have stopped there. She raised her voice and pointed while shouting, "Right now, Jehovah Cathedral is not only biggest slasher force but also political force. We are supposed to face monster like that head on." Azzy's eyes were full of irritation. She poured out barrage of criticism. "Moreover, this was done without any agreement from us. All of it was decided by you alone, arbitrarily, without bothering to ask anyone." Chun-Su helplessly covered his ears and hurriedly explained, "As you said, risk is very high. But we are only playing supporting arm for Madame Jonghua when they attack Yagochi Small Traders Association, meaning if they do not cause trouble and stay within boundaries, there will be no direct confrontation at all." He recalled what he had once witnessed. "I saw in Yuzan that enemy hidden inside own ranks was 10,000 times more dangerous than zombies or mutants." Only then did Azi gradually calm down, listening carefully to his analysis. "So if I find that those cult scum really are kind of people, then not only for Yagochi Small Traders Association, but also for my faith and that person's." His expression turned sharp, eyes blazing with determination. "I will destroy them root and branch." Looking at that resolute attitude, she fell into thought for a moment. In the end, she could only sigh and accept it, then turned away. "Next time before deciding anything, you must discuss it with me first. Even if I am not Slasher, I am still company co-founder." Chun-Su smiled brightly and reached out to rub Azzy's head. "Sorry, I will remember it next time." That sudden action made her flinch slightly. Her face suddenly flushed red. Azzy shyly pressed lips tightly together. Then she quickly changed topic. "I will make list of slashers joining Yi Yangsan retaking campaign. When list is ready, take a look soon. There are only 2 weeks left. Situation seems very tense." Retaking campaign for Yangsan City, located opposite Busan Wall and Jinni Wall, was campaigned to wipe out all zombies and mutant species hiding inside. Scene cut to skyscraper. Inside now was gathering point for many different factions, from Jonghua Chun-Su, all the way to Baekhyun. Chun-Su slightly looked over to inspect that guy, while Baekhyun wore excited smile, both hands interlaced as if waiting for something. Yagochi Small Traders Association, rank A slasher Madame Han Jonghua, with extremely calm and authoritative expression. Near rank a fan's laser company Kim Chun-Su, with solemn expression. Leader of remnants from Deok Chun Company, Kim is missionary of Jehovah Cathedral, rank B slasher, John Chang Song, and whole body of that man radiated indescribably mysterious aura. And finally Jehovah Cathedral Lord, rank A slasher Baekhyun. That man's face was now full of excitement. One person began explaining rules. Duties of slashers are very simple. Only need to eliminate all zombies said to be present in Yi Yangsan, including 3 rank C mutants and 5 rank B mutants. Assault formation consists of 3 rank A slashers, 27 rank B slashers, and 100 other slashers. All were filled with fighting spirit. A ferocious monster opened its mouth wide and lunged in attack. Chun-Su merely swung shovel lightly and chopped off its head, causing Shiro to splash everywhere, thereby officially completing retaking of Yangsan City after only 12 short days. Someone suddenly spoke in confusion. Is it over now? Group was standing before muddy road, with corpse of giant monster ahead. Jingu at this point stuffed hands into pockets, and said leisurely that counting ones dealt with earlier, this was 8th mutant, so work is done, chairman. Jia suddenly raised hand to look at Shiro smeared on his body. Damn, this zombie blood, this thing is so sticky, hard to wash off. He turned to look at him and gently asked how he felt about this first large-scale campaign. Jiha replied a little awkwardly, it really is battle of stamina. I realized I need to guard against running out of breath compared with zombies. And there is more, he hesitated, gaze flicking off to side. Behind them was a whole pile of monster corpses stacked on top of each other. Jiha looked at that and blurted out, slashers in our company are really monsters wearing human skins. Chun-Su glanced at him and seriously reminded him, for first time on battlefield, doing that is not bad. But as you said, work on weak stamina and slower hand speed. Jiha quickly smiled in reply. Yes, at this time he turned to look at Jingu and asked how Cult Scum and Deok-chun remnants were doing. Jingu quickly replied, unexpectedly, nothing special at all. He narrowed eyes in appraisal. If conflict with other slashers was expected during retaking, they should have kept troops, right? Instead, they did not mind attrition at all, and even enthusiastically hunted zombies to seize more land in Yangsan. Jingu raised hand to analyze further. Disputes or conflicts with slashers from other company are handled extremely cleanly, nothing suspicious at all, like true slashers reclaiming territory. Sarang also offered speculation at this point. Maybe old madam had already worried herself to death. No matter how fanatical believer is, how could slasher think about killing another slasher? People in same trade still have to keep some professional ethics. She thought of slashers appearing thickly on streets. Moreover, if that were done, a number of slashers dropped. Busan security would immediately be threatened too. Chun-Su glanced over and said in grave voice, fine, I understand. But do not let guard down until we return safely. Something is wrong. He keeps feeling this matter is nowhere near as simple as it looks. Right then, walkie-talkie in his hand suddenly rang. For everyone joining campaign to retake Yangsan City, we confirm final zombie gathering area has been cleared. Voice in walkie-talkie kept urging slashers to gather at meeting point at once. Get on bus, withdraw to Busan. All slashers quickly gathered at starting point. What startled people was number of believers was suffocatingly large. Slashers, get on bus quickly. We are about to depart. Chun-Su was squeezed stiffly in sea of believers, and in heart he could only think irritably, damn cult, so many people, noisy enough to split head. After some squeezing and shoving, he finally climbed onto bus. Chun-Su leaned back in seat and let out relieved breath. Being packed with crowd like this was even more tiring than fighting zombies. Then from afar came shout, is chairman here too? Instantly drawing his attention there. Jia walked over and plopped down into seat, tiredly sighed. He kept grumbling, renting bus, and still stuffing so many people inside. Too much, moreover people from Jehovah Road seem far too numerous. I heard they are organization that uses sheer numbers to overwhelm others. Chun-Su complained unhappily. Why are you sitting next to me, so noisy? Jiha immediately grinned and replied, what, I would rather sit with stranger. Seems everyone in company got split up. He helplessly ordered, tired enough, be quiet now. Bus began rolling forward, and by now darkness had already covered entire space. Cars slowly wound along winding hillside road. After long intense battle, Chun-Su had sunk into deep sleep. In seat beside him, Jia was also sleeping soundly. Suddenly, believers quietly stepped out, secretly looked at each other, then lightly nodded to signal. All of them immediately drew weapons, fierce faces full of killing intent, advancing toward 2 men. On the podium, Baekhyun said loudly, quite mess indeed. His voice was full of pressure. Zombies we are facing are acting like unified group, right? Believers below shouted in unison with enthusiasm, yes, that's right. At this time, Baekhyun continued manipulating minds. Humans like us are resisting those zombies like this, so we must also act like united collective, right? Whole crowd fought to answer, yes, that's right. Right after that he declared, so those who do not act as one are enemies of humanity, right? They immediately roared, yes, that's right. Scene returned to bus, and at this time Chun-Su was still sleeping very soundly. He also sank deep into sleep from exhaustion. What should be done with slashers who do not join our church and still hold their own power? At that very moment, group of believers quietly stepped out. Every face was full of malice. every hand tightly gripped weapon. What should be done with them? Scene shifted to bus number 2 heading back to Busan. One man was jolted awake by noise in middle of day's drowsiness. He rubbed his eyes irritably and glanced around. So noisy, does he not know this is bus? Bus is public transport. Suddenly, right in front of him appeared a fierce-faced believer, pointing knife straight at him. 1 second later, Zero splattered all over window. Shift to bus number 3 heading toward Busan. Inside was also in utter chaos. Believers suddenly attacked in middle of night, leaving others no time to react. Zero flew everywhere. Driver at wheel glanced faintly into rearview mirror, but he said nothing in silence. And hem of shirt again revealed symbol of church. Bus kept racing nonstop along road back to Busan. Scene continued shifting to bus number 14 returning to Busan, where Kim Chun-soo and Yu Jia were. While he was still sleeping, one believer sneaked up from behind and raised small knife high. He clenched teeth in a menacing grin, poured all strength into arm, then fiercely drove blade down. But right at that moment, Chun-soo grabbed seat adjustment lever. He manipulated it, causing seat to instantly recline fully, making that man startled back away. However, with nowhere left to flee, he was quickly struck by seat back and screamed in pain. Chun-soo picked up shovel and slowly stood up. Believers around him, upon seeing that, were utterly terrified and cried out that it was impossible. All of them panicked and screamed wildly, "You bastards, you pretended to sleep to trick us. What else can you do now?" They flew into rage and rushed in. "Die, you bastards." Chun-soo's eyes gleamed with cold sharpness. He immediately swung shovel hard in hand, and a tremendous force instantly shot straight toward believers. 1 second later, before words even finished, Zero had splattered everywhere. Believers all painfully collapsed onto floor, clutching wounds and screaming miserably. Chun-soo frowned, exhaled heavily, then shouted, "Jiha, wake up, kid over there." He was still dazed as he slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, sight full of Zero immediately crashed into view, making Jiha scream in shock. Chun-soo angrily scolded, "In this deathly chaotic situation, and you can still sleep so soundly if you do not wake up now. Next time you open your eyes will be hell, kid." Jiha seemed still not fully out of haze, so he muttered, "Chairman, don't tell me you will slaughter powers you do not like." After hearing that, he immediately got angry. "What exactly do you think I am, huh? Not me. Those bastards are the ones who started this war first." Remaining believers all showed fear, but still gritted teeth and pointed weapons at 2 of them. Seeing enemy side had far more men, Jiha looked at him in panic. "What should we do now? Can we fight them if only chairman alone? Is there a chance?" He stared at believers and replied, "I am A-rank slasher who kills zombies. When it comes to killing people, how would I know what rank? These bastards are human, not zombies. Not everyone is the same." Hearing that, he stammered in hesitation, "Then what should we do?" Just then, Chun-soo's face flashed with surprise. He looked ahead. Suddenly, Chun-soo loudly ordered, "Sit down, fasten seat belt now." Then he gripped shovel handle tightly and spun hard, leaving Jiha blankly staring at him. "What was that?" Chun-soo said hurriedly. "I told you to fasten seat belt. If you do not want to die." His hand clenched shovel handle tightly. Chun-soo turned eyes toward driver's seat and thought in heart, no matter what happens, bus never stops and still charges ahead at same speed. They are definitely on same side. That moment, shovel in his hand transformed, growing a long chain. He bared his teeth and sent it flying straight ahead with full force. Shovel blade flashed past believers, shooting toward driver. Pierced through his body, making him lower his head in shock. 1 second later, he collapsed onto steering wheel. With driver gone, wheels immediately veered off course. Believers all lost balance at once, swaying and stumbling, screaming in panic amid chaos. One man angrily swung knife and rushed forward, shouting, "That bastard." By now Chun-soo was sitting firmly in seat with seatbelt fastened tight. He glanced at believer and sneered, "Too late, you lowly idiots." In blink of an eye, bus rushed forward. It slammed straight into roadside guardrail. Bus smashed hard into guardrail, then veered completely down into deep abyss. A huge explosion thundered out, shaking everything. After a moment, at bottom of abyss, where trees grew thick and dense, bus was now shattered into wreckage, smoke rising thick and blinding. One believer tried to drag himself out from wrecked bus, mouth endlessly groaning in pain. "Lord, it hurts so much, save me." Suddenly he was startled to see Chun-soo and Jiha in front of him, both unharmed. Jiha had just gotten off bus and immediately bent over vomiting, grimacing as he complained, "So nauseating, even worse than roller coaster." Chun-soo had also noticed him by now. He said, "Wait, look, one survivor left." Believer was terrified out of his wits, screaming in despair, "Lord, save me, don't come here, don't come to those heretical bastards." Chun-soo lunged at once, coldly grabbing his shoulder, swung his arm and sent him flying far away, making the believer scream in pain. Chun-soo's face was full of fury, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He lowered his voice, laced with threat, "Come on, tell me what is going on." The believer lay flat on ground, eyes shut tight as if he had given up. "Go ahead and strike." I am a devout lamb. I already vowed to offer this life to High Priest. I am ready for death. Suddenly he said coldly, no, you cannot die yet. He looked up in shock. What? Chun-Su curled his lips in a sinister smile, his face flashing with a trace of ghastliness as he looked at him. I just thought of something extremely interesting. He drove shovel blade across his shoulder. If you still refuse to spit out your plan, Chun-Su's voice was icy, then I will slice you into pieces. He kept sowing fear from toes, ankles to thighs, knees, then even groin. Even hands were not spared, from fingers all way up to shoulders. I will chop you into little pieces bit by bit. Face of believer turned deathly pale. No trace of blood left, only trembling as he glanced at sharp shovel blade beside him. Chun-Su laughed in excitement, then said, I will inject zombie serum into you and turn you into undead. I mean into zombie, writhing in pain like maggots. Jiha watched from afar, thinking to himself, Jehovah Church believed that whoever was turned into zombie was sinner. To become zombie, and then die meant one abandoned by God. At this moment Chun-Su laughed madly, excitedly threatening believer, speak up, which one will you choose? He watched closely, not knowing whether chairman really understood their doctrine, but this mental torture seemed extremely effective. After some time, Sky fell silent again in an eerie way. He walked out from bushes and Jiha asked, did you get any information, Chairman? He replied at once, this matter is far more complicated than I thought. Chun-Su frowned, his expression full of displeasure. These bastards have decided to go big. Remaining ones are extremely dangerous. Cut to inner city, surroundings were ruined and desolate, and in middle of night, a car with blinding headlights stood out. Bekiel sat in car, wearing a triumphant smile, then glanced out window. At this moment, one believer spoke up in delight. So it has started, High Priest. He glanced at him and answered briefly, probably. Large-scale slasher purge officially erupted in Blitz Bus 4 on way back to Busan. Believers were frantically spreading death. On Bus 5 heading to Busan, situation was no less miserable. On Bus 6 bound for Busan, situation was still in utter chaos. A few who woke up in time fought back with their lives online, but because they were too weak, they still ended up dead. Back to Baekhyun's car, he smiled brightly. If this campaign succeeds, we and Slasher Organization can stand on same level as Choi Jiang Company, right? That believer also eagerly chimed in, of course. They are just organization anyone with money can buy. He looked at him warmly. Yegochi Small Traders Association, with rigid principles like loyalty and morality, refused alliance with us, and Fence Company was also eliminated. As expected of High Priest, your scheme is admirable. How did you come up with plan to wipe out those vermin in one sweep? Kyun looked out window, smiling coldly with hidden meaning. There is nothing like grand-scale warfare. Those slashers are good at fighting zombies, but how could they have experience fighting people? Back on battlefield aboard Bus 11 heading to Busan, Sarang cursed in irritation, you crazy bastards. Pedro and Choi Sarang were risking their lives to counterattack, and she choked with anger. How many more do we still need to take down? There are so many of them. Pedro now looked exhausted, drenched in sweat. That is why blind faith is so terrifying, because they no longer know what fear is, willing to throw away even their own lives, and even look down on lives of others. Aekian sneered, when people strike at their own kind, they carry guilt and fear, so they cannot unleash full strength as usual. The believer now held intercom out in front of him. Direct connection is up. Looks like they harvested something. Please listen together. High Priest. Voice from other end reported, this is Zone C, Lion King of Zone C here. All trusted aides of Madame Han Jianghua have been wiped out. She is also badly injured, expected to log off soon. Everything is going according to High Priest's wishes. Bekiel heard this and immediately smiled in delight. His lips moved slightly, 2 words, Amen. Cut to Bus 1 heading to Busan, where Madame Han Jong-ho was present. Situation was in extreme chaos. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, and behind them stood 3 towering figures. Their faces were soaked in murderous intent. B-rank slasher Marcel Zhongyi has taken 30,029 lives. B-rank fake Judge Rubiang has sent 53,211 people off. B-rank Lion King Simhon has finished off 99,999 lives. Zhonghua hugged her badly injured body, pointed dagger at them, and roared in fury. You damned bastards, you are no longer human. Master Hone said indifferently, for a heretic like Madame to still be this tenacious. It is admirable. We deliberately put most elite lambs on bus already. He glanced at pile of believer corpses on bus. Yet you can still take them all down and survive. Suddenly Master Hoan said in a low voice, it seems Madame is also about to reach limit. With all due respect, I will end you quickly and cleanly. Not far away, a sturdy foot stepped on rock ledge and moved forward. Suho watched from afar and growled in annoyance, oh man, these crazy bastards. Behind him, a huge and mighty monster suddenly appeared, and his voice was ice cold. What a mess. Masked man sitting there spoke calmly as if explaining. In the end, humans still slaughter their own kind. History keeps repeating. From start to finish, humanity has always been like this. And even in zombie apocalypse era, that vicious cycle has still not stopped. A black picture emerged as everything slowly withered away. Apocalypse was near. Inside laboratory, all scientists had been killed by zombies. What? This is virus made by humans, so it caused this mess. No, that is not it. I mean, it is not like that. Zombie corpses and ordinary human bodies were piled on ground into mountains, in literal sense. Number killed by own kind was even greater than number killed by zombies. While civil war between two sides was still raging, they herded innocent civilians into Hayani Zone. Victims unfortunate in that war died in extremely tragic and cruel way. That was true source of everything. Everything had already been arranged in advance. On list appeared new notice about link between refugee control and refugee camp location. Level 1 warning. In addition, a confidential report was sent at same time. Content proposed purging those no longer valuable for labor to build infrastructure, and President approved it. After reading report, shocked President hurriedly turned to ask Secretary, "Is this content real? Is doing this feasible?" Secretary immediately nodded firmly, then pointed ahead and explained, "Higher-ups have also agreed. Issue is not whether it can be done, but how we must do it." Moreover, protests also began to erupt. Countless movements calling for escape from country spread everywhere. Everything fell into dead end as necessities grew scarce. Reserves were exhausted and forced them to cut budget to absolute minimum. Truth gradually came to light. I originally did not intend to say it, but perhaps I should reveal a shocking secret. An image of a ruined area appeared, said to be vaccine production facility, where zombie-specific vaccine could be mass-produced. When testing that vaccine, survivors seemed pulled back from death. It could even turn all infected people and mutant strains back into humans. But then everything got worse. Government suspended mass production. On desk was approval file, planned budget for additional staff to produce ZomVS vaccine. But sadly, it was all cancelled. That pushed everyone into utter despair. Why was this so? Was this still in line with ethics and morality? Researching healing vaccine to turn zombies back into humans requires enormous funding. Not only that, production manpower is also a hard problem, demanding huge money and abundant labor. Yet once humans were pulled back from edge of death, that rebirth also dragged along another chaotic war revolving around huge social welfare burden. Even military forcibly seized civilians' necessities, making them scream in despair. No choice remained but to force survivors to sacrifice everything they held. Breaking news on TV announced all assets of living would be confiscated. Nationwide mobilization order officially took effect from today. Wave of protest kept rising. Political situation became chaotic. Miserable citizens hung banners with words like welfare for living, not zombies, get lost, president resign. All of this was truly happening. Image showed countless dead soldiers with eyes open, exactly like what you did in Yuzan battle. A bleak scene with corpses piled everywhere, just like how you once abandoned me and my comrades in Seoul. An old photo suddenly appeared, recording moment when entire groups stood together in solidarity. Memory of start of first Seoul recapture campaign. Root of every tragedy, after all, was still human. Humans are slaughtering each other with their own hands, even though they still have enough ways and chances to save their fellow humans. Back to present, Suho wore helmet and let out a thoughtful sigh. Now I understand. Your pain, your world, I can feel all of it. Hearing Suho say that, man below gasped in broken breaths, so, please spare my life. He gave a soft sigh, looked at him, and slowly said, I was going to tell you from first meeting. In my mind, I never had any intention of killing anyone. Only when Earthworm appeared did he suddenly understand. Ah, so you are afraid of that thing. This time he smiled calmly and explained, I did not do it on purpose. Or was it because it has not mutated for long, so it does not know how to control its power? Put it down now, Earthworm, you are scaring people. Hearing order, he immediately let go, dropping item with a thud right in front of that man. Suddenly remembering important matter, Kind Hoon turned and shouted, by the way, Suha. Suho, sitting nearby, was also surprised and smiled, hey, and you guys were the ones who first slaughtered each other here. Now you are opening your mouths to beg me for help, as if I were the one who caused this tragedy. In others' eyes, this scene was truly absurd. He kept looking at Jang Hua standing still like a statue, then said mockingly, right, old lady, I just saved you from a crushing loss. You almost had to hit the road already, didn't you? She let out a soft sigh, completely unable to understand what the hell was happening to Suho. When they first met, he was still only a strong, healthy young man, yet now he had fallen into this state. Suho, in the end, understand how did you control that mutated species. Her words only made him lose his calm more and more. He sprang up in annoyance and scolded. As expected, I really can't talk properly with this old woman. For real, can you stop saying things that cause such misunderstandings? He slowly walked a little closer to her, then stated his purpose plainly. I did not come here today to punish anyone. I only want you to pass along one message. As soon as he finished speaking, from another direction, a cold steel blade tore through wind and shot in, launching a sudden ambush. The situation unfolded too abruptly, even Suha had to flinch and go on guard. He hurriedly stepped back, using a block to take that deadly strike. Steel blade slammed into wall with terrifying force. Just from thinking about it, one could tell if Suho had not dodged in time, he would have already ended here. He let out a weary sigh, then turned back to look at Chun-Su, who had just appeared. Before anything even happened, that dazed fool who misunderstood already came lumbering over. Without any hesitation, Chun-Su immediately used familiar chain together with that iron weapon to launch wave after wave of attacks. His face showed clear worry. He hurriedly looked toward Jang Hua, who was still frozen in place. Old lady, are you all right? Suho's appearance only fueled the rage inside him, his face full of displeasure. He growled, that bastard, what the hell are you doing? What met his eyes now was Zeok Chun's massive frame, leaving him utterly stunned. Looking at somewhat familiar face and that enormous build, he froze. That body and that face, could it be Jiang Zeok Chun? His mind still tangled in endless confusion. He forced himself to stay calm and think, first handle this properly, then deal with rest. As he was thinking, Chun-Su immediately yanked weapon hard toward himself, but it seemed stuck fast, completely impossible to pull back. He frowned in confusion, his shocked gaze slowly retreating backward. No one knew when Suho had firmly seized that weapon, determined not to let him take it back. That sight left Jiha equally stunned. Unable to believe it, his mind was in complete chaos. What sort of goddamn monster was that guy to block Chairman's attack with one hand so easily? Suho ripped weapon from Chun-Su's hand and said crisply, I really came here today only to deliver message. He even took Chun-Su's iron weapon and slammed it hard into ground. This toy is temporarily confiscated. Iron weapon stabbed deep into earth as if declaring his absolute authority. Realizing Suho's intention, though furious to madness, Chun-Su could not recklessly rush in and fight right now. Seeing atmosphere beginning to tighten like a drawn bowstring, Jiha leaned to Chun-Su's ear and whispered, Need I help Chairman stall and take back weapons, sir? He immediately shook his head and refused. No need, I alone am enough to handle that guy cleanly. Silently observing everything around him, he began analyzing situation. That guy could completely control me by using Iron Head to attack, but instead he only stuck it into ground. I guess he did not come here to start war, but for another purpose. During those analyses, Suho laughed and clapped with obvious delight. Good, excellent. On contrary, I even highly value your brain. He still did not understand what Suho wanted to say. Right after that, Suho continued unfinished part. I once worried whether, with this broken body, you could even survive long enough to crawl back to Busan. Now it is good. You should help me pass message to those in Busan. Chun-Su immediately frowned in confusion, staring at man in hat before him. Pass message. Without further beating around bush, Suho raised one finger and declared loudly, exactly 1 month later, I will breach wall and lead zombie legion together with countless mutated species into Busan. That heavy declaration of war left Chun-Su utterly stunned, shocked to the point he could not believe his ears. Of course, Jiha standing beside him was just as stunned. Suho added one final sentence like stamping verdict. Not wrong. Purpose is to send every last survivor in Busan on their way. Hon Yang also slowly turned back, listening intently to not a single word. Jang Hua also vaguely felt atmosphere growing darker and more unstable than ever. The more Chun-Su thought about it, the more wrong it felt. He asked confusedly at person before him, May, no matter what, he is still human. This is not just punishing one person. He wants to purge all people of Busan. Suho remained as calm as ever, replying indifferently, Me, of course I am still human. Suho's voice continued sounding steady, forcing him to listen in silence to every word. Suho pointed one by one at Chun-Su and then Jiha coldly concluding, For a bunch of survivors like you, you no longer count as human. From start to finish, Jang Hua had only stayed silent, trembling with fear at those words. In contrast, those infected, those mutated species, were the real victims, deceived by you, led astray, and abandoned in endless darkness. This was first time Jiha clearly felt dangerous killing intent radiating from mysterious man, because only those people who had sacrificed themselves were worthy of being called true humans. As soon as he finished speaking, Suho clenched his fist with determination. Therefore, I will eliminate all of it. I will wipe you all out, cure those who have been turned into zombies, then rebuild country from there. Before leaving, Suho still did not forget to issue a warning, so you better return to Busan and pass along message properly. After hearing everything, Chun-Su immediately became extremely serious. He understood very well that Suho was not type to speak nonsense. Those outside wall whom you cruelly abandoned, Suho Slasher had once risked his life for you. Suho's voice sank lower, full of obsession. Then he declared he would launch an all-out war against filthy bastards inside city. After sorting through everything Suho had just said, Chun-Su was utterly bewildered. He was declaring war. You really intend to slaughter every resident inside wall. Suddenly, he remembered scene of zombie Humvee hunters and military helicopters always supporting protection of civilians. That sounded too insane, because no matter how strong he was, Busan still had hundreds of skilled slashers. Even though military had been dispersed in Busan, garrison force stationed here was still large. Not to mention civilians had already equipped themselves with necessary means for self-defense. As soon as Busan fell into danger, survivors would definitely grab weapons and rise up to protect their own lives. The more Chun-Su calculated, the more unreasonable it felt. How could one individual, or small group led by him, face all survivors? Nearly impossible, yet why was he so confident? His instincts told him Suho was not typed to joke. Once said it, he would do it. Could it really be true? In this life and death moment, he looked at Jang Hua standing there and sank into thought, trying to arrange everything logically. Most urgent thing now was to accept declaration of war, then bring her back to safe area inside wall. He had thought long and hard about mysterious man named Suho, but reason still screamed that if he chose to evade and ignore him now, then at next meeting, both sides would fall into worst possible position. After some hesitation, Chun-Su tightened weapon in his hand, wondering whether he should just ignore it and leave. Entire space seemed to fall silent, waiting for Chun-Su's decision. Even though he was still hesitating, if he fought desperately now, would he not be able to pry out some information for easier dealing later? Besides, even if they were injured, cooperation between one A-rank slasher and one B-rank slasher could not be underestimated. As if reading through his thoughts, Suho began to lose patience and said, "You planning something, huh?" He jumped in shock, not knowing how to deal with it. Suho tossed out another line. Once one reaches certain level, all masters think alike, staying just as serious. He told him, with your current level, you can absolutely save them and retreat safely together. But amid thick smoke and dust, Suho spoke out a chilling threat. If you make situation worse, I will send everyone here to meet God. His gaze turned colder, then he said bluntly what he thought. I spared you so those survivors could live until final moment, not out of mercy. No, I just wanted to see true nature of human beings clearly, so, if you know what is good for you, go back to Busan while you still can. Anyway, at the end of road, we will meet again soon. Thinking matter had already settled, just as Suho turned to leave, he suddenly remembered one more important thing. Ah, there is one more thing. He narrowed his eyes toward front and reminded him, Aryam, pass along my greetings to Choi Aryam. Tell her I will personally come see her. Time quietly passed. Bright moon had risen high overhead, shining down on main road. At this moment, Suho was supporting Hwaneong step by step forward. Meanwhile, Jiha was struggling to support Chun-Su, who was covered in severe injuries. After roughly judging distance was safe enough, Honyang hurriedly said, "We should be fine here." He looked at Chun-Su with eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, I will remember this kindness forever." Before words even finished, Chun-Su violently shoved him, sending him flying backward. Chun-Su's face showed extreme ferocity. He kept yelling an angry rebuke, "You bastard, what the hell did you eat?" Clearly these guys were the ones who attacked first, and they even dragged Merchant Association and several slasher from my company into this. Even if Bastard in armor had not shown up, even without using slashers, you lot were already destined to die right here. As soon as his anger subsided, he immediately turned to Hon Eong and asked in commanding tone, "Can you contact your superiors, hurry and connect with those cult bastards and report everything yourself?" Thinking of the chaos about to crash down, he could only let out a helpless, weary sigh. Now is not time for humans to slaughter each other. This is time when even if only one slasher remains, he must be saved no matter what. Honyang also seemed to gradually understand hidden meaning behind those words. With no other way, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. "I understand. I will try to persuade Pope to suspend this meaningless war." Scene then shifted to a supercar of Red Earth racing wildly along endless long road, while Bekil's voice rang out from other end of line. At that moment, man sitting in car stared fixedly at radio and asked back in shock, "You just mentioned name Suho, did you?" In his mind, a flood of bad omens surged at once. Suho had returned, and image of him sitting arrogantly atop gigantic body, overwhelming presence, stood out vividly. He even controlled Geo Ki-chan at will, revealing terrifying ability to command mutant species. Every time they remembered warnings Suho had once given, everyone could not help but shiver. It was no different from a blunt declaration of war, that he would wipe out every living thing in Busan. For first time facing such an unexpected situation, Baekhyun panicked so much he did not know how to handle it. But once he understood situation, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He bit his lip until it bled, then drew his own conclusion as if it had been arranged long ago. Now was not time for wars like this to drag on. If we make mistake, this battle will turn into bloody purge. It will drag down number of slashers in a serious way, and I may end up being seen as traitor. I myself may become thorn in everyone's side, real traitor. I will be seen as playing role of savior of survivors. In an instant, he would become traitor to humanity. Thinking of that, Baekhyun could no longer hold back and called out to Priest Stephen. As soon as he heard it, he replied in a rush, "Yes, yes, your holiness." After considering it for a moment, he quickly made decision. Since he once trusted and followed me, and made great contribution in clearing zombies and strengthening church, he will surely go to heaven. Hearing Baekhyun speak as if it were divine judgment, Stephen immediately clasped his hands, bowed his head and swore, "Ah yes, words of church leader are my honor. From now on, I, Stephen, will continue putting my faith in church and walk this path." But before he could finish speaking, he followed up with another question. "But you have to sacrifice yourself for me." That left Stephen stunned, shaken to core. Not fully understanding hidden meaning in Baekhyun's words, he hurriedly asked back, "What do you mean?" Right after that, he gave new order, "Go to slashers and stop them. Everything is going off track, someone has to shoulder responsibility. I hope Priest will be one to take it." After hearing that demand, Stephen suddenly fell silent, unable to say another word, as if pouring all his mind into his own thoughts. While he was still sunk in that tangle of thoughts, Baekhyun lightly placed hand on his. But on his face now was clear calculation. He ordered that his sacrifice would be remembered forever by church, and that he was a devout lamb of God. As if hypnotized and brainwashed, Stephen immediately nodded, showing he understood. "I will obey." Luxury supercar still raced along long road. Inside vehicle rose announcement, "Dear believers, we will end this battle here." As car passed by, Stephen was also thrown to ground in pain. This battle was started by Priest Stephen, one possessed by demons. Blood from his body kept dripping onto cold road. "This has nothing to do with my wishes. Therefore, everyone should pay attention and stop fighting now." Crowd hearing news was furious beyond measure, but an end still could do nothing else. "I say again, all believers are to stop fighting and return to Busan." They immediately tightened grip on knife in hand, as if urged by invisible force. One by one they let weapons fall to ground. On this side too, knife instantly dropped, regardless of Sarang and companions still struggling to fight. One of them wore a friendly smile and said, "Seems you have misunderstood. From now on we will not attack anymore. Let us return to Busan safely together." That drove Sarang mad. She loudly cursed those lunatics. Right beside her, companion stopped fighting and asked back in confusion, "You believe what they say?" Time quietly passed. Moon had now risen high in sky. Flower also gradually woke from stupor. She sat up in panic, as if she had just gone through terrifying nightmare. Seeing Janghua open her eyes, Ari hurriedly said, "Chairwoman, you are awake." Chun Su sighed and replied, "I just woke up too." The more she thought, the more helpless she felt, and could only sigh, how did things end up like this? Also calmly recounted whole story, "We brought you back and took you to hospital inside Busan walls, so you are safe." She was deeply moved by what he had done for her. "I owe you one this time, demon rat. Because of you, I survived." Chun Su replied calmly, faint hint of sorrow on face, "No need. Since you stood with us from start, protecting you was part of contract too. I am sorry I could not save anyone else." Suddenly remembering important matter at hand, she hurriedly asked, "How is situation now? Have you reported Su Ho's appearance to government?" He immediately nodded in confirmation yes. Then, he remembered Stephen's face and told her everything. In Baekhyun forced Priest Stephen to take responsibility for that battle, and we also managed to shake off those guys. We cannot afford a shortage of slushers now. In this kind of situation, when their power is rising to unbelievable level, punishment is not easy either. That made Donho clearly show her anger. "Those rotten bastards." Chun Su continued, "There is one more thing." Seeing that there still seemed to be something unsaid, she showed a puzzled look. He raised his head and looked straight ahead, eyes firm as he declared, "Slasher Friendship Association has been summoned." It seemed he had already guessed purpose of this meeting. Clearly, this was not a simple gathering. Location for event was temporary headquarters of Ministry of National Defense. Gate slowly opened to welcome important guests. Baekhyun and others stepped inside, aiming to stop attack by Suho, originator of slashers. Faces of everyone were tense and stern before current situation, man who had declared full-scale war on Busan, so a strategic meeting was opened. Killer Sam's face became extremely serious, gaze sweeping around in inspection. He carefully examined expressions of every person present. Chu Yang and Chun Sik remained silent, no one spoke. Du Ho also understood this battle was more dangerous than ever before. Only Chun Su still showed no hint of fear toward challenge ahead. After a moment, everyone sat down together to focus on discussing next plan. Chun Su sat beside Chun Sik and Bae Kyun. Breaking silence, he slowly recounted what happened that day. At that time, Su Ho wore helmet and kept blocking his attacks. Sam and Cho Yan listened intently. Du Ho told everyone whole story from start to finish. From moment, Su Ho openly challenged them and declared he would destroy this world. Of course, Chun Sik and Bae Kyun still looked fairly indifferent toward what had just been said. Even so, everyone tacitly understood Su Ho was extremely dangerous and very hard to deal with. The entire room instantly fell silent. Chun Sik recalled mutated zombie form of Jio Ki Chun, and after a while of stammering, he finally spoke. He has ability to turn humans into mutant species, not just regular zombies, and he can even command them. Saying that, he let out heavy sigh, showing extreme irritation. Either of those abilities alone is enough to destroy whole country, yet he has both. If we are going to talk strategy, maybe survival rate would be higher if we ran now instead. Seeing his reaction was too extreme, Sam immediately warned, "Sit down, kid. If an A-rank slasher leaves Busan and fails to carry out mission, that is treason. You want to be turned into a sieve before being executed by Jiang Suhoha." Hearing that, he lowered his head, sighed, and complained, "Die by bullets or die at hands of Su Ho's mutant species. No, maybe dodging bullets would be easier." While two sides were still arguing fiercely, Do Ho laughed and cut in. He must have turned Jiang Jiak Chun into mutant species already, and we have seen with our own eyes that he can control it. But if he really had unlimited control, then he would have already destroyed Busan. Hearing that judgment, Sam also tacitly agreed, yes. With level of hatred and ambition he has, he should have no reason to hesitate. She continued to explain her reasoning to everyone. Surely there are limits to both creation of mutant species and ability to control them. His mention of 1 month must be, because he needs that much time to prepare. Chun Su nodded and quickly concluded, in simple terms, he is not invincible. Depending on how we deal with him, we can still stop him. He let out a long sigh, glanced at Chun Sik still standing there, and said, "So do not start thinking about getting scared and running away. You are grown now, not some kid who cannot hold his urine." Hearing that gunpowder-tinged mockery, Chun Sik flushed red. A brat who cannot even deal with 100,000 zombies talks a big game. Even so, Chun Sik added, "Truthfully, I also feel something is off. Fine, let's prick up our ears and hear what they have to say." With atmosphere and meeting room taut as bowstring, Baekhyun suddenly clapped once to steady crowd, signaling everyone to keep quiet. Only then did he leisurely lay out bold idea. "Come on then." So in the end, everyone here has decided to choose Busan as battlefield of life and death against heretic Su Ho. His mouth still did not stop. "Then I think you all should sit down and properly discuss strategy." Sam sat there, still silently observing everything. He glanced toward Zhanghua again, then deliberately spoke in circles, making her ears ache the moment she heard it, her face full of discomfort. When mentioning next condition, his face suddenly turned abnormally grim. Then he said coldly, "If request he was about to raise was not accepted by all of you, Jehovah Church would stand aside and not take part in this defense plan." That declaration stunned Sam to the moment it rang out. Manhwa stared wide-eyed in disbelief, not daring to believe Baekhyun could spew such shameless words. Junzik turned to look at him in shock, while he still said it again calmly, as if afraid everyone had not heard enough. "I will say it again. If condition is not approved, we pull out, and will not join battle." Baekhyun glanced at soldier standing guard beside him, then brought up Busan disaster again, making him shiver. Army is weakest side now, manpower loss is severe. What can you use to shoulder full-scale war anymore? Sam kept silently watching his presentation, while he also did not forget to drag both Choi Company and Jiang into unfavorable group. After that, he began dissecting situation of six-man alliance. Troy and Jiang carried title of elite slasher training ground, but troop count was pitifully small. Quality was indeed high, but if entering large-scale war, it would still be far too strained. Right after speaking, Baekhyun turned to mock Zhanghua and Yagushia Small Traders Association. Hearing that, she immediately stiffened. "Too bad after clash with us. You people were already scattered. Does that tiny scale still count as slasher force anymore?" Unable to hold back anger, she immediately cursed without any restraint. "What damn conflict, you bastard. Clearly it was you bunch who ambushed our side first. Because of that incident, people from Zaguchi Market have..." Seeing her lose temper, he only curled lips in a provocative smile. "Well then, since government has concluded it like that, I call it conflict. What is wrong with that? If you feel pissed, you should have bribed us with more money instead." Then he shifted target to Chun Su, throwing out words of contempt for Choi Company for wanting to squeeze into major business right after being founded. Junsik also looked toward Chunsu, who still sat motionless in place. Clearly Baekhyun had investigated him very thoroughly. His promotion to a rank was only temporary fix, barely filling hole left by Major Lim and Old Man Jiang Jiak Chun. Even after being attacked head-on, Chunsu still did not say a word in reply. After rattling off long string, Baekhyun clapped and raised voice. But ladies and gentlemen, then how do you plan to account for me and this mighty Jehovah Church? He even acted as if preparing to leave, ignoring everyone's shock. While other forces were wearing down from war of attrition, we were growing bigger and bigger. Image of crowd pouring into church surfaced, believers increasing at rate never seen in organization history. Along with that came military resources, money assets, and massive web of connections donated by believers. Our weapons and equipment now are no worse than Busan provisional government. Do not underestimate us. After that show of bragging, Jill's Sam slowly asked back, "In the end, what do you want, you island bastard?" He shot him a contemptuous look. "You mean if Busan falls, Lord will only protect you bunch alone?" Talking survival strategy and still setting conditions. Baekhyun immediately raised his head and answered, "We are confident we will be safe, not affected at all." It seemed he had already prepared every escape route. We already sold off part of land. We even bought a big fleet docked at Busan port, with more than enough capacity to carry all believers of church away. At that point, he laughed and mocked. "You understand problem now." Hearing that, Zhanghua also fell into quiet thought. That meant if situation turned bad, those guys would board ship and run immediately, ignoring life and death of this battlefield. Junsik sitting beside him was also dumbstruck. Was this guy really insane? He was preparing perfect retreat while also holding leverage to force demands. Seeing entire room grow heavy, Baekhyun spoke again with delight. "Looking at faces of all of you, you must already understand, right? Then I will state first condition." His eyes flashed with smug triumph. "Next month, I must be appointed Baekhyun as Supreme Commander of Busan Defense Battle." And he glanced at Gil's Sam to emphasize further. "Second, if defense succeeds, Jehovah Church, organization contributing most effort, must be recognized as state religion." Just hearing that much, Zhanghua was so furious his teeth ground loudly. Baekhyun was still about to speak third condition when Chunsu suddenly stood up. He silently walked straight toward him, making everyone in room stare blankly. He sighed with utter boredom. "Do I need to put on ugly attitude now?" Then he kept sneering, "How stupid do you have to be to even think about leaving right in middle of something tied to national destiny?" But Chunsu did not leave. He walked straight up and stopped right in front of him. Feeling heavy killing intent pouring out, Jill's Sam suddenly remembered that familiar, terrifying feeling from many years ago. Even so, Baekhyun still refused to shut up. "I have not even finished explaining condition yet." At same time, Chunsu had already clenched fist. In very next moment, he sent a violent punch straight into his face, sending him reeling backward. That scene left Gil Sam, though he had partly expected it, still unable to hide shock. Zhanghua opened eyes wide for a moment, unable to speak. Junsik looked at that punch with obvious delight. As for Choyong, he still stood still, showing no emotion. Hit before he could react, Baekhyun fell face first to floor, pain leaving him dazed. Trying to keep what little clarity he had, he cawed violently and shouted helplessly, You are insane. I am holding upper hand in this negotiation. You dare lay hands on me." The moment he finished, he immediately pointed at Chunsu and roared, "Slasher, hurry up, seize this guy and deal with him. That is how you start negotiation." But response he got was only suffocating silence. None of those people moved, all of them only stood there and watched him get beaten. Chunsu continued gripping collar and yanked Baekhyun back up, making him panic to extreme. Even then, he still could not understand why Chunsu hated him so fiercely. Chunsu tightened grip again, gathering force for another blow. People around them still stood like stone statues, no one stepping in to stop it. Just like that, they quietly watched Baekhyun get punched over and over. Because for a long time, everyone had hoped someone would step up and teach lowly, but arrogant bastard like him lesson. Scene then shifted to chairman office, where Ari burst out with fury. "What? You say you will deal with Baekhyun, chairman office, slasher council, and even government will surely not let this go." But Chunsu stayed calm, because he had considered everything carefully. "If condition is already ripe, no one would dare stop me." Seeing she was still confused, he explained that ambush on Small Traders Association had in fact been arranged long ago, and both government and a rank slashers all knew Baekhyun was one behind it. Standing before Ari, he said in one breath, "They know his nature too well. Nothing guarantees he will not betray again. Moreover, if we do not shut him up now, his ambition will be to swallow this national government whole." Chunsu's voice turned ice cold. Everyone knows he must be stopped, knows this source of trouble must be removed, but no one dares take action. Ari understood at once after hearing that, because in the end everyone was only obsessed with protecting their own interests. At last, Chunsu's face became firmer than ever. "But what about my position?" The moment Ari heard that, her mind began turning rapidly. For government, he was man who took down Major Lim, and for those who once followed Choi and Jiang, Chun-Su had reputation and sense of righteousness that made them wary. Behind him was Yagachi Association backing him up. Chun-Su nodded in confirmation. If we do not deal with this guy quickly, we will waste a whole month on useless political infighting. Then he concluded, if I do not step up to clean trash, who else can do it? Back in present, Chun-Su still gripped Baekhyun's collar, lifting him into air. Even after being beaten to ragged ruin, he still forced out mocking sneer. You think you are strong enough? Without Jehovah Church, you plan to block Suho with faith. Tears and snot smeared across his face. He trembled and said, it is not too late yet, get lost. Before he could finish, Chun-Su had already thrown another strike, plunging entire room into dead silence. Everyone understood his action was no different from touching extremely huge and dangerous power. Shocking events like Time Church alone confronted zombie horde, surfaced one after another. Then image of nun and old pastor standing behind Honwai Ong, secretly pulling strings, also surfaced. Even though Jehovah Church had become formidable force, flaunting claws before a rank slashers, then using survival of humanity as bargaining chip for personal ambition, had already crossed line. Image of Baekhyun using vicious scheme to manipulate everyone's minds appeared clearly. Meanwhile, his underlings openly bullied ordinary civilians. Until now, neither Baekhyun nor Jehovah Church had ever crossed line to this extent. He even went so far as to prepare body double and dye hair exactly same. Baekhyun was always someone who calculated every tiny detail, wearing label of savior yet, in truth, cowardly. So why was he acting so stupidly and judging so wrongly now? Answer turned out very simple: immersive acting. It was technique that let actor merge into role until thoughts and emotions almost became character itself. At that time he held script in hand. His role was Pope of Jehovah Church, also savior in zombie apocalypse era. Cover even clearly said, zombie apocalypse work, actor Baekhyun, role of heretical pope. Because he sank too deeply into role, Baekhyun gradually lost himself without realizing it. As time passed, after controlling Suho, he fell into extreme excitement because he had absorbed Jiang Jiok remnants, pushing balance of power heavily toward himself. He even joined hands with army to expand his power, fully believing government had already been left helpless and could no longer touch layers of crimes he had piled up. Bit by bit, 550 was completely corrupted by things he himself had caused, and all unease vanished without trace. He began to believe absolutely in false settings he had built himself. Standing alone in vast cathedral, Baekhyun believed his own thoughts were only truth. He truly believed he was savior sent down by Lord to save world. Every scheme and crime he committed was self-justified by him as means to save humanity. At the same time, as mysterious symbols gradually came into view, his belief that he was immortal and omnipotent grew even deeper. In brief silence, Baekhyun sighed and then insisted he had never acted. He now seemed like a different person, and believed he had finally touched his true self. Back in meeting room, air reeked of death after Chun-Su's reckless move. Even fully armed soldiers stayed silent. No one dared speak after scene just now. Baekhyun's face now was covered in blood, lying sprawled and motionless. After this campaign, army was basically stripped of all role. Scene of innocent corpses lying scattered across ground appeared, while government lacked strength to extinguish wave of outrage rising among people. Outside, social order also began to crack as long lines of people poured into streets to protest. Regime and already unfair resource distribution system would at last collapse, because tool of violence once used to enforce them was now gone. Chun-Su's gaze blazed with resolve as if he could finish Baekhyun at any moment. Heavy blows like sledgehammers kept pounding straight into his face, until he had no strength left to resist. Other members in association also gradually fell silent when they realized their own share was rising. Once government weakened and lost power, that gap would naturally be filled by slashers. Slashers of a rank already had footing, now would hold power far beyond politicians. Unconsciously, Chun-Su remembered heartfelt words Wang Jiok once left for him. Within them was an idea that he had to step up and shoulder leadership role, as if fate had already arranged this for Chun-Su long ago. Everything I have prepared for you all this time, use it to save Busan. Part still unfinished, you will surely finish it for me. After taking full force of relentless combo, Baekhyun could no longer move, only stand dazed and mutter that he was Baekhyun, ruler of all. In his eyes, utter despair showed clearly, until his own blood splashed across his face. With only few basic punches, Chun-Su completely took down Baekhyun, right before everyone. After finishing, he immediately carried his motionless body forward, then firmly declared that if he kept him alive, he would continue seizing political power until Suho led troops to attack Busan. His tone was cold and clipped, same as way he once planned to wipe out Yaguchi Small Merchants Association. He would then find ways to control everyone with violence. Janghua still just stood there listening quietly. Everyone had already seen future of civilians in endless revolt, and tragedy of people draining their own strength while slaughtering each other would repeat once more. Brutal conflict, brother against brother, would erupt once again. Saying this, Chun-Su immediately turned question toward crowd. Everyone already knew how it would end, right? If I don't slash this guy to death today, then before Suho and those mutants arrive, we would already have walked into our own destruction. He also did not forget to explain reason for his action. I only did what should have been done. No one has any objection. Right after finishing him off, he dragged his lifeless corpse and casually walked out of room, leaving crowd behind standing frozen. Realizing situation seemed to have spun beyond control, Chun Chi Kuan hurriedly called out, Hey, you there! After causing such a huge scene, where do you think you're going? Army side also could not hide stunned look and immediately spoke up. We also want answer. What hell are you trying to do now? Slasher Kim Chun-Su. In response to expectant eyes of everyone, Chun-Su said firmly, I will go unify entire army. This answer left Chi Logzam completely stunned. Unify. Clearly he had long been brewing this plan, gathering all slashers and survivors to face Su-Ho. As I said already, someone had to step up and shoulder this responsibility, right? Once everything began moving in right direction, first place Kim Chun-Su targeted was Jehovah Church Cathedral. Inside, a truck suddenly charged in, smashing through every obstacle in this place. Believers inside church immediately fell into utter chaos before that terrifying sight. Everyone was panic-stricken because they still did not understand what hell was happening. Hearing strange noise, Hon Yi Yang hurriedly ran outside and shouted, What happened? Did enemy attack? The moment he saw truck smash down solid wall, he immediately widened his eyes in shock. Truck door slowly opened, signaling that some extraordinary figure was about to appear. Everyone fell silent, nervously waiting to see what monster would step out in the end. Chun-Su's feet slowly touched ground, radiating powerful aura. He immediately hurled Baekhyul's corpse to ground, then loudly declared, This is guy called Savior or whatever you people worship here. That act left Hon Yi Yang an entire church rooted in place. Chun-Su showed no fear, standing tall before Baekhyun's corpse as he said, I already sent him to meet his ancestors. His voice rang everywhere, now decide. Those words left everyone in church standing still like statues. He said in a harsh voice and gave final choice. Either swear loyalty to this fraud and die with him, or live and fight with me. Harsh truth laid right before their eyes left believers terrified to extreme. Baekhyul, whom they had always absolutely believed was savior, was now dead as a doornail. In self-written Bible it also clearly stated he would win final battle against zombies and ascend to heaven, so they grew even more confused, not knowing what to do next. At this point, only thing they could do was stare wide-eyed at motionless corpse of Baekhyun, man who once claimed omnipotence, now dying miserably at hands of an uneducated nobody. Everyone seemed hypnotized, silently staring at each other, yet strangely no one was angry over Baekhyul's death. On contrary, they were mute as fish, faces full of deadness. One of them panicked wildly, It's over, what do we do now? Others also fell into dazed stupor. Wasn't that guy supposed to be messenger of God? I just got promoted to priest. Haven't even enjoyed anything yet. Why did this happen now? Right after that, another person hurried over to priest and asked repeatedly, Sir Priest, what should we do now? Caught off guard by question, he jumped in shock, sweat pouring out, not knowing how to deal with it. After taking deep breath to calm himself, priest suddenly shouted, Lord has sent new pope to save us. That nonsense left entire crowd in church frozen for second time. Even Chun-Su, man who caused all this, was left speechless by that level of shamelessness. Watching crowd's reaction, priest also began to feel guilty. Had he gone a bit too far with that nonsense? Another man slowly raised his head to look at Chun-Su and said, Your Reverence. That guy could only echo, What your reverence said is indeed right. This is replacement for former pope who had been corrupted. Even priest himself could not help but be startled. Another man immediately caught situation, turned and shouted, Everything makes perfect sense. Lately he has been acting strangely, craving power and clinging to office. Turns out former church leader had been possessed by Satan. At this moment group made up all kinds of reasons to prove that faith they had held for so long was not meaningless at all only to cling to spirit that was shaking violently. Seeing everyone had taken bait, priest slowly let out satisfied smile because he had kept rice bowl. Those fools had already begun deluding themselves. Even Hon Yi Yang realized crowd was shifting sides. He turned to look at Chun-Su and thought to himself that everyone was losing direction. But if story was not guided in that direction, church would collapse, dragging social chaos with it. Suddenly, memory of when Suho sat on him and mocked him came rushing back. If this kept going, everyone in Busan would be killed by that Suho guy. Thinking of that, he immediately turned to look at Chun-Su with eyes full of resolve. Then, seeing Hon Yi Yang stride over with great momentum, Chun-Su could not help but wonder. Before he could even finish pulling out data, Hon Yi Yang grabbed his hand, lifted it high, and declared in a loud voice, "Brother Kim Chun-soo here, who rose to A rank in only half year as slasher, is our new savior." The moment Hon Yi-young finished speaking, entire hall froze for 5 seconds. But only 1 second later, atmosphere exploded violently as everyone went mad with cheers and praise. That scene left Chun-soo completely dumbfounded. I was planning to make these guys taste harsh reality before negotiating. Who would have thought script would twist this hard? Even so, goal of trip was basically achieved. He glanced away and wondered if what he did was truly right direction. In car Sarang, Ari and Jiha kept waving enthusiastically in congratulations. And story returned to meeting room after hearing all vivid details of Chun-soo. Everyone was shocked to extreme. So that is... Lozam also slowly turned back, face full of astonishment as he asked, "You have already won over evil cult side, and now want to turn to persuade us?" He quickly nodded to confirm that was right. This time, his gaze immediately turned toward Ajong, hinting that he also wanted to hear her retell old events. Hearing him say that, girl looked slightly flustered, then raised head slightly and looked toward him. His eyes clearly showed resolve, then he went straight to matter of what had happened between Su-ho and group of people in Seoul without beating around bush. Secretary Park immediately pressed, "What exactly did you hear from Su-ho?" But right after that, she doubted herself. "No. Even if you heard something, do you think we would believe words coming out of mouth of enemy?" Seeing this, Ajong still kept stern expression, raised hand to signal stop. That action made Secretary Park immediately freeze, blurting out, "Chairman." Jong did not answer, only carefully asked again, "Su-ho, in end what did he say to you?" Chun-soo answered at once, "Survivors are you people, those he once trusted and called comrades, but mercilessly abandoned him." He added that was spark, like moment he lost all trust in living people. Hearing that, whole room immediately fell silent. Ajong glanced toward Seom, and he also nodded in confirmation. After that, Ajong only then spoke to make a proposal before continuing story. "Promise me one thing." Chun-soo could not help but be puzzled. What thing? Ajong's face suddenly darkened, eyes becoming more guarded. She said, "After hearing everything, you must make most correct judgment yourself. No matter how disgusting and filthy truth is, you still must, for people inside wall, continue being a rank slasher, continue becoming their hope." Chun-soo looked up at her with eyes full of steadiness, then affirmed, "I know I cannot save everyone inside wall, because I am only poor man. Even so, I still resolve to fight for them, and right now I am giving it my all." He thought it was all in past anyway, so he would not let it shake his resolve. That answer made Ajong fall silent and think for a moment, and she began mentioning name Jiang Su-hu. According to Ajong, he once was true genius, one person who possessed ability to eliminate zombies so fast no one could keep up. In her eyes, he was first survivor of territorial recapture campaign. At same time, he was also person who opened slasher profession, work of earning living by eliminating zombies. Later, thanks to overwhelming power and rare leadership talent, he became pillar in slasher organizations. Company I built with him received countless commissions and earned huge fortune. On one evening several years ago in cold abandoned high-rise buildings after zombies had been wiped out, group stopped before 2 large doors locked with many layers of thick locks. According to Ajong, inside were ownerless assets left outside wall. The door was opened, countless gold bars piled into mound made her freeze in shock. Ajong continued, "We expanded area of land greatly after signing recontracting deal from government. Thanks to that more soldiers joined to assist." According to her, at that time they won big, and kept pushing farther and farther. Ajong and Su-hu thus stood shoulder to shoulder, completing goals both aimed for. Ajong believed that in land of Busan, where dreams and hope were slowly drying up and fading away, only they succeeded in different way. And group gathered in lively atmosphere, remembering days when everyone was still happy and close. She felt they were both doing work needed for world and earning immense fortune. Ajong thought to herself, there had been time when we were brightest people. That day, she spoke cheerfully, "Raise cup. If we are to celebrate, then chairman has to step up." That proposal made Su-ho a little flustered. He shyly refused. "What are you doing? I cannot do that." Seeing that, group still smiled warmly, sending gaze full of trust towards Su-ho standing before them. In end, he had no choice but to raise cup and awkwardly say, "Then." He nodded slightly, as if placing full trust in his companions. Su-ho raised wine cup high, then said very loudly, "For world of peace." Hearing that, everyone froze in stunned silence. That reaction made Su-ho awkwardly ask why everyone was not raising cups. But right after that, atmosphere quickly grew lively again, and group continued partying happily. Ajong believed his strength and leadership talent not only influenced slasher world, but also spread like legend to army and citizens. Then on another night, when group entered harbor packed with large and small containers, everyone suddenly realized one thing. Everyone clapped and cheered wildly. Ajong believed if anyone could bring this zombie apocalypse world back to how it once was, person could only be helmeted young man. Around that same time, at one of most luxurious skyscrapers, a high-ranking officer looked down thoughtfully, then said, "Is that not a bit dangerous?" Hearing that, his subordinate immediately replied, "Do you mean slasher recapture campaign, General? You do not need to worry, sir, because this is only matter within civilian ranks, so even if recapture fails, we can still handle it easily. Besides, profit we get from them is greater than expected, and previous partial land redevelopment in Yuzin also let us earn quite a lot thanks to them." That officer immediately denied it and cut him off. "No, no. Why do you not understand what I am saying?" That attitude made subordinate slightly doubtful. Looking at him with cold, sharp eyes, that officer enunciated each word. "I mean, you plan to do this and that, then enter political camp, do you not?" At this point, subordinate finally blanked out, then stammered, "Political camp. Political camp, sir? You mean those slasher zombie cleaners?" Officer answered briefly, "Correct." He continued, after establishing company, "I heard they would collect all Foundation land in Busan. Not only that, after finishing tasks we assigned, they also received not small amount of land." Officer concluded, "More important, are they not becoming largest armed force outside government army? They are truly hidden threat." He worried that if one day helmeted man took command and ordered rebellion in this chaotic era, Busan could completely collapse. Subordinate immediately followed, "Though I think we should inform you about this as you said, but..." However, he was immediately cut off by officer. "But what?" Subordinate cautiously said, "Value of use for them is higher than what we ever thought, sir. Since slasher profession appeared, ensuring supply in areas once considered impossible for soldiers has gradually become possible. Surely among higher-ups there will also be people who need them." Hearing that, officer laughed with interest and answered, "I did not say we had to get rid of all of them. I am not type of person who likes to stop everything by extreme means like that, Colonel Jun." That surprised subordinate, sir. Then, high-ranking officer slowly ordered, "Just make move with enough force. Enough to create balance of holding each other in check and expand influence a bit more is enough." He put forward cold plan. "To do that, best course is to eliminate that leader, and key target of this operation is none other than Jiang Suhu." At same time, Suho kept scratching his arm and muttered, "Is someone calling me? Or maybe sweat got into helmet. My hand suddenly feels itchy." That action left Ajong unable to help, finding it strange. She thought Suho had done nothing wrong. No, if there was any mistake, then only mistake was that he had become leader in eyes of everyone. And one day, Ajong suddenly pushed open Suho's office door with face so bright it made him surprised too. Ajong shouted, "Chairman, chairman." Hearing voice, Suho, who had one leg propped on desk, asked back, "What is it?" Ajong excitedly reported, "I heard you have new commission." But Suho only replied, "No one talks about being ordered around with such happy face." Ajong, "Well, I am also waiting to see whether there is any more special commission." Immediately, Ajong took out sheet of paper that caught Suho's attention. She eagerly explained, "This is not ordinary commission, but exclusive contract from Republic of Korea government." In Ajong's hands was contract titled Choi and Jang Company, cooperation contract with Ministry of National Defense of Provisional Government of the Republic of Korea. He kept talking about huge benefits they could get. Not only that, there is this too. Compensation is exclusive economic rights worth 5,000 billion won, and even comes with condition that they will buy more than half of our company's shares and turn it into major corporation. That excitement only made Suho listen quietly. Looking at Ajong so thrilled she could hardly hide it. She said, if we succeed then social status will definitely be secured too. Suho only thought she had been blinded by glow before her eyes, with thought that social status is something where, once you have it, even murderer or slasher can still live well. Suho spoke, "I know conditions are very attractive, and this is contract with government, so there is no worry about being cheated out of payment. But what is commission content?" Looking at excitement that had still not faded from Ajong's face, Suho asked in surprise, "Why is that?" He continued, "Go all way from Busan to Seoul. Gyeongbu Expressway." Hearing that, Suho confirmed for himself, so mission is to clear Gyeongbu Expressway. She announced final target was to set up guard post right inside Seoul. Ajong declared with vigor, that is Seoul recapture campaign. Scene shifted to small restaurant, where everyone was gathered sitting together. Suho spoke before all members, "Proposal is like that." After some consideration, Seom remarked this was clearly fairly good condition. Another person immediately added, "Moreover super." A tall member of group could not hide excitement, saying eagerly, "Is it just because of money? Damn, opening a route straight from north to south is already possible. But with scale this huge." Seeing that, Ariel sitting beside him also joined in familiarly. "Looks like there are times when I feel some sympathy for gangster boss too." Just then, an unexpected voice suddenly cut in, "Now is not time to waste time, we must go there and settle matter right away. Heard there are many people lately trying to snatch our food. Donho guessed this matter definitely could not be solved simply. Maybe because of they gathered all of us here. Suho spoke up at once. This condition was really too good. If he could get government backing, nothing could be better. He thought, compared with old days when zombie extermination was only repetitive manual work each day, wages and compensation for slashers would rise a lot now. Suho also mentioned how those people holding company shares could sit back and enjoy profits without leaving safe wall. He also thought collecting information from outside might be much easier. Hearing that, Siam could not help falling silent in thought. In the end, Suho concluded that we still had to weigh price needed to accept this commission. Hearing that, all present could not hide shock. Suho analyzed that from Busan to Seoul, shortest route was nearly 400 km if taking Daeungbu Expressway. Even if we were lucky enough not to run into high-level mutated species, we still had to clear hundreds, even thousands of zombie pressing down on us before we could hope to reach Seoul. He also told everyone to prepare mentally, because many of us might very well fall a long way. Suho also warned this operation had every chance of ending in utter failure. At last, he asked in a stern voice all brothers whether everyone was willing to wager lives for this commission. This is a deal that needs majority of slashers to agree before it can move forward. If majority shakes heads, I will cancel this operation. After a while, everyone began whispering and discussing. All kinds of conflicting opinions came pouring out. In the end, should we do it or not? Why suddenly push everyone into such tight spot? That is practical angle. There is bonus promise. But this is mission where life is bet online. If you die, slasher's career ends too. What else is there? Since when did you become so greedy for life and afraid of death? Danger is danger. There must be way. This bastard. Suddenly someone slammed hard into wall. Sharp bang startled entire room. Burly man from before roared in fury. Damn it, you mean you want to quit? Refuse this chance, you lunatics. He glared fiercely. Since making living by killing zombies, have not you people been fighting like blood was flowing? Now you treasure lives this much. Do you think this poor life of yours is so precious? He kept snapping. If we do not take this deal, do you think Ministry of Defense will hand us other work? They will find other slasher organizations to gather and train and replace our position. Room instantly fell quiet. Everyone sank into thought. Few even nodded faintly in agreement. Hammering chest in fury, big man roared, then we will drop from first place to second, then fall to third. Commissions will grow fewer. Influence will shrink too. Within 5 years, we will have to pack up and crawl back to Hindi Pigtrow. He urged with blazing energy. Now is time to seize once in 1,000 years chance and live like human being. Otherwise go back to bottom of well life like trash from old days. After that, passionate speech dragged on. Big man panted nonstop from exhaustion, as if every heartfelt word of his had forced everyone to rethink. At last that man reminded them, how can we ever go back to living like before? Maybe government will turn its back on us for good. And if we do not listen, we are just useless junk. So think it through. If it succeeds, would not we all become tycoons? He still had not stopped, thinking about his child growing up in Hyundai. I hate going back there even more than death. Standing beside Chi Luosam Dong Ho only shook his head lightly. She spoke. I thought you were old man, cold and emotionless. Turns out you also went through many things. Hearing that, Siam only coughed and replied, everyone has own pain. If they think I am cold, let them. Is not it because we need big amount of money to stop Zagachi from rezoning? That is why I do not object this time. Don Ho said, even if I get blamed it does not matter, but if I must go I will still go. Watching everyone vote for A Jong, she suddenly felt bad premonition. Don Ho guessed this time quite many people would fall. Then voting result of slashers that day was finally decided. Seoul recapture campaign received more than half of approving votes, and hell on earth officially began. As they entered ruined, shattered city, all could not help cursing under breath. Damn it. After a while of fighting with monster, even that burly man had to gasp for breath. Looking at giant monster wildly rampaging before him, he could only stare dumbly and wonder how to deal with that thing. Right then, giant arm of monster swung hard toward big man. Fortunately, one slash flashed by fast, clean and decisive. Arm half of monster's head were instantly cut off, leaving burly man stunned. Seeing giant hand of monster sliced away with one sword strike. Big man widened eyes, shocked beyond measure. Holding fishing rod in hand, Siam panted and said, am I supposed to be childminder? Why do you make me watch over this guy? I am not young anymore either. Bones are all worn out, bastard. Right then, behind him, giant object suddenly rose from ground. Siam instantly went on high alert. Another huge monster with giant drill mounted on head was wildly charging over. He gripped blood-soaked fishing rod tightly in hand. Sharp pain ran along arm, and Seam instantly recognized its attack. Looking at bloodthirsty monster fiercely charging at him, just as Seam was about to strike. In blink of eye, at speed so fast it was unbelievable, that monster had been dealt with cleanly. Su appeared. He said, "That is all for today. At this rate later campaigns will be very difficult. Soon it will be time to pull back." Suho ordered, "Just return as planned." Ajong said government side, meaning faction in charge of commissions, gave absolutely no support. In safe zone guarded by Slasher, they set up temporary camp to rest. All team members were arranged to eat and sleep at main government camp. According to her, they only provided basic supplies and safe place to sleep, nothing else. Ajong said military was no different from owner-only feeding dog, so would not starve to death. At that time, Suho was sitting quietly in corner. Suddenly someone called his name. A government officer walked over and immediately asked how much had been recaptured today. Hearing that, Suho answered, 150. No, about 130. As soon as words fell, officer's face instantly darkened. He snapped in annoyance, only 130 meters. Faced with that reaction, Suho only stayed silent. By then, officer grew even more furious. At this rate will it take until Year of Monkey and Horse Before is recaptured? Are you people even following strategy properly? This made Suho lower head and remain silent. Right then, big burly man rushed over, grabbed officer by collar and glared while questioning him. "Damn it, you filthy soldier, when have you ever gone outside yourself? Damn officer." Burly man was furious to madness. Road to Seoul is full of mutated species. Scale keeps growing so speed has to slow down. Do you think Seoul having many zombies is our fault? Beside him, other close members could only watch that argument in silence. Ajong stepped in to stop them. "How far road is, how many have been killed, none of that matters." She stressed, "What matters is how many slashers are still alive." Suho, sitting beside her, still kept head down, quietly reporting that 2 had died today. Remaining slasher force was roughly 40. That number left officer speechless. He cautiously asked, "With that many troops, can you still attack all way to Seoul?" Then Su spoke up, "If all 40 slashers were as strong as chairman here, of course it could be done, but relying only on us is completely impossible. I plan not to say it, but everyone is being pushed too hard. I cannot continue this mission anymore." Hearing that, Suho still said nothing. Then he made decision to stop Seoul recapture campaign here. Return to Busan to call for support, reorganize, train more slashers, build proper strategy, then restart. Hearing that, someone immediately cut in, "Nonsense." Officer's face darkened. He shoved burly man hard aside, making him freeze. He gritted his teeth. "You signed contract with Republic of Korea Ministry of Defense. Then you must come here and carry out that commitment. There is no such thing as unilateral termination or suspension before commission is complete." Hearing that, Suho coldly questioned, "So what you mean now is to make everyone go to Seoul and throw away lives?" Yet that officer did not care at all. He calmly answered that you only need to do according to contract. Even if operation fails miserably, you absolutely cannot quit. That careless remark seemed to touch Suho's limit, making murderous aura surge around him. Ajong recounted that, at that very moment, Suho had vaguely realized truth. He clenched fists so tightly veins and bones stood out. He understood these bastards were secretly plotting bleed slasher forces dry, under stunned and panicked gazes of onlookers. Thinking these people had harbored such vicious scheme from start, and still pushed them to Seoul without providing even a shred of intelligence. Suho sprang up in fury, and that sudden action even startled Ajong. Just as she was about to open mouth to stop him. "Wait, remember, people who trusted me and followed me all way here." In that instant, witnessing everything, everyone was utterly in chaos. Ari wondered, "Do you people want everyone to die here?" Then Suho threw hammer-like punch straight toward officer's face before eyes of crowd. Just as that man fearfully shut eyes waiting for fate, unexpectedly, Suho only lightly patted officer on shoulder, leaving him dumbfounded and unable to understand what had happened. Before his utterly shocked gaze, Suho endured and bowed his head to say he would take full responsibility and continue recapture all way to Seoul. He made demand instead of engaging at once. Everyone was to buy time to reorganize forces at camp, while selecting best soldiers to coordinate operation with slashers. With few short words, "I leave everything to you." But Jiang Suhu seemed to place heavy unseen pressure on that officer's shoulders. He told himself, though he badly wanted to deal with this bastard, if he did, those who had trusted him and followed him here would never be able to return to Busan. He had to endure. As long as he stayed calm, everything would be fine if he kept moving forward. With burning, determined eyes, Suho vowed to save everyone and return to Busan safely with them. Compared with location where team was fighting, Seoul was still 104 km away, facing mad living corpses rushing in dense waves. Ajong said that from that fateful day on, Suho began acting alone. He sped car forward and blared horn to draw all living corpses' attention toward himself. Suho got out and stood proudly against monsters surging in like raging waves. At that moment, he thought only that he could not lose slashers, comrades who had trusted him and followed him all way here. With each movement swift as squirrel, Suho tightened grip on weapon in hand and leapt high amid dense encirclement of living corpses. His only goal was to reclaim Seoul in shortest time possible. Suho swung cold, sharp blade with power enough to crush bloodthirsty living corpses. With one clean slash, he quickly sent zombie to other side. Right then, another living corpse suddenly appeared behind him, trying to ambush Jiang Suho. But he noticed it once and knocked that zombie far away. Suho alone still risked himself charging forward, fighting amid suffocating army of living corpses. When everything was finally handled, Suho was nearly exhausted. He panted heavily to force his stamina back. At that very instant, huge monster suddenly rushed in. Though his heart burned with desire to escape this earthly hell and return to ordinary life, even after using all his strength, situation still grew worse. Looking at monster charging straight toward him savagely, Suho could only think to himself, carrying all this alone truly was a bit too much. Since Suho switched to fighting alone, pace of reclaiming city grew slower and slower. Journey toward Seoul became far more difficult and thorny because of it. As for morale of those trapped in this earthly hell, at temporary camp it was also collapsing more severely day by day. After fighting with all their strength, returning members were all limp, exhausted, and drained of strength. Looking at bleak scene before her, Ajong thought that many long months had passed since day they left safe zone. Slusher's spirits were always pinned in state of extreme tension, and were slowly being drained little by little. She could not hide knowing worry in her heart, glanced beside her, and saw Suho standing silently alone out there. When she saw him panting with painful effort, Ajong suddenly understood that even Suho, who had seemed like impregnable fortress, had moments of weakness. Then as morale fell, he began making more serious mistakes on path to wipe out zombies, an open road to Seoul. Unfortunately, member was bitten by zombie. Seeing that, he immediately used all his strength to fling that living corpse away. Looking at wound still oozing blood on his arm, man could not hold back rage and helplessness as he cursed. Damn it, could luck get any worse? Standing beside him, watching comrade who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him slowly change, accompanying member could not hide sheer horror. Letting out resigned sigh as if accepting fate, man told himself, damn it, I should never have been stupid enough to set foot in this place. Then he used last bit of clarity to hurriedly give order, do it quickly and cleanly, one strike to end it. Young member beside him immediately flinched in terror. That man charged madly under young man's horrified gaze. He instinctively delivered ending slash. Number of slashers injured, dead, and killed did not decrease at all, and an end, tragedy of humans slaughtering each other truly happened. When they returned to camp, sounds of shoulders bumping and harsh pointing rang out, "You bastard." Before utter horror of those around him, Deok-chun cruelly struck member of group and roared, "Damn it, I told you not to rush in blindly." He panted hard and shouted at top of lungs, "You really want to die, trash so weak you cannot even take one punch." Before Deok-chun's fierce rage, everyone immediately rushed over to help that member stand. When she saw his silent look and blood-soaked body, Jong froze and reported bad news. He just died like that. He really stopped breathing. In messy office filled with maps covered in ink marks, Ajong could not believe her eyes. He pressed, "You are joking with me, right? You are saying release that Jiang Deok-chun?" She was utterly bewildered, believing that man was cold-blooded killer who had killed someone barehanded right in cell. However, Suho only answered calmly that even so, they had no other choice. Without Jiang Deok-chun, rear defensive line would completely collapse. Even if they were held responsible later, at this life or death moment, they needed his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, before he goes mad, quickly remove shackles and return equipment to him. Suddenly a strange object flew over and smacked Suho on head. Whole room instantly sank into heavy silence. Jong, shedding tears, tried to persuade him we created slasher profession because we longed to live as decent human beings. We founded company to earn money properly, so we would not be despised by world. So how did things end up like this now? How is this any different from damned government that shoved us into operation to retake Seoul, this earthly hell? Hearing those words, Suho stayed silent to point of fury. He lowered his head and looked at ground without saying word. Then Suho stressed with firm resolve, "I shoulder responsibility to bring everyone back to Busan as safely as possible for that purpose. Even if I have to exhaust myself, release bloodthirsty murderer, or even lick shoes of powerful people, I will do it, by any means." Hearing those contradictory words, Ajong could not understand at all. She said, "You are not consistent at all, Chairman." Suho answered calmly as if stating truth, "That is what being adult means, Ajong. In end, that inconsistency is not something happening only to this Suho." While Suho stood high above and observed situation, members below had begun whispering among themselves, "Seems invincible, Chairman will never die. In end, maybe all of us will die unjustly in this corner. Is this how company makes fat profit on brothers' blood and bones, while we have to die like dogs?" Surging resentment among despairing slashers began pointing straight at Suho, one who had not stopped them from charging into this place with enough force. They whispered to each other, "We all voted together. Chairman only decided according to majority opinion of slashers. But he is chairman, with so much combat experience outside. He should have had foresight. He should have said directly that retaking Seoul was fantasy, and tragic and waiting before us was only cold death." Looking at Suho alone in that place, hearing those bitter, malicious words ring out, he probably will not die. He is monster. Maybe he will even survive alone. Then, like vultures catching scent of corpses, someone wanted to use that resentment for profit. From darkness, silently watching situation from afar, officer reported to superior, "Yes, it seems internal division you predicted has begun to spark. It seems he is also completely isolated among slashers. They are ready to do anything. Sell out conscience to return to Busan. Yes, I will proceed exactly as planned." After that, he relayed approved order, and reliable inside man of that officer was none other than Deok Chun. Officer also painted a luring vision before him, promising government would erase murder charge and even invest in him at national level once he returned to Busan safely. At that time, company as fragile as blade that Suho had worked hard to build would fall apart. He and few surviving slashers would rise into new powerful slasher force. Hearing those honeyed words, Deok Chun grew even more excited by excessively generous treatment and replied, "Getting this body out of earthly hell alive is already lucky enough, and they will treat me that well too. Fuck, then there is no damn reason to refuse." Even so, officer was still not completely at ease. He voiced doubt, "I do not want to be suspicious, but can you really control that man, Deok Chun?" Deok Chun thought silently for a moment, then confessed bluntly, "Control him, of course not. Suho's strength, durability, and reflexes are all inhuman. As soon as I show slightest opening, he will read me and deal with me right when I try to ambush him." Hearing that, officer said in panic, "Wait, that is no different from breaking contract." Cut off, Deok Chun cursed angrily, "Damn it, hear me out first, you old soldier." Though he could not control him or send him on his way, against someone exhausted from continuous battles with undead, this plan was still enough to infect him. As soon as he finished speaking, Deok Chun seized opening, stabbed knife straight into Suho's abdomen, leaving him stunned and unable to react. Hit by sudden attack, So could only buckle in pain and cough violently in waves. Enduring pain, he struggled to turn his head back and uttered in choked fury, "Jang Deok Chun." Deok Chun's eyes now held both fear and cruelty. He curled lips and explained, "That face tells me you won't ask why this happened, right? Why? Simple, if someone's better than me, I have to eliminate and clean them out." He continued pouring out arguments to justify himself. Survivors in Busan, our same human history has always worked that way, right? Before him, Suho was now at end of his strength, finding it harder and harder to stand. Deok Chun added coldly, "And hey, I truly do not think we have enough skill to retake Seoul." Those words made Suho glare and ask back, "We?" Hearing that, Deok Chun answered cruelly, "It is over in this earthly hell. Only you are still knave enough to want to struggle." Then he exposed bitter truth. Government already issued ultimatum. If we cannot get rid of you, they will not accept us back. Deok Chun's shamelessness reached peak as he even tried to persuade Suho. "So you should kindly step up and take responsibility for us. Do you not like noble spirit of sacrifice so much?" After speaking, he coldly climbed into car and sped away, leaving Suho slowly fading from fatal wound. Beneath protective helmet, his eyes had turned blazing red, filled with utmost pain. Horrifying black veins also began spreading over his body. Then inevitable came. Suho no longer had strength to resist and fell to knees on ground. While later from distance came sound of Deok Chun's engine, along with his loud, fake call, "Hey everyone." Deok Chun forced false panicked expression and hurriedly ran over to report bad news. Something terrible happened. Chairman Suho. When they heard Suho had been infected, all of Siam, Dongho and Sangsu froze in shock. Everyone cried out in a daze. "What?" Receiving that shocking bad news, Siam was so stunned he could not believe his ears. He stammered, "Mr. Suho has..." Dangho's face also darkened. He muttered to himself, "Infected." Standing right beside him, Sangsu also cried out in shock, "That is why I told you to return to Busan." At news of their leader's sudden death, crowd instantly fell into chaos. Everyone buzzing with talk. "What should we do now? Should we stop operation?" "How can you say that? Thanks to Chairman opening path with blood, we managed to drag ourselves this far. Now Chairman has fallen. How can we still have heart to keep advancing? I will withdraw first, John." However, crowd quickly steadied again. Han shouted loudly, telling everyone to calm down. Then he turned to father and asked, "Deok Chun, you are sure you saw Chairman get attacked with your own eyes?" Facing that question, Deok Chun answered at once without slightest hesitation. Of course, 3 A-rank mutants charged out at same time. He was taken down before he could even react. He kept babbling, "Good thing I reached motorcycle, so I could escape." Hearing this, crowd anxiously guessed that, because exhaustion had piled up too long, when mutants rushed in, his defeat was understandable. unstable. He kept throwing himself full forward like moth to flame, and finally ran out of strength, giving everyone no time to compose themselves. Deok-chun loudly ordered, "Put attack aside for now. Hurry back to base first. Damn it, if that monster goes berserk, we are all finished. Do you people have confidence to face one who has turned into variant?" For a moment, Seam felt something was wrong. He thought to himself, something off, situation urgent yet information broken like this. Old Sam carefully weighed it. We still have not confirmed with our own eyes that Chairman Jiang was infected. Is it fine to retreat now? Should we trust that Zhukun bastard? Deep down, he truly wanted to gather everyone and push deeper inside to verify truth. But after all, given Suho's overwhelming strength, Siam thought if what Jiang Diakchu said was true, then survivors might be wiped out without single one left. That also meant all Chairman Jiang's efforts would go down drain. Suddenly, hand landed on Siam's shoulder, pulling him out of tangled thoughts. Sang-Soo stepped forward to reassure Siam and reminded him, if Chairman has fallen, next one to take command is you. Before chaos escalates, at least lead slashers back to safe zone first. Seeing those words made sense, Siam also nodded in agreement. When he placed his hand on Sang-Soo's hand, Sim realized everyone was trembling with fear. Then he firmly gave order. Alright, first we withdraw. Sim immediately issued command, everyone listen first, all forces withdraw to base camp, and to avoid causing more chaos, do not charge ahead pointlessly on your own anymore. He carefully repeated, I will say it again, keep formation and withdraw to camp, make sure no one gets left behind. From afar, Deok-chun curled his lips into sinister smile. He was pleased to extreme, wearing cunning smile as he told himself, everything is unfolding exactly according to plan. Scene shifted to SEAL Recapture Operation Command. Atmosphere here was shrouded in extreme panic and anxiety, especially A-jong. She could not believe her ears and screamed, what do you mean he was infected? Where is he? At least give him first aid or antibiotics. Before A-jong's firmness, people around her answered only with terrifying silence. Not one dared open their mouth. At that moment, A-jong realized in shock. Could it be? She turned and questioned everyone, you left him there. Seeing this, Deok-chun pressed harder. Damn it, was I supposed to carry him back? When he was still human, he was already like Superman. Now that he has turned into variant, who the hell dares touch him? Are you insane, girl? From behind, Sim could only speak in trembling voice. I am sorry. After hearing this, A-jong burst into painful tears and accused them, cowards, ungrateful bastards. Person who fed and clothed you, person who saved your lives countless times, was Chairman. She screamed, and yet you could abandon him. Even if everyone died, you should have brought his body back. Unable to hold back anger, Deok-chun roughly yanked A-jong's hair and shouted, you keep barging in and making trouble, giving me headache. If you are so capable, go out there yourself and carry his corpse back. He provoked further, if you have guts, go outside and welcome that mutated chairman back, leaving A-jong able only to look up at him with tear-filled eyes full of hatred and fury. Right then, Sang-Soo rushed over, gripped Deok-chun's hand, and shouted for him to stop. Are you so cowardly you pick fights with non-combat staff too? Sang-Soo also turned to advise A-jong, who was drowning in grief. Little girl, stop blind accusations like that. He warned in stern voice, that will not win favor from slashers who just escaped death and returned. For now, quarrel also died down. Right then, voice rang out, I just received report that Suho has been infected. He clearly boasted that he would advance straight to Seoul. Turns out in end it was just empty talk. Officer believed that if advance continued with trash like you people, failure was certain. Hearing that, Chiu Lo-sam tightened his grip on fishing rod, face-taut, what do you mean? He showed no courtesy and bluntly criticized. While leader has fallen and zombies could flood in at any moment, you came here just to mock slashers. Officer immediately replied, mock what? I came to report that we believe advance is no longer feasible, and good news is higher-ups have approved withdrawal order. As soon as they heard this, everyone burst into uproar. Withdraw? Really withdraw? Just as Deok-chun expected, that man smiled in satisfaction. A-jong immediately sensed something wrong. Wait, why suddenly allow withdrawal? If it was that easy, why did you force us before not to stop and to keep advancing? Officer argued defensively, truth is, Suho, symbol of association, is dead. Precisely because of that, government is granting you people bit of compassion. Amid everyone's tangled emotions, he still declared coldly, transport helicopters will arrive soon, you should be grateful. Right then, A-jong spoke in fury, you people, you bastards, could it be? She screamed and questioned them. You're only waiting for him to die, right? Officer felt momentary guilt but still forced out argument. Why are you talking such nonsense? Remembering how Suho always gave everything he had, A-jong shouted angrily. He left everyone behind to charge alone into most dangerous front line. Just as she rushed forward in pain, about to punch him in face and curse, Sang-Soo quickly knocked A-jong unconscious. Seam dropped word of praise, good handling. That officer also let out a sigh of relief. Seem immediately proposed, "Can you delay flight for a moment? I need to confirm Chairman Jiang's life or death status once more." Moreover, several slashers who went to frontline to support Chairman are also missing now. Officer flatly refused, "No exceptions. If after 30 more minutes you people still have not boarded helicopter, walk back to Busan yourselves." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving them sunk in tangled thoughts. In truth, this was choice between keeping loyalty and being left behind in this earthly hell, and some had begun to waver, or closing their eyes and ignoring it, abandoning comrades who might still be alive to find way back. Some had decisively turned their backs, hurriedly packing luggage to return. It was choice between becoming zombies or accepting name of traitor. Everyone frantically gathered belongings. Watching that chaos, Deok-chun curled his lip in contempt. Fuck, still pretending fairness, truly rotten. But that man also could not hide triumphant look on his face. Before this place no different from hell with no way out, they had decided to sell their souls to devil to leave long-drawn soul recapture operation. Soon after, helicopter also descended into camp. That day, slashers chose cowardly path. Entire groups stepped onto helicopters one after another to return to old place. Sang-soo looked back one last time. Looking at that ruined land, he told himself, "Sorry for leaving you behind and going. One day, we will definitely return so you can rest in peace." At signpost location, Seoul was only 80 km away. Suho's tears full of resentment fell softly. He strained to resist transformation tormenting his body and wondered, why did they treat me like this? What did I do wrong and end? Sinking deep into chaotic thoughts, Suho wondered whether this was Deok-chun's sudden sneak attack, or whether those he once trusted had secretly betrayed him. Pain that felt like it was tearing his mind apart surged in, making Suho groan in agony. Looking down at hands now covered in dark gray veins, he did not know whether this headache came from infection process or from Deok-chun's prophecies slowly becoming true. Memories surged back like flood. "Hey, I really do not think we can recapture Seoul. Deok-chun's words echoed in Suho's ears like confirmation that in this earthly hell, only he remained, still struggling in despair. His breathing grew heavy and rapid, his head spinning and buzzing, and he spoke in delirium. Suddenly, roar of engine ripped through sky and drew Suho's attention. Silhouette of helicopter hovering high above left him frozen, panicked. He wondered in shock, "Is that not?" Rage erupted violently. Suho shouted, choked with resentment, "You bastards." Fury rose to peak, exactly as Deok-chun had once said. Watching slashers and soldiers retreat so slowly, Suho could only pant in anger, seeing those people heartlessly abandon him. Helicopter carrying his comrades growing farther away. Choking knot of rage rose from deep in his core. Suho used last bit of strength, weakly chasing after them in despair. Every sacrifice, kindness, and all effort he had forced himself through until now. In an instant, all of it poured to one side. Comradeship, absolute loyalty, and those hard days, those pains he had endured. Fighting shoulder to shoulder, tears, achievements, and moments of moving forward together. Warm memories with people who had once been very close. Suho suddenly understood that all of it was worthless in the end. He roared until his voice went hoarse. "Stop, you bastards." Bitterness surged up. Suho realized he was nothing more than a hunting dog dragged off to dig up corpses after death. Once his use was gone, he kept shouting with all his strength, as if to pour out every bit of hatred in his heart. "You damn bastards." Sign for Seoul 80 km still stood right there. Compared with roads Suho had struggled through, reaching here was miracle, his extraordinary fight. But now, filled with fury, Suho could only drag his ruined body and shout, "Stop." The moment he finished speaking, he no longer had strength to stay on his feet and collapsed miserably. Shadow of helicopter had already vanished beyond horizon. Bitter tears streamed down Suho's sunburned cheeks, and he choked out, "You people." Suho bitterly blamed himself for no longer being human. Sun set, leaving him alone and collapsed on icy road. It seemed Suho had lost every last shred of hope, only lying still and waiting for fate to decide. But then, spark of will suddenly flared up. "I cannot die like this." Suho's body twitched slightly. He reminded himself he could not end his life in meaningless way, leaving nothing behind, then forced himself up with his hands. Though Will refused such ending like thrown away tool after being drained dry, Suho's body still betrayed him, buckling onto ground. He silently thought he had tried so hard not to end in this pathetic state, and then he stubbornly stood up again. Each step felt as heavy as stone, forcing Suho to gasp just to keep his balance. Dragging his miserable body, Suho kept reminding himself he had sacrificed so much not to be tossed aside like trash. Even though he had been infected, he still forced himself onward. Flames of hatred erupted wildly. Suho gritted his teeth and silently wondered why he had ended up like this. "Those who turned me into this, I hate you all." First thing Suho did was stop infection. He looked at wound caused by Deok-chun's knife as it slowly warped and spread. Understanding current situation, with no supplies, no proper surgical tools, and no antibiotics, stopping infection by normal means was impossible. So Suho chose unusual method. He pulled out his knife. His breathing grew faster and heavier with each moment. Suho did not hesitate and stabbed blade straight into wound, ignoring pain that felt like it was tearing sky apart. While still conscious and knowing some C-grade mutant strains could regenerate themselves, Suho began carving out infected flesh by hand. He quietly figured that if he did not turn into ordinary zombie, and instead evolved into C-grade mutant or higher, there would still be chance. Thinking this, Suho coldly cut away large patches of infected flesh. He told himself that as long as he cut away infected area, he could survive, then looked down at belly now hollowed into deep hole. Suho surrendered to fate, praying silently. Please heal, heal, please. Miraculously, Suho's wound truly regenerated, leaving him stunned. Seeing chance, Suho began cutting away all other infected areas, starting process of strain transformation. Road still 214 km from Busan. Suho kept cutting out even infected organs by hand, leaving some pieces of his own flesh along road. Wherever infection spread, he coldly sliced out organ right there. This method became routine, repeated over and over whenever infection kept spreading. Like blacksmith tempering iron, he kept cutting away diseased areas to push, then rein in mutation process exactly as he wanted. On road Suho walked, he kept moving forward with persistence. That ordeal lasted nearly 1 year, before it finally ended. He traded full year to keep mind clear and reclaim control of his thoughts. That man repeated cutting away flesh and skin, until even internal organs were exposed for full 12 months. Looking at current body, Suho felt satisfied. Good from little finger to tongue tip. Everything had fully recovered like an active service days. Looks like God has not abandoned me completely, or maybe God abandoned you all instead. Glancing at zombies behind him, he thought that, although start took time, body training had paid off. Seeing them, Suho remembered old matter. When zombies were fighting over chunks of flesh he had left behind, Suho could only stand frozen in place for a long time. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You all are disgusting. Get lost." The moment he finished speaking, zombies immediately froze. They fled in panic, scattering everywhere, leaving Suho unable to hide his surprise. At that moment he wondered, what was this? Did those zombies understand human speech? Suho guessed some of them had eaten flesh he cut away, so they acted as if they understood his orders. Looking at whole army of sluggish zombies advancing, Suho told himself he obviously could not fully control them yet. Unfortunately, they still had trouble carrying out complex orders, but if this ability were improved and exploited well, it would be extremely useful. Looking up at sign, Busan was still 215 km away. Suho angrily said, "Busan, place that betrayed and turned its back on me. What are you all doing now?" Back to Busan scene. At this point, Slasher Force had returned to Busan and gone their separate ways. When Pillar Suho fell, Slashers also left one after another, refusing to stay at Choi Jae Company any longer. Company founded by Deok Chun received strong backing from government. Izaguchi Small Traders Association declared it would focus on small contracts, putting slasher safety first. Free Slasher faction then chose own fate, scattering everywhere, and so on. In messy room full of beer cans and empty liquor bottles, Sang-soo pushed door open and entered. Seeing Ajong now sunk only in liquor, Sang-soo could not help but stand speechless. He walked over and persuaded her, "I know you are in very bad shape, but we still have to run company left behind by chairman. Sang-soo thought that was only legacy he left for us, so at least we should do this properly." But in response, Ajong cried out in pain, "For what then? No matter how much we run company or help others, those ungrateful bastards and this country still do not acknowledge us." Hearing this, Sang-soo tried hard to persuade her. "If you still cannot find reason right now, then do it for money. As long as company chairman left behind keeps running, I do not care about anything else." Jong asked back, "Money?" Sang-soo answered, "Yes, money." He advised her to use money earned later to change country, bribe government, explore land outside wall, or even rebuild Seoul recapture team. In end, Sang-soo said money would pave way for all that, so please continue running company to secure that funding. Seeing this, Ajong only muttered softly, "Money, fine then." In emptiness, she thought that at least if she earned that much money, maybe it could fill void in her heart. Pulling mind back to present, Ajong continued, "That is enough, story of Suho and Slashers. For some reason we turned our backs on him. Maybe during that time faith he had in humanity completely vanished." She carefully asked, "Now you understand why Suho holds such hatred toward us, right? Even so, you still want to fight for humanity." After silent thought for a moment, Chun-soo answered, "I already promised," his voice firm, "I will stand with humanity." Chun-soo added, "Like I said, calm down, Slasher is job for dealing with zombies, how could I side with zombies?" In end, Chun-soo spoke, after hearing this tangled story, and promised to fight for humanity. He made proposal, this time to prepare for life and death battle that will take place in Busan 1 month later. "Promise that you will support me and my company." Chun-soo felt, I do not think Choi Jae Company would do something like using Busan residents as shields like Hone. To avoid conflicts arising at last minute, it is best to make clear from start who will be commanding officer. Right. Hearing this, Secretary Park cautiously asked back, "You mean our company should nominate slasher Kim Chun-soo as Supreme Commander?" Choksu replied calmly, "Who else but him?" He slowly explained, "Of course slashers from my company will listen to my orders." He made it clear, small traders from Izaguchi Small Traders Association had also promised to support me beforehand. Chun-soo added, "Even believers who trust me as new pope are same." He stated firmly that, for whatever reason, they were all surrounding me now. Chun-soo added that if Choi Jae Company also voiced its support, would not entire free slasher group, including dog trainer, lean toward our side. Those words instantly put Secretary on guard, while Ajong beside her only pondered in silence. Seeing that, Secretary Park hurriedly spoke to stop her. "Wait, Chairwoman, either way, we still have 2 AMA-rank slashers in our hands. Besides, we also have Chairwoman, former A-rank manager, and we have gathered many resources." She warned with concern that, if Busan defense battle succeeded perfectly, person who benefited most would surely be commander in overall charge of operation, so there was no reason for us to hand that position away for nothing. Daejong quickly reached a decision. "Fine, I, as company chairwoman, believe this. We will recognize slasher Kim Chun-soo as commander and pledge to support him with resources and personnel when needed." That decision left even Chun-soo stunned. Secretary Park cried out in shock, Chairwoman." Ajong only continued sadly, when Suho died, I no longer knew what I could still do. There were 2 things I still regarded as my driving force. She believed running company so it would not vanish like what he had built, and accumulating money so she would no longer be forced into dead ends by outside pressure, were those things. Hearing this, Seum stood nearby in silence. Ajong continued, "Only now do I realize these words may not have any logic at all. Even so, I believe I did all those things only to wait for this moment, to pay price for leaving my benefactor Suho behind there, for this fateful moment." Even now, Seum said nothing more and only remained silent. Secretary Park felt extremely uneasy over her overly bold decision. At that moment, Ajong spoke and broke heavy atmosphere. "However, I have one condition." Ajong cheerfully proposed, "In exchange for recognizing you as commander of slashers, you must appoint me as representative of management group." A while later, inside a car parked by road, shocked voice rang out, "You mean Chairwoman Ajong volunteered to become manager?" Ori was surprised that is not unreasonable either. When she was in office, she managed A-rank slashers very well. She then asked curiously, "So how did Chairman A answer about that?" Chun-soo calmly replied, "I agreed. As you said, her ability has no issue, and she only gave one condition." He explained further, "Besides, from standpoint of other slashers and government, I think they will feel more at ease if power is shared evenly, instead of me taking all credit." After hearing that, Ari looked him over and teased, "Definitely. By way, your brain seems to be working better these days." That made Chun-soo immediately retort, "Can it be called miraculous? I simply never received formal education, not that I am unintelligent." Ari asked further, "Then what about reactions of other slashers? I think Mr. Kim Chiu El Sam will gladly accept. What about any friction with Miss Choi Jiang?" Beside Chun-soo, one leaning in to listen fell silent for a moment. He said, "On contrary," instead of objecting. "That girl with glasses coldly said she would follow company regulations." Chun-soo thought of Siam, while old man still said nothing. He was slightly confused, "As you just said, I thought he would scold me at length. Could there be some other scheme?" Hearing that, Ari immediately denied it. "No way. Oh, he is most rational one, always thinking of Busan. Besides, he is close to chairman." As she took out document folder, she guessed perhaps Suho appearance had shaken his composure. "Do not overthink it. Now let us go persuade next slasher force." Ari remarked, "Next major force is definitely A-rank slasher, dog trainer, and free slashers." In night, area far from center, small house still had lights on. Under dim light, Seam carefully checked his fishing gear again. He examined each item with great care. After thorough preparation, Seam suddenly noticed something. He walked to a carefully locked cabinet, took out necklace with key hanging from it, then used it to open cabinet with dry click. Inside were photos of Seam family members neatly pasted up, along with boxes of syringes. Looking at those objects, countless emotions difficult to name welled up in Seam heart. Silently gazed at photo of Choi Gyang. Siam told himself, "Sorry, father, all of this was supposed to be for you, but you must wait a little longer." Taking out box of injectable medicine, he thought this was not meaningless, but meant to save people in Busan. Amid thick night, with equipment already prepared, Chun-soo left only one sentence, and for father old comrade too. When he went down to residential area, where his subordinate was waiting, he asked whether they had contacted helicopter. Shanji immediately answered yes, they said they would arrive at nearby broadcasting station helipad in 30 minutes. Siam said, "You must have suffered because of my sudden request, thank you. Then let us go straight to broadcasting station." Hearing that, Chanji cautiously asked, "Sir, before we go, may I ask one final question?" Seem voice instantly turned cold. You want to ask why I am attacking enemy lair alone. Is that what you are wondering? Chanjai could not hide his worry. I do not understand why you are doing this. Instead, if you preserve your health until 1 month later and fight with other slashers, would that not be better? But before he could finish, Seom cut him off. First, he believed that Suho declaring he would attack after 1 month meant that man needed 1 month to prepare. In other words, it was very possible that right now that man was vulnerable and not fully ready. Seem analyzed second point, if siege battle breaks out in Busan, aftermath could be far more brutal than expected. If Suho can truly control living dead, that man will launch attack on more terrifying scale. With only 1 minute of carelessness, even if defense succeeds, Busan will have little chance to rebuild. He emphasized third point, in truth, this war will end once I capture Suho, more like personal duel than all-out war. In short, if I act alone, that man will regard it as individual action, not collective attack. Therefore, if seasoned old man like me sneaks in and takes care of Suho cleanly, coming disaster can be stopped. Chun-Li Sam asked gently, now do you understand? Understand now. Chanji still had doubts. But why? He asked anxiously, why must it be you, and why personally rush into danger? Chanji insisted that if it was small-scale raid, even if it was 2 lawnmower kids let loose, having young slasher participate would still be better. Then Seem only gently placed his hand on his shoulder. He reassured Chandai, if my generation ruined this world, we must know how to take responsibility ourselves. Seem believed Suho becoming like this was partly his fault too. He told him, I must go to bear that responsibility, right? After seeing Seem off onto plane to Seoul, Chanji grew even more uneasy, praying fervently in his heart without pause, please return safely, sir. On helicopter cutting through wind, after sinking into thought for a while, Seem seemed ready to face everything. Relief helicopter flew past campsite from years ago, and from far away, one gaze was watching. Suho wondered with interest. I seem to have said deadline was 1 month. Expressed, I loathe sneaky bastards who strike in secret. Behind him, army of living dead that was absolutely no ordinary force escorted its master. Memories of gathering that year came rushing back. Back then, Suho lifted his head and looked forward. He saw Seem step outside. Suho also happened to catch him lighting a cigarette. Seeing that, Seem wondered, why did you come out here? You do not smoke. He snatched cigarette from his lips and answered, I do not smoke. I came out to stop you from breathing smoke. This left Seem puzzled. Suho threw cigarette away and reproached him, you promised you would quit smoking after your daughter gave birth. Immediately, Seem nodded true, just as he was about to make an excuse, but now Suho gently placed his hand on Seem's shoulder and reminded him, you said you would go save them, so you spent a mountain of money buying vaccines, then you must stay healthy and quit smoking. Hearing that, Seem froze slightly, then asked, do you truly believe I can reach Seoul and find them? Do you think that is possible? Seem was surprised when Suho answered firmly, yes. Looking up at vast sky, he said powerfully, I believe that one day, we will take Seoul back and find our separated family members. We can do everything. Suho asserted firmly, we must do everything. Seem burst out laughing and asked back, I believe that, so I dared do crazy thing like going outside this wall. But what about you? He remarked, you truly are dreamer. That made Jiang Suho freeze. Chun-Su Sam turned and went inside, still muttering, warm dreamer. Back in prison on helicopter, Seem thought to himself that if every slasher was obsessed with something, then this was what had haunted him all these years. Seem had stored large amount of preventive medicine for missing family members. He sat in silence, recalling old words, you were obsessed with dream of returning world to its original state. Seem still remembered that comment from back then. He was a warm dreamer, and now he seemed ready for anything. He slowly opened his eyes, gaze firm, I believe that dream is still somewhere in your heart. Seom looked down at the ground below. Suho's figure now appeared before him, looking at the stockpiled medicine in his bag. He thought of the declaration to wipe out every survivor in Busan. Taking out a vial of medicine, Seom frowned in thought. No matter how deep the feeling of being abandoned by teammates, betrayed, he still held firm to his belief, I do not believe you could come up with such a crazy idea. Remembering Suho's threat, 1 month later I will lead countless mutant species and zombie replacements to break the wall and flood into Busan. Seom guessed that when body transformed into a slasher, your mind had already twisted too. He took off blindfold. He ordered, I will go down here and activate device, then watched with iron resolve, I will definitely bring you back. Hearing that, pilot follow him sent over a word of luck. With unshakable will, that is how I protect Busan and open way back for you. Seom stepped alone into this battle. He landed lightly on ground. The moment Seem appeared, Slasher Swarm instantly rushed in to tear him apart. Suho immediately raised voice to stop them. Calm down. Looks like our guest still wants to say something before we start feast. Dropping weapons, Seam greeted him. Long time no see, Suho. Suho replied in a mocking tone, yes sir, this is first time since you all abandoned me in Seoul, right? Faced with that sneer, Seam still replied calmly, yes I heard it from Brad I once taught. Heard you plan to lead Slasher and flatten Busan. Thinking of Chunsu, Suho remarked that is a solid slasher, good balance too, rare these days. Turns out you taught him. Looks like old man still takes in disciples, huh? Seam replied calmly, disciples is too much, I only gave him a bit of guidance because little girl asked. At mention of Ajong, Suho asked, you mean Ajong, right? Is she still well? The moment he pulled out syringe, Seam's face darkened as he continued. That girl still has not escaped trauma from that day, so I plan to turn you back into human and take you home. Will you cooperate or do you want to fight? Seeing that, Suho immediately bent down, pretending to offer sarcastic thanks. Oh, vaccine medicine, I am so grateful. But right after, he looked up, rage bursting forth, sir, did you think I would say that? Do not even dream of facing Seam. He spat harshly. Hey old man, I already said I would send all of you away. Seam immediately grew alert. Standing before his army, Suho said in a low voice, what I mean is I will lead these ones you abandoned to Busan and wipe out everything, those government bastards, army and survivors, not one left. He kept taunting, looks like you did not hear all of what Disciple said, huh? Your ears gone deaf from old age. Hearing that, Seam hid sadness beneath wide brim of hat, then replied, in truth, I also guessed you would not cooperate. His eyes instantly filled with resolve and killing intent. Seam swiftly swung fishing rod, cleaving nearby slashers apart and using momentum to aim straight at Suho. He had already ducked low to avoid that dangerous strike. Suho remarked, long time no see, and you still only know tricks, old man. But pity, killing blow already missed. Hearing that, Seam only said, if not them then, and he gathered strength to yank hard at something. Fishing rod then fully revealed its terrifying power. In an instant, Suho already sensed something was wrong. Even so, Seam was still one beat faster than him. He used all strength to jerk fishing rod upward. Along with that motion, countless slashers were split in half. Seam's strike was extremely fast and decisive. So fast Suho could not react in time. He hurriedly shouted, duck down now, you idiots. But zombie after zombie collapsed like grass cut down. Right then, with frightening instinct, he realized zombies were surging closer. Witnessing slashers there rushing in like moths to flame, Seam did not hesitate, hurling fishing rod far away. Then, faster than lightning, he drew out iron rod. With only a few basic rod swings, he sent entire horde of zombies to meet ancestors. Number of slashers brought down was too many to count. Finished, he retrieved fishing rod he had tossed away moments ago. Seam showed his form had not declined at all, no matter how many years had passed. Seeing it firsthand, Suho thought, only slasher showing overwhelmingly dominant ability in group battle against all odds. It really is this old man. Looking at slashers sprawled and crawling on ground, he realized zombie horde under his control had been crashing into each other, blocked hard, unable to advance, then slowly exhausting itself in chaos. Then Suho spoke, though it is still a bit early. Looks like I have to use these. Behind him, countless bloodthirsty eyes suddenly appeared. Seeing that, Seam immediately tightened guard. He told himself not waiting for full month and coming here alone was truly wise choice. Seam made up his mind. On this once in a 1,000 years chance, I must rush in first to save him. Suddenly Suho flipped open visor glass. The action could not help but surprise Seam. He took out a small whistle. Sharp whistle rang through silent dark night. Seeing that, Seam wondered, a whistle, could that be attack signal? Right then, ground began to crack, revealing tiny holes. Right after, slasher hands rose up one by one, startling Seam. The slasher hands all grabbed tightly at his ankles. Seam blurted out, what the hell? At same time, he immediately realized this was mutant species. High in sky, a ferocious beast suddenly appeared circling above. By instinct, he immediately sensed danger waiting there. It tore through wind and flew across black sky at lightning speed. Zombie bird monster plummeted straight down in frenzy. Its target was exactly where Seam stood, and the very moment it closed in on him, with only a few razor-sharp sword strikes. Even Suho, watching from outside, could not help being stunned. Killing intent radiating from Seam pressed down on entire surround space. He sent that bird monster to hell with only a few clean cuts that were chilling to see. At that time, Suho thought it attacked from blind spot out of sight and old man still killed it himself. Battle sense of this old man has become far stronger than before. Looking up at opponent, Seam taunted, you only have this child toy, Chairman Jiang. In reply, Suho said there was no way it could be that simple. At once, another monster rushed in like mad. It was Deok-chun in zombie form, charging in frenzy at terrifying speed. Hands that had been cut off earlier also began showing bizarre signs of regrowth. Faced with pincers from both sides, Seam told himself, fine, then rush in. Bring out as many mutant species as you want, Suho. Seizing right moment, he leaped high into air, making giant zombie monster miss and slam into massive rising hands. From above, Seam assessed at once. One glance told his skin was tough, and it even dared to rush straight at him. Clearly, it believed it would not be cut apart. After settling plans, Seam immediately swung fishing rod with full force, using momentum to strike. He silently guessed one strike would be enough to cut it down, then instantly slammed fishing rod downward. Attack point was aimed straight at giant zombie monster. Fishing line instantly tightened around monster's neck. Right after that, it was pulled taut and squeezed hard at throat. Right then, Seam suddenly spotted something extremely abnormal. That giant monster did not hesitate at all. It seized fishing line tightly, desperately wrestling to break free from Seum's control. It savagely yanked rope back toward itself, leaving Seum unable to react in time, forcing him to roar, "Damn it." Zombie Deok-chun monster instantly smashed him hard to ground, right as body was about to crash onto road. He quickly curled up, then rolled over in one neat move. Luckily, thanks to timely reflexes, Seum landed safely. Right after that, he realized he had fallen into life hanging by a thread. While that monster still held tight Chun Suzum's fishing rod, other zombies had already surged forward like a pack of hungry beasts. Observing situation, he thought among fishing rods, one with largest damage range was still treasure in that man's hand. Understood he could not let go now, then suddenly remembered he was still holding stun baton. Seam immediately turned situation around, decisively grinding zombies into fragments. Yet Deok-chun monster kept violently yanking fishing line once more. That jerk made Seum lose balance, tumbling down. Even so, he still gritted his teeth to hold on, pouring all strength to drag huge monster close toward himself. Zombie Deok-chun snarled fiercely, old man, old man." Hearing that, Seam only replied coldly, turned into zombie and still no manners, same as before. He raised high baton in hand. Then he brought down storm-like blows in rapid succession onto Deok-chun. That man remained stubborn, one hand tightly gripping fishing line. One violent tug pulled Chunsu over, causing him to be swept along without time to react. Deok-chun showed no mercy, directly flinging Seum far away. Old man was sent flying straight up into sky. Faced with this, Seum understood very clearly that that man's monster strength was still as terrifying as ever. Right as he was about to fall, a large puddle suddenly appeared on road. Another mutated zombie monster emerged, its shape grotesque and horrifying. It spread both arms wide, revealing inside densely packed sharp thorns. Seum was flung and crashed into it in an instant. The moment it caught prey, that monster immediately closed its arms tight, pinning Seum inside. Right then, Deok-chun charged in with surging momentum. He shot forward like a frenzied beast. Then he stopped right before monster that was devouring Seam. Deok-chun let out an enraged roar that shook entire ground. After that, he poured out full strength, punching wildly again and again at that monster, intending to crush Seum. Thunderous punches kept raining down nonstop, until bloody pulp gushed out from inside. Only then did Deok-chun stop, but unexpected. Monster imprisoning Seam suddenly realized something was wrong. Sharp, decisive sword slashes flashed out. In one blink, it could have split that zombie apart. Even Deok-chun had to widen his eyes in shock. Seam appeared with gaze full of killing intent, overflowing with might. Even Deok-chun had to hesitate slightly, far more wary. Right then, seizing opportunity, he quickly injected vaccine into Deok-chun. Needle pierced straight into that man's blood vessel. After expending quite a bit of stamina, Seam panted and thought. Indeed, even injecting vaccine could not immediately dispel mutated state. He believed at least area injected would return to human shape, and sure enough, one side of Deok-chun's body had recovered normally in that man's own terror. While reassembling fishing rod, Seam said sternly, "When you were still alive, I already said it. Don't look down on old people, Deok-chun." Then right after that, he immediately used fishing line to tighten around Deok-chun's neck. Pouring out last bit of remaining strength, Seam unleashed decisive blow. Cut off that butcher's head. Witnessing that scene, Suho was stunned to extreme. Looking at head rolling on ground, Seam only said quietly, "Now our view is finally level." Afterward, Suho calculated in secret. As expected, old man had excellent combat instincts and knew how to use vaccine at right moment. No wonder he did not want to get close. He thought if he accidentally got affected by vaccine, own body could fall into unstable state. Then he would no longer be able to continue controlling zombies, and also could not increase number of mutated types. But Suho quickly changed calculations. Even so, no choice. Once old man expended a bit more vaccine, he would act personally. He told himself again, no, wait. If he could turn old man into mutated type, that was not waste, but smart use. Right then, another eerie whistle tore through air. Suho ordered, "Gather all here, burn teacher to ash." Scene shifts. Someone flung stack of documents straight into Chanji's face. Jong shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? Even with all preparations, it is still not enough, and yet you left and let a rank slasher go on raid alone. On top of that, you even sent helicopter for him." she sternly scolded. And he is not just ordinary A-rank slasher, he is also judged strongest. Why did you let such valuable strategy slip away? Hearing that, Chanji, though still keeping head down, firmly replied, because he is elder. Before younger slashers were killed, he wanted to handle Suho personally. Ajong worriedly asked, what if he died? What if that death was only useless sacrifice? Then what? But Chanji still insisted he may lose life, but that will absolutely not be meaningless death. That affirmation made Ajong even more confused. Chanji then explained clearly, even if he fell it would still open beneficial move for big battle coming soon in Busan. And now, Siem was placing entire life into that fateful move. Siem swung fishing rod high up. He tightened fishing line, force in arm growing more and more compressed. Heavy footsteps of zombies were rumbling closer. This time another monster also appeared, and its strength seemed no weaker than Deok Chun. Not stopping there, another river, far more massive, also slowly emerged. At the same time, swarm of zombie birds was also circling in sky. Matters still were not over. Countless zombies of all grotesque shapes and different sizes also surged out together. Compared with Siem alone, they were no different from another army rolling in. He poured out last bit of remaining strength. Siem frantically hacked apart zombies surrounding him. He meant to charge in and attack those boxing zombies, but Siem quickly realized those attacks were completely useless. On contrary, they only rushed in even more fiercely, crazily charged in and struck, intent on killing Siem, but thanks to his superb skill, he still managed to dodge. In this life-or-death moment, Siem realized this boxing zombie possessed overwhelming physical strength, and he could not defeat it by ordinary means. That boxing flesh and blood monster kept charging in. This time it even used special ability to extend many other arms, all aimed straight at him. Tangled by countless long arms, Siem instinctively retreated at once. But then he suddenly felt chill down spine as if something was wrong. Just as he turned head to check, Siem immediately faced another flesh and blood monster, bigger in size, looming close. It immediately swung arm to grab him, intent on sealing off all movement. Seizing precious opening, boxing flesh and blood monster instantly took stance, then rushed in with fatal punch, intending to crush Chun Su Sam. In that critical moment, Siem quickly pulled out vaccine syringe. He without any hesitation stabbed it into body of huge flesh and blood monster, pinning him down. Thinking of how syringe had been meant for son, Siem silently said, "Father is sorry, son." Under powerful medicinal effect of vaccine, that flesh and blood monster immediately reacted violently. While huge monster was writhing in pain, Siem seized chance to break free from encirclement and rushed straight toward boxing monster. Right when that monster threw out heavy punch, this time Siem reacted in time. He nimbly dodged attack, while throwing fishing line and causing boxing monster to stagger off balance without time to react. In blink of eye, Siem had turned situation around, tightening fishing line around boxing monster. At this moment, that big flesh and blood monster was still writhing under effect of vaccine. Right then, because Siem had thrown off its attack path, boxing monster accidentally punched straight into belly of giant same kind. That punch blew open belly of monster, internal organs splattering everywhere, and only then did boxing monster finally stare in shock. Not giving opponent time to regain composure, Siem immediately struck first to seize initiative. He threw line to wrap around it, but unfortunately boxing zombie still fought back, using bare hands to tightly wrap Chun Su Sam's fishing line. On its lips flashed sinister, delighted smile. That joy did not last long. That zombie suddenly realized something was wrong. Siem's vaccine syringe had somehow been stabbed into it. He thought silently, "Sorry, good brother." Vaccine began spreading, causing dense, tangled veins to bulge across boxing monster's arm. Just as monster was still in chaos, trying to break free, Siem had already swung blade and chopped off its head. After fierce battle, when he finally got a moment to catch breath and regulate breathing, Siem suddenly panicked, realizing new danger. His entire body had been tightly clutched by a ferocious bird-type flesh and blood monster. Suddenly, Siem felt sharp pain in shoulder. Looking at its tiny claws, he instantly guessed it was digging deep into flesh to hold on. Siem quickly detached joints of fishing rod. Then he swung it hard into sky. Fishing line instantly snapped out, tightening around bird, flesh and blood monster's neck. Once everything was in place, Siem began adjusting fishing rod. He had successfully restrained bird monster with line like reins, leaving even beast stunned. That bird zombie just kept thrashing wildly in despair. Looking up from ground, one could clearly see Siem's shadow struggling fiercely with monster. But right after that, he did not hesitate and let go, jumping straight down. Just as he was about to hit ground from several meters up, Siem curled body up, bracing for violent impact as if heaven and earth were collapsing. After deadly struggle, even though ground where he landed shattered, cracked apart, but luckily Siem was unharmed. He took another syringe from bag. Siem stabbed it straight into his own body, then thought, "Sorry, daughter-in-law." At that moment, another shadow appeared again. Another monster with enormous body and ferocious eyes rushed in like arrow. Faced with this situation, Seam truly fell into dilemma. When that flesh and blood monster charged in, it unleashed strikes so powerful ground around it cracked open. He had to exhaust last bit of strength to move and dodge quickly. Looking towards Seam, even while facing death's scythe, his eyes still burned with resolve and determination. From afar, Suho stood watching and calculated that every time Old Man controlled one high-level mutated species, he had to spend one vaccine dose. He silently considered that before catching Deok-chun, Old Man had total 5 vaccine doses in bag, and now 4 doses had already been used up. Watching situation, Suho thought if Old Man had to use last dose, then he would no longer have any trump card against him. It was a shame to sacrifice giant mutant beast, but as long as he confirmed Old Man had run out of vaccine, he would personally move in to finish him off. Suho ordered, "It is about to start, get ready." A zombie with utterly ordinary appearance slowly shambled closer. Then that moment finally came. Whole body of zombie rapidly underwent mutation. In a blink of eye, that zombie from before had turned into weapon staff resting neatly in Suho's hand, returning to battle with giant water monster. Thanks to vaccine dose injected straight into opponent's body, Seam had timely defeated that flesh and blood monster with ease. After a long period of fighting with all his might, his breathing was now heavy and ragged. Holding staff crystallized from flesh and blood skin and stepping forward, Suho said, "Looks like you have used up secret weapon already, huh, Old Man? Still planning to keep resisting?" Just as he took fighting stance, Seam growled back, "What nonsense are you spouting? For enemy blinded by hatred like you, this much is already enough." Suho tossed out arrogant provocation. "Now then, turn into flesh and blood monster and come with me." As soon as words fell, even though he had abandoned me, he immediately shot forward fast as lightning. Suho said firmly, "But I will not leave you behind." Even Seam, who was charging in, frowned in confusion. "What nonsense are you talking about?" But then Suho thought the one spouting nonsense was that Old Man, so he instantly lunged straight ahead. By now, battle grew ever fiercer, with critical strikes flying out in quick succession at lightning speed. Suho kept unleashing wave after wave of fierce attacks. Seam was no less. Either he fought with all his strength to fulfill his own wish. Suddenly, he thought, "Why did I not bring a few slasher to save you then?" Seam instantly hurled fishing line, aiming straight at Suho with perfect precision. When sharp line swept past Suho, it also left a huge gash across his helmet. By time Suho managed to understand, it was already too late. Seam still could not stop blaming himself. "Why did I not realize then that you were in danger?" Once Suho madly charged forward at terrifying speed. That forced Seam to stay on guard. He silently thought, "Why was I not strong enough then for you to trust me completely?" In that instant, Suho closed in and struck at Seam like a flash of lightning. It left him no time to react, and he got hit right on wound left by zombie staff. Only after a while did he regain composure, realizing Suho's intent, guilt flooding his heart. "I fear not one day has passed when I have stopped regretting that." Seam instantly tightened grip on his fishing line. He drew back line he had just shot behind Suho at lightning speed. The moment Seam's strike drew near, Suho tried to use zombie staff to knock line away, but he had already moved one step ahead. He managed to change direction, sending line soaring high up, and he missed attack. Seam still carried that burden in heart. "But in end, when I met you again, what made me have no regrets was making use of every second, every minute." Seam quickly adjusted trajectory of line, taking advantage of Suho raising zombie staff high. He immediately used wire line to wrap it tight, telling himself that he had grown far stronger than before, not weaker in slightest. Seam forcefully tightened line, cutting off hand holding zombie staff before Suho could even guard against it. Looking at weapon severed away, Suho could not hide shock. Even while straining through non-stop fighting, that Old Man still kept astonishing strength and flexibility. Faced with a completely changed Seam, Suho silently thought he had once believed that after he lost fishing rod, strength would decline, but unexpectedly everything was worlds apart from before. He admitted that strength, technique, and reflexes were all at peak level, leaving Suho with no time at all. Seam immediately shifted back into defensive stance. He swung fishing line hard forward, aiming straight at Suho, but with skill no less impressive, he still dodged in time. Just after slipping past deadly strike, he quickly landed safely. Seam sneered, "You cannot even beat one Old Man and still want to conquer Busan alone. Stop, do not keep doing something so meaningless." He said Busan was changing now too, and center of it was a slasher just like you. Seam said that person also had circumstances similar to you, someone who survived campaign to retake country. He said that he had faced Deok-chun head-on. Seam also said those two had helped cleanse vile scum within Ministry of Defense. He went on. Then they swept away that heretical pope who had forgotten duty of serving humanity. Siam added that he was still steadily unifying slasher group, which had been divided from within. All along, Chun-Su had been helping them non-stop. He even paid attention to smallest matters. He also earned absolute trust from church and people. In end, Siam pleaded at length, "Besides, all of us feel guilty toward you. Come back to Bizan with us. They will find way to return your body to normal. We will spend every cent we have to find vaccine to cure you." He also promised to properly punish those bastards who harmed you. Come back. Siam believed you still had every chance to turn back, to return to old days. Hearing that, Suho froze for a moment, then stammered back, "I can really go back." Seeing that, some thought it was positive sign and answered at once, "Yes, you can return completely." But Suho immediately brushed it aside. He roared with hatred and killing intent. "What nonsense are you talking about? Old man, you have it all wrong. My resolve is not weak, not sentimental like that." Suho said in warning, "I already told you." Thinking of how humanity struggled to survive in this cruel world, he felt people hiding behind wall were nothing but cowards, despicable traitors. When he remembered soldiers who once stood at front line against zombies and ended up infected by accident, Suho looked at matters from a completely different angle. Those who turned into zombies were true heroes, using their own bodies to save others. He mocked, "You too, old man. Stop lying to yourself." Right then, two more zombies with bloodthirsty eyes slowly shambled closer. Suho kept pressing point, "You know it very well too." Those words left Seam unable to stop himself from jolting in shock. He described just how strange atmosphere had been then. Suho mentioned scene from years ago, when one by one they started turning to blame me. They even harshly criticized me when I was already close to exhaustion. In end, he said with deep resentment, "And yet you still ignored it." According to Suho, it was because old man's body had already been too depleted then, but he still wanted to keep living because family always came first in his heart. And he coldly repeated, "So do not pretend to understand me anymore." Right then, two zombies that had just closed in also began to grotesquely twist their bodies. Another staff was created, but this time aura and killing intent made it clear Suho no longer planned to joke around. He growled, "I hate hypocrites like you more than traitors like Deok Chun." Faced with that, Seam could only say, "If that is ending you want." On his face was clear look of utter exhaustion. Suho instantly rushed in at blinding speed. He madly charged at opponent who was in defensive stance. In truth, Chun-Su's body had long since reached limit of endurance. Countless injuries piled up from having to use his own body to fight in place of fishing rod he once knew by heart. Deadly battles against countless high-level mutated beings had forced Seam to pour out every last bit of strength just to drive needles into zombies. He kept cutting down one after another. At the same time, he also had to take many blows like falling from sky. Not to mention side effects after being infected, and then cured again. Even so, what kept him standing until now was still iron will. And now, Siam was pouring out last bit of strength to surpass own limits and fight Suho to end. Yet when he was whipping fishing line around, preparing to strike, everything collapsed in end, like castles swept away by raging waves. Cuts made by fishing line kept bleeding, because Siam had tightened it for far too long. Then in one instant, Siam's fingers were severed, blood gushed wildly because body could no longer keep straining itself. At once, Siam fell into disadvantage. He dumbly lowered gaze to own hands. Seizing that rare opening, Suho burst forward like a raging storm. He did not hesitate, drove zombie staff hard through Siam's stomach, showing no mercy at all. Old man Siam could only widen his eyes in terror at that sudden ambush. Suho said coldly, "It is over, stubborn old man." Staring fixedly at strange object buried deep in his stomach, Siam could not hide his extreme panic. His aged body forced itself to keep standing. Powerless before own limits, he collapsed onto cold ground. While Suho slowly walked closer, he added another blow, driving straight through Siam's arm. Made old man burst out a scream of utter agony. Unexpectedly, Suho slowly took glove off his own hand, coldly cut off his own pinky finger. That frenzied act left Siam so stunned his mouth fell open. Suho spoke in a coaxing voice, "Open your mouth, I will turn you into a high-grade mutant." How could you not be excited, since you will get to fight that disciple in zombie form? Without waiting for him to answer, that man roughly gripped Siam's jaw and hummed in sick delight. But just as that fluid-soaked finger was about to be shoved into Siam's mouth, a lightning-fast counterattack suddenly struck, making Suho freeze for a few seconds in shock. Pouring in the last of his remaining strength, Siam trembled as he stabbed a strange object forward. Even after the vaccine tube had sunk deep into his head, Suho stubbornly opened his mouth and uttered one clear sound. In the air, the helicopter kept circling to monitor the battle from above, with Siam's drug acting directly on his brain. Suho immediately staggered back, feeling as if all strength in his body had been drained away. Thinking of the drug he had once believed was the final blow used on the zombie monster earlier, Suho panicked and wondered how this could be. The old man had clearly used it all. Siam answered weakly. Even with that helmet sealed tight, I can still see through your heart. You bastard, you must be shocked I still hid one backup dose, right? One more vaccine dose for you. Looking at Su-ho swaying as the drug took effect, Siam slowly said, even though I have lived honestly all my life and never deceived anyone. With a resolute gaze, the old man continued, but this was the last gamble, so I decided to play one trick. It turned out that while he was facing that giant zombie monster, when it slammed a terrifying blow into the ground, creating a great surge of water. Taking advantage of the moment Lisam's move slipped through and dodged, he realized he could not drag things out forever, and needed one decisive blow to settle victory and defeat. In that very instant, Uncle Lisam saw an opportunity worth more than gold. When he saw the old syringe still stuck in the dead boxing zombie's neck, a thought immediately flashed through his mind. There it is, that is it. Uncle Lisam explained, while you were busy making that fence, the giant mutant was brought down by me without wasting a single drop of vaccine. The thing stuck in its body was only an empty syringe shell used as a diversion. He stressed, the fated vaccine dose I saved for my daughter is now lodged right in your head. Uncle Lisam pleaded, turn back while you still can, Su-ho, live again as a human, return to the life that belongs to you. But before he could finish, he coughed violently and vomited mouthfuls of dark red fluid. Clinging to his last breath, Uncle Lisam thought he was about to leave Earth server. So what was the point of dreaming about salvation anymore? Breathing was heavy like a bellows, but he still forced himself to think that maybe everything would be fine. Before entering the life and death battle with Su-ho, Zhang Lisam had sat at home and carefully written a few heartfelt lines. He slowly set down the pen and carefully clipped it together. He clipped the letter into the important file. Right after his back disappeared from sight, the memory of Siam's heartfelt instructions surfaced again. Write this matter. He instructed solemnly, if anything unexpected happens to me, hand this letter directly to Kim Chun-soo. At that moment, Uncle Lisam felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Good, now I can close my eyes in peace. He remembered that he had also managed to apologize to that kid. Thinking of Chun-soo, Uncle Lisam smiled because he had finally found a truly worthy successor. His consciousness slowly sank into darkness. Slices of memory from his life rewound one after another, from when he was still a filthy little boy in the poor slums, until Siam grew up and obtained a stable job. Then came the sacred moment when he welcomed the woman he loved under the same roof. Those peaceful, happy days beside his small home filled with joy. Old fragments of memory appeared one by one, vivid and clear, as if they had only happened yesterday. Last came the photograph of the whole family reunited, with Lisam sitting amid a full gathering of children and grandchildren. He gently closed his eyes, thinking everything had ended, and was about to let it all go. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly rang out, awakening all his senses and forcing Uncle Lisam to open his eyes wide. He trembled and backed away in panic. What appeared right before Siam's eyes was Su-ho's skull. That sight shocked him to the extreme. The headless body still stood rigidly in place, as if nailed to the ground, its hand still tightly gripping the small knife. Uncle Lisam wondered in confusion, did he cut off his own head? In that brief instant, his whole body went stiff as stone. He looked at the knife, still dripping fresh blood. Uncle Lisam realized his fatal mistake in a daze. Damn it, I miscalculated this move, but this game can no longer be replayed. A clean cut on Su-ho's neck kept gushing red fluid like a stream. Before that horrifying sight, Uncle Lisam could only stare with wide eyes, frozen in place. Because at that moment, Su-ho's head, already severed from his neck, was gradually regenerating. Uncle Lisam understood that everything had gone beyond his control. The head rolling on the ground trembled as it spoke. I never fucking expected I would have to cut off my own head like this. But I bet you old man never fucking expected I would go this far either, right? But when facing Siam, Su only replied calmly that I already told you. Once I make up my mind, I become extremely steadfast. Standing before Su-ho, who carried extraordinary abilities and power within him, Uncle Lisam tilted his head slightly and warned, you have truly turned completely into a monster, Su-ho. Hearing that, Su-ho immediately replied that did the old man think he was the only one who had survived through someone else's sacrifice. Finally picking up the helmet lying on the ground, he sighed that tonight had truly been endless. Su-ho raised the helmet and declared firmly, and now we must put an end to this unfinished story. With his torn body growing weaker, Uncle Lisam spoke softly, this old man has lost. A loss is a loss. I have no intention of becoming a burden blocking someone else's path. Despite the sharp pain from his severed fingers, he still used the last of his strength to grip the chain in his hand. That action made Su-ho instantly become extremely wary. Draining the last of his remaining strength, Uncle Lisam yanked the fishing line toward himself. In the blink of an eye, the razor-sharp line was pulled back. That made Su-ho immediately become even more guarded. But that line only brushed lightly across his blade. That situation made Su-ho pause briefly in surprise. It turned out that this time, Uncle Lisam used that line to aim straight at himself. The fishing line tightened around his neck. That left Suho utterly baffled by this act of self-destruction. With eyes filled with killing intent and absolute resolve, Zhang Li Sam said decisively, "Today both of our heads will fall together, but of course my head will not grow back." Only then did Suho suddenly understand Siam's intent. He immediately roared that this damned old man, even at the very end you are still scheming. The instant he shot forward to stop him, Uncle Lee Sam had already poured in his last bit of strength and tightened that cruel line. In an instant, a streak of bright red fluid sprayed everywhere. Suho was forced to witness the full death of his old comrade with his own eyes. For a fleeting moment, he gently reached out as if he still wanted to hold on, to stop that terrible thing from happening. Right after that, Suho clenched his fist, inwardly cursing in frustration. Damn it. He silently weighed it. He had already pushed his body to this ruined state. If injuries were too severe, he would have no way to turn that old man into mutant stock. In the end, this battle was no different from an even trade between life of one R-rank slasher and one high-level mutant stock. He thought whatever outcome to maintain advantage. Those creatures must have watched whole fight between him and old Siam, and also gathered data on his ability. He raised his head and looked at helicopter circling in air. Suho decided he must destroy that flying block of iron too. Inside helicopter cabin, Charles Sam's subordinate still watched scene intently and recorded full progress of battle. One pilot immediately shouted, "Speed up and leave here. Last image of him has been fully captured." Army helicopter immediately changed direction, hurriedly retreating. Right at that moment, Suho gave cold order, "Bring it down here for me." The moment words fell, entire flock of zombie birds began to spiral, blotting out sky. They seemed to go mad, all lunging straight at iron flying machine before them. In that critical moment, people on helicopter had no choice but to shut eyes in panic. Amid overwhelming fear, helicopter suddenly flew open. Right after that, a figure appeared at cabin door. Weapon in that person's hand immediately activated, then a cold slash swept across. In an instant, air turned chaotic from trace of strike. It turned out to be Sang-soo. He appeared with familiar lawn mower and had just dealt with a mutant zombie. The rest of them saw that and immediately changed course towards Sang-soo, and he also raised sharp blade to strike back. In that perilous situation, two mutant zombies confronted B-rank hunter, Sang-soo. Scene shifted to residential district. A fight was happening on street now. Two people lay on ground. One man held knife while other used only bare hands. Man's punch landed and knife in opponent's hand immediately fell to ground. It was Sang-soo. He grabbed man's collar and looked at him with fierce gaze. Man no longer had strength to resist, only able to shout, "Stop it." Just then, a hand suddenly landed on Sang-soo's shoulder, making him turn back to look. That person was Siam. Seeing one stopping him was only old man. Sang-soo looked at him in confusion. Siam swept gaze around surroundings once. In his hand was still familiar fishing bag. He said to Sang-soo, "You're strong enough if you only use this power to fight for supply goods. Wouldn't that be too wasteful?" "Young man, what do you think?" He had only said halfway when he stopped, while Sang-soo only looked at him in bewilderment. Siam was silent for a moment, then asked again, "Do you have enough guts to get past this wall?" Scene shifted after that. Sang-soo became hunter. He swung baseball bat in hand and quickly brought down zombie. Zombie that was hit immediately collapsed, while around him there were already many more that had been defeated earlier. Looking at zombies strewn across ground, Sang-soo gritted teeth and panted from exhaustion. His hair had also changed color by now. Suddenly from behind, another zombie wildly charged in. Sang-soo immediately caught sight of it. Too late to dodge, Sang-soo was slammed straight by zombie, whole body losing balance. Right after that, Sang-soo fell hard, back smashing into ground. Zombie kept lunging, opening mouth to bite. Sang-soo hurriedly used baseball bat to block its mouth. With terrifying strength, zombie clamped down hard on his bat. Sang-soo could not pull bat free. Body had also run dry of strength. He could only close his eyes. Right at that moment, fishing line from Siam's rod suddenly appeared. Fishing line immediately aimed straight at zombie attacking Sang-soo. Right after that, zombie was taken down. Sang-soo took back baseball bat, then lay on ground, staring wide-eyed. Siam walked over, carrying fishing rod on shoulder, then looked at him and asked, Why are you looking at me with such moved eyes?" Siam glanced at him and reminded, "Still not getting up yet." Scene kept shifting. After that, Sang-soo was directly guided by him during training. Scene changed to a windy, rainy day. Sang-soo, Siam, and another girl stood together under rain, while crowds still passed by all around. That moment, someone was holding cigarette in hand. It was Siam standing in rain, cigarette still in his mouth. An umbrella was brought over to shield him, and Sang-soo stood with him under umbrella in rain. Scene shifted to another time. Siam was sitting on helicopter, arms crossed over chest, eyes closed in silence. Suddenly, corners of his mouth curved into smile. Then he spoke. "You've grown fast, kid." Person he was speaking to was Sang-soo, who was sitting opposite now. Hearing that, Sang-soo immediately replied, "Don't say stuff like you're about to die. Don't cause me any more trouble." Siem heard that and laughed. "You can just say you'll be sad if I die. All along you've always tried to act tough. You're really just brat." At those words, Sang-soo only pressed lips together in silence, not replying at all. Back to present, Sang-soo's eyes were already brimming with tears. He gritted his teeth hard to hold back sound of crying. He looked down below, where Siem's corpse lay there, while Suho was standing nearby. Sang-soo immediately lost composure. He shouted, "That's why I told you not to cause me trouble already, old man." Lawn mower in his hand was still spinning blade. Scene shifted inside room, where dog was barking loudly. Around room were many large cages. Inside them seemed to be something locked up, while in middle of room sat two men facing each other. And wearing clothes, glasses, and face masks spoke up. "What did you say? If I don't protect Busan together with everyone, then I'll be traitor?" Chun-soo, sitting opposite, heard that and asked directly, "Where did I say wrong? You thought I came here to negotiate with you." A time when all slashers were joining hands to prepare for Busan defense. "Are you on Bikhyun's side too?" Hearing Chun-soo ask that, man opposite immediately froze, for a moment not knowing how to answer. Chun-sik, sitting opposite, heard Chun-soo say that and slammed hand on table, then barked, "What, you also plan to beat me to death, same as how you killed him? It is not that easy, look around." Saying that, Chun-sik raised hand, and dogs around immediately barked furiously. One dog looked at Chun-soo with ferocity, opening mouth to reveal sharp teeth, saliva spraying everywhere. Chun-sik then took out flute, holding it in hand and said, I can kill you with just a snap of fingers." Chun-soo heard that and looked at him, then spoke up, "Why would I have to walk into your den myself? If my plan was to kill you, then my being here means—" Pausing for a moment, Chun-soo continued, "I believe you're better than bitch." Hearing that, Chun-sik was slightly surprised. Scene shifted to main road, where black car was parked. Person in car spoke up, "If one thing needs stressing about Dog Trader, it is that he is A-rank freelance worker. This point makes him completely different from other killers." Min Ari and Chun-soo were sitting in car. She told him about Chun-sik, truth that he had almost isolated himself from everyone. Hearing Ari speak, he also nodded in agreement. "Yes, he is a bit odd. He even tried to leave that meeting, so how am I supposed to persuade him?" Ari, sitting beside him, heard him ask and replied, "Slasher World recognizes his strength, but has never truly given him due respect. I don't know if he has social anxiety or simply doesn't like interacting with people." Ari recalled that at one party, she had once seen Chun-sik feeding a dog right there. Ari remembered she had started paying attention to him from that moment and continued, "But no matter what, aside from social gatherings like parties, he very rarely appeared at public events. Because of that too, most slashers did not feel much goodwill toward him. They seemed to see him as arrogant and hard to approach." Ari then glanced at Chun-soo and said, "So, when you talk to Dog Trainer, try to see his value and show tolerance." Ari deliberately emphasized words value and tolerance to Chun-soo. Conversation in car between two still continued. "Most people who avoid others are longing to be recognized. I mean, you'll understand eventually." Chun-soo recalled conversation with Ari. He repeated in his mind words she had once said and thought that's what she had meant. After some hesitation, Chun-soo finally spoke to Chun-sik. "I know what everyone is saying about you, but I do not think you are selfish." Chun-sik remained silent, and Chun-soo went on, "Who would betray people just because they bring him no benefit? Stand with me, Hound Trainer." Chun-soo reached his hand toward him to show his sincerity and said, "But I do not need to persuade you to do this. I know that when situation grows tense, you will still fight for Busan." Hearing Chun-soo say that, Chun-sik began to waver. Right after that, Chain Burial Catch raised both hands and said, "Fine, stop trying to sway me, alright." Chun-sik looked at Chun-soo and said, "Fine, you may have convinced me, but that does not mean other freelancers will listen to you too. After all, they do not fully follow my decisions." Hearing him say that, Chun-soo laughed and asked, "Do you truly think so?" Chun-sik looked at him in confusion. Chun-soo then spoke frankly to him, "You have held your ground in this industry for so long as a freelancer without any company backing you. Let my operator show you how great your influence is. Relax and wait for what comes next." A message was immediately sent to Ari's phone. "Sound Trainer has arrived. I leave rest to you." Seeing message Chun-soo sent, Ari only smiled faintly. After that, she raised her phone and shouted to slashers around her, "Everyone, Hound Trainer, A-rank slasher, has decided to join with Demon Sparrow." Crowd instantly stirred. Immediately, slashers standing nearby began discussing. Even Hound Trainer has joined Demon Sparrow, so all A-rank slashers are joining hands. Hound Trainer is famous for knowing how to choose allies. He never joins any battle when he knows certain defeat awaits. If he lends his strength to this effort, perhaps there is still hope, and Suho and zombies that man controls can be defeated. Scene change. By now, night had fallen and Ari and Chun-Su's car was still parked by roadside, lights still on. Sitting in car, Ari said excitedly to Chun-Su, "Demon Sparrow, do not forget important work I did today." Hearing that, Chun-Su answered, "Fine, I will give you generous bonus if Busan still exists after all this." Chun-Su glanced at Ari and asked, "What is next on schedule? Can we finally return to office now?" Hearing that, Ari said to him, "No, we need to go back and meet Choi and Jiang once more to deliver list of things that must be prepared. I will update them about Hound Trainer." It seemed like there was finally some good news, but guests bearing glad tidings had to face heaviest bad news imaginable. Scene change. Ari's now stunned, speechless, hand covering mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. Ajong was also in room and Sang-Soo was there as well. Sang-Soo sat silently, saying nothing. Chun-Su and Ari returned to office. Chun-Su froze in place and asked, "What? Who died?" Scene change. No human can avoid death. And if they are slashers, they must also fight at all times. Then their lifespan becomes even shorter. Moreover, he was already old. Thus, at funeral hall, Siam's portrait was placed neatly at center. Sang-Soo and Ajong were also present, keeping vigil beside Siam's mourning altar. He was no exception either. Outside funeral hall, rain was falling and Chun-Su sat quietly on veranda. Mr. Siam should not have had to sacrifice himself so unfairly. Sorrowful face, Chun-Su lowered his gaze to envelope in his hand. Chun-Su only sat there, murmuring many things about experience, respect, and caution. Those qualities never wavered, even when facing large sum of money. Chun-Su recalled first time he met Siam, and from then on, two had walked together. He left very deep impression on slashers, especially Johnson, and Sang-Soo too. No matter how difficult, as long as it was within his power, he never pushed it onto others. Because of that, survival rate of slashers who went on missions with him was always very high. On that day of pouring rain, at funeral hall, slashers were also present to see Siam off on his final journey. He was that kind of person, someone no one could replace. Before his portrait, everyone took turns lighting incense and bowed deeply to show respect. Outside, Chun-Su still sat alone on steps. Ari stepped out from inside. As soon as she saw him, she called out, "Chairman." Hearing someone call, Chun-Su turned his head back. Ari looked sorrowful too, and she said, "I know you are in great pain. To me, he was also a slasher, a respected leader, so I am very sad too, but I cannot avoid mentioning work." Ari held a cup of coffee in her hand and walked over. She sat down beside Chun-Su. After silence for a while, Ari asked if he found me too cold. With self-reproach, Ari said to Chun-Su, "No, it clearly is. While we are mourning, I am bringing up work with you." Chun-Su sat beside her and only looked over silently, giving no reply. After hearing this, Chun-Su spoke to reassure her, "No. Now is also when war is close at hand. In only one more month, those mutants will very likely pour in here and kill all people of Busan. At a time like this, wasting time lamenting one person's death would be strange instead." Hearing that, Ari only looked at him quietly. Chun-Su continued, telling her that a Jong said funeral would only be held until end of tonight. Perhaps he also did not want everyone to waste time instead of preparing for attack. Ari had remained silent until now, and only then spoke, "I also heard funeral is only being held today. In truth, that is why I hurried to meet you like this." Hearing that, Chun-Su looked at her again in confusion. Ari kept speaking to him about a place where so many slashers had gathered, a place for them to clearly feel mission of a slasher. Ari now stood up straight. She looked at Chun-Su and said each word clearly, "Tonight, right here." Hearing that, Chun-Su only pressed his lips together in silence, as if waiting something. Seeing that he still did not answer, Ari continued, "You said this was time with war close at hand, right? Everyone who will stand with you on battlefield is already here. Let me take you to see them. First, we will mourn dead. Then, stir up their will to fight, and let them see that you are irreplaceable leader." Chun-Su listened to Ari's words. He fell silent for a moment, then asked if that man had foreseen this would happen. Until final moment, had that man ever worried about what would happen after his death? Before Chun-Su could no answer, voice sounded from behind, "Of course not." Chun-Su immediately turned around. Sang-Soo walked over and said, "That man was not someone with that much foresight. But that man had very good eye for people. That man must have believed that no matter what happened, we would handle it. So stop hesitating." Sang-Soo leaned down toward Chun-Su and continued, "We must make sacrifice of Mr. Kim Chiu-sam. Top a rank slasher, worth it." Chun-Su and Sang-Soo in that moment both only looked at each other in silence, neither saying anything. At that moment, Sang-Soo noticed something. He looked down at Chun-Su's hand holding letter, along with Siam's family photo and cigarette. Sang-Soo reached out, snatched cigarette, and said, "Damn, so harsh, old man left nothing for me, you do not smoke. Then I will take it." With support from other rank slashers, Chun-Su gathered all slashers at funeral hall. Everyone now stood before Siam's memorial portrait. Chok-Soo stepped out then, standing in front of all slashers present, and he began to raise his call. He stood before crowd and said loudly to everyone that, even if only to keep Lord Siam's sacrifice from becoming meaningless, even if to protect livelihoods that they, their loved ones, and families had built over so long, and they had to risk their lives to defend Busan Wall, put aside personal feelings and interests, unite to face enemy before us. If they could not do that in this situation, then it would be insult to slashers who had fallen. Everyone in room fell silent to listen to Chun-Su speak. At that moment, he clenched his hand into fist, as if reminding himself to stay determined, then said, "Let us fight so we need not feel ashamed. We must succeed, so everyone can hold their heads high with dignity." Scene shift. It was now dark. Forest, sound of someone cursing rang out, "Damn it, bastard." It was Suho. He walked while cursing furiously without end, then suddenly cut off his own arm. Not far away, 3 zombies rushed toward his arm that had just fallen. 3 zombies lunged in, fighting each other as they bit and tore at arm. Suho grew furious at sight and shouted, "Hurry and obey my orders. Move, you useless trash." But 3 zombies seemed not to care about his words, continuing to bite and tear at arm. Seeing that, Suho was so angry he clenched his teeth. Right after that, he pulled his arm back and reattached it, with several bite marks still on it. Suho charged straight over and slammed punch down where 3 zombies stood, making ground crack at once. He lifted his hand, now covered in blood. Zombies that had just been struck by him immediately turned and fled in fear. Suho stood there, beginning to think about after that old man injected vaccine into him, he could no longer create mutated strains that obeyed his commands. Thinking of that, veins on Suho's forehead bulged with anger. Standing in forest, Suho roared in fury, "Damned old man." Ability to control zombies could turn tide of battlefield. It allowed one person to overturn whole nation. It was unique ability without equal. Possess this ability, extremely complex condition was required. First, zombie had to eat part of Jiangsu's body. Second, secondary mutated strain had to be created before that part was fully digested in zombie's stomach. Third, Suho's brainwaves and mutated zombie had to connect. Only then could Suho control zombie at will. As long as one of those 3 conditions malfunctioned, ability would be nullified. And in final seconds of battle with Mr. Kim Chiosam that day, one of those 3 complex conditions had gone wrong. Suho frowned, constantly wondering where mistake was, whether body part used to control zombies had problem or mutation intensity generated from within was not strong enough. He kept thinking, then questioned himself with series of questions. Or had brainwaves still not connected? In that battle, Suho had cut off his own head several times. Scene shift. Now in forest, Suho was cutting off his own head again. That night in forest, from ordinary zombies to high-grade mutated strains, he fed them parts of his body, then cut open their stomachs to check. But ability still did not recover. Suho still gained nothing. He wiped his bloodied hand across his face while standing above and looking down. He looked at zombies below and thought to himself, fortunately, mutated strains he had already created could still be controlled. At first, he planned to create large number of zombies within months, but now that was impossible. Was attacking before they had time to prepare their forces only plan. Suho frowned, his mind still circling thought that he did not want that. If he failed to keep his oath, he would be no different from those who had betrayed him. Thinking of that, Suho muttered to himself, "No, I will not act like them, people who only care about their own interests." Suho glanced aside and continued, "All of this is my effort for better future. If decision is made, then move fast." After speaking, he looked down at zombies below and shouted, "Everyone, prepare to march at once. Now is time to tell who is true human." Elsewhere, Chun-Su and slashers were also busy preparing for battle. Inside building, many slashers had gathered here. Chun-Su, Ari, and Ajong were there as well, 3 of them observing slashers below. Troy Ajong raised her hand then and lightly cleared her throat. Right after that, she said loudly, "Now everyone from now on, our rank managers will be in charge of maintaining order. First, they will divide slashers by their roles in battle." Ari stood above, and she also spoke loudly to everyone. Division Chairwoman Ajong is referring to means listing strengths and weaknesses of each slasher to compare and decide. "We hope everyone will cooperate with us." Ajong stood beside her and only smiled faintly at that. Not long after, inspection and division results came out. Defense team would hold positions to protect Busan Wall, including a rank slasher, Old Fisherwoman Jang Ho, Jagachi Small Merchants Association, and Jehovah Church, Church of God. Vanguard team would deal with ordinary zombies, including a rank slasher dog trainer Chun Sik and free slashers. Special task team would fight mutated strains, including B rank slasher Guillotine and Sarang, B rank slasher Lawn Mower Sangsu, C rank slasher Preacher Pedro. And finally, assassination team, tasked with protecting Kim Chun-Su and fighting high-grade mutated strains with him. A rank slasher veteran Devil Kim Chun-Su, a rank slasher young talent Lai Chodong, E rank slasher UGH. After results were announced, someone raised a hand and said, wait, it was Sang-Soo. He stepped out, looking unwilling, and said loudly, "Why am I not assigned to assassination team? I have to avenge old man." Hearing him say that, Mrs. Jiang Ho also spoke up. That is exactly problem. Kids, what makes you think we will defend Busan Wall like this? In battle at Jiangsang City, do you know how many enemies our small merchants association took down? Choi Ajong saw that everyone disapproved of this arrangement, so she spoke up at once. By principle, we do not need to explain in too much detail why we chose this. Only 2 people were asked. Ajong looked toward Sang-soo, who was frowning, then continued, "First, let us talk about Sang-soo. I know you have talent in one-on-one fights, and I believe you can take down Su-ho." Hearing that, Sang-soo asked back, "You know what I can do you?" Choi Ajong folded her arms before her chest, stared at Sang-soo, and replied, "But right now, you are carrying a personal grudge over that old man's death. Besides, you knew Su-ho before everything happened, so when you face that man directly, you are very likely to be swayed by emotion and make a mistake." At that point, Sang-soo could only press his lips together and fall silent. Seeing that he was still unwilling, Ajong asked again, "Are you completely sure now? One small mistake would not force us to cancel the entire operation, would it?" Faced with Choi Ajong's question, Sang-soo could only clench his hands into fists. In his mind, he could only think, if only I could avenge that old man with my own hands. But she was not wrong. Thinking that, Sang-soo could only lower his head and stay silent. Choi now turned to Mrs. Donghua's matter. "Mrs. Donghua, the defense team's mission is to hold position, no matter what happens." She looked toward Mrs. Zhang Hua and continued, "You are someone rich in feelings, so personally I do not think you can hold your ground when you see someone die horribly at zombie hands." After a brief pause, she pointed at 2 slashers beside her, then gave a meaningful smile. "But what if you fight alongside your old enemies? Perhaps it will hurt less to watch them sacrifice themselves for their ideals. More than that, the people in your group are also much weaker. So I chose to cut losses by forming a large force to face countless zombies." Hearing Ajong's analysis, Mrs. Jonghua could only sigh, secretly thinking that old fox was truly skillful, though not in any very proper way. Thinking that, Mrs. Zhanghua could only sigh, seeming to have accepted this arrangement. At that moment, she clasped both hands behind her back, laughed loudly, and said, "Then I understand now. I will go to the wall only to see those extremists receive retribution with my own eyes." Seeing that Mrs. Donghua had also agreed, Ajong loudly addressed everyone. "Then I hope no one has any more questions about their role. Meet your assigned group. It is time to prepare for war." Scene change. At this moment, in front of the Suicide Squad meeting room, Chun-Soo stepped into the room. His body went stiff. He did not know what to say and only stared wide-eyed. Slashly Charong was inside the room. Chun-Soo saw her here alone and grew flustered, not knowing how to begin. After standing hesitantly for a long while, Chun-Soo finally asked first, "Are you the only one here? Where is Jiha?" Hearing Chun-Soo ask that, Charong answered coldly, "I sent him away." Hearing that, Cho-Soo still felt puzzled. He raised a hand to his cheek and asked, "But why?" Hearing this, Charong told Chun-Soo the reason clearly, "Because I have something to discuss with you alone." Seeing Charong's cold attitude, Chun-Soo's expression also changed. He pressed his lips together and only stood watching, not daring to say anything. Both seemed to turn into statues, sitting still without moving, while a stifling, silent atmosphere covered the whole room. A while later, he searched through memories in his head and stammered, "Did you come alone? Where is the other person?" Contrary to his extreme confusion, Charong answered calmly, "I drove him outside." It seemed he was afraid of being in an enclosed space with her, and his voice stuttered more and more. "Why? Why did you do that?" Seeing his flustered look, she went straight to the point, "Because I have something I want to say to you in private, something only between us." After hearing that reason, Chun-Soo's face clearly showed one huge question mark. Sitting down hesitantly in the chair, Chun-Soo still could not stop wondering. "What private matter? I am not that close to her. Aside from meeting Ajong a few times in the office, I have never even spoken with her, much less shared private thoughts." And so, the two sat facing each other until silence once again filled the room. A while later, Chu-Rong finally spoke. "The zombies are growing stronger day by day, while our side is severely depleted in every respect." Hearing those words, Chun-Soo's attention was also pulled back to reality. Manpower kept shrinking as people were lost after each outbreak. The next difficult problem was that food reserves and storage had run completely dry, with nothing left. Finally, shelter and property. The money left in this world was now no different from scrap paper, while the fertile lands that once existed were gradually trampled by the undead horde. Even bonds between people had broken apart, and smiles had vanished from their lips. Families that had once been peaceful before the pandemic were now all scattered. Looking straight into Chun-Soo's eyes, Churong asked, "Only one thing is increasing, do you know what it is?" Hearing her ask, he also racked his brain. What could be increasing? She fell silent for a moment, then said in a grave voice, "It is the number of orphans." In society, there have always been unwritten rules, such as giving priority to rescuing children, women, and the elderly. If forced to choose among those three, children are always the top priority. That is an unspoken rule of rescue from ancient times until now, like the scene of a cruise ship slowly sinking in the middle of the ocean. Amid that chaotic scene, everyone on deck hurried to find a way to save the children first. Even when the world was overrun by corpses, that principle was still applied to the end. Though fiercely chased by the undead, the crowd still fled in panic, running while screaming that they were coming, and everyone had to run. Suddenly, a tall man saw the scene before him. On the ground, a woman, though badly injured, still struggled to hand him her baby. Desperate tears streaked down her face, and that gaze seemed to bore deep into the man's heart. In such desperate circumstances, people no longer had the mind to think of anything else, nor could anyone bear to refuse to save a tiny life. That man was no exception. He took the child in his arms and rushed away as fast as he could. When she saw that her child had been taken away from danger, a satisfied smile appeared on the mother's lips. Her eyes still followed that man's back until the final breath left her chest. Every adult saved at least one child, and some even saved so many they filled an entire vehicle. The rescuer used the last of his strength to pull the vehicle full of future seedlings. They had done nothing wrong. In front of the refugee tent, two men were discussing anxiously. Has the number of children exceeded expectations? The number of orphans that orphanages and civic groups could take in, even including those willing to adopt, still amounted to nothing compared with 20% of the children currently still under care. Inside, the children cried in panic, calling for their mothers. For that tragic reality, the person beside him could only evade the issue and say that the higher-ups were still discussing ways to respond. From what I have heard, if part of the financial burden is subsidized, many companies will be willing to step forward and adopt the children. It seems the plan to hand the children over to businesses is currently the proposal with the most support. Amid the adults' unease and bustle, the child was still fast asleep. Too many children would eventually be divided among many places like debts being scattered, and I was among them too. The children clung to one another, lifeless eyes turned toward the place fate was about to drive them. This was an orphanage set up temporarily by an association blinded by government subsidies. Seongsim Orphanage, with only a simple banner, had become a refuge for the children. Standing inside was a fat man, and behind him, the blurry figure of someone who looked extremely stern could be seen. Thanks to subsidies from the state, at first they still cooked flour porridge for us to eat. Those thin bowls of porridge helped the children endure and grow day by day. In the office, the director was intently examining something. As soon as that man saw the contents of the file, he flew into a rage and cursed, saying there was probably no choice but to push them outside to beg. If this kept going, bankruptcy would come sooner or later, because money was running out. They forced innocent children onto the streets to earn money, to beg, to pretend to be disabled. A child in filthy clothes had to stand in the middle of the street, holding a chipped bowl, lifting his face to beg the world for pity. Another child was forced to pick pockets. They made us do every filthy thing people could think of, as long as it squeezed money out. In a world where even adults struggled to survive, children were pressed into even more pitiful straits. Back then, Churong was still only an innocent little girl, silently looking upward. Right before her eyes, the body of a friend who had died after doing something foolish was still swaying in midair. The corpse's skin had turned ashen gray, while pale sunlight covered the young face of the unfortunate girl. Witnessing that scene, Churong could only bite down hard on her lip. If they intended to treat us like this, why save us in the first place? As she thought that, she lowered her head and took off her shoes. Churong gently put those shoes onto the other girl's ice-cold feet. If they intended to do that, they should not have brought us inside this Busan wall. Though storms surged in her heart, her face remained strangely calm. Suddenly, a hot tear slowly rolled down her cheek. Looking up at her friend's body once more, Churong's heart tightened even more painfully. If things had come this far, we should never have been born into this world. To reduce the number of mouths to feed in the orphanage, they sold us cheaply to those joining the operation to retake territory. Remembering the vicious face of the director when he sold her and her friends away, her voice grew colder, full of hatred. Those people turned us into bait for the undead. That day, I left the shelter of the Busan wall. The children standing beside her were so panicked they screamed and cried, but Chorong remained composed, her steady eyes fixed straight ahead. At that time, she and 5 other friends were surrounded from behind by a horde of zombies. When the massacre began, all 3 remaining children squeezed their eyes shut, not daring to look. The baseball bat of one kidnapper suddenly fell from his hand to the ground in that life-or-death moment. Churong was still quietly calculating something. Then I awakened my ability, leaving all 3 of those children so stunned their mouths fell open. A fair but tiny hand was gripping the baseball bat tightly, viscous syrup dripping steadily from that hand onto the ground, and I had also found my reason to live this whole life, standing atop a mountain of zombie corpses, calmly turning back to look at the 3 children trembling before me, covered in plasma from head to toe. An orphan like me kept moving forward until I rose to become an rank slasher. Suddenly Chun-Su raised his hand to cut her off. Wait, stop for a moment. Sitting across from her at the meeting table, he asked blankly, "Why are you telling me that tragic story? Is this not our first time meeting?" Cho Wai-ong immediately dropped a cold, fatal line. "You truly are cold-blooded." Usually, with such a touching story, people patiently listen until the end. No matter how he reacted, she still told him that the huge fortune she earned as a slasher was being used to maintain 20 training camps and orphanages. Hearing that, Chun-Su could not hide his surprise. Yet Cho Wai-ong only calmly laced her 10 fingers together and continued her request. "If anything happens to me, please help me keep those places standing. Do not let them collapse. That is my prerequisite for fighting beside you on the battlefield." After hearing that, Chun-Su found it even harder to understand. "Just live long and run them yourself. The burden on my shoulders is already about to break my spine." Refusing to accept that careless attitude, Cho Wai-ong once again stressed her stance. All slashers in history are gathering here for a decisive battle with the zombies. Even the dog trainer is joining. Casualties are certain to be unavoidable. It would not be strange if I died there, so I need your firm guarantee. Outside, the meeting room door remained tightly shut. Cho Wai-ong's steady voice still echoed out. "Can you guarantee I will return alive? Since we both belong to Choi Kang Company, I know your every move very clearly. You are the only survivor of that syrup-soaked recapture operation." As she spoke, she recalled Chun-Su sitting shamelessly atop a pile of zombie corpses, gripping an axe tightly and swinging it to lop off the heads of the undead. Even when he faced the government dark schemes, while soldiers fell one after another beneath zombie claws and fangs, that scene was no different from hell on earth. She remembered him wielding a cleaver and slaughtering like a madman before being caught by Jiaoji Chun. After that, he even had to face the tense Jiaoji Chun head-on alone, yet still luckily kept his life. Then there was the time he was suddenly ambushed at construction site G, when a giant variant trapped him and Ari during a mission. Not to mention Major Lim Coup. Every one of those times was a battle hanging by a thread. Most recently, after the death match with Jehovah Church, he still lived perfectly fine after encountering the monster Su Ho. Perhaps this time, luck would continue to stand on his side. Recalling the moment of helplessness before her old friend corpse, her voice sank with pain. "So, please promise me that you will never abandon the children." That plea left Chun-Su speechless too. Figures of old acquaintances appeared one after another in his mind, and he suddenly realized he still owed life too many unfulfilled promises. He remembered that painful scene standing beside the cold corpse of Huang Tek. He remembered Mr. Chusang's suicide letter and family photo. He remembered the moment he gazed ahead in a daze. Deep in his mind, a prayer suddenly rang out. "Let me become a sturdy wall that shelters everyone." Thinking that, his own family photo also surfaced in his memory. Seeing that he still seemed hesitant, Cho Wai-ong tried to persuade him once more. "If you promise, I will cooperate so the meeting proceeds smoothly." Suddenly, he slammed the table and sprang to his feet. Chun-Su's unexpected action left her confused too. His long strides carried him straight toward her. Abruptly, he brought his face close to hers, his expression unusually serious, then held out his pinky finger, making her even more utterly bewildered. Still wearing that stern expression, Chun-Su calmly delivered his final line. "You want me to promise, right? Then pinky swear." Seeing his childish gesture, hope instantly flared in her eyes. Knowing she was still half doubtful, Chun-Su nodded again with firm resolve. Sitting quietly in the corner of the room, Cho Wai-ong was still sunk deep in a chain of wandering thoughts. After observing for a while and seeing that he seemed determined, she gently hooked her pinky around his as encouragement. Scene shifted to the outskirts near Daegu. Inside the ruined, abandoned supermarket, rays of light from outside slipped through cracks and shone into the dark space. At that moment, Chun-Gon Group was hurriedly gathering the remaining supplies. He also kept urging everyone, "Hurry, many people in Eugene are still waiting for us." After saying that, he turned to Chun-Gon. "We are truly lucky, one supermarket remained untouched by looters." Seeing that, he immediately handed over a response note, affirming that the decision to go to Daegu was completely right. After finishing with the supermarket, moved to the parcel sorting station. That moment, his face clearly showed anxiety. He looked at Chun-Gon and poured out his thoughts. "Major is gone, so who will lead us now? We cannot return to Busan either. I am truly worried. It seems you are the one most suited to take that position." The instant he heard that, he froze in surprise. The comrades standing nearby also nodded at once, showing agreement with that assessment. Seeing everyone place their trust in him, Chungon was so moved that his eyes reddened. He hurriedly said, "Hey, do not cry. I was only praising you, truly praising you." Suddenly, an urgent shout rang from outside as someone ran over. "Sergeant Song, Sergeant Song." Hearing that panicked call, he immediately turned back and asked, "What is it? Have the zombies swarmed in?" Extreme terror appeared on the young soldier face. He hurriedly reported, "I found a horde of zombies moving. They are about to enter Inner Daegu." Not long after, everyone climbed onto the supermarket roof to observe the situation. Chungon was so panicked his whole body swayed, while Sergeant Song beside him also blurted in shock, "This is insane. What the hell is that thing?" In the direction everyone was looking, a huge black mass was trudging forward. At that moment, Chungon felt deeply puzzled. Thoughts kept flashing through his mind. Strange. This is not how the living dead usually act. Normally they should stagger and lurch around, yet now they are moving in orderly ranks. Through binoculars, the zombies moved slowly but steadily in one direction, making him even more uneasy. Moreover, not a single living dead was left behind. Clearly, all of them were heading one way and following the same route, so something must be drawing or manipulating them. Standing beside him, a soldier realized the place they were heading toward was Busan. On the road sign, Busan was only 126 km from where they stood. On the building rooftop, Chungon group gathered again to discuss. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, leaving him stunned. "Is this not a good thing?" He looked straight at him and voiced his thoughts. "That is the place sheltering the people who heartlessly abandoned us, the people who once intended to eliminate us. So from another angle, this counts as a good thing. If such a terrifyingly huge horde of zombies all heads toward Busan." The others beside him also nodded in agreement. "Right, we have no reason to be sad. In the end, everything will turn to smoke and clouds. That rotten provisional government and that hateful military, it may not be something sad, but there is nothing happy about it either." Seeing everyone had reached agreement, he immediately laid out the plan. "Let them pass, Sergeant Song. We will hide well until they are all gone, then take the relief supplies back to Ujin." Suddenly, Chungon leaned over, wrote in his notebook, then held it up before everyone. "Is it right for us to do this?" The moment he saw that question, he also began to feel confused. Of course it is right. That is Busan, the place that planned to execute us. After bending over and writing for a while longer, he held out another sharp question. If it were Major Lim, would he do what we are doing? That question made him stammer. That matter. But he continued to write his stance clearly. "Even if we may have been abandoned, if the military abandons the people, that is unacceptable, right?" Remembering how Hwang Taek had always devoted himself to the people, Chungon posed another question that weighed heavily on their hearts. "If we fail to fulfill the duty of soldiers, what are we then? What did Major Lim die for?" After reading it, everyone around pressed their lips tightly together and lowered their heads, each sadly avoiding one another's gaze. Right then, he struck their minds with another heavy blow. In Busan, there are still the families of comrades who died. When they saw that line, the atmosphere immediately sank into suffocating silence. He could only press his lips together, completely silent. After a long struggle and thought, the group finally spoke up. "We only need to warn them in advance, do not lament and make us even sadder." At that moment, he also yielded. "I have a long-range wireless radio originally used to contact Ujin. If we use it, we can definitely connect with Busan. Let us only inform them." "Right, let us stop at informing them." As he spoke, he looked straight into his eyes as if to affirm that. When he saw that everyone had agreed, Chungon finally gave a relieved smile, thinking to himself that if it were the major, he would surely do the same. Scene shifted to the assassin team meeting room. The three members of the assassin team, Ajong and Ari, were all present in the room. Suddenly, someone hurriedly shoved the door open and rushed in. "Is Mr. Chun-Soo, nicknamed Hall Demon Slasher, here?" That man also called Chun-Soo name correctly. "Someone wants to speak with you." Seeing that, he answered somewhat blankly, "Go with you. I am in an important meeting right now." But the communications soldier immediately rejected that. "This is something that could make this meeting meaningless. Please come with me quickly." Through the radio, two men who had once fought on the same front had a chance to meet again through their voices. Putting on the headphones, Chun-Soo sat upright and listened. On the other end of the line, he was also anxiously reporting the situation to the other side. Chungon, who had once thought the military and government would never change, suddenly remembered the newspaper page printed with Chun-Soo's stern face and the shocking headline, "Man Who Stopped Hall Demon Coup." Chun-Soo, recognized by government as a rank slasher. Next came the memory of him sitting and eating with Ari Group, Mrs. Dong-ho, and two others. Then came the scene of him discussing tactics with Chun Sich in the training area. Even the moment he and A Jong shook hands after successful negotiations surfaced. Major had once felt reassured knowing Chun Su was still alive and leading the slashers in Busan. Chun Su's eyes blurred with tears because that man was still doing exactly what the Major had entrusted to him. Though his heart ached at the loss of his comrades, their sacrifices were certainly not meaningless. Then he raised the binoculars again to observe. The sight of a dense horde of undead on the move instantly appeared before his eyes, a vast sea of zombies surging from Daegu toward Busan. On this end, Chun Sun-Su also froze, his expression tightening. They are faster than I thought. Perhaps after being attacked by that old man, their plan was thrown into disorder. No matter how slow they are, they will definitely flood into Busan within a few days. I have to speed up our actions now. After hearing the full report, he immediately offered his sincere thanks. Thank you for informing us in time. Even if the situation is not very bright, thanks to you, at least we still have time to prepare countermeasures. Once everything is settled, we will do our utmost to bring everyone back to Busan. As soon as he heard Chun Su's promise, he politely refused. Thank you for your kindness, but now that things have come to this, we no longer have much desire to return to Busan. Also, we hope you can properly look after the families of the comrades who fell in the battle at Unjin. Lieutenant Colonel Song had instructed them so. Those words came through the radio, and Chun-Gon, standing beside him, also nodded slightly in agreement. Hearing that wish, Chun-Su immediately replied that we would do our best. But before he could finish speaking, Ari, standing beside him, reached out and snatched the receiver away. Seeing that sudden action, he asked in surprise, "What is it? Do you have something to say to them?" Looking at the receiver in her hand, Ari stated her thoughts without hesitation. "Chairman, to protect Busan, we have to go all out, even if we must use the coldest methods. Do you agree?" When she turned to ask him, only the blazing fire of resolve remained in her eyes. At this moment, he still had not fully grasped the implication in her words, so he only answered vaguely, "That is right, we absolutely cannot lose Busan. Everything is for the innocent civilians here." Realizing he still had not understood, Ari quickly put on the receiver and spoke politely. "Then I want to say a few words to them, let me use the channel for a moment." As soon as she put on the receiver, she looked straight ahead, her gaze cold and unwavering as she introduced herself. "I am Ari, manager of Slezervan." Her lips parted slightly, each icy sentence transmitted out. "I have a request for you, engage Suho's group in battle." Hearing that bold proposal, Chun-Gon's side immediately fell into chaos. Both Chun-Gon and the comrade beside him were stunned, almost unable to believe what they had just heard. But she still did not stop, continuing to present her reasoning. "I am not forcing you. However, we need more data on his high-level mutant forms. Moreover, we need you to hold him back to buy even a little more time, if you can clash with him for even a moment." Hearing this, he could no longer restrain himself and shouted straight into the radio. "You are insane. You are truly insane. Have you no shame? Where is your conscience? Is the intelligence we provided you not enough? Now you want us to rush out and serve as obstacles too, huh?" At that point, his hand gripping the radio trembled with rage, blue veins standing out clearly on his forehead. Thinking back to how the whole team had struggled to hide and seize a chance at life, he grew even angrier. "After the incident at Unjin, we were labeled rebels and blocked from returning to Busan. We had to rummage through ruined cities just to survive day by day. We just told your side that thousands of zombies are coming. You mean for us to fend for ourselves and then stand out to block them, huh?" Before his erupting fury, everyone around him knew better and fell silent. On this end, Ari still tried to continue pleading. "Please hold out a little longer. We only need to gather a few more clues. Perhaps the situation can still turn around." But before she could finish, the cold sound of disconnection rang out. Beep. Seeing the signal cut off, the operator immediately reported that the other side had changed frequencies. Sitting in his chair, Chun-Su heard this and turned to comment, "Were you too hasty? It seems they are furious to the extreme." Hearing him, she could only sigh heavily, her eyes lowering with unease. "I was indeed rash, but we do not have much time left. Chairman A, if what they just provided is true, the situation will become even more serious. So I had no choice but to gamble and try to persuade them." Back on the other side, the man still had not calmed down. He kicked hard, sending the stone beneath his foot flying, his mouth cursing nonstop. "Damn it, what do they take us for? Now they bring out that song about sacrifice for the nation to lecture us. What do they want? That is exactly why I said there was no need to report anything to Busan." The more he spoke, the more violently his anger flared. Contrary to that irritation, Chun-Gon, standing beside him, remained silent and thoughtful, as if calculating something. While the other three were still resentfully cursing, he suddenly broke away from the group and rushed quickly in another direction. The road sign saying Busan was still 126 km away remained standing there in silence. His legs kept moving swiftly toward the long road ahead. Memories of the final moments beside Huang Tek surged back again. At that time he was utterly panicked when he saw him stop, his voice trembling as he called, Major. His eyes filled with tears, his face clearly uneasy as he asked him, "What is wrong, sir?" Suddenly, his gaze met something, and his pupils instantly widened in shock. In that instant, Huang Tek burst into tears. He gritted his teeth and looked ahead, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Back in the present, Chang'an still walked on silently. Huang Tek's call from years ago rang beside his ear again, making him freeze. Corporal Song Chang'an looked straight at him and left his final words. "This is my last entrustment to you, my comrade who has always quietly stood shoulder to shoulder with me." Hearing him say that, Chang'an immediately became flustered. Everyone must survive and return. Live well. The moment he understood the hidden meaning in those words, the corners of his eyes began to redden. It was unclear where it came from, but Chang'an was now gripping a pickaxe tightly in his hand. His hand, which had been placed on Huang Tek's shoulder, also slowly lowered. Sensing that he had let go, his lips moved slightly, as if there was still something he wanted to leave behind. "Thank you." Carrying the faith and ideals of his commander engraved deep in his heart, Chang'an decided to continue alone, silently walking straight toward the horde of zombies surging in. The squad was hurriedly crossing a mountain road. That was the fate of a soldier. No matter the rank or mission, once someone put on that uniform, there would always come a time when he was pushed into a mental crisis. The medals pinned to his chest then suddenly became lifeless ornaments. Glass of liquor was suddenly slammed hard onto the table, making the pungent liquid inside splash everywhere. In a barbecue restaurant, Chang'an seemed a little drunk. "I cannot do it, Captain." As soon as he finished, he exhaled heavily. That was the period before the zombie outbreak, when he was still Corporal Song Chang'an. Hearing his subordinate complain, Huang Tek merely curled his lips in a faint smile. At that time, he was still Captain Lim Huang Tek. Seeing his superior laugh, Chang'an grew even more annoyed. "What are you laughing at? This time I mean it, I will quit. Even if I lose all my salary, I will definitely be discharged." Sitting before the fragrant grill, he still commented calmly, "You absolutely will not leave the military." That firm declaration made him want to argue even more. "What makes you say that so certainly? I have no family to support, and I also have a proper university degree. There are plenty of jobs I can do." Before Chang'an's string of arguments, Huang Tek still calmly raised his hand, pointed at him, and concluded, "Because you love this country." Hearing that, he immediately stammered in denial, his expression clearly flustered. "Low love? What damn love? Is being a soldier so impressive? Good treatment, respect from others, and a better life, is that it?" After sipping another cup, he slowly continued, "Frankly, you are all alone, without family burdens, so you do not get much in benefits either. With that sly and crooked face, stuck in this situation, you do not even have a girlfriend. Then what makes you cling to this profession?" After saying that, he looked deep into Chang'an's eyes and questioned him. "Why did you choose to wear the uniform, Corporal Song Chang'an?" Caught off guard by a question that struck his weak point, Chang'an was tongue-tied and could not say a word. Pushing the glass over again and telling him to pour more, Huang Te continued analyzing. "You cannot find any reasonable reason, right? Because that is your patriotism and mission." At this point, he had no way to argue and could only click his tongue and go along with it. "Fine, then take it as me yielding and loving my country. Call it burning patriotism if you want. But this country does not love us at all. It even treats us worse than ordinary people." As he muttered, he filled his cup with liquor. Yet hearing those complaints, Huang Tek suddenly turned serious. "When did I ever say the country would return your feelings? What we do is completely voluntary, a one-sided feeling that asks for no response." Hearing that, he could only silently ponder every word. Seeing that he still looked blank, Huang Tek smiled again to reassure him. "But is that not cool? One-sided love, even if the other person does not respond, you still persist to the end." A steadfast will touched his heart. The corner of Chang'an's lips lifted slightly, and he laughed before mocking him. "Sounds like some crazy guy, truly a perverted stalker." But Huang Tek did not get angry at being teased. "You brat, are you slapping yourself in the face? We are the same kind." The recollection ended, and Chang'an's legs still did not stop striding forward. "Major, I should have argued back with all my might then." He dashed forward, his steps no longer carrying any hesitation. The pickaxe in his hand over the stones, making a scraping sound. "But perhaps you were right. One-sided love is like that. No matter how hateful the other party is, you still cannot stand by and watch them be trampled and destroyed by someone else. As he broke free from his thoughts, sunlight happened to shine down on his lonely figure. Looking into the distance, Chang'an only sighed in frustration. If only I could dig up a little more information to report to them. Unfortunately, those people refuse to cooperate. This matter is truly difficult. But fine, I alone am enough to buy time. The thought had just flashed through his mind when a dense black mass of undead appeared towering before his eyes. The pickaxe in his hand trembled slightly, and he forced himself to hold his nerve. I only need to hold out for a few more hours. No, even if it is only a few short minutes, it may help change the direction of the battle in Busan. Moreover, where I stand now is the front line. I have no way back. Thinking of that, Chang'an's gaze suddenly turned icy, filled with killing intent. On the other side, Suho also narrowed his eyes in doubt. What is that, a slasher? Observing Chang'an, his curiosity kept increasing. Looks like he is an abandoned slasher or a scout. No idea whether this guy has lost all courage or is frozen stiff with fear. Suho's gaze became cold and decisive. He raised his hand and gave the order. If you want to block my path, then be ready to die. Receiving their master's order, the subordinate zombies immediately surged forward like a flood. His eyes locked tightly onto the opponent, and his mind calculated quickly. If I send out a mutant to handle him, it will definitely kill him in an instant. But somewhere, there might be a little rat trying to gather information on me. Exactly like that old man. As soon as he thought of that, the image of that man secretly filming him with a camera flashed through his mind again. Glancing toward him, he was almost certain of victory. With so many zombies, crushing one lone man would be too easy. Just as a zombie lunged in and tried to bite him, a cold, sharp streak of light suddenly swept past beside it. Chang'an's entire body spun like a whirlwind, and the undead surrounding him were also swept away in pieces. The unlucky bodies at the front were hurled far away. Around him now, not a single zombie remained able to move. In those eyes, blinding light burst forth, ferocity plain and unmistakable. Monster Horde still rushed into fire like moths. Chang'an swung his hand, hoe in hand turned into Death's scythe, swiftly cleaving bodies in two. Those lifeless heads kept flying far away, with several clean slashes clearly showing on bodies. Chang'an Ho blade was now stained deep red. In his mind flashed thought of how many could be sent to hell, and he immediately brushed that thought away. It had always been so. Once land under his feet, he would be lord there, true to his iron will. Around him, almost no living beast dared come near. From behind, another zombie silently rushed up, trying to ambush. Without any hesitation, he swung scythe and dropped sneak attacker. Standing in dense encirclement, Chang'an now looked no different from juicy prey, making zombies frenzy and rush into tear and bite. Yet in answer to that madness, he kept unleashing deadly blows. Oh, in his hand slammed straight down on skull of unlucky zombie. Suddenly, something happened that made him stare wide-eyed in shock. Ho, buried deep in zombie head, was suddenly grabbed by its rotten hand and pinned tight. Chang'an saw that and immediately poured strength into pulling back, but zombie hand's strength was no weaker. The two stayed locked in dead still tug of war for 30 seconds. Sweat poured from palm, making Ho handle in his hand slowly slip away. Without any hesitation, Chogun sent out kick that sent zombie flying far away. Stamina already drained, no idea where strength came from. Yet at this moment he still held scythe and iron rod in his hands. Bloodthirsty zombies gave him no time to catch breath. They immediately pounced to bite and tear. Catching right moment when they closed in, he swung rod and lashed out in rapid succession. Standing off to one side watching, Suho could not hide shock either. This kid held on longer than expected. Looks like zombies were being forced back little by little. From that high position, he clearly saw a whole scene of him desperately struggling amid zombie horde encirclement. Below, Chang'an still stubbornly held on. Even as breathing grew heavier, flame of will in him still burned fiercely. He wanted to do well, same as Major. Is this thought of one who loves in secret? Memory surged back along with final instruction from Jang Sik. Everyone must survive. Live on for my share too. His gaze slowly lost all luster. Major, maybe now I am about to fall. Suddenly, a growl rang out and pulled him back to reality. Chang'an immediately turned head to check situation. A giant tanker truck was roaring madly toward him. In cab, blue-veined hands gripped steering wheel tight, controlling that iron monster. Without even 1 second of hesitation, person inside slammed foot hard on accelerator. Wheels spun wildly, grinding hard over asphalt. Dumb zombies blocking front were all flung away by truck like rag dolls. Realizing danger, Chang'an also instantly sprang sideways to dodge. Tanker truck surged ahead like suicide attacker who knew no fear. Sweeping past place where he sat on ground, truck continued smashing straight into leading zombie. Suddenly, truck shook violently, then wheels slowly lifted from road, far from place where Chang'an sat. Massive tanker had fully tipped onto one side. Suho, seeing that scene, could not help but gape in astonishment. Behind, Chang'an was just as stunned. Cab door suddenly burst open, making him watch with curiosity. Aggressive man shot out from inside truck, voice rising from anger. Damn it, already I am regretting this. While rubbing newly shaved buzz cut, face of he showed clear displeasure and dissatisfaction. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, zombies again clambered up onto truck bed. Once it saw him, that zombie seemed eager to show off and roared in threat. At this moment, oil in tank had already begun leaking, spreading into large puddle. He calmly took out lighter and flicked it on. Without bothering to look back, he tossed lighter straight over shoulder with unbeatable coolness. A long trajectory of flying lighter, his wary complaint followed. Busan is truly nest of trouble. Reason I fought with my life online was only for tanker sergeant and families in Busan of dead comrades. Just as he finished speaking, lighter also fell right into spreading oil slick. In blink of eye, truck exploded violently as oil caught fire, raising giant pillar of flame. Looking toward John Gunn, who stood frozen in place, he still said in hard voice, "That is exactly why we have to fight." Hearing that, Kid also could not help but grow excited. From beneath burning truck, a zombie as stubborn as hungry leech had crawled out sometime already. Its bloodshot eyes, crisscrossed with red veins, were fixed tightly on both of them. From behind, a shell suddenly screamed through air and shot toward gathering zombies. Hearing Win shriek, Chogun panicked and hugged head to guard. But after waiting and waiting, still no explosion. Only then did he open eyes slightly and look back. In that direction, comrades who once stood shoulder to shoulder through life and death were all rushing over in haste, panting hard. Love in secret that you mentioned is exactly what appears on worried faces of comrades inside that vehicle. John Gunn turned as if wanting to ask him back. Seeing blank look on his face, he immediately nodded firmly. Raising head to sky, thought suddenly bloomed in his heart, bold and daring, even though he still did not understand other side feelings. But I will not hide those feelings anymore either, same as that day. Thinking that memory of drinking session between him and Jang Sik seemed like it had only happened yesterday. In command room, atmosphere turned dead silent and heavy after contact from John Gunn was cut off. Ari was now drowning in remorse. I thought we did not have much time left to negotiate, so I spoke bluntly from start. Was I too impatient? In addition, old man from government side also spoke to analyze. However, considering that thanks to this we learned situation earlier than expected, and even pinpointed position when they passed Gu embankment, your action was not completely useless. Right beside him, equipment operator also patted Chun Su's shoulder and said, "Thank you for giving us precious time. Based on data we collected, I think we should convene emergency meeting. I can bet they will not bother contacting us again." As he spoke, gaze of he stayed fixed on him like he was probing. Suddenly Chun Su spoke, cutting off that bleak train of thought. "Let us wait a bit longer. They will contact us again." Hearing that firm statement, everyone except Ari widened eyes in surprise. Equipment operator, still half skeptical, immediately retorted, "How could that be? They just flatly refused our request. And they sounded very angry too." But Chunsu still sat like statue on chair, eyes fixed tightly on communication device. That was request beyond limits. Their anger was understandable, but after calming down, who knows, maybe they would accept. Behind, old man from government side still could not swallow this anger. "How dare you be defending those reactionaries? Damn it." Seeing old man full of irritation, Chun Su immediately replied firmly, "Because I saw it with my own eyes." Recalling image of Jang Sik along with 3 comrades, Chun Su's voice grew even more certain. They acted that way because situation in Unjin was already too terrible. They were absolutely not kind of people who things for vile greed. So they will not completely refuse us. Probably so. Saying that, even he was a little shaken, so tone was somewhat hesitant. Old man over there had now run out of patience completely, face wrinkled as he shouted, "So now you are standing up to shield those reactionaries, demon. They are a bunch of trash reactionaries. They are criminals permanently expelled Fruzan. They are terrorist organization." As he spoke more, volume of old man grew louder, trembling finger pointing straight at his face. Suddenly, equipment operator standing beside also spoke up in support. He has point too. Brigade commander Major Lim also once made great merit in wiping out zombies. If trouble happens now, and nuclear power plant is destroyed, then everything is over. But on other hand, if we cooperate, we can repair equipment to protect safety of Busan citizens. As soon as this was mentioned, image of 2 nuclear power plants immediately appeared in everyone's mind. Chunsu still sat in silence. He turned to look at operator who was trying hard to persuade that stubborn old man. Moreover, if not for them providing intelligence, we would have been completely blind about Suhu battle, and then everything would have happened earlier than expected, and we would have had to bear catastrophic defeat beyond saving. As he spoke, serious expression of he also made old man soften a little. Yet old man still remained full of suspicion toward John Gunn group. Even if we yield 100 times and owe them for power plant matter, how could bunch of hiding rats dare go against Su Ho Zombie Legion? Right then, from walkie-talkie came crackling noise that shattered heavy atmosphere. "Hello? Hello, can you hear us? This is Daegu frontline. Is that demon still there?" Hearing signal, all turned together with shock. Device operator hurriedly put on headphones, then answered in haste. "This is Busan, we hear you clearly. Go ahead." The voice from the radio sounded again, repeating, "This is Daegu. We have something to say to the Demon Hall." Hearing that, Chunsu immediately nodded in agreement. On the rooftop of the high-rise building, a figure was silently observing. A soldier held binoculars and watched intently, constantly reporting the situation. Just now, after connecting the signal, Tank Sergeant Cho Gun charged straight out to engage them. "We are trying to hold back the living corpses as long as possible, while also persuading the soldiers who had planned to retreat to return to the fight. I was ordered to keep reporting every trait and movement of the zombies advancing toward Busan." Through the binoculars, the whole battlefield lay within his sight. On this side, Chunsu put on headphones and asked, "How long do you think your side can hold out? Did you not say earlier that forces were insufficient?" Hearing that question, the soldier observed closely again and replied, "Even so, we can still hold out quite long." Below, Chohun and another person were running for their lives. "We have entered the danger zone to resupply Unjin, and we are all elite soldiers who once fought shoulder to shoulder with Major Lim." After saying that, he turned to look at his comrades gripping machine guns. Everyone's face turned grave, and the commander immediately shouted, "Alpha Team, stand ready." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group unleashed fierce fire toward the zombie horde. The living corpses were charging madly, completely unguarded. Bullets tore through the air, plunging straight into their rotting bodies. It did not stop there. A shell came streaking from afar. An earth-shaking explosion rang out, making Gun jerk his head back. In the rear, beside the cannon, someone reported loudly, "Beta Team, stand ready." At another position, blocks of explosives were also being installed urgently. Right beneath the bridge, the soldiers quickly attached several more timed bombs. Standing nearby, another person held a radio and reported, "Gamma Team, stand ready." At this moment, the team's tactics were clear. Machine guns were placed as blockades on the key roads the zombie horde had to pass. While the machine guns held back the attack at the front line, mortars would keep firing to wear down the number of living corpses. Finally, the bombs would be detonated at the right moment to collapse the bridge, extend retreat time, and make the zombies fall into the deep ravine with the broken span. On the bridge, John Gunn could not help feeling moved when he saw his comrades, whom he had thought he would have to fight without. Sure enough, they deserved the title of zombie extermination experts, people who had lived through countless brutal battles. Had they managed to devise this strategy in such short time, if carried out well, it would not only buy time and mislead the mutant species, but also break the will of those targeting Busan. Thinking of that, his gaze shifted to a nearby road sign. On this side, Suho still stood motionless, watching the battle formation. He raised a hand to touch his head, impatience clear on his face. Do these things not know boredom? They are only tiny bugs, yet they act as if they are something great. Do they think they will not be caught? Amid the battle stretched taut as a bowstring, Suho's icy voice rang out, "Lowly worms buzzing around, deluding yourselves into thinking you are accomplishing something. That makes me sick. But no matter what, traitors must die, and the sacrificed will be saved. The outcome where good triumphs over evil will not change." As soon as he finished speaking, an A-rank mutant zombie Demon Sword appeared beside him. Standing before Demon Sword, Suho calmly raised his hand and pointed toward John Gunn's group. His index finger aimed straight at the military vehicle parked at the end of the bridge on the other side. With only a light flick of his hand, it was as if an invisible cutting line had been drawn through space. After locking onto the target, he coldly ordered, "Sweep them clean for me, Demon Sword." As soon as it received the order, Demon Sword's giant legs immediately stepped forward. His two hands clamped tightly together. In an instant, as fingers stretched out, sharp as blades, taking a stance ready to claim lives. On this side, as soon as he saw Demon Sword's attacking posture, Chogun immediately fell into extreme panic, giving no one any chance to react, as Deathly Hand had already swung down. John Gunn was running with his head down, and when he saw his comrades still intending to charge forward, he shouted, "Everyone, dodge now." However, a cold streak of light cut across his words. That streak of light slashed vertically through the military vehicle. In the blink of an eye, both men and vehicle were cleanly torn in two by that streak of light. Shogun went dead still, his whole body stiff as stone. Before he could think, another massive explosion erupted. His whole body was violently hurled backward by the shockwave. Hurriedly looking over, Chogun was stunned to see his comrade's legs. They were all that remained of a corpse whose head and chest had been severed, fresh blood flowing everywhere. His pupils shrank in shock, and a heart-rending scream rang out, making everyone's heart feel crushed. Seeing that the obstacle had been cleared, Suho curled his lips. "This is the highest grade mutant species. I did not even want that old man to see it, because it is too rare. No matter how many other species I had to create, or even if I had to sacrifice the lowless, I did not want to bring it out. But I think you should feel honored honored to witness this magnificent sight before dying. Suho's gaze toward him grew more contemptuous. Lowly flies. But no matter how vicious his words were, Chogun could no longer hear them. The pain of losing comrades once more dealt him a crushing psychological blow. On the rooftop, that soldier was still straining his eyes to follow every development of the battle. When he saw a demon sword, he trembled violently. What the hell is that thing? That is no longer a zombie, and not like the A-rank mutant species I saw in Unjin either. The radio lying on the ground emitted chaotic sounds. This is Beta Team. What was that explosion just now? Visibility is blocked. Report now. This is Gamma Team. Alpha Team just threw grenade A. Give next orders. Those urgent cries only made him panic even more. Staring at the radio, his heart clenched fiercely as he thought of Alpha Team's situation. Only he could see the whole picture. He had promised that even without enough time, he would still produce sound tactics. After hesitating for a while, he decisively picked up the device. He had to risk it. Pressing close to the radio, though his heart pounded and his legs shook, he still forced his voice calm and ordered, Alpha Team, retreat. Repeating, Alpha Team, retreat immediately. A strange mutant species has appeared on the enemy side. Through the radio, Delta Team in charge of mortars heard every word clearly. His voice continued transmitting, at least A rank. No, a mutant species outside all our standards has appeared. Hearing that news, Gamma Team in charge of detonation beneath the bridge could not help freezing in shock. Looking toward the bridge and seeing Chogun trying to flee, he hurriedly reported, Tank Sergeant Chogun is still alive and moving. After a brief consideration, he issued the operation plan. Beta Team, continue bombarding the old coordinates. You must disrupt the zombies attacking in the blind spot. Maybe it can buy Tank Sergeant Chogun time to retreat. When the moment is ripe, Gamma Team will detonate the bombs to destroy the bridge. I will give the signal. Hearing that order, the two radio operators on the operations side replied firmly despite their worry. Understood. After cutting communication, he gritted his teeth, and his trembling hand raised the binoculars to his eyes again, his heart burning with anxiety. I just gave orders. As long as we follow the plan, there is still hope. I promise to try to buy time and keep them alive. In midair, a demon head was hovering and observing. The instructions just now came from its mouth, transmitted straight to Suho's ears. Once we have delayed long enough, Gamma Team will blow the bombs on the bridge. Of course, I will send the signal to you. After hearing John Gunn's side's plan, Suho could not help being surprised. Mortar Team and Bridge Demolition Team, is that all their force? Dropping the demon head, rage flared violently inside him. Creating a mutant species capable of intercepting radio waves truly was a wise decision. I almost lost all the zombies. As soon as his anger passed, he turned his head and ordered coldly, deal with all of them, kill every last one. If rumors about you get out, that will do me no good. On the Mortar Team's side, another shell was fired. Fire. The shell tore through the air, exploding as soon as it hit the ground. It blasted the zombies into the air. The artillery commander waved his hand and ordered, his eyes never leaving the target, reload. Fire another round in that direction right now. After waiting quite a long time, the only response was suffocating silence. His patience exhausted, he whipped around and roared, What the hell are you doing? Bring the shell here now. The situation is already urgent. Yet when his gaze landed there, he saw only a person kneeling collapsed on the ground. His pupils contracted in terror. An A-rank mutant species, gift demon, was tightly coiled around that person's head. Witnessing that scene, he shouted in panic, What the hell is clinging to his head? Suddenly, that man reached out and grabbed the artillery shell in the crate. Under the manipulation of the funeral demon, his two hands raised the shell above his head. The comrades around him saw the sudden change and nearly lost their souls, with only one silent curse flashing through their minds. Damn it. In that instant, a violent explosion crashed down from above, making the whole group setting bombs below jump in fright. The bomb team commander immediately judged. That sound definitely was not the sound of living corpses falling, but from the mortar team. Could they have been ambushed? In this situation, he had to block their offensive momentum to buy more time. Sergeant Seong must be hoping he would do that too. Thinking that, he immediately turned back and ordered bomb detonation. He had to create distance from them fast. Deploy now, hurry. The urging had just fallen when his body suddenly lurched off balance, and sheer terror surged up at once in his heart. Why was his vision flipped like this? The thought flashed, and he saw his own head slowly falling away. Right beneath bridge, a demon with both hands smeared in dark red goo was clinging tightly there. Nearby soldiers saw the ghastly sight with their own eyes, each of them going pale with fear. Catching prey panic in full view, mutant insect class Ashengai immediately bared sharp teeth, revealing frightening delight. Faced with that gruesome set of teeth, Bomb Squad grew even more chaotic. They hurriedly fired at it, lips trembling as they stammered, It is over there. In exact moment gun muzzle flashed, things sprang hard upward and shot into sky. Only a brief beat later, it landed on ground then vanished as if it had never been there. On ground, traces of movement at terrifying speed stood out so clearly it was chilling. Seeing that scene, two soldiers were even more swallowed by extreme fear. Just then, a bizarre sound suddenly rang out right behind them. Shen Gai spread its deformed mouth wide and lunged. Its too sudden appearance scared remaining soldier stiff on spot. Up on high ground, Signal Soldier clenched his teeth, tracking disastrous situation through binoculars. Damn it. He hurriedly lowered binoculars, despair and self-reproach flooding his heart. I was wrong. I should have told them to leave everything and run. No, now he must act. It was still unclear whether Buzin could launch attack, but urgent matter was reporting newly emerged mutant species. If he could send out information he had gambled his life to obtain, this sacrifice would not be in vain. Thinking that, he immediately grabbed radio. But at that very moment, a strange object whistled through air and knocked radio from his hand. Looking at smashed communication device, he jerked his head around. What the hell had just happened? On neighboring high-rise, something was reflecting blinding sunlight. The one seated there was a rank mutant gun demon. His gun barrel pointed straight at him with bone-chilling killing intent. Having stared death in face, Soldier Face was instantly covered with despair. In an instant, another bullet screamed in. Back on bridge, John Gunn was still crawling and running head down in panic. He suddenly realized all sounds around him had gone quiet. Counterfire was gone. Mortar fire and bombs too had vanished. Memories of comrades being taken down by Sword Demon, and that just now superior mutant came flooding back. Maybe his side had already fallen completely into disadvantage. After brief hesitation, his steps slowly slowed. Will to survive seemed snuffed out, because at this point even if he kept running it held no meaning. No one knew when, but he was already gripping an axe tight in his hand. His mind began calculating. If he could stop them, he might be able to drag things out another 30 minutes. Once decision was made, John turned around, facing death head-on. Standing alone in middle of empty bridge, he was quickly pressed in on by zombies. Determination blazed in his eyes. He had to hold on, just 5 more minutes. In the blink of an eye, zombie horde had charged in. The moment they saw him, they launched into frenzied attacks at once. John Gunn slowly opened his eyes. He blinked in daze as if he still was not fully awake. He realized he was lying flat on ground, face unable to hide surprise. High above, sky was still deep blue and endlessly far away. John Gunn hurriedly pushed himself up with hands and sat up. Suddenly a voice rang out and made him freeze. They had all left already. Hey, you there, come over here already. At this moment, 3 more familiar figures had appeared on field. John Gunn still seemed not to have shaken off daze, only standing still and staring at them without blinking. He sprang up in a hurry. Seeing that, one person laughed and sighed. So even after death, we still have to die on battlefield like this. Standing before him, Jangsik only asked gently, had you given it your all? That question made him fall silent in thought. After a moment, John Gunn raised his head and answered loudly, 5 minutes. Not only did I give it my all, I forced myself for another 5 minutes too. Hearing that answer, corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Without a trace of hesitation, Jangsik praised, you did well, hard work. That boring one-sided feeling. As he spoke, in his eyes seemed to reflect silhouette of national flag. That amount of time was enough to deploy dozens of soldiers who were striding forward and preparing to open fire. The soldiers hurriedly loaded heavy artillery. Beneath bridge, soldiers were also hastily attaching timed bombs to wall. One soldier gripped radio tightly in his hand, face stunned as he screamed in fear. Memories of moment John Gunn stood alone against 7 zombies in final battle suddenly surged back. Longest delay was 40 minutes. Soldiers madly sprayed bullets into zombie horde, but before they could even make effect, they were already beaten down. Image of Chun Su falling beside corpse of comrade surfaced with haunting clarity. Then came scene of Shen Gai clinging beneath bridge while commander was finished off by it in only a few short seconds. When information on mutant species was still a mystery, Signal Soldier had fallen in such miserable condition. Some might call it meaningless death, but their sacrifice was absolutely not in vain. At this moment, Su Ho Face was taut as a bowstring. Actual battle time had been only 40 minutes, but Su Ho had needed half a day to straighten out chaotic frontline and grasp losses. Looking at zombie horde shuffling along, he quietly calculated. Zombies could not take complex orders like humans. So, once formation was broken, it would take a very long time to reorganize and keep everything from falling into chaos. Thinking that, he ground his teeth and muttered, what a pain. Besides, even though news of mutant species still had not been sent out, an uneasy feeling had already shrouded entire command room. Controller at this moment had face drained white, head bowed low, not daring to look up. However, Busan Slayers still sensed it by instinct. Chun Su, though tense, still spoke to reassure them. They are warriors who had resolved to fight to death, so they could not easily change their minds in a flash. There was a high chance that something with overwhelming power existed inside Su Ho's zombie army. Ari standing beside him also spoke anxiously. I will warn slashers facing Jang Suho zombies. If possible, I will send reinforcements that way. In the end, Busan's side had accurately calculated Suho position and direction of movement. On map, they marked 3 points and connected them together. At this moment, an officer pointed at map and told Chun Su group and others, "We have determined where they came from and how they are moving, so I think we can prepare defenses. Army will reduce zombie numbers and block their attack route. Let slashers prepare defense line. At any cost, do not let death of Sergeant Zeong Chogun become meaningless." Hearing that, Chun Su now was also somewhat surprised. Remembering Jang's sick face when he was still alive, then thinking of Major Lim incident, Army situation really was extremely miserable. Most elite forces had already died in successive brutal battles since Apocalypse struck. Even if defensive forces could still be mobilized to keep Busan secure, it looked no different from trying to patch Ocean. Outside, soldiers in high alert were patrolling along coast. However, they still held a large amount of remaining weapons in hand. Squad from earlier had entered one room packed with heavy firepower, while another unit had also stepped into warehouse. This was military depot of Ministry of National Defense under provisional government, where thousands of crates of weapons were stacked inside. From those containers, countless anti-personnel mines were carried out one after another. After incident involving Major Lim, current leader replaced demoted men in command. Soldiers could not help but stare in shock when they saw enormous stockpile of weapons in warehouse with their own eyes. After surveying once, leader at front worriedly calculated, though short on guns, ammo, and heavy weapons, this place had plenty of explosives and mines. With current situation, this much gear could definitely inflict huge losses. We decided to make full use of infrastructure to reduce number of zombies pouring toward Busan. After finishing inspection, he immediately waved and ordered, "Take all anti-personnel mines, TNT explosives, and sharp knives. We will use them to set traps along road leading to Busan." Scene shifted to strategy room of Ministry of National Defense under provisional government. Inside, government officials and military commanders were discussing countermeasures in tense voices. While pointing at map, presenter said in a deep voice, "White dots are buried mine positions. Red dots are positions where special force unit is stationed. They can detonate TNT and use melee knives at critical moment." General Hong rested both hands under his chin and said, "Weapons deployed this densely, so Army has used up all explosives it had." No matter what, after hearing that, person beside him was so worried sweat poured down like rain. He picked up cigarette on table and continued asking, "What I am puzzled about is not where mines were buried or where special force unit is hiding." He held a cigarette between his lips, his voice cold as he pressed the other party to answer quickly. Could that method truly stop Suho from entering Busan? Faced with that barrage of questions, the operation commander lowered his head and remained silent for quite some time. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, admitting that they could not completely stop this threat. "According to our estimates, the number of zombies he is leading may reach hundreds of thousands." As soon as they heard that, General Huang and everyone in the room froze in shock. Even so, he still refused to give up and continued trying to persuade them. "If the goal is to cut their numbers in half, yes. Right now we are fully capable of eliminating 50% of the enemy force. With the firepower prepared in advance, wiping out half the zombie horde was no exaggeration." Out on the battlefield, layer after layer of undead were blasted into the air by mines. However, there were still two variables that could arise. Suho stepped out from behind and raised his hand to signal the 7 zombies. All around, countless zombie corpses lay scattered across the ground, yet beside them other undead formations still stood in neat ranks. Suho looked at the subordinates that had been destroyed with a heavy expression. This situation cannot shift to the surrounding area. Not only the front, all 4 directions may well be densely planted with mines. Looking at the bodies piled everywhere, he muttered that he had not expected them to defend so fiercely. It seems the military has grown smarter. But the first problem was Suho, the one commanding this zombie horde, was far too familiar with anti-undead tactics. He thought coldly as if those tricks could be unfamiliar to me. After all, I was once a Slayer candidate. The more he thought, the darker his face became. Maybe I have to act myself. As soon as that thought flashed through his mind, a giant zombie loomed into view. Second, Suho had many mutated species with terrifying power that you people had never seen with your own eyes. Its huge foot crushed the smaller zombies beneath it. Every step it slammed down created a violent shockwave, throwing the smaller undead around it. Raising his head to look at that monster, he suddenly remembered the mutated species, once discovered in a new town on the outskirts of Gyeonggi province. It was not the kind that could easily form from a single mutated individual, but required many people mutating together and connecting in an organic form. This was an ultra-high-grade mutated species, extremely rare, appearing only after reaching a complete fused state. Thinking of that, the scene of its transformation demon seemed to appear clearly before his eyes. And a rank mutation, a giant demon, was wandering through the city. The first time he saw it, he was certain this would be the most effective tool for piercing Busan's defensive line. The giant demon was still trudging forward, and wherever it went, the ground beneath it seemed to tremble. Suddenly it stomped hard on the ground, sending thick dust billowing up. Mines planted beneath it also exploded all at once, leaving wounds on its leg. A moment later, the giant demon stopped, and strangely, the wounds on its leg vanished without a trace. Suho had been observing from the start, and seeing that, he felt quietly satisfied. The giant demon's defensive ability was nearly absolute. Even if it was hit, the internal clusters composing it could still regenerate to replace the damaged parts. Just as he had predicted, the wound on its leg healed completely in an instant. His eyes suddenly shone brightly, fixed on the giant demon. Its only weakness was that it was too lazy, almost never taking the initiative to attack on its own. But I can make up for that by controlling it directly. In other words, the last hope that zombies could be destroyed by modern weapons would vanish completely. Whether machine guns or heavy firepower, none of it would have much effect anymore. Thinking of those damned traitors, Suho closed his eyes, his expression satisfied as if savoring the thought. Disappear, all of you. Open your eyes wide and see what became of those you abandoned, then regret it properly. As that thought ended, the majestic giant demon took a few more steps, while on the opposite side, the military had also noticed its existence. The soldiers immediately froze, their mouths hanging open as if they could not believe it. Damn it, what is that thing? Is it using its body to clear the mines? One soldier still could not believe the scene before his eyes and shouted that there was no way to stop that monster with this minefield. Another person was so furious he clenched his teeth. The giant demon still advanced slowly but heavily, while the military side had begun to retreat. Each stomp made the ground shake, dust and smoke rolling thickly with every step. Suho observed from above, his gaze still pinned straight toward Busan. When they reached the area held by the military, he wondered if this was where the territory of the traitors began. Standing proudly on the giant demon's shoulder, Suho loudly declared, "I have returned, I have reached the very edge of the city wall." He looked into the distance, a hint of mockery crossing his face. "Oh, my beloved homeland." The scene now shifted to the defensive wall in Dijiang district. The crazed undead horde dragged itself forward step by step, as if locked onto the target before them. From a high position, Suho watched the chaos below intently. His face was strangely calm. Then he remarked that if one intended to return home in glory, one should at least dress decently. The zombies under his control obediently brought the item over. Suho immediately reached out and took that strange coil of wire. He casually threw the old coat down to the ground below. After that, he draped the new coat over himself. At that moment, Suho looked extremely striking as he stood high above, overlooking every change unfolding here. His expression looked much brighter, but hidden deep in his eyes were still his own calculations. Looking at the distant point of light, he pondered in focused silence. Though I do not know who the commander over there is, they must also understand they cannot stop me at Dijiang. On the map at that moment, 2 points of light were clearly visible. One was Busan, and the other was Zhejiang. A light breeze swept past, and Suho calmly looked ahead before sighing softly. Maybe they are a little more capable than I thought. In this direction, the commander still stood motionless like a statue, seemingly waiting in silence for the signal from the undead horde's assault. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was filled with tension and confusion from everyone. This time, Ajong could not hide his astonishment and raised his head to look at Jingu. "You said you will stop him at Jijiang. Why must it be Jijiang?" Even Ari sitting beside him showed clear unease. I also think you should reconsider this, Jingu." In front of everyone, Ari quickly stated her view that the defensive walls would become sturdier the deeper they went into Busan's inner city. During the time gained while Suho breaks through outer lines like Daijiang, perhaps we can find another key strategy. Hearing Ari's analysis, Chunsu stayed silent for a moment before slowly saying, "I am not a strategist, so I will not object, as long as you explain it so I can understand." Hearing their reminders, he quickly nodded. Because Chairman Choi's and Miss Ari's opinions both had grounds, he looked toward Ari and Ajong, calmly saying that based on the time and information Sergeant Song had gathered for Gon, he could already draw a conclusion. Just as you said, the chance of victory in urban warfare in central Busan may be higher. His face became slightly stern, and his voice also lowered until it felt chilling. If things unfold that way, Busan will completely lose its function as a city. Jin Woo continued, "Most food production areas and drinking water sources are outside Busan's inner city." With each word he spoke, images of those places seemed to appear clearly before everyone. Then he asked them all, "Suppose we distribute these things for free. What will happen if the entire population outside floods into Busan's inner city to fight for food?" Faced with that difficult question, Ari and Ajong both fell silent, unable to answer immediately. Even Chun-Su standing beside them frowned, because he did not fully understand. After thinking for quite a while, Ajong finally hesitantly stated his judgment. If that happens, Suho will not even need to personally join the all-out attack. Ari also slowly added, perhaps we can still hold out until Busan is surrounded, supplies gradually run dry, materials are exhausted, and the city slowly dies day by day. Hearing that, Jin-Woo snapped his fingers decisively and concluded, exactly. As expected, the thinking of those who run things is very different. If we are trapped in that situation, escaping will be extremely difficult. Continued in a firm voice, the longer the isolation lasts, the more the dense crowds in front will keep appearing. In cramped and starving living conditions, people will not withstand the pressure and will riot. Hearing this, Ari's expression immediately became unusually grave. To suppress riots, we will keep consuming more soldiers and slashers. At this moment, Ajong also cut in worriedly. Suho only needs to wait until our military strength weakens, then he will crush Busan with the momentum. When that happens, everything is over. Having analyzed to this point, Jin-Woo quickly settled the matter. Therefore, at all costs, we must stop him at Zia. With an extremely serious expression, he declared the meeting's highest objective. This time, the goal is not only to repel the zombies, but also to protect the lives of the people in Busan. The entire meeting room sank into a tense atmosphere, everyone waiting for what came next and resolving to prepare the defense to the end. As for Chun-Su, he immediately stepped outside to personally supervise the situation. Before the two of them was a towering sea of undead, ready to charge into battle. Those mindless zombies kept dragging themselves toward the city wall. Looking at their ever-increasing numbers, Chun-Su sighed warily. It looked so real, truly terrifying. Also, where did so many dangerous things come from? He hurriedly turned his head to look in another direction, wondering what corner the rest were hiding in. Jin-Woo standing beside him also added, how dangerous they are or how numerous they are no longer matters. Jin-Woo's face turned solemn as he said, what matters is making the most of everything we have. The teams have been divided, fulfill your roles and give it everything. No matter how many zombies appeared before them, neither of them wavered before the storm about to descend. Because we are slashers. Slashers deal with zombies, we only need to do our job of eliminating the undead. Sensing that those words seemed to carry another meaning, Chun-Su raised his head and looked toward Jin-Woo. He gently placed a hand on Jin-Woo's shoulder and teased with a smile, I thought only handsome people were right. Seems that is not necessarily true. That joke immediately made Jin-Woo flare up, you annoying brat. After that, Chun-Su regained his serious look, coughed softly a few times, then focused on calculating. The problem is that undead Horde has an intelligent commander and unprecedented scale. I think you can make up for that gap with your rock-filled head. What is there to fear about scale? Corner of his mouth lifted into a smug smile. Since when did humans have more enemies than zombies? While both were still chatting lively, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, hey you guys. Sarang and other zombie hunters had all arrived. She immediately reported, I finished checking teams. Crowd gathered here frightened Chun-Sik so badly he stammered, damn it, you only finished checking now. We still do not even know whether we can beat that man. Hearing that gloomy tone, Sang-Soo turned back in irritation and replied, damn it, we are fighting ordinary zombies anyway. Survival rate is still high, right? Seeing both sides about to argue, Jianghua cut in, then everyone dies eventually. You idiots, as long as you do not start infighting. Seeing everyone present, Chun-Su nodded and calculated, alright, zombies in this direction have been cleared. He turned and asked Jin-Woo how much longer military could hold out. Jin-Woo immediately reported that several platoons and artillery with field guns were providing support from behind wall. Everyone looked expectantly toward soldiers setting up large cannons to prepare against undead Horde. Automated aircraft squadron and air unit able to operate helicopters had come with them. At this point, Jin-Woo could only sigh in frustration. Neither commander nor general had come, only one colonel. Sarang could not hold back her anger and shouted, they only sent that many people. What hell is this? Ignoring her anger, Jin-Woo explained that, because losses at Unjin were heavy possibility of zombies infiltrating city and causing civil war could not be ruled out. Even if that did not happen, internal security still had to be maintained and military force used with planning. Hearing this, Chun-Su looked at him in confusion and asked, I know they will not cooperate fully, but what kind of command is this? Clearly, they have no experience either, so why send on one person? Pedro calmly said what he knew, even if only rumor. Some said provisional government and Ministry of National Defense had all gone down into shelters. But that was not certain either, because many said priority protection of high officials was meant to rebuild foundation of country. Jin-Woo seemed to nod in agreement, not forgetting to add, now is not time to discuss that. Anyway, they're useless bunch who pushed Busan to this state. Understanding situation, situation? Chun-Su looked ahead and sighed softly. In end, they are still rotten bastards. He patted Jin Woo's shoulder and spoke loudly to everyone. At least lucky commander here is not those blockheads, but this uncle. Jin Woo snapped back in irritation. I was planning to be last dead man. That made everyone burst out laughing. Damn it. Realizing time was running out, Chun-Su began stepping forward. Dang Hua seemed fully ready for battle ahead, and person beside her was same. Sarang and Jinwoo still wore stern expressions, eyes fixed straight ahead. Pedro walked steadily, and Jiha was naturally no less resolute. Remaining trio, Chun-Sik and Sang-Soo, also advanced together. Chun-Su walked at front of group and shouted, "Then let us go." On opposite battle line, Su-Ho calmly controlled Undead Legion and kept it advancing. Taking deep breath, Su-Ho controlled Zombie and roared his message. From now on, whoever surrenders, I will turn you into conscious mutants. At least I will let you live until Busan completely falls. Everyone focused and listened to that threat, because I have more compassion for you than those hiding like rats inside that wall. His face was cold as ice. Then he preached loudly, "Do not teach mankind to use its lives to stop extinction." Su-Ho words seemed to drain workers of strength, causing their fighting spirit to drop sharply. Instead, accept your fate. Right before their eyes, zombie wave had begun surging madly forward. Chun-Su's familiar shield suddenly slammed hard into ground. He carried his weapon on his shoulder and walked forward calmly with relaxed air. He was called AA rank slasher, bristly buried gold hole demon. As soon as he saw Chun-Su's familiar face, Su-Ho could not help exclaiming, "Oh, it is one I met back then. Perhaps old man Kim Chiao Sam elemental disciple." Suddenly, he recalled Chao Sam words. Busan is changing. Focus will be slashers like you. That made Su-Ho puzzled. Thought appeared in his head. He meant someone like me as that man. Ridiculous. He is only inexperienced fool. On this side, Chun-Su was still fumbling with handheld loudspeaker. He shouted provocatively toward opponent Su-Ho, "How is your head after virus corroded it?" Corner of his mouth lifted smugly as he shouted, "Stop talking nonsense and charge in. I will treat you." His voice rang out endlessly. If it hurts, get treated. Why stand there rambling? Those words made Su-Ho freeze on spot. That man thought in confusion. Seems this guy learned a few lines to irritate people. Su-Ho's face instantly turned icy. That man declared, "I will wipe all of you out." Zombie standing beside him also raised its head and roared madly, as if signaling doomsday of mankind. Life and death battle between zombies and humans officially erupted from there. Looking at situation right before him, Su-Ho roared for all zombie subordinates to advance. "It has come, we are slashers." His voice rang everywhere, constantly urging everyone to coordinate in battle. "Our supreme mission is to destroy zombies." Everyone forms solid defensive line, absolutely no one leaves position, resolved to protect life wall of mankind until last breath. Maddened, bloodthirsty zombies immediately charged straight toward massive city wall. Su-Ho's face turned pensive and calculating, waiting to see result of this clash. One side besieging city, one side defending city. Chun-Su was also waiting for coming result of confrontation between zombies and slashers. Bloody battle between mankind and undead immediately appeared. Final deathmatch at Giza officially began. Opening scene was fierce tug of war between two sides. They constantly used clubs to beat each other. In end, war was still conflict between factions. Time quietly passed. Humans once again appeared in scene of holding shields and clashing hard against each other. In modern age, humans still continued using advanced weapons to attack. Ultimately, everything was still war between people. But this was not simple war between factions. Settings shifted to casino with wagers one after another. In truth, it was battle between cards. Those very card games decided fate of participants, who would be first to reveal cards. There were even men pretending to be blind to cheat, hoping to hold more cards. They had to be wary of every gesture, every move of opponent before them. Based on revealed cards, they guessed hidden cards on other side. Corner of man mouth curved faintly into smug smile. It was exactly that kind of battle. The person opposite him remained cold, not revealing slightest emotion. Returning to reality, Su-Ho calmly raised his eyes and looked forward. Chun-Su would not lose either, still ceaselessly observing entire situation here. One glance was enough to see how terrifying scale of this battle was. While neither side had yet sent out main forces, Su-Ho slowly moved both hands forward. At moment he gave order, all bloodthirsty zombies immediately surged straight toward city wall. He moved at extremely frightening speed, attacking like mad, while Vanguard Su-Ho sent out now consisted only of several C-rank mutant types. Everything had already been calculated by Su-Ho beforehand. He also mixed in several B-rank mutant types along with countless ordinary zombies. His face gradually turned grave as he remembered plan he had arranged. Though he had once been slasher, because he had been away from battlefield too long, he needed updated information on new generation of slashers. Su-Ho thought so and continued sweeping his gaze toward mutant leaving zombies behind, because they were perfect bait for him to collect data. His gaze was cold yet calm, waiting for each one to fall under his hand. Now you can reveal your cards, juniors. At that moment, City Gate began slowly opening. It seemed Chun-Su also had no intention of standing still. On other side, Kim Chun-Su had signaled a man to quickly advance. Before crazed zombie horde, Chun-Sik walked out calmly as if this place held no danger at all. He was A-rank slasher, Vanguard dog trainer Chun-Sik. Seeing only one person come out to block zombies, Suho could not help feeling puzzled. Only one guy. Have they gone insane from hating revealing cards so much, sending only one slasher out? While he still did not understand what was going on, Chun-Sik had drawn small flute in his hand. Under Suho's amazed and puzzled gaze, he brought flute to his mouth and blew strange sounds. Zombies seemed provoked by something, constantly pouncing straight toward him to attack. Chun-Sik still stood in place with calm air, seemingly without fear. Right behind him, a pack of wild dogs suddenly appeared. They charged madly forward, biting and tearing bloodthirsty zombies before them. That sight left Suho stunned, confused to extreme. Wild dogs clamped tightly onto arms of bloodthirsty zombies, others kept lunging at other parts of undead bodies. And common point was that everyone was savagely fierce. Seeing this scene, Suho froze, unable to understand. What hell is this? Forget using dogs as weapons, but why are zombies not attacking dogs? Chun-Sik quickly crouched down, stroked little dog head before him, and praised, "Good, very good. Good, so good, good boy." From high vantage point, A and others could see entire situation below clearly. Her face darkened as she silently reconsidered everything. When Suho was still here, dog trainer had only been apprentice slasher, so I guess he had no idea about dog trainer's tactics. Judging by how zombies move, my guess seems right. Old memories slowly surged back and story gradually took shape. In truth, dog trainer's skill was not too complex. He could control entire pack of dogs like his own limbs, and back then Chun-Sik had calmly controlled stray dogs. At that time, dogs had enough strength to tear apart anyone who dared touch their master. Whole pack used physical advantage over zombies to hunt them down and destroy them without hesitation. That made her unable to help feeling amazed by this ability, because using living creatures to deal with zombies was quite novel tactic. But everything had weakness, and weakness of this fighting style lay in using dogs. When infected appeared, zombies were in essence humans that had become virus hosts. Moreover, dogs attacking zombies over and over made situation even more chaotic, while those hosts would turn to attack humans to spread virus. Question flashed through Ajong's mind. What about dogs not infected by virus? Rabid dog rushed forward to bite and tear zombie ahead. Zombie did not recognize it as human, so it did not attack those dogs either. From there, situation began to change clearly. Yes, by instinct, zombies would not attack dogs. Zombies were now packed as densely as ants. But Chun-Sik still stood still, controlling dogs to take them down one by one. If Suho did not personally control every detail, then, realizing situation was worsening, Suho's face showed clear contemplation, because he'd not know what to do next. They could not fight independently on their own. Problem lay in control being too hard. He clenched his teeth in anger when he realized this opponent was not easy to deal with at all. Suho's face had gone cold with rage as he looked ahead, especially when facing dozens, even hundreds of such nimble dogs. After brief thought, Suho quickly made decision. Since fierce dogs had been released, their master should take responsibility. At the same time, mutated zombie also grasped Suho's command and immediately understood intent. It slowly advanced with extremely vicious expression. Corner of that mutated zombie's mouth even curled into strange smile, making Suho urge at once, take mission already. Mere thought of having to reveal his trump card early made him sigh in irritation. Shame I have to show my hand first, but fine. On this side, Jin Woo quickly used scope to watch battlefield. When he realized everything was unfolding according to plan, he immediately informed everyone. Now, as soon as words fell, fully equipped unit quickly advanced. They immediately surrounded Chun-Sik as if to keep him absolutely safe. Chun-Sik still stood silently in place, calm as if nothing were happening to him. Those people kept pounding shields against ground, determined not to let Commander be hurt. This time, they built extremely solid defensive layer against every zombie attack. Gun Demon Zombie kept firing straight toward Chun-Sik. Unfortunately for it, this place had now become solid, unshakable steel wall. That defensive wall quickly withdrew into safe range of city. At same time, bullets from Gun Demon mutated zombie immediately missed target. Unfortunately, one man could no longer endure it and collapsed right before his shield. His body crashed down, striking cold ground hard. Seeing comrade fall, another person hurriedly grabbed shield and rushed over to fill gap. Everything happened in flash, seemingly leaving no opening at all. That left Suho shocked beyond belief. Had they predicted Gun Demon would appear? Corner of Jin Woo's lips lifted into calculating smile. Of course he had guessed that man would target dog trainer. Compared with facing hundreds of dogs, dealing with one person was clearly much easier. Involuntarily, he recalled that afternoon when he met and discussed things with zombie hunters. So I convinced free slashers that rather than scatter and lower survival rate, better to focus on protecting dog trainer. Thinking of this, he became even more satisfied with plan he had set: use dogs to attack, use people to defend, no different from airship fleet. On other side, Suho also could not help secretly admiring it. Truly extremely brilliant tactic. He continued watching entire situation before him, truly beyond expectations. But then Suho's gaze suddenly turned icy and full of rage as he made decision: I did not only give orders to gun demon just now but also. Scene shifted to before sturdy city wall, where giant footstep was quietly approaching. Another mutated zombie quickly appeared, a rank mutated species, organ demon. This time it aimed straight at gap in defensive line, gradually exposing Chun-Sik before its eyes. Holding larva in hand, organ demon revealed vicious smile and locked onto target. It immediately hurled it hard towards solid city wall, shielding Chun-Sik. Organ demon's larva shot forward, aiming straight at Chun-Sik with absolute decisiveness. Organ demon's form appeared extremely horrifying, monster bearing countless disgusting tentacles, and also one of a rank mutated species Suho could control. And small, it was nothing compared to human strength. At first, because of tiny body and weak stamina, it was very hard for it to kill anyone. Even soldiers in army often dragged that tiny creature out to tease it. Because of that, for a long time it had never been ranked among a rank mutated species. Its teeth became hideous, revealing extreme rage at being turned into amusement. Too furious, it sprang up into air. Yet reason it was now judged one of most terrifying mutations was precisely. This time it charged straight to attack soldier's face, because its special ability was clinging tightly to human faces. When it seized control of that soldier's head, remaining people panicked and hurriedly retreated. Seeing situation gradually slipping out of control, comrade immediately raised gun and aimed. Bullet immediately lodged straight into unlucky man being attacked and manipulated by this parasite with strange energy. As it gradually matured, it also became tool used by other monsters. But that monster had thrown organ demon straight toward army defensive wall. Appearance of organ demon meant target it aimed at was face of one of them, and our side would lose capable comrade. Most painful of all was being forced to personally send off comrade whose life was fading. Thinking to this point, Suho grew even more calculating. You sending out someone strong enough to deal with ordinary zombies, that dog-controlling slasher, is your fatal mistake. Corner of his lips curved in triumphant smile. When he is on your side, very good. But what if he stands on my side? He quickly imagined bloody battlefield, while you already have hard time dealing with ordinary zombies alone. Suho's mind now held only calculations. Then can you handle well-trained hounds? Watching comrade controlled by organ demon, people in control room panicked to extreme. From inside came continuous terrified screams mixed with sharp gunfire. After bout of chaos, organ demon still stood there, seemingly feeling no pain at all. Seeing it still safe and sound made another soldier panic even more. Dog trainer. Organ demon kept twisting its body, controlling host according to its will. It directly manipulated parasitized man to turn and attack his own comrades. And then, that parasitized man single-handedly struck at remaining people. Seeing that scene, everyone was extremely worried, looking at one another in panic and blurting out, "Something is clinging to that dog trainer's face. What mutated species is that thing?" One of them immediately shouted reminder, "First we have to calm dog trainer down. We cannot let him die, we have to make him calm down before we can remove that thing from his face." Immediately after, those two fools threw away shields and charged straight toward parasitic organ demon. Perhaps it also understood their intent, so it prepared to control host to counterattack. Standing high above and observing whole situation, army commander slowly calculated, that thing is also considered mutation, so do we need to deploy special task force? Suddenly realizing something abnormal, his eyes widened in shock. In blink, organ demon had controlled that soldier to keep knocking down comrades. What drew his attention now was flute lying in hand of man parasitized by organ demon. Seeing this, he immediately understood situation was worsening by minute. Flute controls dog pack. Clearly that guy plans to deal with humans. In his mind now, only helpless thought remained. It was about to order dogs around. On this side, Suho kept issuing orders non-stop to deal with other slashers. Scene grew more and more chaotic as night slowly fell, while monsters searched every corner one after another. Army commander at this moment was completely at his wit's end, unable to do anything more. Monsters invaded by parasites had already twisted beyond recognition. Knowing delay would only make things more dangerous, he immediately roared out, ordering all soldiers and slasher outside to retreat quickly within city walls. "Tell everyone, dogs no longer stand on our side." Hearing order from superiors, no matter how much pain they felt, they still gritted their teeth and forced themselves up. Just after forcing himself to sit up, one man was stunned when he saw scene before him. Before poor soldier stood parasite monsters, all eyes fixed on him. If this dragged on, casualties would surely be unavoidable. Wild wolves locked eyes on target, then slowly closed in like they only wanted to pounce and tear him apart at once. That scene also dragged other newly awakened soldiers straight into abyss of despair. They gritted their teeth in helplessness, minds in turmoil, wondering if it was already too late. Even if they had to say dog trainer died at our hands, orders already given still had to be carried out until battle ended. We suffered heavy losses because of unexpected appearance of this mutated species. While they were still clumsily searching for escape, monsters had already opened their mouths wide, looking extremely terrifying. Before Scream could even finish stretching out, monsters had already shot straight forward. But something beyond expectations happened. Wild wolves suddenly turned and bit apart zombies right before their eyes. Mad bloodthirsty beasts, they howled and charged toward bridge vehicle. Scene instantly plunged into utter chaos as frenzied beasts clawed and tore at zombies. This made Army Commander freeze, shocked to point of not believing his own eyes. Even Suho, one behind all this, was in extreme confusion. Why were dogs turning to attack zombies? Man being controlled by evil spirit now could only stand there like a statue, face full of confusion. Even though pain was ravaging his body, he did not care. His lips still struggled out strange words, would not bite people, because dogs were very good. An old story was also slowly unfolding to me. Dogs were even better than people. No, more precisely, I used to hate people very much. Image of poor schoolboy hugging box of books and walking silently through class. Mocking laughter gradually appeared. Yes, exactly, I used to hate people very much. Root of everything in the end was only one word. Poverty on cardboard box still clearly printed with words basic living allowance recipient. While quietly returning to class, suddenly a foot stretched out and blocked path right in front of him. So that unfortunate man, together with all necessary belongings, fell hard onto icy ground. Not stopping there, they even dragged him into restroom and kept pouring dirty water over his head. Stench clung to him. No matter what he did in class, it all became joke for everyone. He could only stammer in despair. That was also scar in heart that never closed. He had no friends, and got stuck with nickname dog bastard from cruel joke by classmate. Whole crowd kept mocking in chorus, pushing him to brink, and spreading rumor that he smelled like wet dog. Even that much insult still was not enough. Poor boy even had cigarette ashtray hurled straight at face. From then on, days of bullying and lies that surrounded him dragged on without end. Even he was beaten down hard by group of tall, strong friends, so miserable he could not even lift head. For that fierce crowd, he had no strength to fight back at all, was forced to do all kinds of things, and everyone called him dog bastard. When he grew up, unfortunate man slowly understood one thing. Perhaps because of that, one who hated being bothered by others like him chose first job as. First thing he did was care for dogs. Strange thing was, dogs there were extremely clingy to him. Then he became manager of dog farm. He slowly both hands forward, and funny thing was, those poor little dogs seemed to sense his pain, quietly sharing that sorrow. Even before, he had hated nickname dog bastard to bone. Realizing comfort from animals, he was moved beyond words, and when beside pack of dogs, he found himself loving them more and more. Looking at those pitiful dogs, he felt they were no different from himself. They did not know where they were, nor did they know where they had been born. His plain life repeated day after day, and he only knew to wonder where fate would carry him. Every time he saw new litters of dogs brought in, he felt brief surprise, only because he fed them, stayed beside them, and sometimes gently stroked and pampered them. Their eyes looking at him were full of pity, as if silently sympathizing with him. No one knew when. They had already given all their affection to me. The thing that had to happen finally came. Cars rolled away, leaving him alone to deal with those animals, though people of world mocked me for doing disgusting work in shabby place. But perhaps he had grown too used to all bad things that had fallen on his life. Being surrounded by creatures that were not human, receiving warmth in place of hateful looks, was already huge comfort for me. He only hoped for day when he could take creatures that had once warmed him away from this place. Then day of fate came, when unfortunate man was suddenly shoved hard backward by man. He was in pain and dazed, completely unable to understand what he had done wrong. Right when he hit crisis, dog cages from above kept falling, making heavy crashing sounds. One zombie and frenzied mob charged straight at him to attack. He was so terrified, he could not react, only sat motionless waiting, even thinking his life would end here. As miserable man still waited for death to call his name, loud sound suddenly rang out right beside him. It turned out dogs he had cared for day and night had rushed in to stop zombies, risking their lives to protect master. That sight left him utterly stunned, almost unable to believe his own eyes. What on earth was happening? Looking at dogs that had just saved him, he suddenly understood one important thing. How could he not love them? He only helped them a little, yet those creatures repaid by saving his life. How could he bear not to love them? Back in present, unfortunate man was still being controlled by Tangui. Four-legged friends who had been with me for so long would surely understand me. Yet he still stood there, watching dogs he had raised with his own hands. He would never order harm to humans. Even though body at this moment was changing more and more strangely, he walked calmly toward all of them. At this moment, Dog's eyes became fiercer than ever when they realized Master was being controlled. His painful pleas kept ringing nonstop. Kill me. The moment he finished speaking, a pack of dogs instantly sprang up, darting toward him like black shadows tearing through wind. Right before closing eyes, line of text suddenly appeared in head. As expected, poor man keychain fell to ground with soft clink. At least, you are still much better than humans. After finishing victim, frenzied dogs continued rushing in to deal with remaining zombies. Seeing that scene, Suho was furious to extreme. Master controlling them was dead, yet dogs were still active. Could they be following last order given before Master vanished? Incident just now ruined all his plans. Whatever reason was, his side had already fallen into disadvantage from first move. He looked up at hunters watching from above, mind constantly calculating. This move should have left a rank slasher group helpless. Even if they showed face, it would not help. Never expected matter would turn into such meaningful sacrifice. His gaze stopped on fragments of unfortunate man still scattered on ground. Suho began considering next move, because fighting spirit of slusher group was now surging violently. If situation kept dragging on, they could both pin down Fortress Defense Battle and gather more data on his high-level mutated species. With no way back, he had to push peace forward. Need change tactics now. New move was placed on war chessboard. Before exposing too much information, he had to sacrifice few high-level mutated species. He placed hope in next plan, preparing to launch total assault to crush enemy quickly. At same time, giant foot suddenly appeared in middle of battlefield. Massive monster with countless powerful arms slowly advanced. It swung one arm hard, sending Suho flying off in different direction. He landed lightly, movement neat and skillful. As soon as he stabilized, he immediately turned and shouted loudly, signaling subordinates to gather formation and retreat behind Giant Devil. Behind Giant Devil at this moment, endless zombies of all kinds began surging over. Suho looked up at Giant Devil broad back, and already had own calculations. This way would let zombies avoid artillery fire and pack of hunting dogs. Once wall collapsed, undead would flood in like tidal wave. Seeing zombie count rising more, army commander anxiously shouted into radio. Zombies were gathering behind giant mutated species. Right after that, he decisively ordered no more scattered fire. Put all firepower on that huge monster. Upon receiving order, soldiers immediately changed direction, all pointing gun barrels at Giant Devil. Wave after wave of attacks slammed straight into Giant Monster, aiming to bring it down in shortest time. Rumble after rumble of earth-shaking explosions rang out, making Monster roar in agony. Commander still stood still, watching every movement from opposing side intently. Battlefield at that time was in utter chaos, smoke and flames covered everywhere. Everything became more brutal than ever. After continuous barrage for a while, Commander raised hand to signal ceasefire. Thick cloud of smoke slowly dispersed, revealing ruined and devastated scene. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, hoping Giant Devil had been destroyed. Sadly, that hope was completely useless. Giant Devil still stood there like a pillar, looking as if it had not been affected at all. That scene sent chills down everyone present. Suho had already predicted everything, even curling lips in contempt. Those tiny shells could not create any serious wound. On way here, even his own attack or claymore had been useless, yet they were still stubborn. Looking at Giant Devil slowly advancing, he let out mocking sigh. You guys really never learn anything. While moving, Giant Devil suddenly raised head to sky and roared. It stomped hard on ground, creating violent shockwave. Commander fell into deep thought. Just how many more bizarre mutated species was Resistance side still hiding? Even if I cannot grasp all of them, I know he possesses one giant monster through file from Clash with National Army. Right after that, he noticed Suho standing on monster head and directly controlling it. His eyes immediately turned colder. If he thought I had made no preparations, then he was terribly wrong. Giant Devil seemed to obey Suho command, stepping forward steadily, one step at a time. Each stomp made ground tremble as if about to split open. Then suddenly realizing something wrong, it roared in panic. It turned out, right when it stomped, ground beneath collapsed, opening huge pit and making body lose balance. Commander said proudly that we had already prepared pit big enough to bury this monster. Seeing monster suddenly wobble, Suho could not help feeling confused and baffled. Army side seeing that scene immediately burst in cheers. It worked. Giant Devil crashed to ground, thunderous roar shaking entire battlefield. Time had come, Commander immediately sent order through radio. Right now, move Special Operations Team, Assassin Team. From Dark Tunnel already lying in ambush, Assassin Team instantly shot out. Sunsu Group and Assassins rushed forward quickly, sharp as arrows leaving string. Looking at soldiers who had already been deployed, Commander forced himself to calm unease in heart. I had already assigned special operations team to handle mutated species within their range, though I did not think they could wipe out all of them. But in this chaotic sea of dust, identifying target became extremely difficult. Right at that moment, Chameleon Ghost slowly emerged from underground, and Pedro immediately charged in to fight it. Next monster was Gun Demon charging straight over. Every slasher member now had own mutated opponent. Its opponent this time was Serang. Sword Demon in skeleton form immediately charged at Nyan Dik, trying to buy more time. One facing her directly was none other than Sensu. Chunsu and rest all raised battle spirit at once, assassin team determined to end battle here. Suho coldly looked at enemies right before him, ones he was about to eliminate. Suho moved toward Giant Demon, calmly ordering it to stop. Do not let itself get dragged in. His gaze turned sharp, as if ready to make it explode since no other option remained. The moment he bellowed order to scatter, Giant Demon's eyes shot wide open, as if it had fully understood command. Its body lay motionless on ground, at first showing no unusual sign at all, but only moments later it took deep breath, then suddenly spewed countless zombies from mouth. The zombies all lunged forward at once, ready to tear apart humans before them. Too sudden attack threw everyone into panic, leaving no choice but to rush into fight. 7 bloodthirsty zombies kept charging in, launching relentless attacks at Commander. He froze when he realized Suho's mind ran far deeper than he had ever imagined. Before he could even think of countermeasure, Madame Jang Ho had already moved one step ahead. She rushed in to block fatal blow for him. She calmly turned back and soothed. Hey, you just focus on command. Wall above can be handled by Jehovah Cathedral and us Garachi market traders. Wong fought while shouting encouragement at everyone. Keep fighting. Mutant that fell down is only a little stronger than ordinary zombie. Protect your area, trust allies, and hold your ground to end. On this side, Chunsu and team were still risking lives to clear out zombies. Gripping familiar shovel tightly in hand, he kept smashing down wave after wave of rushing zombies, while everyone else tried to finish mission at own post. His gaze quickly swept toward another direction, as if weighing what needed to be done right now. Seeing Suho still standing in middle of battlefield, he decided to play final card. Must end everything here and now. While still calculating, he suddenly jerked in shock as opponent had already appeared right before him. A huge mutated zombie with bulging muscles appeared before his eyes, putting him in a difficult spot at once. When Chunsu was still flustered and did not know how to handle it, Battle Kite was instantly activated. Fortunately, Chorong had managed to rush in and attack that giant zombie, helping him escape danger. She still did not forget to glance back, urging nonstop move. Hearing that, Chunsu and Jiha had no choice but to leave her behind and charge straight ahead. Only target everyone had now was mastermind behind entire tragedy, Suho. Just remembering what Suho had done was enough for anger to surge until his teeth clenched hard. Taking deep breath, Chunsu shouted as signal, "Hey, charge." That shout immediately drew Suho's attention to him. Seeing he had stepped into game board, Suho leisurely took one more step. "So you came." At same time, terrifying figure also quickly appeared. Battle between Suho and Chunsu officially began. "Let us start, brat." Scene then shifted to huge room, A10 shelter in Iono, place reserved for top government officials. Inside, crowd kept buzzing nonstop amid chaotic atmosphere. Powerful man hurried over, voice full of worry, General Hoang, General Hoang. Seeing him seem stunned, old man went on, "Sir, they are extremely panicked. What in the world is situation outside now?" General Hoang quickly bowed and reported, "Latest news we received was battle was still ongoing at Giza. After that I also came in here. I do not know how long we can hold out, nor how much zombie numbers have dropped." That answer made other officials furious, constantly pressing, "You mean after receiving report you came here to shelter, instead of continuing to command outside?" He only stayed silent, unable to say another word. That official immediately turned away. More striking was that many unfamiliar faces had suddenly appeared inside shelter, making him unable to hide his shock. That battle will not spread here, right? General Hoang, no matter how ruined outside may be, as long as we are still alive, country can still be rebuilt step by step, right? General Hoang immediately nodded in confirmation. Yes, information about building this shelter was never leaked outside. He added firmly, no matter how capable Suho is, he cannot possibly trace all way here. But at exact moment he finished speaking, a monster had already smashed through wall and slowly stepped inside. That sight left everyone stunned, frozen in place. Monster's mouth slowly opened, forming a strange passage. While this place still sank in chaos, a mysterious figure slowly stepped down. A familiar voice rang out, "Are you all well, gentlemen?" Those words made everyone turn back in surprise. Suho walked into middle of scene, wore a mocking smile, then asked, esteemed officials?" Suho alone strode in boldly, sweeping eyes around before sneering, "You all have had it rough. Clinging so tightly to those useless titles must be exhausting too. How long has this shelter been dug? I searched forever before finding it." Seeing him appear, General Hoang showed clear confusion. "Hey, Suho." Official behind then shouted in anger, "General Hoang, what in hell is going on?" Report clearly said Su-ho was fighting slashers in Jizakuma. That also left him utterly baffled. Report we received was indeed like that. Hearing that, Su-ho laughed that thing. His face still calm as he looked ahead and said clearly, it was only a clone. Su-ho had calculated every step carefully. He leisurely explained to those people, unlike bunch of incompetents with bottomless greed like you. When he turned back just now, that fierce-faced monster outside was exactly a rank mutant, Thuong Son-gi. Su-ho quickly approached it, preparing to use control ability. The moment it received his order, it immediately obediently complied. Thuong Sange's body gradually changed, creating phenomenon no one there could explain. Having already predicted Chun Su's move, Su-ho created another clone of himself, because abilities of this mutant race were nearly limitless. Hearing that, one official got so angry he clenched his teeth hard. He immediately turned and shouted at everyone, that thing is zombie. This time he did not forget to order, if it is zombie, deal with it at once. Right after order was given, military generals hurriedly drew guns, aiming straight at Su-ho. They madly sprayed bullets at him, but there was not even a trace of fear on his face. He still stood there while they fired, each bullet one after another embedding in and piercing through body. Under worried gazes of everyone, Su-ho also slowly collapsed onto ground. Seeing him had fallen, only then did General Hong breathe a sigh of relief. But official still was not done being afraid. He shouted loudly, General Hong, that guy is dead, right? Finish him off quickly. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. The moment he finished speaking, Su-ho suddenly asked back, so zombie must be dealt with at once? In his mind, he had long since set up an utterly insane plan. So if you all turn into zombies, would you dare end yourselves with own hands? Those words only made General Hong even more furious. That bastard only knows how to talk big. He strode fiercely up to Su-ho, black gun barrel pointed straight at his head. Right when he was completely unaware, a tiny insect silently flew straight toward him. That insect instantly burrowed into General Hong's mouth while he was still completely off guard. 1 second later, General Hong hurriedly clutched throat and screamed in pain, leaving those around him in utter panic. Everyone was stunned rigid by that frightening sight. Even seasoned bodyguards did not dare do anything except stand rooted in place. Now, instead of aiming guns at Su-ho, they all turned barrels toward trembling General Hong. They tried to call out, "Hey, General Hong." Official behind still kept yelling in panic, "Shoot, shoot already, you idiots." Before anyone could understand what was happening, Hong seemed to have turned into zombie, losing control and rushing to attack other officials. All of this was already within Su-ho's calculations. He laughed and said, with overwhelming power like this, me moving personally is not hard at all. This place instantly sank into utter chaos, screams echoing everywhere, shoot, quickly finish him off. He seemed not to care much about horror engulfing all around, instead finding it not bad to watch them tear each other apart and turn this place into hell on earth. He slightly lowered his head, let out faint sigh from very beginning. I should have swept through like this. Suddenly, he recalled wonderful time once side by side with comrades long ago, together with justice and noble ideals. Then, he once had a fairly peaceful life, though his girlfriend often teased his dream of a world with no war. Looking at white liquor in hand, Su-ho grew even more silent. He should never have chased after those vague, shapeless values. When he sprang up, it seemed everyone around had been torn apart, miserable screams echoing everywhere. If that power had been revealed earlier, they might not have struggled this hard. Shelter was now only seen of blood plasma and dark red streaks smeared everywhere. Those people kept turning into zombies, then staggering back up. One high-ranking female official hid in panic in corner, trembling as she reported, "This is Yongdo Shelter. Send army here at once." She hurriedly recounted situation. Leader of zombie horde has infiltrated here. Matter no longer falls within frontline scope. If no soldiers remain, call slasher at once. But voice itself drew zombies closer as they tracked it down. As she spoke, despair sank deeper and deeper. This place had become true hell. Just as she raised head, she saw another official walk up before her, pushing her despair to its limit. Tears burst out as she called out in pain to Congressman Kim. Before she could finish last words, woman was dragged down at once. Bright red streaks had not even dried yet before spreading long across cold ground. On other side, clean and precise slashes flashed one after another. Duel between Su-ho and Chun-Su still raged in suffocating atmosphere. Su-ho suddenly remembered first meeting, when Chun-Su had used same shovel to attack him. Experience from each battle, especially clash with Seom, had all been thoroughly dissected and analyzed by managers. Through many clashes, battle between them grew more and more fierce. He had studied his attack pattern hundreds of times. Chun-Su's eyes blazed with determination, hand tightening on weapon as he charged straight forward. Both carried terrifying power, neither willing to retreat, constantly closing in and unleashing relentless blows like storm. With only a few basic punches, Chun-Su knocked weapon out of Su-ho's hand. That weapon spun several times in midair, then it plunged hard into ground. Chun-Su was much stronger now. He believed he could completely take him down. Glanced at Jiha, who was still struggling with zombies. Those two were putting their lives on line, so he could focus all attention on this decisive battle. Even Chorong kept killing giant zombies to protect Chun-Su. They had cleared away zombies blocking path between him and Su-Ho. Thinking of comrades' sacrifice, he immediately tightened grip on weapon. With such excellent teammates and perfect conditions, Chun-Su unleashed many kinds of attacks in quick succession, aimed straight at Su-Ho with fierce will. Only like this could he fight on even ground with him. Battle grew more and more intense, and Su-Ho also realized Chun-Su's strength absolutely could not be underestimated. Chun-Su would never forgive one who caused all this. He would go all out. Then a thought flashed by. Strange, seeing Su-Ho being forced back step by step. Chun-Su wondered, was his power only this much? Being able to suppress Su-Ho so easily only made him even more puzzled. Was his skill only at this level too? Chun-Su fell into unusual deep thought. No matter how he looked at it, it made no sense. Not because he was stronger, and not because he chose wrong tactics. So where exactly was problem? Right then, radio in hand suddenly rang with emergency signal. Commander, anxious, held radio and relayed entire situation. Emergency news from Yongdo, Busan's. Su-Ho has just appeared there and handled all high-ranking government officials. News turned Chun-Su pale, and he instantly realized something was wrong. Then man before him was... When Su-Ho lunged in attack, he had already tilted body aside to dodge. He seemed to realize something extremely important. This was only a fake. Su-Ho revealed sinister smile, while Demon Shovel also gradually showed true form. But everything was too late. Chun-Su's face changed completely. In this situation, what should he do? He stared at man before him and thought target he needed to deal with was real Su-Ho, not this fake. Chun-Su stomped hard on ground. He gritted his teeth, spun around, and ran at full speed, telling himself he had to find Su-Ho's true body. Behind him, Fake One still held sword and smiled in delight. One leap was enough to send dust churning up from ground. Su-Ho rushed straight over, face showing clear malice. He landed right in front of Chun-Su, blocking path, and roared, "Where are you going? Stay and play with me." Chun-Su frowned, irritably looking back over shoulder. Su-Ho immediately brought down a slash as heavy as thunder, forcing Chun-Su to raise shovel to block. Mang-Ho pressed lips tight, silently calculating. This was truly death move. Map of regions surfaced in his mind. Myung-Ho thought it over and realized almost all slashers had gathered at Jija, while Rearline and Busan had only a few police or soldiers maintaining security. Everywhere, zombies spread wildly and ran around in a frenzy. He thought if zombie outbreak caused by Su-Ho exploded in crowded rear lines under this situation. Memories of areas swallowed by sea of flames rushed back. People living there would only be left to wait helplessly for ending. Mang-Ho went pale, horrified to realize from start situation had already been driven into dead end. In this battle, their side was completely at disadvantage. He bit down hard on lip, mind in total chaos. That man had played nearly winning move. What should he do? How should he handle this properly? Images of exhausted civilians still desperately resisting zombie horde appeared vividly. Myung-Ho stood atop tall iron crates looking down, mind constantly digging for escape route. Think. He frowned with tension. Finger was already resting on trigger. Myung-Ho pointed gun towards sky and pulled trigger. Deafening blast rang out, followed by brilliant green light shooting straight into sky. Everyone froze together, dumbly looking up at green streak in sky. Green beam was blinding, making someone instantly guess that signal was... In flashback, Myung-Ho held flare in hand and said calmly, "Not everyone in battle can hear radio, so I will use flare to report emergency." First, green flare means... As flare rose higher, it grew even brighter. That was signal showing battle plan had failed, because of Su-Ho's trick. Myung-Ho loaded second flare into gun, continuing to think ahead. Red flare means... Green light gradually fell away, giving sky over to red brilliance so intense it hurt eyes. That was signal ordering all slashers to hold current position. Red light still blazed overhead. One person shouted, "What is that supposed to mean? Plan failed, and we still have to stand here." Myung-Ho fired last shot, thinking of final move. Blue flare. He hesitated briefly. This was summon order from commander-in-chief of this battle, Demon Shovel. Blue light shot upward, blending with other two colors to make sky blindingly bright, while also drawing gaze of crowd that wanted to rush towards source of light. Man with gun, man with stick all shouted, "What does it even mean?" Another man replied, "I do not know either." Nuncio raised head to look at sky, then spoke. "That signal probably means battle plan failed, and everyone is ordered to hold position to clear path for Demon Shovel to return." Chorong, Jiha, and others all stared up at sky dyed in blinding blue. This was such an absurd request it was hard to believe. Image of Chun-Su charging through crowd surfaced. Kim Chun-Su had stormed into battlefield to capture Su-Ho without caring about consequences. From above, small group of people was being tightly surrounded by hundreds of thousands of zombies from all directions. Order this time was to retreat safely, even though getting out of here was nearly impossible miracle. He swung saw blade and took down zombie in front of him. He had kept knocking down zombies before Chunsu's stunned eyes. He panted hard, then declared, I will use even my life to open path to survival. One man with stick grimaced, growling through clenched teeth, no matter what, we have to do it, damn it. He swung studded club hard down, then shouted, we are in big trouble. If we think of family in Busan, we are last line of defense. No one left to blame and no chance to run anymore. Scene was now so chaotic it felt suffocating. Small group amid sea of zombies was sealed off layer by layer. A faint ray of hope suddenly flashed, opening path for suffering people trapped in encirclement. They would carve out path of life and death with their own hands right where they stood. And on this side, Chunsu was still fighting fiercely with Suho. Chunsu panted and growled, road is long and you're damn annoying. Suho burst out laughing, tone both crazed and delighted. One icy sword arc ripped across air, sweeping past sky. Suho froze for a moment. Cold blue light from Chorong's blade shot straight at him, forcing him to drop low at once to dodge. Even with his quick reaction, he still could not avoid it all. Several strands of hair had been cut loose and drifted in midair. Just as she lowered blade, Chorong immediately turned towards Suho, her gaze locking onto him. Chorong slammed blade hard into ground, her voice urgent as she urged him on. Go to place you truly need to be. Head toward world where you can protect abandoned children, like promise we made long ago. Image of little girl from that year, seeing friend do foolish thing on tree amid gloomy scene, suddenly rushed back. She screamed in despair, hurry up. That cry made Chunsu hesitate. Right after that, he turned around and charged in opposite direction from Suho. Suho frowned faintly, his annoyance plain to see. Chorong swung blade down with full force, trying to pin his foot, but Suho had already dodged in blink of eye. She taunted to draw attention to herself, looking where you zombie. From far away, Ari called out anxiously, Chairman. Chunsu panted, asking in broken breaths how his situation. Ari hurriedly handed water to older brother and replied, I still have not grasped full picture, only know Suho has launched biological attack on shelter where high officials are hiding. With remaining defense force in Busan, they will surely seal off area first. He quickly wiped drops of water from corner of mouth and said firmly, we have to hurry. As they ran and talked, Chunsu asked, but is there any vehicle that can get us there in time? I heard there is a special forces helicopter, but if we use it, defense system will face huge trouble. Ari reported while running, she already prepared it for you. Chunsu asked back in surprise. Who? Ari replied at once, that man who solves problems with money. Ari added, former S-rank manager too. Two of them stopped before helicopter. Jae-yong stood there, frowning in mockery, too slow, hurry your feet. Shit, Chunsu blurted out, a spark of hope flashing in his eyes. Under Ari's gaze, he quickly moved toward helicopter. Suddenly Chunsu stopped short. He turned back and asked heavily, when I am not here, can everyone stop those zombies? Ari only smiled to reassure him, it is not can or cannot, it is must be done. Just like Chairman will definitely take down Suho. He added with encouragement, do not give up, Chairman. Watching Chunsu's steady back, Ari prayed silently. May he have enough ability and money to force whole world to accept ideal, he declared. She smiled brightly, then whispered softly, please slap this face of reality hard. Chunsu also boarded helicopter and left, carrying mission of waking humanity from this insane world. On helicopter, Jae-yong crossed her arms and said proudly, I will go with you as support. Chunsu froze. Are you crazy? You are manager, not slasher. Were you not unable to fight? He suddenly remembered earlier days, when situation was still grim and managers were all forced to protect themselves. Jae-yong frowned slightly and answered, I am going because I have something to do. She also smiled reassuringly, do not worry, debtor, I will not become burden. And you are calling me debtor this early? I settled debt long ago. Chunsu could only grimace helplessly. After all, she had been in slasher profession for many years. She must have her own plan. Suddenly, Jae-yong silently stared at him and said, do not die, okay. She muttered to herself, really, he keeps saying nonsense just like that person. Helicopter tore through wind and shot across darkening sky. At entrance to A10 tunnel in Yondo, group of workers were working hard to find way to open door. Behind them, army with full guns, ammo, and armor was ready to ambush. General Hong thought anxiously, damn, even after sealing shelter entrance so nothing can go in or out, who knows how long this can hold. Tunnel door suddenly emitted heavy banging sounds, causing welders to stop in panic. One pale-faced welder cried out, sir, there is strange noise here. Could they have already reached exit? Tunnel door shook violently, frightening everyone outside to extreme terror. Welder fell backward, lips trembling. Oh my god. Thick steel door was also kicked, flying by one extremely powerful strike. Suho stepped out from inside and coldly said one line. Door should be locked from inside. Behind Suho was sea of bloodthirsty zombies surging out like burst dam. He curled lips in a grin. Not locked from outside, you little ones. General Huang Gaomei immediately pointed straight at zombies and roared orders, "Fire, fire." General Huang shouted and then fell silent. Suho rushed like wind, taking down each person in an instant, while mocking with contempt. How ironic. Knocked down another soldier, when I wanted protection, when I wanted help. Where did you brats hide? Ruthless sword strikes kept pouring down on soldiers. Once matter had gone wrong and you were about to lose benefits, you hurriedly changed tone as if nothing had ever happened. Mangled soldier corpses lay scattered everywhere, dark red blood spreading across ground. In that hellish scene, Suho still stood there, calm and proud. From behind him, familiar voice rang out. "You came faster than I thought." Suho turned around and saw Chunsu standing there like a pillar. He curled lips. "I thought you had been isolated and dried up to death in Giza." Chunsu frowned slightly and replied, "Enough of fake social niceties, get straight to point." Suho tightened knife in hand, voice icy. "How cold, after all, I am your senior." Su gritted his teeth, not bothering to say more as he immediately charged in. Suho still kept calm look, standing still in place and waiting for blow. Sky was gradually brightening again. Both of them, without any hesitation, raised weapons together and plunged into battle to death. Suho immediately accelerated and rushed forward. In blink of eye, he had closed in on Chunsu, small blade pointed straight at face. But he reacted extremely fast and managed to dodge away in time. Even so, tip of blade still scrapped across his cheek, sending fresh blood spraying into air. Suho frowned, exuding aura of deadly danger. He yanked axe hard and then threw a straight punch at Chunsu's head. Chunsu immediately jumped back to avoid it. He braced feet hard against ground to regain balance, hand still gripping axe handle tightly. Su lowered head and thought, as expected, genuine goods are on completely different level. Suho also kept eyes fixed on his weapon, forcing Chunsu to weigh things up. Even with huge gap in strength, this guy still knew how to use his force. Looks like he had prepared himself to go all out against me. He remembered cameraman on helicopter, silently thinking of tape that old man left behind. Memory rewound to scene of Chunsu and Myung-ho discussing tactics. Because prep time was too short, they could not keep up with Kang Soo-ho's speed. Chunsu gritted teeth and considered, if he launched many waves of attacks with different forms at same time, I would have trouble blocking them all. Soo-ho charged again, making him pause. That meant I had no chance of winning in fair fight. From high above, a flash of light made Suho stop short. He thought what was needed most right now was to create variable. An arrow whistled down from above, making Suho extremely surprised. He calmly swung hand and swatted arrow away. Letting it tumble to ground, he asked, "What is this? You brought helper?" Su replied, "Helper, yes, that is right. But she is not merely my helper." He stood motionless, then spoke out in a loud voice, aiming straight at girl advancing toward rooftop behind. Witnessing that scene, Suho froze in shock for a moment. As soon as Ajong appeared, Chunsu immediately said that was your old helper. Suho stared upward in stunned disbelief. Ajong was no different, her eyes fixed tightly on him. In an instant, Chunsu vanished completely without a trace. Even so, fierce battle showed no sign of stopping. Once front line was broken, every effort to shield rear became meaningless. From high above, one figure silently watched entire situation. Myung-ho silently judged ordinary zombies were only on par with low-rank slasher opponents. He told himself they were already too used to dealing with zombies, so they no longer posed much danger. Even B or C rank mutant species they could still handle, but a rank was different matter entirely, because a rank mutant species always brought unpredictable variables. Myung-ho held up radio and ordered that if Feta wanted full victory, they had to deal with those mutants fast, then asked how Special Task Force was doing. Sarang rushed like wind and reported, "I am doing my best to close gap." She sprang hard upward, flying over heads of zombies. Right after that, she slipped through between them at extremely high speed. Sarang flashed past and shouted that Gun Demon was standing too far away. She wore an excited smile to reassure him. "Uncle, do not worry. I think I have found way to take it down." Myung-ho followed her shadow as it streaked through zombie horde and quietly realized she was inching closer and closer to Gun Demon. Reason she could approach without Gun Demon noticing was that high-rank mutants only targeted or paid attention to slashers killing many zombies, or they would keep eyes on high-rank slashers. And now those were 3 people locked in fierce battle with 7 zombies. Images of Janghua Kurong, Chun-Chi and others Suho had once ordered to prioritize flashed up, and Sarang's instinct caught it. Sarang neatly evaded zombie attacks. She had stopped killing them earlier, because only target was that mutant. Just as Sarang had expected, she was steadily closing distance with Gun Demon. In her head, only target remained, so there was no need to attract attention from ordinary zombies or low-rank mutants. No reason to waste strength. As long as she could kill it, that was worth 10 others. As she charged toward Gun Demon standing far away, Sarang made up her mind to kill it no matter what. Sarang drew weapon while continuing to close in, thinking she had to stop it before more slashers fell. Sarang gathered momentum and leaped, swinging 2 axes straight at Gun Demon's back and silently calculating she would strike blind spot where it would be hardest for it to turn gun barrel. That bastard. Just as Sarang was about to reach it, Gun Demon seemed to sense danger and immediately turned its head back. Seeing that, Sarang looked straight at it and gave a mocking smile. Sarang swung twin axes in her hands toward Gun and shouted, "Try turning barrel to beat from that angle, you bastard." Sarang's axe blade slammed into Gun Demon's head, but was instantly rebounded. Sarang's whole body was also hurled backward by momentum. Realizing Demon was unharmed, Sarang quickly steadied her body and wondered in her mind why its head was so hard. But in that brief moment, Gun Demon had already managed to turn fully around, aimed gun barrel straight at Sarang. The moment she saw barrel pointing at her, Sarang immediately swung axe and blurted, "Damn it." Next instant, Sarang poured out all remaining strength. She raised axe again and brought it down hard toward Gun Demon once more, but that slash still could not damage it. Seeing her keep repeating same blow to its head, Gun Demon also stared at her in dumb confusion. After failing to do anything else for a while, Sarang sprang backward and landed safely. She calculated in her head, since it fired bullets, instinct said she should block gun barrel to be right. Gun Demon raised its hand, while she silently wondered whether this method would work. Sarang turned and shouted, "Everyone get down fast." Those fighting immediately reacted to her words. A strange light began spreading outward around them. Violent explosion shook everything nearby. Dust and smoke billowed up, thick and gray. On ground now, only scattered blackened iron fragments remained. Zombies were hurled far away by shockwave. Sarang also took a heavy jolt. Her two axes spun wildly in midair, and they plunged down, stabbing close to spot where she stood and startling her nearly out of her skin. She widened her eyes, chest heaving as she panted hard. On blackened ground, only smoking black iron shards remained, and she exhaled in relief. B-rank slasher Sarang the Chopper, thank goodness, had killed A-rank mutant, Gun Demon. Hammer in his hand was lifted high, aura blazing. Man poured out all strength and smashed hard down onto being mutating beneath ground. Suddenly, from behind him, something rushed in at terrifying speed like streak of light. By reflex he spun around, face showing clear panic. But before he could even strike, one sinking demon suddenly emerged from earth. It swung both arms and clamped tightly onto his head. Right after that, it used terrifying strength to pin Man straight into ground. The result was body stood perpendicular to ground, with only legs sticking up toward sky. One by one, each person was brought down by sinking demon using same brutal method of burying head into ground. All of them struggled in despair to cling to life. One sinking demon sprang high up, preparing to ambush someone from behind. At exact moment, one burly armored man suddenly charged in, slamming into it with thunderous impact. He gritted his teeth, grimaced, then roared straight at Demon that it had to time when to emerge from ground. After that, he used strength to pin sinking Demon tightly and shot forward, leaving even injured comrades only able to watch. Right after that, Man lifted it high, creating needed window. Sinking Demon's guardian body was smashed hard into hard wall. Man shouted that now it could no longer burrow underground, and joke with human lives would end here. He unleashed a torrent of punches like rain onto sinking Demon's body. Its body began suffering severe damage. Suddenly, one demon-tainted creature lunged straight at him from nowhere. It immediately pinned Man down onto ground. Yet with only one or two punches, he blasted it away. Taking advantage of chaotic situation, sinking Demon quickly found route to flee. It frantically dug a huge hole in ground to escape. Chain suddenly shot out. Right away, that dark bear demon froze in place. It thought it had escaped, yet the last survivors still held tight to chain. Man on roof shouted, "Please, Pastor, if it gets away, there will be no chance to catch it again." Hearing that man hesitated slightly as if weighing something. Then he looked straight at Dark Bear Demon and said he would let go past where he had once gone astray under wrong doctrines, because now he had awakened. Man stepped up close before it, muttering softly that new path opening before him was. He clenched both hands lightly, a satisfied smile on his face. It was to rely on one another to move toward common goal. Everything began with explanations. Special task force was formed to deal with high-level mutant species, and results they achieved far exceeded all predictions. They made great feat when they killed Gun Devil, one who specialized in firing lasers from long range. From then on, they became solid rear line for slashers. They quickly cleared away troublemakers on battlefield. Though this was not entirely Special Task Force's own merit, thanks to Commander's persistence, every risk of internal conflict was crushed. When A-rank slasher Ali Charong finished battle, moment she cut down Xiangshan Demon looked extremely satisfying. She stopped, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Head rolling across ground became marker for moment. They successfully killed A-rank mutant species, Xiangshan Demon. Light brown-haired man, body stained red, appeared before eyes. It was none other than B-rank slasher, Sensu, who was facing Sword Devil head-on. At this moment, he was already standing at edge of life and death, and before him stood massive towering body of Sword Devil. His panicked eyes were fixed on that huge body, mind in chaos, silently cursing that monster. Its movements were completely different from ordinary high-level mutants. Even if it was not a rank I had crushed 2, 3B rank ones, Sensu thought in shock, but this one was on an entirely different level. Devil began charging toward him with ferocious eyes, zombie body yet wielding swordsmanship as skillfully as human. Sense of helplessness gradually covered Sensu. He did not believe at all that he could defeat it. He lowered body to dodge Sword Devil's chain attacks, but in his heart still told himself he must absolutely not give up. Old fragments of memory surged back one after another. Most striking was image of old man, who had held on stubbornly until very last moment. Figures of fallen teammates flashed before his eyes, urging him to do everything possible to fight and defeat it. Hopeful gazes also appeared, because that courage would extend life for all. Fighting spirit in Sensu hardened like iron. Fight, no path left other than fight. Sound of cutter roared, fierce as if tearing air apart. He shot forward like whirlwind, charging straight at Sword Devil, then shouted, "Come here, you zombie." Sword Devil seemed ready to meet battle, but under Sensu's momentum, she hesitated for a moment. Sword Devil's 2 hands clenched tightly. One hand began twisting and deforming. Sensu lightly bent knees, using momentum to rush forward. In blink-fast instant, he slipped past opponent's deadly strike by hair's breadth. Sword Devil froze completely at that turn of events. Sensu drew ever closer, fiercely rushing up with weapon gripped in hand. His face was taut as bowstring. That counterattack just now had been luck, but next strike he could not predict. Sensu reminded himself and kept charging ahead. Only path left was forward. Sword Devil also had no intention of retreating. Either he died or it fell. Sensu's eyes blazed as he neared edge of life and death. Both immediately rushed into each other, determined to settle victory and defeat by final second. Sensu pointed cutter straight ahead, but Sword Devil dodged with ease. Both sides exchanged moves like mad, offense and defense surging from start with speed that left spectators breathless. Sensu's whole body was now soaked in blood. On opposite sides, Sword Devil was not much better. Fierce clash left outside observers stunned. Each strike flashed by so fast no one could tell who was blocking, who was landing hit. One witness broke out in cold sweat, trembling as he said, "Which side is mutant monster here in end?" Battle had lasted less than 1 minute, and Sensu suddenly swung cutter up with decisive strike. Outcome of victory and defeat immediately showed signs of being decided. One arm high into air. One arm of Sword Devil was severed from body, flying straight into sky, leaving her stunned. Everyone present widened eyes in shock, silent to point they did not dare breathe hard. Sword Devil wore crazy terrifying grin, as if what had just happened had no effect on her at all. She still charged straight forward in frenzy. Right then Sensu suddenly felt head spin, dizziness sweeping in. Weapon in his hand also slipped free, then fell to ground. Sensu was terrified to extreme, and in his mind that old man's image suddenly surfaced. Fear in him reached limit when he saw Sword Devil still as savage as before. Facing such monster, even fighting to end would be hard to win. So what now? Sensu had lost one arm and was forced into dead end. He screamed and thought, "Damn it, why am I so useless? Why am I only one who cannot give off that cool vibe?" That moment of crisis with 1,000 pounds hanging by one thread, Sensu unconsciously remembered time he and Kim Jun sat eating and talking. Back then, he happily asked Sensu why little Demon Hall kid was ranking up like rocket while he was still stuck in place. Sensu angrily replied, saying that is no different from telling me I am jealous of him like child. That is not it. I only feel irritated because some inexperienced brat, who has not proven his strength, has rank higher than mine. Siom laughed loudly. Though comparing 2 disciples was somewhat unfair, when it came to number of zombies killed and real battle experience in major campaigns, he was far beyond him. If not for young Miss only giving him secret missions, he would have already taken A rank long ago. Sensu was slightly stunned by next words of his, but in my view, Demon Hall Kid still has one point where he surpasses you. Siom's face suddenly turned serious. He concluded that is killing intent. Sensu frowned in confusion. Killing intent. He continued explaining that it was determination to charge ahead, ignoring everything to reach goal. In Kim Junsum's mind, frightening face of opponent he had once faced before seemed to surface again, and that killing intent did not fade at all, even if throat were torn open. He looked straight into Sensu's eyes, speaking sternly that if he also possessed that killing intent, he would surely reach moment of surpassing his own limits. Hearing those words, he could only fall silent, unable to say anything. Turning to brutal reality, Sword Devil raised uninjured arm high into sky. Right after that, she immediately launched attack aimed straight forward. Sensu suddenly let out sound. His body tilted slightly, just enough to avoid fatal slash by hair's breadth. Sword Devil widened eyes in shock, not expecting prey to dodge her attack. She immediately turned head, staring fixedly toward Sensu. At this moment he was standing proudly before his familiar cutter. Sensu muttered under his breath, "What I lack is killing intent, right?" Saw blade still lay motionless, as if silently agreeing with Master's words. Sword Devil suddenly widened eyes in shock. For her, Sensu's body was gradually showing strange changes. Spotting opening, Demon Sword instantly charged, unleashing preemptive strike. A fierce crash rang out, leaving her frozen in shock. Sensu's arm had turned into cold metal, firmly blocking Demon Sword's attack head-on. He let out soft breath, each beat heavy as if pressing on chest. Right after, his expression grew more serious than ever. He curled lip faintly, as if saying, "Let second round begin." Sensu's provocation was no different from adding fuel to anger. Demon Sword grew even more furious from that, charging straight in madly. This time, he no longer dodged, choosing direct confrontation in battle. Both sides were instantly swept into fierce clash, collisions piling up like heaven and earth were shaking. Sensu leapt back, taking chance to adjust stance. His face twisted in pain, black lines had begun crawling all over body. Time before body mutated was nearly spent. Knowing that, Sensu poured out all strength and roared. Everyone witnessing that scene was so stunned they could not speak. Sensu shot forward like arrow tearing through wind, aiming straight at Demon Sword. Scenery suddenly shifted elsewhere under clear blue sky with white clouds drifting slowly. Suho muttered, "Right weapon you use best is crossbow to Ajong." Ajong replied in icy voice, "'Cause that was first weapon he ever bought for me." Memory suddenly pulled back to that shop year, along with Ajong girl's awkward voice ringing out. She hugged crossbow tightly in hands, both shocked and flustered, "But I do not know how to shoot crossbow." Suho waved hand, telling her to forget that and learn, since she was too small to use melee weapon, and besides, her hands were often hurt. Ajong quietly listened to every word he said. "Anyway, I will still fight at front line, so protect my back until day we bring this country back to peace as before." She blushed and stammered thanks. Back then, Suho laughed happily, then said, "Hey kid, learn fast, then protect my back well." Back in present, Suho's face was covered in gloom. "I told you to protect back, not shoot arrows into my back like this." Ajong paused for a moment before answering, "I did this because I am helping you." Suho frowned in confusion. Ajong then went on, "Stopping you is best way to help you right now." She said seriously, "Do you not think this crazy massacre is truly right? Stop here." Suho's face darkened, chilling to bone. Not only warriors charging into this battle must fall, even innocent civilians are slowly being drained and abandoned. In Ajong's mind surfaced images of people who once resolved to throw themselves into war. Those were people who accepted becoming slasher because they admired path we chose, along with soldiers at front lines, young men who enlisted for sacred call of motherland. She also remembered innocent civilians, people who crawled inside wall just to seek chance of survival. Zhang screamed in despair, "Is there still such thing as justice here? Is this world we once dreamed of?" Choksu standing beside her was also briefly stunned, eyes unconsciously turning toward her. Ajong's voice trembled violently, "Stop, enough has happened already. Turn back." Space around them gradually sank into silence. Suho remained silent, not uttering single word. With cold face, he said emotionlessly, "Is brain of yours broken? Still sitting there painting those old memories rosy?" Ajong was struck dumb, utterly stunned by those cruel words. Suho calmly turned to Chunsu. "That hall demon did not pass on my words properly." "Fine, then I will say it again clearly." Every word he spat made listener furious to extreme. "I will wipe out every last one inside wall, then tear it down and rebuild from scratch. From rotten government officials to all slasher everyone." Suho continued coldly, "From day you turned your backs on me, me who sacrificed everything for you, it all began." Zhang shouted in explanation, "But back then we did not know you were still alive." His face immediately darkened. I know full well you were fooled by Deok-chun and those government dogs." Suho's cold words left Zhang unable to refute. "So you thought you could not save me, then lived on with guilt and torment. But did living ones ever go back to thank those who became zombies? Or still dream of world my old self once tried to build?" He drew knife, killing intent surging from whole body. "I must clear away those who carry blood debt to abandon people like you, then start again from zero. That is my conclusion." Chunsu did not waver before Suho's words. "Enough talk, first crush him with force. Once he is controlled, talking later will not be too late." In Ajong's heart, a thought rang out, "At least I never forgot that day." Then she raised hand to put on mask. "Understood." Match opened with Chunsu's attack toward spot where Suho stood, but he jumped up and dodged. Ajong stood high up, raised crossbow and locked target. Arrow left string, tearing through wind as it shot forward with terrifying speed. Suho instantly read its trajectory. He quickly raised hand to block it. Wound caused by arrow closed almost at once. Ajong was secretly astonished. His regeneration ability was exactly like what had appeared in Uncle Seom's video. She silently watched battle before her. While fighting in close combat with Hall Demon, he He intended to rely on healing to endure arrows from crossbow. Zhang silently calculated. If that was so, she had her own choice, because there was still work to do. Zhang reminded herself, bring him back into Suho of old days. Average survival time for slasher specializing in killing zombies outside wall was not even 8 hours. Sensu stood towering in ruined battlefield. Around him lay wreckage, fallen bodies, and rolling clouds of dust and smoke. That time even included travel. He took drag from cigarette, then cast contemptuous glance ahead. If you are not confident you will survive, do not step outside anymore, you humans. A can of kerosene was poured out, liquid slowly spreading beside blood-soaked corpses. But I can earn more money than anyone else. Sensu flicked cigarette butt to ground. There was reason why everyone always kept away from me. Scene changed again. Group of people was receiving wages one by one. By then he had already taken his share and was preparing to leave. Suddenly, Sensu stopped short, eyes deep in thought as he looked at stack of bills in hand. Then he went back to manager's place, startling her greatly. She looked at him with puzzled eyes. What, not enough? Impossible. At this moment, Sensu's face darkened. He slammed something hard onto table and spoke. This is condolence money for those who died. Compensate them or victims' families. 'Cause I do not need anything else. Night had fallen, light from buildings still blazed everywhere. Yet Sensu still clenched teeth, heart filled with hatred. He swung weapon fiercely forward. Why am I fighting like this? Sensu madly poured attacks onto Demon Sword, dust and smoke swirling thickly. Why did I choose slasher profession? Two forces crashed together violently, bringing along a thunderous explosion. Suddenly, Demon Sword stomped hard on ground, then shot upward, charging straight at him. Why am I tied to these people? She drew arm back. Then Demon Sword instantly unleashed heavy slash, forming force that shot straight toward Sensu. He frowned tightly, grinding teeth as he stared at direction attack was coming from. Because of money, right? Sensu raised hand, pouring strength into blocking that force. No, if it were only for money, once I bought several buildings, I would have stopped long ago. Demon Sword still refused to stop. She kept unleashing slash after slash. Sensu could no longer hold on. Struck by force, injuries instantly flared violently. His vision instantly went black. So in the end, why? In next instant, Sensu could no longer hold on and fell to ground, while Demon Sword lightly landed. Quickly came to, bracing himself on hands to force body upright. Why am I? Blow just now was too heavy, leaving him with internal injuries so severe he coughed up blood. Suddenly, something tore through the wind at terrifying speed. 3 slashers appeared, gripping weapons tightly in hand, blocking the sword devil head-on to meet battle. Even trembling with fear, one person still forced himself forward to shield he gritting his teeth and saying they would hold the enemy off, ready to sacrifice themselves so he could seize this chance. Right, that was the key. Sensu seemed to wake up, his eyes blazing with fiercer resolve than ever. Those brave people fought without caring about their own lives. All 3 shouted and charged straight at the sword devil. Those were the people he had to protect. Back then, she still stood motionless, then her eyes suddenly flashed. The sword devil swung her hand, creating a massive bolt of electricity. People who only wanted a better life. The moment the sword devil struck, 2 slashers were knocked down at once. For those people, one red-eyed man still tried to rush forward and attack, because he truly cared for them. Yet even one careless swing from the sword devil was enough to pierce straight through his body. With a cold face, she quickly drew back her hand, sending him collapsing to ground at once. At that exact moment, the sword devil seemed to hear some strange sound and flinched slightly. Because of that, he still could not give up this life. From behind, Sensu threw all strength into a full-speed charge. He clenched his teeth, swung one decisive and forceful slash, striking right at her waist. The sword devil winced in pain, irritation plain on her face. Right after, Sensu's eyes flared fiercely. He roared in a murderous voice, disappearing. Immediately after, he unleashed another monstrous blow, cutting the sword devil's body apart. Red spray burst everywhere. Sensu still stood there, panting hard, eyes fixed on the sword devil's body. At this time, one worried person stepped closer and asked if he had vaccine if things kept going like this. He suddenly shouted, "Do not come near." Everyone immediately turned back, staring blankly at he. Sensu staggered, weakly saying, "Vaccine, none." Hearing that, everyone looked at he in shock. Even if he did have some, I still would not use it. Sensu was utterly exhausted now, struggling to breathe as he said his body had already changed completely. If he got vaccine, he would die on spot. Then his eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp, his voice dropping low. I must end this battle, must finish it while still able to control my body. Scene shifted to clear blue sky among mountain clouds. Choksu swung shovel hard and slashed straight forward. Suho instantly leaped away by a hair. Zhang stood from afar, silently watching whole situation unfold. She narrowed her eyes through scope, thinking each syringe was priceless. Even though vaccine had once been stuck into his head, she had seen him cut off his own head to remove drug effect, so target had to be somewhere else. Zhang remembered scene on screen when Suho struck ruthlessly, hurling knife through other person's body. Even though Seam had fought to end, Suho still stood there staring at one who had just fallen, while he himself was almost unharmed. That sight, Chun Su and Zhang both turned pale, anger rising in their hearts at his absurd recovery. He gritted his teeth in fury and roared, knowing that if he wanted to bring him down, only way was to destroy his body faster than regeneration speed. In theory, that was it. Gorong immediately objected that one-on-one was impossible. All B-rank and R-rank slashers had to be mobilized to pin down all 4 limbs if there was any hope, but Zombie Horde would definitely not stand by and watch. Jingu thought for a moment, then spoke up, saying his immediate self-beheading after getting vaccine proved medicine definitely worked. He continued analyzing that he could remove part of body to keep vaccine from spreading, but in reality mass-producing weapons containing vaccine was nearly impossible. Suddenly, voice rang out, "Let me do it." Jingu turned in surprise. Zhang said solemnly that she had found time when vaccine could be used to attack. Neither could hide shocked expression, both focusing on her. Zhang operated remote control, then pointed at screen to explain final seconds of match. She said only moment he defended was when he mistook Kim's self-destruction move for attack. On screen, Seam was trying to charge straight into Suho. Seeing it as attack, he reflexively raised knife to block. Zhang calculated silently if it was injected at exact spot, vaccine could spread through body and blood. At this moment, Suho was dashing toward Chun Su. Heart with glowing veins was still pounding fiercely without pause. Zhang narrowed her eyes to aim more precisely, telling herself she could do it. No, she absolutely had to do it. On other side, Suho unleashed an extremely powerful blow. Chun Su immediately raised shovel to block. Suddenly, Suho's other arm lifted knife high, preparing to strike from behind. An arrow whistled through wind and flew in, slamming into Suho's arm and making him freeze. He stared viciously at arrow, realizing it was vaccine. Suho immediately threw weapon in his other hand to ground. Then in blink of an eye, he picked up knife and decisively cut off his own arm. Wound mouth was slimy, as if something terrifying was about to surge out. Seeing situation before him, Chun Su immediately seized chance, gritting his teeth and rushing up. He gathered all strength and slashed hard at Suho. Suho grimaced in annoyance, hoarsely shouting, "You bastards." Chun Su widened his eyes, gripping weapon tightly, staring warily at Suho. He was horrified to realize his recovery speed was too monstrous. Wound from Chun Su's last slash had already healed right before his eyes. He frowned, just as Zhang said, only way was to deliver vaccine directly into heart. Chun Su solemnly rushed toward Suho, deciding to pause damage and switch to restraint to expose his heart. He circled behind, quickly used shovel handle to clamp down and pin Suho in place. Chun Su shouted, "Fire it." Suho ground his teeth in rage, glancing back at him. "Hurry." Chun Su shouted anxiously, "I cannot hold him for long, hurry up." From far away, Zhang had already locked target in sights. She said solemnly under her breath, "Please," then immediately squeezed trigger. "Please." Arrow tore through wind and shot off, aiming straight for those two. "Come back to being human." Zhang kept praying, memories of joyful days when groups still gathered together flooding back. For peaceful world, they once raised cups together. Chun Su panted hard, face full of hope as he looked toward Suho. Suho was struck by arrow, instantly jerking to halt as if frozen for a moment. Even though he struggled violently, Chun Su still risked his life to hold him tight and not let go. Zhang held her breath and watched, eyes tense to extreme. Now was time for her to confirm whether that heart was real or fake. That heartbeat was gradually returning to normal. Aiming at that was indeed correct choice. But suddenly, his heart began beating fiercely fast again. Chun Su stepped back, face blank as he asked, "Hit it." She watched closely below. Certain arrow had pierced heart. Vaccine would kill zombie virus and finally bring him back to human. Only needed time, he would definitely return to human. Zhang shouted in delight, believing that at this moment he would lose control over zombie form and super-fast regeneration. But right after, Suho's eyes suddenly turned cold, flashing with terrifying fury. Seeing that, Zhang's face immediately darkened. She realized in horror that he had never intended to give up. She stared at Suho, suddenly understanding she had forgotten what kind of man Suho had always been. Zhang realized he always carried responsibility to bring everyone home safely. For that, even if he had to destroy himself, release a murderer, or bow before one in power, he would do anything as long as he get everyone to Busan safely. Even if whole world turned against him, he had never yielded. Suho tensed his body, clothes torn apart, thick slime lines showing on his body. His roar made air feel crushed down. She thought to herself she had to slow vaccine's effect. Suho clenched his teeth hard, white light blazing in his eyes to do that. To counter it, he had to push transformation to highest inhuman level. In an instant, 2 grotesque arms burst out from behind Suho. Muscle fibers on his arms swelled and twisted in horrifying fashion. To keep vaccine from seeping into body, his calves also swelled unnaturally, tearing pants to tatters. Chun Su watched scene, sweat pouring down like rain and cursed in panic. Zhang stared blankly at Suho, face pale green, eyes filled with terror. And now, Suho had completed his metamorphosis, turning into a form so horrifying it sent chills down spine. Suho roared like he was tearing heaven and earth apart, mouth opening wide to ears. Fierce surge of power from his body burst out like it wanted to crush everything. Zhang muttered in fear, "One more shot, need one more shot." She immediately raised scope, determined to inject him with another dose. The moment he realized that intent, Suho used movement skill to rush straight toward her. Seeing that, Chunsu also immediately charged to block him. Suho turned his head in shock to look over. Before he could guard, he was hit by Chunsu. Seizing precious moment, Ajong quickly aimed target with precision, then she pulled trigger, arrow sliced through wind and shot straight toward Suho. He glanced sideways. A crisp cold pop rang out, her eyes widened in utter terror. It turned out arrow had been caught in an instant by arm growing from behind Suho. There was no way he would let her hit him second time. He immediately poured strength into controlling that arm to extend, then latched tightly onto vehicle beside him. Suho gave her cold look. In next moment he flung vehicle straight at Ajong. Speed was too terrifying, leaving her no time to dodge, only able to stare wide-eyed as it came crashing in. Vehicle smashed into wall where she stood, making deafening impact, smoke and dust instantly billowing thickly. Ajong lost balance and fell, a cry of pain ringing out in despair. Right after that, her body slammed hard onto icy ground. Her vision gradually blurred, consciousness also became hazy. Seeing that, Chunsu was overwhelmed with worry, shouting Ajong's name, but by then Suho was already like giant wall standing right in front of him. Ajong lost consciousness completely, fainting on spot. Suddenly, Suho swung his arm and launched straight punch at Chunsu. Unable to defend in time, he took full blow, face darkening from intense pain. In a single beat, his whole body was hurled far away, slamming hard into tree roots. Chunsu gritted teeth from pain, forcing himself to endure. Impact was so terrifying, tree trunk snapped in two when Chunsu crashed into it, while he kept being pushed backward. Suho frowned, calculating time was running out. He had to rush to command station, quickly to wipe out Slasher and civilians at once. But suddenly, ground right beneath Suho's feet began to split open. His plan to order extermination of all Busan citizens was blocked in middle. From underground, a giant worm emerged, blocking his path completely. Right after that, something whistled through air as it shot in from afar. Pain wrapped tightly around Suho's body, making him start an alarm. He turned back in surprise, then heard Chunsu's voice ring out, "Where are you going in such a hurry?" By now, Chunsu had barely managed to steady himself, face covered in blood. Breathing heavily, he spoke, "Battle is not over yet, and you are already trying to leave battlefield." Suho flew into rage and roared, "You man." He clenched teeth and calculated. Situation was extremely dangerous now. Choi Ajong's arrow was surely already taking effect. Chunsu gripped weapon tighter, reminding himself he had to keep him here until vaccine fully took effect. Memory suddenly flooded back. A fishing rod tapped his head with a smack and a scolding. "Not like that, idiot," making Chunsu freeze as he recalled. Seem grumbled in annoyance. "Why can you still not tell when to use power and when not to?" He muttered in helplessness. "Why are you here?" Back then, he seriously taught that fishing did not rely on strength alone. When reeling in a hooked fish, power had to burst out at right moment and with full force. Siem smiled and continued, "If you meet someone you absolutely cannot let escape, then pour out all your power, even ability you had from birth." Back in reality, Chunsu's eyes blazed. He roared fiercely and poured all strength into attacking Suho. Suho's whole body trembled violently, faint shock flashing across face. Chunsu's grip strength was too terrifying, making him lose balance and fall backward. Not letting chance slip away, Chunsu immediately rushed forward like arrow. He spun shovel handle with skill, pulling chain back in. Joints quickly snapped back together seamlessly. Weapon also returned to original form. Without any more hesitation, Chunsu stomped hard on ground, shooting straight towards Suho. He swung shovel hard to cleave down, but Suho managed to raise hand and catch it in time. Seeing that, he gritted teeth, pouring out all strength to press shovel blade down. Suddenly, an arm growing from behind Suho stretched out and shot forward, piercing through Chunsu's stomach, making him suffer to extreme. Suho shouted in anger and demanded, "What meaning is there in doing that when you are about to fall?" Chunsu lowered head, voice sinking as he answered, "Meaning. Then what meaning is there in crazy things you are doing?" Even though wound was still bleeding, he still pressed all strength into weapon, screaming non-stop, exterminating humans, burning city, destroying Busan wall. Chunsu's face showed clear fury. He shouted fiercely, "What are you trying to build on these ruins? I hate this city too." Those words made Suho pause for a moment, looking at him in surprise. Chunsu went on, "A place cold toward poor souls, treating people no different from tools." Image of older brother suddenly surfaced in mind. He gritted teeth, "This impoverished and rotten city. I hate it to my bones." Memory of moment brother sacrificed himself for him surged up, aching deeply in heart. He let out a heavy breath, then ground out each word, "So I will change it. From this job, only thing I learned was power." He remembered all hardships he had once stepped through. What I seized, resources in my hands. Shadows of comrades who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with him across threshold of life and death appeared one by one. I will heal this city step by step. Chun-Su gripped weapon until arm went stiff. He glared at Su-Ho with determined eyes and barked. It is not enough to destroy city if you do not like it. You have to repair it so everyone can live better. Because of that, Su-Ho's body suddenly trembled. He clenched teeth and grimaced, desperately trying to stop Shovel Blade pressing down, heart filled with shock. This guy, this power. Suddenly Chun-Su swept weapon upward and severed grotesque arm stabbing into his body. He gritted teeth hard enough to make sound, face twisting with rage, a voice full of resentment rang out, "My home." Right after that he drove weapon down hard, thrusting straight into Su-Ho. "Don't you dare steal it." A single brutal strike instantly severed Su-Ho's arm. He froze, not expecting things to turn this way. Because slasher were usually those lacking some missing link of emotion, Su-Ho remembered Chun-Su's reckless actions. This guy did not care right or wrong, daring to throw himself into horde of zombies just to achieve goal. Thinking of that, he suddenly realized one thing. Chun-Su's way of holding shovel and striking made Su-Ho feel strangely familiar. Could this guy be Old Man's disciple? That thought had barely flashed by when he spoke. If that's true then... Su-Ho went on, "I once also put my trust in kinder world." Hearing that, Chun-Su briefly froze. Su-Ho began telling about his past, that everything started from moment disaster erupted. He had once been person who kept a bit of innocence and purity in his heart. "I once believed people could still rely on each other, even if only in very small part. But when zombie plague hit, everything was turned upside down. He saw with his own eyes people turn on and harm each other amid chaos. Even then, they still could not unite." Su-Ho clearly witnessed selfishness, saw people willing to shove others into danger and betray their own kind just to stay alive. There were even Basaratan scoundrels who deliberately lured zombies into residential areas, yet they felt no guilt at all and still laughed as if nothing had happened. This world had rotted so badly there was no way to save it. Saying that, tears quietly slid down Su-Ho's face. Yes, only way left was to rebuild everything from start. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared again, shouting straight at Chun-Su, "I will wipe out this ordinary Busan and restore social order." Su-Ho angrily rushed in to counterattack Chun-Su, bellowing, "I am world's last hope, not trash like you." Two streams of power crashed violently, instantly sending both flying backward. Chun-Su showed clear disgust at Su-Ho's wild words. Nonsense. That icy reply left Su-Ho slightly stunned, unable to understand why Chun-Su reacted that way. Without any hesitation, Chun-Su continued swinging shovel with extreme force, aiming straight at Su-Ho once more. Su-Ho reacted with lightning speed, immediately leaning back to avoid blade that had just hissed past in wind. Right after, Su-Ho instantly struck back, throwing punch heavy as boulder into Chun-Su's chest. Both were pushed back, then quickly took defensive stance, ready for next attack. Because of old wound, Su-Ho's body began to weaken. He took deep breath, throat rumbling with low growl, eyes still murky with killing intent. Su-Ho tensed and forced power arm that Chun-Su had cut off with shovel grew back whole, as if never injured. Chun-Su calmly tightened grip on shovel handle, and said coldly, "If only way to seize chance was when you turned into that grotesque shape, then that was not right choice." He pointed shovel tip straight at Su-Ho, eyes locked firmly on opponent, "Then that was not right choice." At this point, Su-Ho had lost all faith in humanity. "You all only wear human skin. Inside you are all monsters worse than me." Chun-Su raised eyebrow slightly. He understood there was no point continuing to argue right and wrong with Su-Ho. "We can hardly understand each other." Su-Ho immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes, slasher." This was fierce clash between one who wanted to destroy everything and start over and one who would defend it no matter what. One side held ambition to turn situation around, one side wanted to hold this place no matter cost. Final battle between two who could not coexist had truly begun. As soon as he rushed into fight, Su-Ho took full punch straight through chest. He immediately grabbed Chun-Su's hand and pinned it down to block attack. Chun-Su was about to seize chance to strike from behind, but Su-Ho had already noticed. Two arms growing from behind his back instantly swung up to block. Chun-Su was smashed by those grotesque arms, sent flying far away. Chun-Su's whole body crashed to ground and was dragged along for long stretch. Not giving opponent any time to recover, Su-Ho immediately gathered momentum and charged again. Chun-Su also struggled to his feet, forcing himself to hold firm. Seeing Su-Ho turn his back and prepare to leave, Chun-Su immediately gave chase. He did not hesitate to swing arm, bringing down fatal shovel strike on Su-Ho's back. Su-Ho screamed in intense pain. Chun-Su gritted his teeth and endured, telling himself that as long as he held out a little longer, Ajong's vaccine would surely have started taking effect. He looked at Su-Ho, who was thrashing madly before him, and understood that was his final resistance. At that moment, Chun-Su thought of other assassins outside Busan. As long as he held out a little longer, his comrades were still fighting relentlessly out there, and then they'd protect everyone. Chun-Su held fierce faith in his heart, believing that if he could keep this place, he would wait until moment miracle appeared so everything could begin again. Just as Chun-Su rushed forward, preparing to unleash finishing blow, Suho had already reached out and grabbed him. Suho glared with murderous intent and hissed, "Got you." Another arm from behind Suho suddenly shot upward. Suho poured all power into that arm and slammed thunderous blow down onto Chun-Su. Suho stared down at Chun-Su with arrogance of one standing above. "Victory belongs to me, slasher." He used other arm to pin Chun-Su's head down. Suho immediately increased force, pressing Chun-Su's head hard into cold ground. By then his hand was already soaked in dark red. Suho stood silently, looking at Chun-Su's motionless body. He panted repeatedly, trying to catch breath after battle that had drained every ounce of strength. Not long after, Suho turned his back and was about to leave there. But suddenly, strange sound rang out and made him freeze, forcing him to turn back and look. Hard to believe, after such violent strike, Chun-Su still had strength to stand up. Suho stared wide-eyed at him, face full of shock. Suho angrily shouted at Chun-Su, "Why are you still not down? Even I could not do it." He roared in frenzy, "Why do you think you can do it?" Chun-Su only stood there, silent and not saying a word. Seeing that attitude, Suho became even more furious. He used arm with monstrous power to lift a nearby truck. Only now did Chun-Su slowly speak, "Me." In an instant, Chun-Su remembered his childhood. Remembered day older brother was about to leave younger sibling behind. When he was little, Chun-Su once sat quietly, sadly watching his brother's back and said, "Even if you do not come back, I will not blame you." He had long understood all this tragedy began from world, where hardly anyone still kept enough sanity to go on living. So from this moment then, he remembered every story about homes that had once existed long ago. Chun-Su now also thought of Seum's family of relatives, daughter and brother Kim, as he remembered people willing to sacrifice themselves for nation's greater cause. Beautiful fragments of memory surged back one by one in his mind. Everything everyone had once missed and lost. He remembered Ari's sorrowful eyes when she told him that she wanted to take them back for them. Image of comrade falling right before his eyes appeared clearly, as if it had happened yesterday. Chun-Su tightened relic in his hand and silently prayed, "Bless me." In that life and death moment, giant truck hovered right above his head, and he declared he would become solid city wall. Suddenly he spoke, "I Chun-Su, swear every word." His voice echoed through sky. "I am shield protecting all humanity." Spear in his hand was swung fiercely once again. With one clean slash, giant truck was split neatly in two. It crashed hard to ground, then exploded violently, turning into blazing sea of red fire. Suho hurriedly raised hand to cover face, heart filled with shock. Could one hand really wield such terrifying power? Suho let out soft breath. On this side, Chun-Su kept building momentum. He gripped spear tightly and rushed straight at Suho like arrow leaving bow. Chun-Su swooped down from sky with utterly fierce momentum. Eyes wide and blazing, he swung spear hard and slashed straight ahead. Suho's eyes were also bloodshot with killing intent at this point, and he roared in rage. Countless slashes from spear rained down all over Suho's body. Suho let out a pained howl, then spat out mouthful of fresh blood. Chun-Su was not much better. After that earth-shaking impact, spear could not withstand overwhelming recoil and shattered into many pieces. Chun-Su collapsed to knees in exhaustion, while Suho still stood tall there. Suho turned to look at opponent. "Looks like you have used up your final move," he continued. "With body of mine after transformation, that was only few scratches. Now let us end this long battle." Suho asked, "Do you know difference between destroyer and protector?" Chun-Su could not be bothered to pay attention to Suho's words. He turned toward another person. "What are you doing? I have already exposed his heart." Hearing that, Suho froze, expression full of shock. Right then, something suddenly shot in from front like wind. An arrow sank into Suho's chest before his utmost shock. Suho turned his head back to see who had struck. He froze when he realized person standing before him. Person who had just fired that fateful arrow was none other than Ajong. Suho lowered his head to look at arrow embedded deep in his chest. His legs began to stagger, no longer able to hold him up. Suho's whole body trembled violently, his mouth letting out pained groans. Suho screamed miserably, body slowly returning to human form. Even wound where arm had been lost before was now bleeding everywhere. Ajong slowly walked forward. This time it was definitely over. She looked at Suho with eyes filled with tangled emotions. He would return in human form, but with this fatal wound he definitely could not survive. Large pool of blood kept spreading, soaking ground red. Suho fell over leaning against tree as he muttered, What went wrong? What should be done now?" He struggled to catch breath, whispering each word, then and now. Why was everything always like this? Ajong walked closer, looked at Suho, then softly said, "Brother, things you did from start were alright." Ajong recalled story from before. Instead, she admitted everyone's mistakes towards Suho back then. "We dumped all burden onto your shoulders and ignored all your efforts. Then, because we could not overcome our cowardly fear, we lacked courage to come back and save you, making you end up like this." Ajong's face was now smeared with Suho's blood, and she lowered her head, but tears still kept streaming down her cheeks. I absolutely could not overlook self-destructing innocent people and carrying out this crazy plan to destroy world. Image of everyone gathered around dining table suddenly came alive in her mind. Wasn't that world we had always longed for? Because it made us forget moments once filled with hope. So Ajong softly moved herself a little closer to Suho. She slowly sat down right beside him. Ajong reached out toward Suho, then gently pressed hand to his cheek. Your pain, I will take it. Keep dreams we once had. Suho stared at girl before him with dull eyes. He still remained silent in thought, body not moving at all. Suddenly Suho whirled toward Chunsu and shouted, that careless bastard. He used remaining breath to warn Chunsu. If you inherit my place, never repeat my mistake. Suho's words left Chunsu falling briefly into deep thought. Never keep looking at others from behind and sacrifice everything. Suho continued speaking his final words. Those standing above others only care about own safety and will always try to drag you into filth. After saying that, he asked Chunsu, can you endure it every time that happens? Chunsu softly replied, it's fine. He slowly went on, because image of other teammates standing shoulder to shoulder flashed through Chunsu's mind. I won't shoulder everything alone like you. He looked at Suho with eyes full of resolve. Everything will be fine. Hearing that, Suho's expression seemed to suddenly understand something. Chunsu looked at him and gently nodded. Su also gradually felt again aftertaste of happiness he once had. Suho let out relieved breath, so that is how it is. Unexpectedly, he smiled at that moment, and those garbage superiors are all dead. Road down to hell. I will not be alone. Strange emotion rose in Suho's eyes. Memories of happy times suddenly surged back. Ajong had once laughed and talked brightly with him. Hurry and say it. Chairman has to give congratulatory words. Back then, Suho was still very naive, awkward in front of everyone. What are you doing? I can't do that. Other friends of his all watched with warm smiles. Sincere friends always hoped he would succeed. Suho carefully lifted wine cup high, then he lightly nodded in agreement. Suho held cup forward, bottom up for peaceful world. His arm dropped to ground, then he slowly sank into eternal sleep in complete happiness. Ajong held Suho in her arms. She burst into miserable sobs. The tighter Ajong held Suho in her arms, the more she could not stop tears from pouring down. Chunsu stood silently to one side, gaze fixed on her with deep thought and no words. She answered that I am only crying a little, then I will immediately go help others. It truly was a battle that dragged on as if endless. Suho was dead. Battle with zombie horde controlled by him to destroy Busan had also reached its end. On this side, Chunsu immediately turned back to help Ari. Other slashers were also giving full strength to stop disaster. Chunsu strode alone into area piled high with container boxes. Both hands clenched familiar spear handle tightly. He kept swinging weapon forward. Zombie corpses were sent flying everywhere. Dawn began to break. Everything seemed already decided. Zombie corpses lay scattered all over ground. Chunsu sat slumped high above, right at top of that pile of corpses. The remaining people stood frozen, still unable to believe it was real. Perhaps the zombie demon Hall had handled was the last one. Yes, everything was over. They were so happy they shed tears. At last, we survived. We are alive. The others still gripped weapons in their hands, excitedly raised them high into the sky, and shouted together, we won. Sarang dropped to the ground, pouring a whole bottle of water over her face to pull back some clarity. Churong kept panting because her body had been pushed beyond its limits. Zhangqi lay motionless on the stretcher, his injuries far too severe. Onrong huddled in a corner, silently watching everyone. Chang Ho was badly injured, and everyone carefully helped her to the safe area. Jiha also collapsed to the ground, letting out a long, exhausted breath. Suddenly someone ran over in a panic from afar, his mouth continuously calling Chunsu's name, Demon Sparrow, Demon Sparrow. He reported bad news in a panic, Sang-Soo, brother Sang-Soo has... By then, Sang-Soo had turned into a zombie. That person hurriedly recounted what had happened while they fought the mutant strain. It seemed he had deliberately let himself be infected with the virus to borrow mutant power. He described the desperate situation back then to Chunsu, saying he had refused the vaccine, and then wiped out the zombies in the area alone. That person looked tensely at Su, then at Chunsu. Now there are no zombies left to deal with. But what should we do? Chunsu slowly walked step by step toward Sang-Soo. He looked straight at Sang-Soo and spoke, it is me, Sang-Soo. Sang-Soo remained silent, not answering a single word. He slowly turned his head back, his eyes already cloudy, with not a trace of life left. Sang-Soo struggled to stand up, turning fully toward Chunsu. He staggered closer. Chunsu tightened his grip on the shovel handle, still fully on guard. His face tensed. You still understand what I am saying, right? If not then... Suddenly, Sang-Soo buckled and slumped down onto the ground. Chunsu widened his eyes in shock, completely unable to understand what was happening. Sang-Soo spoke in a weak voice, please end me. I want you to be the one to do it. Choksu immediately objected fiercely. What are you saying? Let me go find Choi a song for the vaccine. Sang-Soo immediately explained, Look at my condition. The vaccine is not some elixir of immortality. Countless waves instantly rose in Chun-Su's heart. Sang-Soo continued pleading, keep that vaccine. As long as you send me off with your own hands, that is enough. The image of the comrade who had fallen right before his eyes years ago suddenly appeared vividly in Chun-Su's mind. Sang-Soo tried to provoke him, do it now. If my reason disappears, dealing with someone like you will not be hard at all. In the end, Chun-Soo could only grit his teeth and accept it. Thus B-rank slasher Lawnmower Sang-Soo died, and in that same instant, the defense of Busan officially came to an end. Sang-Soo dropped his head against him, his consciousness slowly fading completely. Suddenly, the space around him changed, and Sang-Soo realized he was lying in the middle of a lush green meadow. Familiar voice rang out, catching his attention. You came this early, you idiot. Sang-Soo slowly sprang up, looking around everywhere. He quietly turned his gaze toward the person standing before him. Then suddenly he gave a relieved smile. It turned out that person was Killer Sam. Sang-Soo spoke, now there is nothing left to do anyway. Hey, teach me how to fish. Killer Sam immediately waved him over, come here and sit. The scene shifted back to the container yard. Everyone sat collapsed on the cargo containers, drained after the life and death battle just now. Chun-Soo turned to ask Ari, has everything above been cleaned up? She quickly replied, it seems to be done. Everyone is exhausted, but in the end, Busan has been safely protected. The atmosphere down here was now lighter than ever. A gentle and peaceful smile appeared on everyone's face. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on Chun-Soo's shoulder. A man appeared and spoke, thank you everyone for giving it your all. Choksu turned to look at that man, then smiled and answered. He intended to step forward, but immediately after, he unexpectedly plopped down onto the ground before everyone's stunned eyes. As soon as Mrs. Jang Ho saw that, she understood at once the battle below, the confrontation with Su-ho, then coming back here to wipe out hundreds of zombies. How could his body not be exhausted? After saying that, she immediately called out loudly, someone hurry and call a doctor here. After surviving so many zombies, how could he collapse because of an infected wound? A while later, the doctor arrived in time to bandage the wound on his hand. The doctor kindly instructed, for now, the most critical cases have all been handled properly. He could not hide his admiration for Chun-Su's extraordinary endurance. Those called slashers truly were creatures beyond human limits. He should have fallen long ago, yet he still forced himself to hold on and fight until the very last moment. After saying that, the doctor continued to advise, however, you still need intensive treatment. It would be best to transfer you to the nearest hospital as soon as possible. Chun-Soo only answered perfunctorily, all right, everything is over now anyway. Over, that man suddenly spoke and cut in. What do you mean over? Chun-Soo asked in surprise, what the hell are you talking about? Are not both the zombies and Su-ho gone? Just then, Ajong stepped over and cut in, because you are the one who gathered everyone together. She explained to him with affectionate reproach, so you have to be the one to put an end to this, idiot. After saying that, Ajong told him to announce to everyone that this brutal battle had finally come to a close. Ari, standing beside him, also quickly encouraged Chun-Soo. If walking is difficult, you can stand on the defense wall and speak down from there. Chairman A, no need for flowery words or grand speeches. Saying what is in your heart is enough. Ari continued, adding, everyone is waiting for that, because they were convinced by a commander like you, and were ready to risk their lives to follow. The loudspeaker system was quickly connected again, ready to broadcast the announcement everywhere. Chun-Soo stood at the highest spot, quietly looking over each person below. The crowd quickly came over, gathering in full to prepare to listen to his words. Even a few severely wounded people forced themselves up, gathering their last bit of strength to wait for the news. The other hunters remained silent, lifting their eyes with expectant looks. Chun-Soo held the walkie-talkie in his hand, tension clear on his face. Ari stood behind him and nodded slightly, silently encouraging him. She smiled at him, her eyes filled with absolute faith. With no other choice, Chun-Soo could only let out a sigh. He reluctantly brought the walkie-talkie near his mouth and said, they told me to announce our victory in a convincing way, but honestly I do not know what to do either. Hearing this, the sea of people below suddenly froze. Chun-Soo continued, because too many people sacrificed themselves in this battle. Moreover, our enemies in the end were once a part of us too. Those words left everyone stunned and silent. Therefore, I cannot say we achieved a complete victory. After pausing for a moment, Choksu spoke again. I only want to say we protected everything. Hearing this, the crowd below was deeply moved. Some people had tears in their eyes, whether it was Busan, family, or our very lives. Seeing his proud eyes, turns out today we truly kept that precious thing. When sincere speech ended, crowd below instantly burst into thunderous cheers. Demon Hall, Demon Hall, Demon Hall, calls rose higher and higher, spreading across entire area. It really is him. Cheers still had not stopped. Demon Hall. Sarang smiled and commented, so frank it could easily be mistaken for foolishness. Jia standing beside him also eagerly joined crowd and cheered, Demon Hall is amazing, master. Bin Hein kept shouting his name without stopping, Demon Hall, Demon Hall. Chun Su let out a relieved breath, as if he had finally set down burden after speech. Ari smiled at him with proud eyes, you did well, you truly brought this battle to end. Chun Su turned back to look at her, then also gave back smile. At that moment, sudden voice rang out with cold reminder, get to hospital before wound gets infected, or you really will lose your life. Fierce siege battle in Guangzhou, where hundreds of slashers fell, finally officially ended. After that, people quickly returned to daily routine. From then on, world slowly changed too, little by little reborn after terrifying plague. Shelter district was sealed off and quarantined, reason being current politicians had been exterminated inside, specifically at Eno 10 bunker. Suggestion box was open so people could voice opinions, from there sparking political reform of unprecedented scale. Assassins gradually became backbone of new society. During Reconstruction, slashers who had made great merit in war were also recognized by entire world. Jingu and Ajong appeared in solemn suits. At this point, both had officially entered political scene. Jiha proudly boasted that he himself had funded election campaign. Some people in old political apparatus still disagreed. They thought it was hard to believe entire world could change because of two people. Even so, starting from them was like key that opened new era. New organization also gradually got built. Not only that, government also established Slasher Alliance headquarters to support and manage this force. Slasher Alliance headquarters was founded to replace weakened army. They decided to hand over all security tasks related to zombies to slashers. Assassins were gradually transferred into payroll of new organization. Slashers and managers who wanted more stable, easier life all gradually came to headquarters to work. Horong was still young but was also promoted to high position, worthy of contributions she had made. Heard that their benefits were extremely generous and based on each person's achievements. Besides that, there were also assassins who chose to put down weapons and return to ordinary life like everyone else. Of course, there were still people who did not trust current government. Sarang chose her own path. Those who did not want to join any organization became freelance slashers or joined private companies, took jobs and kept working in profession. Chun-Su at that time had become center of everyone's attention. So what about our main character? He rewarded himself with vacation to sort out tangled mess of thoughts. Chun-Su quietly stood in front of his home. He tightened familiar shovel in his hand. He kept digging up soil in small garden, while also spending precious time personally repairing and renovating house. House before that still carried desolate, worn-out look. In only short time, he transformed it into completely new appearance. Night finally fell. Chun-Su sat on ground in yard, raising his head to look up at deep black sky. Quietly enjoyed that rare peace with few cans of beer. Chun-Su smiled in satisfaction, feeling that was enough for things he wanted to enjoy when coming home. Suddenly, some feeling made Chun-Su turn to look back. He watched closely. Brother, I will come back. He revealed his iron-strong resolve. Chun-Su felt as if presence of deceased elder brother was still silently watching over him. In the end, Chun-Su made series of declarations that shocked everyone right in middle of lively year-end banquet. People standing around him all widened their eyes in shock, almost unable to believe what they had just heard. Chun-Su looked straight at everyone and said in firm voice, "This time I have decided, I will go to Seoul for a trip." Scene shifted into year-end banquet hall. Everyone immediately fell silent before Chun-Su's declaration. They even did not dare believe their ears. What did he just say? Of course Young was one who found this hardest to accept. She asked blankly, "Seal, have you lost your mind?" Meanwhile, Jingu standing beside her still calmly voiced his thoughts. Seems like it's for expanding business. After all, situation in Seoul is pretty difficult, right? But that still was not enough to make Sarang believe it. Not difficult, but impossible. Just road to Anjin alone already had countless zombies. She immediately grabbed Jeha by head and shook hard, making him panic. So do I have to go? I still have to train successor. Chun-Su seriously explained to everyone, I am not going because of work. Hearing that, Jeha finally let out relieved breath. So I do not need to follow, right? But while he was still secretly happy that he did not have to accompany him, Chun-Su went on contrary, Next sentence once again plunged entire room into silence. I plan to quit being slasher. Jingu was instantly thrown into confusion. He looked up at Chun-Su and asked, then why are you still going to Seoul, to such dangerous place? Chun-Su did not beat around bush. He took from himself envelope with words written on it, delivered to Kim Chun-Su. His face was full of determination as he declared to everyone that this trip was to fulfill promise. He silently looked at current photo of happy family. Perhaps Chun-Su also needed to find his own happiness. to find my family's whereabouts. Then story was slowly told. Chunsu had poured in all savings, and Ari had also helped him greatly. Shares in Typhoon, where he held position of chairman, along with compensation after Suho incident were all used. Right after that, Chunsu appeared before Ajong. He had kept only house, and brought all remaining assets to find her. When she understood his intention, her heart rose with indescribable reluctance. Are you really planning to leave? Chunsu did not answer in words. He only nodded slightly as way of confirming that decision. Seeing she still remained silent, he continued to speak up and inform her. That's right. After several seconds of silence, Ajong raised her head and handed him small suitcase. Here. Inside suitcase were all kinds of vaccines, exactly what he had asked her to prepare in advance. After handing suitcase to him, Ajong looked at information sheets in her hand again and said, but this amount is much higher than vaccine price. Let me return extra money to you. Contrary to her attitude, Chunsu was extremely decisive. He quickly reminded her, then lifted vaccine suitcase. Please use that money for research and vaccine production. I only need this much. Knowing she could not shake his resolve, she just fell silent as if waiting for something. Suddenly remembering important matter, Ajong immediately spoke up to remind him. There is one more thing. She said with extremely serious expression, tell me when you will set off. Everyone wants to know that. Chunsu heard that and felt slightly curious. Corner of his lips curved into strange smile. What, planning to follow me all way to Seoul? Ajong suppressed sigh in her heart and slowly voiced her thoughts. There will be people begging to follow Avenger, whether it's Seoul or anywhere else, because whole world owes you. At this moment, trace of thoughtfulness flashed across her face. Even I am same. Seeing her like that, Chunsu fell silent. His eyes held a bit of hard-to-describe reluctance. Feeling atmosphere turned strange, he hurriedly laughed to dispel her tension. Come on, you people. He even added, person old man asked for help was me. Going alone will also lower chance of running into zombie. This time Chunsu's gaze toward Ajong was extremely resolute. This is promise I must bear myself. Other people all still have their own matters. She still silently listened to all those words, face clearly showing disbelief. After saying everything he needed to say, Chunsu grabbed suitcase with one hand and quickly turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Until I come back, please help me clean yard and garden from time to time. I am leaving now. Because she still felt reluctant, at this moment Ajong slowly spoke up, do not die. Hearing her reminder, he unexpectedly turned back and replied, debtor. His expression flashed with something different, but he still could not give up his original goal. Corner of his lips showed relieved smile, as if both had silently understood each other. Stepping out of building, Chunsu waved goodbye to familiar friend. I am really leaving now. Not long after, Chunsu drove toward sign that read Jeongbu Expressway Daegu Yangsan. His motorcycle slowly came to a stop on familiar land. Chunsu immediately took off helmet, then looked straight at scene before him. The place where he and Ari were standing was Daigang District Wall. Feeling a bit uneasy, Ari turned to look at him and asked whether it was okay for him to go alone like this. Chairman. He let out soft laugh, gently explained to her that I have resigned, so I am no longer chairman. After speaking, Chunsu continued in firm voice, just call me Chunsu. Chunsu. Ari heard that but still remained silent. Her face darkened in thought, as if she were thinking about something very important. Knowing she could not change his mind, Ari quickly handed the helmet to Chunsu, then did not forget to say, good luck Chunsu, take this scooter with you. Before he could even understand what was going on, she went on, it will make it easier for you to get around. Do not worry about the price of the scooter, it is much lower than the salary I received. Those warm reminders made Chunsu freeze, not knowing how to react. He silently held out both hands toward her, and neither said anything else. Ari flinched slightly at his action, still not understanding what it meant. Chunsu had always been so serious. He said calmly what he felt. I could have reached today thanks to your great help. Maybe I have not even had time to say thank you. After hearing those warm words, at last Ari's lips curved into a smile that had not returned for a very long time. Memories suddenly came flooding back. Back then, Ari was an innocent girl with a gentle smile on her face. During the time Deok-chun kept tormenting her, the two of them had gone through so many things together. Then came the time Chunsu had to be hospitalized, even with her body covered in injuries. Ari still devoted herself to taking care of him carefully. They had been tied together for a long time, always standing side by side. Returning to reality, Ari gently tightened her grip on the rough hand she was holding. The two stood there like old friends, holding hands as if offering one last lingering farewell to each other. Ari smiled softly, then looked at him and said, it is all thanks to Chunsu. You can be a little proud of yourself. Seeing sky growing dark and worrying for Chunsu, she hurriedly called out to remind him, if they went on a little farther, night would fall completely, and dealing with zombies then would be harder. Catching Ari's uneasy gaze, Chunsu slowly rode off on his motorcycle. Only after he had gone far enough did her lips curl into a faint smile. When he looked back, he probably understood what she meant too. They did not say much to each other, only a few brief words, yet they still understood each other's thoughts. Chun-Su put back on his familiar helmet. He moved farther and farther away from that place. By the time his figure vanished completely, Ari silently prayed that he would return safely. Story still went on. Then for a long while no one saw Kim buried again. Even so, he kept same resolute look, walking straight toward original goal. No one had expected he had already yielded to zombies. With no place to sleep, he tossed motorcycle aside again, then lay down by road for a moment and drifted off. Sometimes, successive clashes with zombie horde broke out. He only needed to twist bodies slightly to bring whole group down. Following route on map, Chosu passed through countless places, though every place was only ruin. Many spots had been completely destroyed. He still calmly walked through every corner. When sun began to rise, Chosu also sat there quietly, with lonely, silent bearing. Alone on steel vehicle, he kept charging along endless long road without slightest hesitation. At times he even seemed driven to dead end, as he repeatedly had to face fierce horde of zombie monsters. After so many upheavals, Chun-Su finally stood before familiar apartment door, place that had once been family home. As soon as he pushed door open and stepped in, he saw a short-haired woman, who had somehow turned into zombie. He was stunned to realize lifeless body standing right before him was beloved elder sister Seo from years ago. Without slightest hesitation, Chun-Su immediately drove vaccine tip straight into her neck. As she gradually regained calm and understood what had happened, he still stood there in silence, patiently waiting for his sister to become human again. Time quietly passed, and warm sunlight gradually slipped into building. Chun-Su held photo in his hand and studied it carefully once more. As soon as he looked away from photo, he immediately turned his head to look behind him. In end, everyone also shed zombie form, returned to normal human shape, and stood still in place. Chun-Su's biggest wish had finally come true. A faint breath of relief slipped from his lips. Looking at towering pillar of smoke billowing ahead, he could not help but freeze. Chun-Su approached there with slow, careful, and alert steps. Behind him, everyone else also held their breath and watched, waiting to see what would happen next. Luckily, what appeared before him was military force sweeping through area to find and rescue survivors. Days that followed passed quietly. Everything gradually turned better and life in camp also returned to its usual rhythm. Family members seemed to have temporarily set aside danger from cruel outside world, giving only smiles full of happiness to one another. Suddenly, a brilliant smile also appeared on Chun-Su's lips, one he had not had for very long. Then, sensing something unusual, he immediately whipped around to look behind him. Scene of warm, peaceful family seemed to unfold clearly right before his eyes. Face of that woman gradually became more real than ever. That was his mother, and at this moment she was standing there in flesh and blood right before him. Deep in memory, he seemed to become little boy looking up at his mother, and now, he was grown man, person who had accomplished so many extraordinary things he had never dared imagine before. Middle-aged woman could not hold back tears of happiness when she saw her son Chun-Su again. Even he fell silent, frozen in place because he did not dare believe seen before him was real. She gently stepped forward and hugged him tightly, as if she never wanted to let go again. Time still quietly flowed. While in that familiar place, towering fortress wall still stood there, blocking zombies from surging in. Large gate on wall also slowly opened. Chun-Su's familiar footsteps sounded again, signaling that he had returned. This time he was no longer alone, and had finally returned to side of family he loved. Entire family stood proudly before fortress wall, ready to face whatever came next. Facing them was all of his teammates. Everyone wore bright smiles to welcome him back. Chun-Su felt very clearly happiness of his life. A strangely warm smile gently appeared on his lips. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Chun-Su formally stepped inside with steady strides. Closing his own difficult journey, he smiled brightly and said, "I'm back."